Every time I utter a phrase directed at Uchiha Itachi, I am granted one of his extraordinary abilities, whether it be ninjutsu, dojutsu, or chakra. Yet despite this miraculous power that could also be bestowed upon others, I find myself devoid of joy, for it harbors two fatal flaws. Firstly, the target of such abilities must be a character within the narrative, along with numerous members of the Uchiha clan. Secondly, the individual I speak to must engage in dialogue with me. At that moment, I had just traversed into the body of an Uchiha clan member who was on a mission and found myself relentlessly pursued by the root of Konoha. Though I endured excruciating pain and managed to escape with 3 root ninjas using explosive tags, I succumbed to unconsciousness. Upon awakening, I was astonished to discover that I had been rescued by Risha and Muko from the Land of Grass. Having awakened the Mangeki Sharingan in a near-death state, I gathered my primordial memories and unveiled the truth behind my pursuit by Konoha's roots. It turned out that my family had summoned clan members back for the sake of military strength, and our group had been ambushed on our return to the village. What was destined to be a mutual demise was altered by my unforeseen presence, allowing me to reclaim my life. Although a dull ache persisted in my chest, I could not afford to remain idle, for my younger sister awaited my return. At this moment, Uchiha Itachi had been deceived, and it was likely that Danzo would soon issue an extermination order against our clan. Thus, to honor my promise to care for my sister, I threw off the covers and prepared to rise from the bed. Unexpectedly, a silver-haired girl entered the room just then. Upon witnessing my struggle to get up, Risha quickly urged me to lie back down, insisting that I was gravely injured. However, as I gazed at the girl before me, my brow furrowed with a mix of perplexity and delight. For atop her head shimmered a crystal-like radiance. But as my focus shifted, the crystal dispersed into a cascade of starlight. In the next instant, a progress bar materialized within my consciousness, adorned with several stars and a name inscribed above it. Could this be my golden finger? In an instant, I recalled that prior to my unconsciousness, I had indeed loaded a template for a bond of the heart. Tentatively, I inquired, "Are you Risha?" To my surprise, she exhibited astonishment and promptly asked how I knew her name. I hesitated, my gaze flickering as I recalled hearing someone utter her name before my blackout. Risha, knave and inexperienced, was easily swayed. Considering that 7 or 8 years had passed since the Third Shinobi World War, the relations between Chao Ninja Village and Pastoral Lands were relatively amicable. Thus, after I explained my predicament and my urgency to return to the village, Risha hastened to seek a healing ninja. Yet, as she exited, I noticed that the progress bar for Risha in my mind had inexplicably filled to completion, with the first star illuminating brightly. Curiosity piqued, I clicked on it, and what transpired next was beyond my imagination. In an instant, my eyes widened. Here, 1,000 words are omitted. Before long, I found myself returning from the Land of Grass, holding the severed heads of 3 masked individuals, making my way towards the gates of the livestock district. However, as I reached the village entrance, the gatekeepers Kagura and Genko immediately recognized my identity. I was Uchiha Qian Yao, tasked with a mission in the Land of Grass. As Genko perused the documents in his hands, he cast a glance at the heads, wondering if an accident had occurred. But before he could finish his thought, a voice suddenly called out, "Qian Yao, you're back." I turned to see it was a young clan member, Uchiha Hongxing, who appeared to be no more than 4 or 5 years old, not yet of school age. If only Qian Yao had returned sooner, he could have attended the clan meeting. However, upon hearing that the meeting had just concluded, I felt a wave of relief wash over me. It seemed that despite the rush, I had made it back just before the night of the clan's extermination. I pondered this. I raised the 3 severed heads for the gatekeepers to see, implying, naturally, missions can lead to unforeseen incidents. You'd best take care of these heads, so as not to frighten the civilians. Yet, upon hearing Kagura's reminder, I scoffed. "Are you ordering me to do something? Come along, Hongxing," I instructed, as I retrieved my identification tag and headed towards the mission center. Kagura called out, attempting to stop me, but Genko restrained him. Seeing the grave expression in Genko's eyes, Kagura felt a chill run down his spine. "What's wrong?" Genko glanced around cautiously before whispering. Those 3 were from the root. Meanwhile, as I strode into the village, the sight of the 3 heads in my grasp drew attention. I suddenly turned to Hongxing beside me and asked, "What are you doing at the gate?" After all, he was neither a shinobi nor a member of the clan, just an ordinary child of the Uchiha. The elder sent me to watch for returning clan members. He replied, "I was to bring you back." Upon hearing that Hongxing had stood guard at the gate for 2 days, only to see me return, I sighed inwardly that it seemed the others would not be coming back. After some casual conversation to ascertain the timing, I concluded that the night of extermination must be tonight. Thus, realizing the urgency of the situation, I told him, Hongxing, you needn't wait at the gate any longer. Return to the elder and inform him. I will report to the mission center and then meet him. As I watched Hongxing run off, I mentally clicked on the star atop his head and received fragments of memory. Some of Hongxing's practice with shuriken throwing. This, too, was one of my reasons for hurrying back to save my clan, for I discovered that by conversing with certain individuals, I could find their names on the template, gaining training memories, chakra, and even ninjutsu. What I had acquired in the land of grass was merely a portion of chakra. Before long, I arrived at the mission center, and once I ensured that everyone had seen the heads of my hands, I declared loudly, we were ambushed during our mission. My teammates perished, but these 3 were weak and fell to my counterattack. As the conversation in the mission center buzzed with fervor, I realized my objective had been achieved. Without hesitation, I turned and departed, acutely aware that many within the mission center were aligned with the Third Hokage and Danzo. Having completed my tasks, I swiftly arrived at the entrance of the Uchiha clan, greeted by numerous familiar faces who exchanged pleasantries with me. For each cordial interaction, my chakra surged by a point, yet I remained undeterred, pressing onward towards the Uchiha Elders' Council. At that moment, the elder of the hawkish faction appeared somewhat anxious. Although the clan leader, Fugaku, had reluctantly consented to the coup during a recent clan meeting, a series of unfortunate events had befallen our members during their missions, vanishing without a trace, leaving no bodies behind. Fortunately, the return of Akimichi brought a glimmer of hope to our familial upheaval. Upon discarding the 3 severed heads beside me, I settled into a meditative position, causing the elder's expression to shift to one of grave concern. What transpired? He inquired, his voice tinged with disbelief. Our ambush was orchestrated by Danzo's men, I replied. Our team medic, Hyang, is presumed dead. Had I not experienced a breakthrough, I might not have returned. The elder's complexion turned ashen with disbelief. How dare Danzo? But as I continued, his eyes widened in astonishment. Why would he not dare? The news of our coup has already leaked. Konoha is poised to strike against our Uchiha clan. At my proclamation, the elder trembled. How do you know this? He stammered, but before he could finish, I exhaled slowly. Would you care to see my eyes? I suggested, closing my eyelids momentarily before revealing the crimson hues of my Sharingan. The pattern transformed from 3 tomo into an inverted design. A palpable pressure enveloped the room, prompting the elder to leap to his feet, initially frozen in shock, followed by an eruption of joy. Excellent. The Uchiha will finally have a successor. This coup is bound to succeed. However, my expression remained somber as I shook my head and sighed. There is a crucial piece of information you are unaware of, Elder. Itachi Uchiha also possesses the Mangeki Sharingan. Before he could revel in his excitement, I disclosed the fate of Fugaku and the deceased Shursui, revealing that Itachi had defected to Konoha's side and might act against the Uchiha that very night. The elder's expression fluctuated dramatically, akin to a roller coaster, until rage consumed him. I hereby nominate you as elder, facilitating your command over our forces. He recognized that our predicament had become dire, leaving us with no choice but to engage in a desperate battle. With my Mangeki Sharingan, I was their greatest asset. Yet, I merely shook my head again. Brute force is far less effective than strategic cunning. We are not beyond redemption. If we can win his loyalty, this crisis may be resolved. The elder's eyes gleamed with newfound hope. What is your plan? I responded with calm determination. We have 1 full day left to prepare. Elder, please gather all the rebellious and powerful clan members. I will return in 2 hours. But remember, we must keep this from Fuyu. The elder, influenced by my calm demeanor, agreed. Meanwhile, in the Hokage building, the Third Hokage furrowed his brow upon receiving the news that it was astonishing that someone had survived an ambush from the route and even managed to strike back. The vigilance of the Uchiha clan would undoubtedly escalate. I can't help but wonder if tonight will go smoothly. Just then, the Third Hokage turned and took a puff from his pipe. Where is Sasuke now? Back to you, Hokage-sama. Sasuke is still at the academy, under the watch of Umbu Captain Kakashi. The Third Hokage nodded slightly. Keep an eye on Danzo. Notify me immediately of any developments. On the other side, Danzo of Root was unleashing his fury upon his subordinates. Incompetent Team 3. 9 elite root ninjas couldn't subdue a single Uchiha Qian Yao. What infuriated him even more was not merely the loss of those few individuals, but the implications of such an event on the eve of the Uchiha extermination. It would heighten their alertness, potentially jeopardizing his plans. When he inquired about any unusual movements from the Uchiha and received no alarming reports, he lightly tapped his cane. Recall all our people. I will not tolerate any unforeseen incidents tonight. Meanwhile, Uchiha's younger sibling had just opened the door to return home. A young girl's voice called out, "Brother, you're back." Yet, after a long moment, no one emerged. I hastily stepped inside and saw a sweet, charming little girl struggling to push her wheelchair towards the door, but she could only use one hand. Witnessing this scene, my heart ached, and I quickly embraced my sister. Ever since the Night of the Nine Tails 7 years ago, my sister, Ruri, had become disabled. Her legs were gone below the thigh, and her left hand was amputated at the wrist. The only intact limb was her right hand. If it weren't for our neighbor, Uchiha, my childhood friend, who had been helping to care for her, Ruri might have succumbed to despair long ago. After comforting my sister for a while, I glanced around and asked, "Where's ya?" Her eyes flickered. "Sister, you went out to buy something. She'll be back soon." After some light banter, I lifted my sister onto the bed. Once she fell into a deep slumber, I settled into the bath, washing away the grime and blood from my body while glancing at the panel. To my astonishment, my bond with Elder Uchiha Suppu had reached 3 stars. I gently tapped the first star, and a flood of battle memories surged into my mind. Although the Elder was now aged, he had experienced numerous wars and possessed unparalleled combat experience. The influx of battlefield memories allowed me to exhale slowly. I then clicked the second star. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining a fragment of bronze power. At this moment, my eyes felt slightly swollen that a portion of copper power was inexplicably added. I opened my eyes, joy illuminating my expression. Upon acquiring the kaleidoscopic Sharingan, the foremost concern was the potential for blindness. Although the copper power I received from the Elder was not particularly substantial, it provided me with a means of replenishment. Filled with anticipation, I activated the third star. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained the forbidden techniques Izanagi and Izanami. In an instant, these 2 Uchiha forbidden arts materialized in my mind. To my surprise, the Elder possessed knowledge of these secret techniques as well. It seemed that my chances of success had increased this evening, that I noticed that Luli's name also appeared among the rewards. Yet only the first star shone brightly, while the others remained blocked. Could it be that Lioli, not being a ninja and lacking mastery of secret arts, was a reason? Curiosity piqued, I clicked on Luli's first star. In that moment, memories of my sister's studies in pharmacology fused into my consciousness. A knowing smile graced my lips. It appeared that she had been diligently working in my absence. Meanwhile, in the courtyard of the Elder, over 20 Uchiha clansmen stood, comprised not only of the clan's elite, but also its most radical hawkish members. As they pondered the nature of this clandestine assembly, I emerged at the Elder's introduction. Given the time constraints, I chose not to elaborate, but rather stated directly that I would assume command of this coup. To my astonishment, as soon as I uttered the words, the surrounding clansmen erupted in protest, claiming I was unworthy, that I was acutely aware that within the Uchiha might equates to truth. Thus, before their very eyes, I unveiled my kaleidoscopic Sharingan. The immense power of my gaze bore down on all present, their pupils dilating in disbelief at the revelation that I, a mere 17 years of age, had awakened the legendary kaleidoscopic Sharingan.AS. I surveyed the crowd. None dared to underestimate me any longer. With a beckoning gesture, I signaled for them to attack. Infuriated by my apparent disdain, they unleashed their most cherished techniques and ninjutsu. However, just as they prepared to witness my response, a wild grin spread across my face. Allow me to show you the true power of the Uchiha. Susanoo! As my kaleidoscope spun, an immense surge of power erupted forth, and the skeletal form of Susanoo materialized. Though it was merely the skeletal structure, it effectively thwarted all incoming attacks. But that was not all. With a controlled punch, I struck the ground, and the solid stone slab shattered, creating a colossal crater. The formidable presence of my Susanoo repelled everyone present. The Uchiha clan, largely composed of straightforward minds, venerates strength above all else. Thus, the assembly tacitly accepted my authority to command this operation. To facilitate my actions, the Elder promptly appointed me as the newly elevated 4th Elder. The gathered individuals exchanged glances, and with no dissenting opinions, they expressed their acknowledgement. After all, failure to succeed tonight would mean the end of the Uchiha. Given my contributions, it is more than fitting for me to assume the role of an elder. Observing that none among the assembly voiced dissent, I spoke with gravity, stating that our agenda for today is extensive. I implore that all commands I issue henceforth be executed without question. Having said this, I abruptly turned to the Grand Elder, Uchiha Shursui. The news of our gathering has surely reached Fuyue by now that I entrust you to pay him a visit, so as to avert any disruption to my plans. The Grand Elder acquiesced, assuring me, rest assured, Fuyue is in my capable hands. Jin, rally the troops and set traps around the clan's territory, while establishing barriers. Any who dare covet our Uchiha shall face dire consequences. Understood. Fourth Elder, Jin promptly affirmed, swiftly entering into action. His aide possesses the ability to perceive spatial ninjutsu. Thus he may appear within our ranks at any moment. Li Yuanli is to lead a team to stake out the security building, as it is highly probable that an attack may occur there. Shortly, I will relay to you the detailed intel regarding his movements, but it is imperative that whoever spots him must inform me immediately. Avoid direct confrontation at all costs. I shall arrive swiftly to provide support. Once everyone had their assignments, I departed towards the Ninja Academy with 5 companions. Meanwhile, Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura were engaged in playful banter, oblivious to the several pairs of eyes surveilling them from the shadows. Some were tasked with monitoring Naruto, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, while others, led by Kakashi, kept a watchful gaze on Sasuke. From a higher vantage point, another figure stood, arms crossed, wishing to steal a few more glances at Sasuke before the night fell, as thereafter he would no longer have the privilege of seeing his beloved brother. Yet, unbeknownst to them, there was another group lurking nearby. Indeed, the fourth elder was stationed atop a nearby building, and for the shadows of an alley, he continued to relay information to me. However, I remained relaxed, eyes closed against the wall, instructing, first we must locate everyone. We have but one chance. Once they are gathered, we shall proceed. As the fourth elder's words faded, Wright and his 2 companions departed to further scout for intelligence, leaving me and 2 other clan members in concealment. Initially, they were somewhat anxious, yet the calm demeanor of the elders steadied their nerves. Little did they realize, my apparent nonchalance was not merely a fad, I was actually monitoring my own advantageous abilities. The assembly of over 20 Uchiha who had convened earlier had forged bonds with me, each contributing countless memories of battle, chakra, and even ninjutsu skills. I slowly opened my eyes, recognizing that my chakra reserves now exceeded those of the elite within our ranks by more than double. Although the enhancement to my physical strength was modest for the time being, I need not worry about my Sharingan burning out. As time passed and the afternoon approached, the Ninja Academy released its students, and the fourth elder had just departed. Sasuke had gone to the training grounds, presumably to hone his skills. However, we soon discovered that 3 Umbu operatives were monitoring him. Closely point, one of them must be Kakashi. Upon hearing this, a gleam of realization flickered in my eyes. I was certain that Kakashi was among them. Right next to me, a figure nodded with unwavering conviction. That distinctive hairstyle was the only one in the entire pasture who sported it. The mask he wore was merely an attempt to conceal his identity. I narrowed my eyes slightly, and in an instant, a bold idea surged into my mind. Qian Yao squinted slightly. It was indeed a case of someone bringing a pillow when he was sleepy. Kakashi was surprisingly watching over Sasuke. However, to be fair, there weren't too many suitable people, and it was quite normal for Kakashi, the Umbu captain, to execute this task. Uchiha continued. There are 4 Umbu monitoring the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Should we do something about it? Qian Yao raised a hand to stop Uchiha's next words. Our opportunity this time is based on the premise that the Third Hokage doesn't dare to tear his face. If we touch the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, the Uchiha clan will be in great danger. Yes, I understand. Although Uchiha also wanted to capture Naruto, he had to listen to the fourth elder since he had his own ideas. This is the importance of command authority. Let's go. Take our young clan leader home. Training ground. Swish, swish, swish. Several shurikens flew toward the target. With a crisp sound, 6 hit the bullseye simultaneously. Sasuke waved his hand coolly, feeling satisfied. Big brother has been so busy lately, always saying next time. I must practice hard and impress him. Sasuke's eyes sparkled, as if he could already hear Itachi's praise for him. He patted his ninja tool pouch. All the shurikens had been thrown, and he needed to go collect them. While other classmates were still playing with paper shurikens, Sasuke already had proper iron shurikens. As he ran to the target to pick up the shurikens, several figures leaped down, startling Sasuke. "Little Sasuke, why are you still not home so late?" Sasuke focused his eyes and saw it was familiar clan members, and he relaxed. "Qian Yao senpai. What brings you here?" Qian Yao and Sasuke's relationship was neither bad nor good, but they knew each other. He smiled and said, "Of course. I'm here to take you home." Sasuke didn't understand why Qian Yao came to pick him up but had no guard up. He simply said, "Qian Yao senpai. Wait for me a moment while I tidy up." At this moment, Kakashi and others, who had been monitoring Sasuke, became anxious. They suddenly flashed out from nearby. "Wait, you can't take Sasuke." Kakashi spoke up. Qian Yao shielded Sasuke, looking as if he was concerned for Sasuke's safety, and shouted sternly, "Who dares to lay a hand on Sasuke?" Kakashi was momentarily stunned. Wasn't it obvious he was in Umbu uniform with a mask on his face? However, the moment he looked at Qian Yao's Sharingan activated. "Make a move." Kakashi's vision went dark, and he fell straight to the ground. "You guys." The other two Umbu didn't expect the Uchiha clan to act directly and didn't react in time. Caught off guard, they were also taken down by Uchiha and the others. Sasuke was startled. After all, he was only 7 years old, still at the age of playing ninja games. "Qian Yao senpai, what's going on?" After knocking Kakashi down, Qian Yao also smiled. He stared into Sasuke's eyes and activated a genjutsu. "It's okay. Just sleep for a bit, and when you wake up, everything will be fine." Sasuke's eyelids grew heavy, and he fell into a deep sleep. Qian Yao handed Sasuke to Uchiha. "Be careful. This is an important tool for us." Uchiha nodded and hoisted Sasuke onto his shoulder. Qian Yao crouched down, opened Kakashi's eyelids, and asked a clan member next to Uchiha, "Guanyo, you know medical ninjutsu, right?" Chapter 8. Those who cannot recognize themselves in the woods outside the Uchiha clan's territory. Itachi had been waiting for a long time. He knew that person would definitely come. Footsteps approached, and a figure wearing a tiger-striped mask appeared nearby. Itachi walked over and stood in front of Obito. "We act tonight," Itachi stated. Obito replied in a disguised voice, "All right, as agreed, I will lend you a hand." Itachi turned his head. "Then let's do as we agreed." Obito crossed his arms. "The reason I am helping you eliminate the Uchiha clan is not only for revenge, but for other purposes as well. Just pretend you didn't TC those." Itachi naturally knew that Obito was referring to the plan to collect Sharingan. However, at this point, Itachi didn't care about that anymore. "You want me not to use the Sharingan to record your actions, right?" "That's right. This is also proof that I spared your brother's life. I don't need a child without a Sharingan." Itachi understood that Sasuke had no value at this time and turned his head, "So I can rest assured, right? Besides trusting you, I have no other choice," Itachi replied. Obito knew that after this incident, Itachi would have nowhere better to go. He said, "If you find yourself in a desperate situation, feel free to come to our organization." Itachi looked puzzled. "Your organization?" "Yes, it's called Akatsuki, in the Hokage's office." The Third Hokage was handling political affairs. He showed no significant emotional fluctuations regarding tonight's extermination of the Uchiha clan. Everything had already been planned, and even if the Uchiha had some precautions, the losses would only affect Danzo's roots. It had nothing to do with him. He only needed to wrap things up with the Umbu. Urgent report. An Umbu member barged in without permission. The Third Hokage frowned, but did not reprimand the Umbu. Instead, he asked what happened. The Umbu member reported immediately, "Kakashi and the others who were monitoring Sasuke have gone missing. Sasuke's whereabouts are also unknown." The Third Hokage paused with his hand holding the pipe and asked gravely, "What about Naruto?" The Umbu replied, "Naruto is safe and currently at home." The Third Hokage felt a sense of relief and took a puff from his pipe. However, he was contemplating who had taken Sasuke. Was it Danzo or Itachi? If it was Danzo, there would be no problem. He could negotiate. If it was Itachi, things could get a bit complicated. Looking at the clock, it was already 10 o'clock at night, and the outside had long since darkened. If Itachi was going to act, it would likely be around this time. Increase the manpower. Keep an eye on the Uchiha territory, and report back immediately if anything happens. Yes. The bright moon hung high in the sky. Tonight's night seemed particularly quiet. Having made up his mind to bear everything, Itachi arrived at the entrance of the clan's territory. He put on his mask. In an instant, he was on top of the low wall. "Sasuke," Itachi murmured, then his gaze became resolute. He drew his knife and leaped down from the wall. Suddenly, from the shadows on both sides of the wall, 2 large nets were thrown. Whoosh! The nets, accompanied by a whistling wind, came crashing down on Itachi. Itachi's heart tightened. How could this be? The moment he was covered by the net, the caw of crows echoed. Itachi's entire body transformed into countless crows, scattering in the sky, and then morphing back into his form. But before Itachi could land, a flurry of shurikens flew out from the shadows. Itachi swung the weapon in his hand, continuously deflecting the shurikens, but still received 2 cuts on his shoulder. At this moment, a figure emerged from the shadows. Itachi, you have indeed betrayed the clan. Itachi landed on the ground, his expression unchanged. He was using the Meijiki Sharingan for reconnaissance, and the others in the clan were still unaware. Therefore, even though he was injured, he did not summon Susanoo. However, Itachi was somewhat surprised. He had expected it to be his father or the elder, but it turned out to be Chiyo. Chiyo and Shursui were contemporaries, and Itachi naturally knew him. After Chiyo's family suffered an incident, they gradually lost contact due to busy missions. He never expected it would be Senior Chiyo. Itachi's expression was cold, revealing nothing of his thoughts. Chiyo did not bring anyone else out, but faced Itachi alone, walking towards him while saying, "Are you going to become Konoha's accomplice and exterminate your own family?" Hearing Chiyo's question, Itachi's expression flickered. At this point, what significance does your question have, Senior Chiyo? Chiyo chuckled lightly. There's a type of person in this world who is easiest to deceive, and that is someone with an inflated ego. Just repeatedly tell them, thanks to you, you have a Hokage-like mindset. Then that person will arrogantly think that if they cannot solve a problem, no one else can. Itachi could certainly tell that Chiyo was talking about him. But now, he had completely lost himself, living in a hypocritical world. With Shursui's death, the burden known as peace was placed on Itachi's shoulders. But Itachi had no one to guide him. Under the repeated brainwashing of the Third Hokage, he could not accept the fact that he had already failed. He lied to others and lied to himself. He did not recognize the failure of being unable to save his clan and, under constant pressure, could only accept the mission to exterminate the Uchiha clan. The current Itachi could not be easily persuaded by a few words. He remained silent, not listening to Chiyo's words, but waiting for Chiyo to approach him. But Chiyo had the same thought. As a master of Jinjutsu, Itachi naturally wanted to use Jinjutsu to subdue Chiyo at the first opportunity. After all, even if there was some preparation under the power of the Meijiki Sharingan, Chiyo would definitely not be his opponent. A youthful scream echoed. Itachi was instantly distracted. That was Sasuke's voice. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at the shadows, where YK had thrown the unconscious Sasuke at his feet and stepped on him. In that instant, Chiyo did not even make eye contact with Itachi and directly entered Itachi's attack range. He slashed Itachi's weapon aside and aimed for Itachi's face. Itachi did not expect that Chiyo would bring Sasuke back right under Konoha's nose. Itachi was not as mature as he would be 8 years later. And seeing his beloved brother captured and his weapon disarmed, Chiyo's long knife was already at Itachi's face, and he could even feel the sting of his cheek being cut. Susanoo. Having just used the crow clone, Itachi could only summon Susanoo for defense. As the skeleton emerged, Chiyo's long knife was deflected away. Itachi wasted no time, and the giant hand of Susanoo reached out towards Chiyo. Chapter 9, Izanami Qian Yao's colors changed, and the cawing of crows echoed. As a member of the crow ninjutsu style, Qian Yao transformed into a sky full of crows in that instant. The crows in midair formed the upper half of Qian Yao's body. You have clearly let down Shurshui's expectations. Why won't you admit your failure? Itachi glanced at Sasuke out of the corner of his eye, and seeing that Yuji made no other moves, he felt relieved. He didn't respond to Qian Yao's words. Instead, with a slight movement of his eyes, blood tears flowed as he activated his eye technique. Amaterasu. Boom. Black flames instantly smashed down onto the crows. No matter where Qian Yao's true body was, it would be burned out. To his surprise, a black Susanoo appeared in midair, blocking Amaterasu from the outside. Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Itachi's eyes were filled with shock. He didn't expect that besides their father, Qian Yao also possessed the Kaleidoscope Sharingan. The moment Qian Yao landed, the Susanoo threw a punch at Itachi. While Itachi was shocked, the orange-red Susanoo also threw a punch back. The force of Qian Yao was so strong that the two Susanoos violently collided and shattered. Seeing Itachi silent and not answering his question, Qian Yao waved his hand. Don't want to answer? Yuji, kill Sasuke. Yes. Fourth elder. Yuji threw Sasuke to the ground and then stepped on him. A tender scream came. Itachi was momentarily dazed, as if he had seen this scene somewhere before. Qian Yao had already approached Itachi with a knife, and the long knife had cut across Itachi's face, causing him to feel the sting on his cheek once again. This time, Itachi did not use Susanoo, but instead turned his body, allowing Qian Yao's knife to slide past his face. He slapped the blade, knocking Qian Yao's weapon away. With a kick aimed at Qian Yao raised his arm to block and fell back. In an instant, Itachi formed hand seals, throwing shurikens while spitting out a fireball. Fire release. Phoenix fire technique. A large amount of flames accompanied the shurikens, shooting toward the defenseless Qian Yao. Qian Yao smirked, continuing to ask, "Sure, Shui used his death to buy 2 years of time. What have you done in those 2 years?" "You did nothing." Boom! A black Susanoo appeared, firmly blocking the Phoenix fire technique. There was a trace of barely noticeable panic in Itachi's eyes, but he still said nothing. "Don't want to answer, Yuji. Kill Sasuke." "Yes." Fourth Elder. The same scene appeared again. Yuji threw Sasuke to the ground and then stepped on him. A tender scream came. The next moment, Qian Yao's long knife once again pierced Itachi's cheek. In reality, Qian Yao had already sheathed his knife, and his left eye had turned gray. Izanami can record a scene of actions between oneself and the opponent, and then replay that same scene. The opponent trapped in the illusion will be imprisoned in the time between the first and second scenes in their memory, entering an infinite cycle. For Itachi to break free from Izanami's illusion, he must accept his original fate and sincerely repent. Otherwise, he will never awaken. Right now, Itachi stood there with his eyes closed like a wooden man, unmoving. Unless he faced his failure and no longer deceived himself. Realizing what was within his power and what was beyond it, he could not escape this cycle. There are many conditions to use the forbidden technique Izanami, and Itachi with the kaleidoscope Sharingan must be pulled into the cycle. It requires an equal sacrifice of another kaleidoscope Sharingan. Fortunately, this forbidden technique was opened by the Grand Elder. Otherwise, Qian Yao wouldn't have had time to learn it. Qian Yao waved to Yuji and Guanyu, and Yuji's group gathered around Qian Yao. Yuji, holding the unconscious Sasuke, asked Qian Yao with admiration, "Elder, what should we do next?" Itachi was resolved so easily, and Yuji's trust in Qian Yao naturally increased again. Qian Yao sat down, allowing Guanyu to change his eyes, which he got from Kakashi, to Obito's Kimui kaleidoscope. He replied, "I still need to deal with Itachi here. I should be able to successfully sway him. The Grand Elder is still with Fugaku. Go check the situation. If Fugaku and the Grand Elder come into conflict, report the situation here truthfully and have them stop first. The Grand Elder knows how to use Sasuke. Organize all the clansmen, ready to fight Danzo and his root personnel at any time. After handing Sasuke to the Grand Elder, keep an eye on the direction of Konoha. If the Third Hokage brings the Umbu over, immediately fire a blue signal flare." "Yes, Elder." Yuji carried Sasuke toward Fugaku's residence. Guanyu also replaced Qian Yao's eyes. Qian Yao closed his eyes. After resting for a few dozen minutes, his eyes would be usable again. In this world, changing eyes is the simplest of surgeries. On the battlefield, 13-year-old Noara Rin could switch eyes with Obito and Kakashi. Although Guanyu's medical ninjutsu wasn't particularly powerful, it was certainly much better than that of the young girl Rin. After knocking Kakashi down, Qian Yao directly took back the Uchiha clan's eyes. He had just used them as sacrifices for Izanami. In fact, Kakashi's eye had already synchronized with the kaleidoscope Sharingan back when Obito unlocked it. They just didn't know it. Now that this eye was wasted, Obito would never be able to gather both Kamui in his lifetime. Guanyu placed this Kamui eye into a bottle. "Elder, how should we handle this eye?" Qian Yao shook the bottle. "Just keep it for now. It might be useful later." Guanyu nodded, took out a sealing scroll, and carefully sealed it inside. Then he handed the scroll to Qian Yao. After Qian Yao took the scroll, he placed his hand on Itachi's head, who stood still with his eyes closed. His time was tight. He needed to quickly guide Itachi to recognize himself. After all, there had been a battle here. Although it didn't last long, the clan had patrol teams. Fugaku would soon receive news, and it was normal for the Grand Elder to have a falling out with him. The Uchiha's bargaining chips were still few, and there could be no slip-ups. Chapter 10, supporting the family. Qian Yao's long knife continuously pierced through Itachi's cheek. Itachi had also been trapped in this cycle, and his knowledge of this forbidden technique was limited. He had not learned it. The reason why forbidden techniques are called forbidden is that they come with a great cost and have very powerful effects. Qian Yao kept questioning Itachi. "Shursui has been dead for 2 years. Besides being brainwashed by the Third Hokage every day, what have you done? You are clearly just as proud and short-sighted as the other clan members. Aside from completing the Third Hokage's tasks, you have made no effort at all. Shimura Danzo, Tsubaki Kamachi, and Mito Gate and only need to intimidate you a bit, and Sarutobi Hiruzen can say some flattering words, and you will easily be deceived. With each of Qian Yao's repeated questions, Itachi remained silent. However, after dozens, even hundreds of cycles, Itachi could no longer maintain his composure. At this stage, I have no other method to ensure Sasuke's life. Qian Yao snorted coldly. Nonsense. What right do you have to decide the fate of the Uchiha clan? For Sasuke, should everyone else die? You still refuse to admit your failure, to acknowledge that you cannot fulfill Shirsue's last wish. Itachi's entire face twisted, and after hundreds of cycles, his mental state had collapsed. His contorted face broke into a wild laughter. As long as the Uchiha clan is destroyed, I will have successfully prevented the civil war. The strength of Konoha will not be weakened, and war will not occur. Ha! I will not fail. This bloody sin, I will bear it. Even Shirsue will understand me. Qian Yao looked at Itachi's twisted, smiling face and could naturally feel the madness within him. But even madness is useless, as this isn't a cycle of Izanami. After Itachi finished laughing, another new cycle began. You have already failed. Being trapped here means you cannot destroy the Uchiha. Shirsue asked you to protect the village in the name of the Uchiha. If all the Uchiha are dead, where will the Uchiha name come from? In the clan, there are you, Fugaku, and me, 3 strong users of the Mangekyo Sharingan. As long as we do not openly rebel, Konoha will not dare to confront us. Itachi endured over 100 cycles from initially falling into Izanami's silence to hysterical madness. Under Qian Yao's continuous brainwashing, he slowly calmed down from his manic state after hundreds of cycles. After more than 200 cycles, all the pressure in Itachi's heart was released, and Itachi's eyes also showed visible fatigue. No matter what he said or did, it would restart the cycle with Sasuke's youthful scream and Qian Yao cutting his cheek. Finally, at the start of the 474th cycle, when Sasuke let out a scream and Qian Yao once again cut his cheek, Itachi's legs went weak, and he knelt on the ground. Can we really coexist with the village? Itachi's eyes were vacant, and he uttered nearly incoherent words. Can the name of our Uchiha truly be passed down? In this world of constant cycling and fighting, physical exhaustion can reset, but mental exhaustion has dragged him down. Qian Yao sheathed his knife and placed a hand on Itachi's shoulder. Don't worry, I won't let Konoha exterminate the Uchiha. Shirsue's should not be protected by you alone. Itachi's eyes seemed to regain some light. Senior Qian Yao, you are right. I am a failure. My abilities alone are limited. Qian Yao spoke earnestly. No matter how powerful you become, do not bear everything alone. That is destined to fail. So, let me help you support this family. Saying this, Qian Yao extended a hand to Itachi. Itachi looked at Qian Yao and then grasped his hand. Crack! The sound was like glass shattering. The entire space broke apart, and in the next moment, Itachi finally broke free from the forbidden technique of Izanami. Standing before him was Qian Yao. At that moment, Qian Yao had just replaced his eyes, and they were closed. Itachi felt a pang of guilt, realizing that Senior Qian Yao had lost an eye because of him. Noticing Itachi's gaze, Qian Yao touched his eyes and slowly opened them. Don't worry, I did not sacrifice my own eye. Itachi noticed that Qian Yao's eyes were not grayish-white, which relieved him. However, Itachi quickly got back into the moment. Senior Qian Yao, I have another ally. Qian Yao raised a hand, signaling Itachi to stop. I know, that person who claims to be Uchiha Madara, I will deal with him. You need to go see Danzo immediately and say that our Uchiha clan is already on guard and has started internal strife. Then, at Fugaku's home. The elder had been talking with Fugaku for a long time. There were many ways to buy time. Of course, the elder used very legitimate reasons, discussing how to carry out a coup with the least casualties among the clan members. Although Fugaku dreamed of a bloodless revolution, he did not mention Itachi's role as a double agent. He had not even considered whether the Uchiha clan would be exterminated if Itachi sided with Konoha. Fugaku, Itachi, and even Sasuke shared the same temperament, stubborn and arrogant. They all rushed forward on the path of self-righteousness. But in the end, things completely deviated from their expectations. It was not a remedy, but rather a mistake that continued or a direct abandonment. Although from a family perspective, Fugaku's willingness to sacrifice himself was to protect Sasuke. As the clan leader, such an act of giving up without a fight was undoubtedly very ugly, shameful, and irresponsible. The mission of a clan leader is to lead the clan to strength. When faced with danger, one must fight to preserve the flame for the family. Fugaku, however, faced with the extermination of the clan, did not think to save more of his clansmen. He was only concerned with putting on a tragic act with Mikoto and Itachi. Other Uchiha clan members, thank you and your family. At the beginning of the conversation with the elder, Fugaku was very serious. However, as time passed, he became somewhat annoyed. He firmly believed that Itachi could control the higher-ups of Konoha at the right moment and successfully carry out a bloodless revolution. The elder's plans were somewhat alarmist. Their discussion had gone on for a long time. Fugaku pinched his brow. Elder, let's stop here for today. I feel the timing isn't quite right yet. The elder assessed the timing and indirectly suggested, indeed, things change at any moment. We can discuss this later. Saying this, he also stood up. The elder was also considered Fugaku's clan uncle by generation, so even though Fugaku was the clan leader, he stood up to see the elder off. Chapter 11. Tensions rising just as Qian Yao was forcing Itachi into a brainwashing with his Zanami, Obito, using Kamui, arrived at the police force's building. Since Shirsue's death, the Uchiha clan had gradually lost control over the police force. The village had reduced the number of police force members for various reasons and excuses. At that time, Itachi was also speaking on behalf of the village. Fugaku believed that Itachi's actions were a way to gain the village's trust and were a gradual concession. Now, aside from this police building, there were hardly any members left in the police force. At this moment, everything was silent, and when Obito arrived at the police force, the lights were still on. How many Sharingan could he obtain tonight? Obito chuckled lightly and quickly entered the police force building. However, upon entering, he found it completely empty. There were no people, not even a ghost. Where did the Uchiha people go? Obito was puzzled. According to the Uchiha's preparations, they shouldn't have launched a coup so quickly. After searching from top to bottom, he confirmed that the Uchiha people had indeed disappeared. Obito became somewhat alert. This time, Itachi invited him to exterminate the Uchiha clan, and he had considered whether it was a trap set for him. After all, Itachi's thought process in this matter was somewhat abnormal. In fact, it was Qian Yao who had revealed Obito's abilities to the clan members. After learning about Obito's abilities, Rin believed that in narrow or complex terrain, the clan members would easily suffer losses, so they cleared everyone out of the police building. Although the police force members were all on Fugaku's side, during this special time, Rin only needed to tell them that an enemy with space-time ninjutsu had infiltrated. These clan members weren't willing to gamble with their lives. Obito carefully circled around, and just as he was searching, he suddenly covered his eyes. His Kamui eyes suddenly trembled, as if it had been harmed. Obito's vision blurred for a moment before returning to normal. What's going on? Is something wrong with my eyes? Obito was uncertain whether this sudden feeling was an issue with his eyes. He hesitated for a moment. 2 years ago, he had already controlled Ki Yagura with his Mangeki Sharingan. In the Mist Village, he continued the previous generation's Blood Mist project. Now, the bloodline limits in the Mist Village had mostly been eradicated. As long as you had a bloodline limit, it was considered original sin. The Mist Village was in chaos, and only the perfect Jinchuriki, Ki Yagura, could suppress it. However, controlling Ki Yagura also required a significant amount of his ocular power. After feeling the unusual sensation in his eyes, Obito quickly sensed that Ki Yagura was still under his control, and he breathed a sigh of relief. However, as soon as Obito arrived at the square outside the police force building, things changed. Whoosh! As he prepared to leave and find Itachi, several signal flares and illumination flares shot directly into the sky. Bright lights illuminated the area near the police force, revealing Obito, who was wearing a tiger mask. In full view. Release. A large number of shurikens came flying towards Obito. Obito snorted coldly. It turned out to be a trap aimed at him. He casually walked through the rain of Uchiha's hidden weapons. All the shurikens and kunai passed through Obito's body and fell to the ground. The remaining members of the police force, who had been doubtful before, were shocked to find that everything Rin had said was true. All the shurikens passed through the enemy. The others did not dare to relax and began executing the previous combat plan. The task Rin received was to ensure the safety of the clan members first and to keep this enemy occupied. If the opponent wanted to leave, then let them go. They had already fired signal flares, and the elder, clan leader, and fourth elder had all received the message. Now, as long as they ensured that no clan members were harmed, that was enough. Rin recalled the information given by Elder Qian Yao, waved his hand, and 5 skilled Uchiha drew their weapons alongside him. Just as Rin fired the signal flare, Fugaku had just sent the elder to the door. Fugaku's expression changed when he saw the signal flares rising from the direction of the police force building. Suddenly, a pair of hands grabbed his shoulders, blocking his path. Fugaku, you should stay here. The elder's voice was low, but his gaze was sharp. Elder, what do you mean? Fugaku looked at his clan uncle in surprise. The elder waved his hand, and Shinb appeared nearby with some clan members. The clan members with Shinb had all been disarmed. They were the ones who patrolled at night and were direct subordinates of Fugaku. Clan leader, clan leader. Clan leader, we were attacked by Shinb. Clan leader, you must make this right for us. These clan members were all confused, not understanding why their fellow clansmen suddenly attacked them. Seeing Fugaku, they rushed to report. Elder, are you betraying the clan? Fugaku said coldly. Although the elder sometimes disagreed with him politically, he was absolutely loyal to the Uchiha clan. However, this scene left him completely unaware of what the elder was trying to do. Fugaku himself was a strong user of the Mangeki Sharingan, and although he wasn't too panicked, he just wanted to clarify the elder's intentions. The elder snapped coldly. Fugaku, do you know that your son, Itachi Uchiha, has betrayed the clan? He reported our impending coup to Konoha and has been ordered to exterminate our Uchiha clan tonight. Fugaku's face turned pale. Impossible. Itachi would never betray the clan. The elder's eyes burned with anger. Arrogant. Itachi has already passed the news of the clan's coup to Konoha, still dreaming of a bloodless revolution. All our clan members on recent missions have been ambushed by Root. Only Uchiha Yao returned alive today. If it weren't for Uchiha Yao bringing back the information day and night, our Uchiha clan would have been caught off guard and perished under Itachi's blade. Fugaku's face turned ashen. If this were true, he had seriously derelict his duty as clan leader. The news of the clan's coup was betrayed by his own son. His own son became a double agent, leading to his son defecting. Elder, are you telling the truth? Fugaku stared at this clan uncle who had worked hard for the Uchiha clan for half his life, wishing that his uncle was also deceived. But the elder only looked at him with disappointment. I ask you, have you made any contingency plans for Itachi betraying the clan? Fugaku was speechless with his arrogance. How could he have made such a plan? Otherwise, in the original timeline, he and Mikoto would not have been led to their deaths. The elder huffed heavily. I have now promoted Uchiha Yao to the position of fourth elder, responsible for commanding this battle. Fugaku, if you don't want our Uchiha clan to perish tonight, then behave yourself. Chapter 12. Opening the eye technique. Swish, swish, swish. At this moment, several figures descended, including YK, who was holding Sasuke. YK looked at the tense scene and exchanged a glance with the elder. He then reported loudly, Elder, the fourth elder has successfully defeated Uchiha Itachi, rescued Sasuke, and successfully turned Itachi to our side. The fourth elder has gone to the security team, building to eliminate Itachi and bring help to eradicate the clan. YK handed Sasuke to Mayumi and continued. The fourth elder has ordered that the elder and the clan leaders set aside their differences, organize the personnel, and be ready to respond to Danzo and the Root's attack at any time. Mayumi, already with her weapon drawn, held the unconscious Sasuke and fixed her gaze menacingly on Fugaku. Fugaku's complexion changed from pale to ashen. It was as if he had been slapped twice. Everything was true. His son had betrayed the clan and came with orders from Konoha to exterminate them. He had been completely unaware and unprepared. He couldn't bear to think how great the losses would have been without Uchiha and the elder's intervention. Although the elder was currently using Sasuke as a hostage, it was completely understandable. After all, at such a critical moment, if there were conflicting orders, the Uchiha clan would be finished. Therefore, the elder could not afford any unexpected developments. He was not worried about Sasuke's safety. As long as he did not oppose the elder, Sasuke would be fine. He just felt that as clan leader, he had been derelict in his duties and was quite embarrassed. Fugaku sighed deeply. Ankel, im sore. The elder's expression softened slightly. But there was no time for lengthy discussions. Most of the information tonight had been provided by Uchiha, who had laid out all the circumstances for him. Let us get through tonight first. We could discuss the rest later. Fugaku nodded. I understand. I will organize the personnel immediately. The elder huffed. Drag Yinha and Hiroki here. Let them see how dear Konoha plans to deal with us. Fugaku felt a bit awkward, but agreed, quickly heading off to organize the people. As for Sasuke, he could just let him sleep for a while. Yinha and Hiroki were the second elder and third elder, respectively. They were the biggest doves in the Uchiha clan, committed to peaceful coexistence with Konoha. Shursui was one of Yinha's men. However, after Shursui's death, in just 2 years, the Uchiha's power in the security team had greatly diminished. Most Uchiha clan members supported the coup, leaving the two elders to retire at home. Now, the elder dragging them out was not solely for the purpose of chastising them. After all, they still had some supporters. Making them recognize reality was necessary to unite more clansmen. Outside the security team building, about 30 Uchiha clan members, along with Rin and 5 others, had completely restrained Obito. Although Obito was wearing a mask, his face was ashen. Despite having Kamui, he could not attack at all. Rin and the others seemed to know his weaknesses perfectly. As soon as he showed any tendency to materialize, at least 2 clan members would aim for his brain, neck, or heart. After multiple attempts to attack were thwarted, Obito confirmed that his Kamui information had been leaked. Moreover, after the Uchiha signaled with a flare, it was clear that personnel were mobilizing within the Uchiha territory. Obito was completely confused about whether the Uchiha had staged a coup or if there were other plans. During this time, Rin and the 5 Uchiha members continuously swung their swords at him. Although they passed through him each time, they did not stop. His intangibility could only last for 5 minutes, and now over 2 minutes had already passed. Obito could not afford to be reckless any longer and directly burrowed into the ground. Rin raised a hand, and the 6 of them stood back to back. The other 30 or so clan members were also on high alert. A few minutes later, after ensuring that Obito had left, they relaxed slightly. However, Obito, who had burrowed underground, did not retreat directly. After leaving Rin's encirclement, he surfaced from the ground, heading toward the Uchiha territory. This time, he had gained nothing. Not only had he run a wasted trip, but he also had no idea why his information had been leaked. Obito couldn't swallow this humiliation, and if he left now, it would be difficult to return to the Uchiha for benefits in the future. Therefore, he prepared to see if he could find any isolated Uchiha clan members. He had to bring back some eyes at the very least. After arranging Itachi's departure, Uchiha hurried toward the security team building. On the way, he opened the panel for the bond star, and Itachi's name was already on it. Moreover, the bond value had directly hatched 3 stars. Uchiha clicked on them without hesitation. The first star, as expected, was part of Itachi's combat experience. The second star was part of Itachi's ocular power. When clicking on the third star, Uchiha felt a surge of excitement. When the third star opened, his heart raced. Ding! Uchiha Itachi level 3 bond has been unlocked. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Eye Technique, Amaterasu. Amaterasu? He could even unlock an Eye Technique. Uchiha suppressed his excitement. His own Eye Technique was not an attack-type technique and could not effectively harm Obito. But now with Amaterasu, he could see if there was a chance to take down Obito directly. When he arrived at the security team building, Obito had already started fighting with Rin and the others. Rin and the others coordinated well, giving Obito no opportunity to strike. However, conversely, since Obito had not materialized, Uchiha also found no opportunity to attack. After Obito retreated, Rin and the others did not pursue. However, Uchiha hid on the road between the security team and the clan territory. In fact, less than half of the Uchiha clan knew that something would happen that night. When the flare from the security team building was launched, those nearby began to converge toward the building. Not knowing about Obito's abilities, they were the most vulnerable individuals. The Elder and Fugaku had already made arrangements, and now with some time, Uchiha wanted to see if Obito would attack these people. Uchiha crouched on the treetop, blending into the shadows, his presence almost undetectable. He saw several clan members moving toward the security team after seeing the flare. However, from their appearance to their departure, Obito did not show up. Uchiha shrugged. It seemed he had guessed wrong. Suddenly, he turned his head to the right. It seemed there were sounds of fighting coming from that direction. Chapter 13. Experiment. A slender figure was approaching the guard team. This figure was Uchiha Izumi. Her face was filled with anxiety and confusion. Izumi came to the guard team to look for Chiaki or Itachi. She wanted to know why Itachi had betrayed the Uchiha clan. As Izumi advanced, she suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. She paused, then flipped backward away from her original position. Just then, 2 shurikens were embedded in the spot where she had stood. Izumi took a shuriken from her ninja tool pouch and threw it directly into the air. The target was the person in the tiger-striped mask who had just appeared. Obito let the shuriken pass through his body, clapping slowly. Good eyes. His praise was not without reason. Uchiha Izumi was only 12 or 13 years old, but already had a 3-tomo Sharingan. At such a young age, she was already a prodigy in the Uchiha clan. Perfect. He could harvest a pair of Sharingan now. Upon seeing that the opponent did not seem to be from Konoha, Izumi immediately guessed their identity. You're a helper Itachi called for? Obito detected the tone in Izumi's voice and found it interesting. Oh, it seems you have some connection with Itachi? Izumi pressed her lips together and said nothing, but her heart was filled with sadness. Itachi had truly betrayed the clan. In an instant, Izumi threw the shuriken from her hand and immediately tried to escape. However, how could Izumi possibly evade Obito's pursuit? Obito pulled out his usual chain and swung it out. Izumi couldn't dodge and was directly bound. Obito yanked hard, and Izumi was thrown heavily to the ground. Pain surged through her body, and remembering that this was a helper called by Itachi, her heart ached even more. "Help me, Itachi." Obito heard Izumi's cries and finally felt a sense of relief. "Huh. Itachi can't save you." He yanked again, and Izumi was violently pulled back. Just then, Amaterasu, boom, black flames smashed down onto Obito's head. Obito let out a hoarse scream, his own voice surprising him. Chiaki was not satisfied yet. Amaterasu engulfed Obito's entire body. Obito was terrified, realizing that there was a kaleidoscope Sharingan in the Uchiha clan. He endured the excruciating pain, and with the other 3 Tomo Sharingan, emitted a blinding red light. Izanagi. Obito vanished like a puff of smoke. Chiaki landed on the ground, continuing to search for Obito's location. He had forced Obito to use Izanagi. He wondered how long the time limit Obito had set was. Suddenly, a wave of chakra fluctuations appeared behind a tree. Chiaki leaped into the air, but when he turned, he only saw a corner of clothing disappearing. Oomph. Chiaki snorted coldly, running really fast. He held a deep grudge against Obito because the injury to Ruri was caused by the Ninetales incident back then. Setting aside other matters, just this one reason was enough for Obito to die. Chiaki had arrived just as Obito was about to act. When Obito was dragging Izumi, he was naturally in a physical state. At that moment, Amaterasu, being the fastest attack, was the perfect choice. Chiaki himself had plenty of chakra. His eyes were only slightly uncomfortable. Chiaki, Sr. Izumi had just been thrown and was dazed. She thought she was going to die, but unexpectedly, she was saved by Chiaki. Chiaki was a good friend of Shursui, so Izumi was naturally familiar with him. If it weren't for the fact that Chiaki needed to take on many missions to support his family after the Ninetales incident, their relationship could have been better. "You don't need to go to the guard team. Itachi is not there." Chiaki's voice was indifferent, sounding somewhat unfeeling. Izumi thought it was Itachi's betrayal of the clan that made Chiaki resent her, and she was hesitant to speak. But Chiaki had no such emotions, even towards Itachi. He felt no anger, because Chiaki had always believed that the victor is king and the process is merely a means to an end. As long as the goal is achieved, it is sufficient. His cold statement was merely because he was looking at the panel of the Bond Star. Although this thing was his cheat and foundation, it had no instruction manual, and he was unsure how to enhance the bond. Itachi had already hatched the 3rd Bond Star. Now the progress bar had basically not moved, and he was considering how to enhance the bond next. He evaluated Uchiha Izumi from head to toe, his gaze akin to that of examining meat. Izumi felt uneasy under Chiaki's gaze. While others did not know her relationship with Itachi, Chiaki was clear about it. She also did not know what Chiaki was planning. There were just some questions she dared not ask, and her heart was truly heavy. Chiaki-senpai, did Itachi really betray the clan? Chiaki had already decided to use Izumi as an experiment, so he could only sigh helplessly. Don't blame him. Itachi is also a victim of circumstance. Konoha made a deal with him. As long as he helps the village eliminate the Uchiha, they will spare you and Sasuke. Izumi was greatly shocked. With Sasuke? Chiaki pretended to be profound as he said, "The people he cares about most in the clan, aside from Fugaku and Mikoto, are you and Sasuke. Konoha will never spare Fugaku and Mikoto. Itachi can only bear the blame to protect your and Sasuke's lives." Izumi was still young, and so many things had happened tonight that she could easily be deceived by Chiaki. Her previous resentment towards Itachi was instantly swept away, and her heart was filled with endless emotion. She now wished she could fly to Itachi's side immediately. Chiaki, having lived 2 lives, easily saw that Izumi was now completely moved. Such matters should be left at that. Chiaki also had serious work to do. He said seriously, "However, after my persuasion, Itachi is preparing to rebel against Konoha with the entire clan. But the current situation is quite complicated. I still need to go support Itachi. You follow me for now, and we'll talk on the way." "Yes, Chiaki-senpai." Although Izumi had just faced a life-threatening situation, the thought of being able to support her beloved made her immediately follow behind Chiaki. Chiaki led Izumi as they moved toward the clan's area, quickly informing her, "Many people in the clan have reached the peak of their resistance against Konoha, but there's a high chance that our armed coup will fail. Therefore, we will not attack Konoha tonight. Rather, we will all deny any plans for a coup against the Uchiha. In this matter, Konoha has 3 forces, the Third Hokage and his Danzo leading the route, and a coalition formed by other ninja clans. Tonight, I will decide how to confront the enemy based on which foes appear. You don't say anything or ask anything. Don't think about what happened before. Our clan needs to unite tonight. You can gradually understand later. While Chiaki explained to Izumi, he also noticed the bond between him and Izumi was rapidly increasing. He only stopped explaining when Izumi's bond star reached a maximum of 2 stars. Izumi thought Chiaki was telling her because he trusted her, not knowing that Chiaki was purely doing it for the bond value. Chapter 14. Seizing the eyes at the same time. Danzo led over 70 root members to the outskirts of the Uchiha clan. However, the various traps set by Gyuin caused significant losses to the root members. Needle traps, explosive tag traps, bow and arrow traps. All sorts of traps emerged endlessly. This was a war of extermination, and the Uchiha had spared no expense. The explosive tags used were high-end items costing over 10,000 ryo each, while some other traps might leave survivors. Those caught in an explosive tag trap would basically be blown to pieces, with the continuous sounds of explosions and screams. The progress of Danzo and his group was severely restricted. Danzo's face turned pale. Every loss of an elite member pained him deeply. These were the foundation of his upcoming plans. With no other choice, Danzo had to slow down and began to gradually check for traps. At that moment, one of his subordinates suddenly reported, "Lord Danzo, Itachi Uchiha requests an audience. He says he has the latest information from a clan." Danzo was somewhat surprised. He had previously thought Itachi had defected, but now Itachi was returning alone with information, which was clearly not the case. "Let him come." Danzo waved his hand. With over 10 elite guards around him and his own Kodoa Mitsukami in hand, a single Itachi Uchiha wouldn't pose much of a threat. Itachi soon appeared and, as before, respectfully reported in front of Danzo. "Lord Danzo, due to Chiyo's sudden return, the Uchiha clan has become vigilant. There has been a dispute between Fugaku and the Elder. The clan is currently fighting for power and has already begun to descend into internal strife." Danzo's eyes shone with excitement. "Internal strife. Good. Itachi, you." Danzo was just about to assign a task to Itachi when, at the moment their eyes met, Itachi's 3-tomo Sharingan instantly transformed into its Mangeki state. Tsukuyami. In that instant, Itachi pulled Danzo's consciousness into the Tsukuyami world. In reality, as Itachi initiated Tsukuyami, before Danzo could scream, he waved his hands. One hand tore away Danzo's bandages, while the other directly gouged out Shirsue's eye. Itachi kicked Danzo and immediately launched himself outward. If it weren't for Chiyo's instructions to not kill Danzo at this time, Itachi would have easily dispatched him. "Ah!" Danzo finally screamed and fell to the ground. "You bastard! Lord Danzo! You dare to harm Lord Danzo! Kill!" There were indeed people around Danzo, but no one expected Itachi to openly attack him within the encirclement of over 10 people. Itachi's Tsukuyami had severely injured Danzo in an instant. Naturally, Danzo couldn't activate Kodoa Mitsukami under such circumstances. However, Itachi did waste 2 seconds when he took Shirsue's eye. As he flew out, for root members had already rushed at Itachi with their blades. Others further away threw shurikens at him. Although Itachi was still young and not as powerful as he would be in a few years, his ocular power was almost untouched. The power of the Uchiha god was being showcased for the first time. Susanoo. A massive amount of ocular power and chakra was released instantly. An orange-red skeletal figure appeared, deflecting all incoming attacks. With a sweeping motion of its gigantic arm, Itachi sent 2 root members flying backward. Itachi wasn't fond of fighting. While blocking the first wave of attacks, he threw down a smoke bomb. Crows cawed. A large flock of crows flew wildly from the smoke, completely disrupting the visibility of the root members. In the next moment, Itachi's figure reappeared from a distance. The root was a highly centralized department, with all power in Danzo's hands. Once Danzo fell, there was no one to command. Naturally, there were fewer people to pursue Itachi. Itachi easily escaped the encirclement. The Third Hokage and Danzo had a tacit understanding, so each had inserted their spies among the other's people. After Itachi gouged out Danzo's eye and escaped, the spies in the crowd also took advantage of the chaos to leave the scene and report to the Third Hokage. In the land of water, in the Mizuki's secret chamber, Kagaya Yagura had been controlled for many years, but he could still see and hear. He watched as his beloved Mist Village was ravaged to this extent. Countless bloodline limit families had been exterminated because of him. Kagaya Yagura felt his heart being torn apart. Seeing the Mist Village gradually descend into chaos and the land of water decline, along with it filled him with overwhelming guilt. However, He was powerless. Under Obito's manipulation, he couldn't act freely. He had always kept a low profile and avoided contact with those who had Byakugan, even if someone suspected Kagaya Yagura of having problems. They couldn't do anything because no one could defeat Kagaya Yagura. As for Obito being able to enslave him, it was because he had brought in pain and others. After severely injuring Kagaya Yagura, he was able to control him. The Mangeki Sharingan's ability to control tailed beasts was unquestionable. Obito had even controlled the 9 tails, let alone Kagaya Yagura and the 3 tails. However, tonight, Obito used his Anagi and had already died once. His control over Kagaya Yagura was naturally interrupted. Sensing the disappearance of the ocular power, Kagaya Yagura suddenly burst through the hidden secret chamber, letting out a furious roar. Damn Uchiha! The 3 tails Isabu had also been controlled by the Sharingan for so long. Accompanied by Kagaya Yagura's roar, a massive amount of tailed beast chakra surged into the sky. The entire Mist Village could feel this terrifying pressure. Meitarumi and many other Mist ninjas leaped toward Kagaya Yagura's location to investigate. Is Isabu rampaging? Everyone was in a panic. The Mist Village had already suffered enough turmoil. If the tailed beast rampaged in the village, they couldn't imagine the damage it would cause. However, when everyone arrived, they only saw Kagaya Yagura's calm expression. The tailed beast chakra erupting from his body was also retracted back into him. Although Kagaya Yagura's expression was calm, his eyes were filled with emptiness and pain. The village he loved the most was destroyed by himself. That kind of pain was worse than death for Kagaya Yagura. Kagaya Yagura finally appeared in public, and Meitarumi gave a glance to Ao beside her. Ao, with his single Byakugan, began to investigate, but the results surprised Ao greatly, and he shook his head at Meitarumi. Meitarumi frowned. How could this be? The 4th Mizukage should have been controlled. Seeing the arrival of Meitarumi and others, Kagaya Yagura slowly exhaled. All Jonin, come to the office for a meeting. I have important matters to announce. Chapter 15. Shock at the Hokage building. What? Itachi attacked Danzo and gouged out his eyes? He even managed to escape from Danzo's encirclement? Hearing the report from the spy lurking beside Danzo, the 3rd Hokage nearly dropped his pipe. The spy whispered, yes, Uchiha Itachi also possesses the Mangeki Sharingan. He used a Susanoo just like Shui, but its color is orange-red. The 3rd Hokage's expression darkened upon hearing this. He had allowed Danzo to eliminate the Uchiha clan for several reasons. One of them was that Shusui's other eye was missing and likely confiscated by the Uchiha clan. It was unnecessary to mention how terrifying the Kodoame Tsukumi was. Letting Danzo handle such matters was the best course of action. Additionally, the 3rd Hokage believed that even if the Uchiha clan put up resistance, they could be completely wiped out, especially with Itachi, a powerful Uchiha, having defected to Konoha. Ninjas are typically high attack, fragile, with an insider. A decapitation operation could be executed at any time. The Uchiha had no chance of winning. Dealing with such an arrogant and proud genius like Itachi was incredibly easy. As long as he praised such a genius in a few occasions, the other party would quickly lose themselves. For the 3rd Hokage, a competent politician, this was merely a matter of talking. It was nothing serious. He then brought Itachi into the Umbu, making it even easier to brainwash him. Fugaku, who shared the common Uchiha flaw, arrogantly believed that Itachi would never betray the clan, thus making him an undercover spy in Konoha. Fugaku's foolishness lay in the fact that, for nearly 2 years after Shusui's death, he had hardly communicated with Itachi. He had no idea about Itachi's state of mind, but still arrogantly assumed Itachi was on the side of the clan. The 3rd Hokage issued missions to Itachi daily, brainwashing him day and night. He had a few other elder advisors play the role of the bad cop to pressure Itachi, while he played the good cop, saying some grandiloquent words. This way, Itachi could infinitely trust the 3rd Hokage, even if the 3rd Hokage was merely talking. When Itachi reported which members of the police force were more radical, the 3rd Hokage would find reasons to dismiss them. When Itachi reported that the police force was gathering and could easily stage a coup, the 3rd Hokage would find reasons to divide them. Thus, Itachi was completely manipulated by the 3rd Hokage from start to finish. The 3rd Hokage could annihilate a clan just by moving his lips. This is the terror of politics. Moreover, Itachi was trapped in an information cocoon and could not clearly perceive all of this. It was only years after his defection, as his perspective gradually broadened, that he realized how foolish he had been. However, by then, it was too late. Itachi was overwhelmed by immense mental pressure. The psychological strain manifested in his body. And the Mangeki was something that heavily taxed the body, leading to Itachi's premature death at a young age. During this period, Itachi would definitely not be rational. However, the third Hokage did not anticipate that the Uchiha also had his Zanami, a forced brainwashing technique. With his mind clouded, he remained stuck in the cycle. All he knew now was that Itachi had suddenly turned against him, and Itachi was also a powerful wielder of the Mangeki Sharingan. The third Hokage was now in a dilemma. He had some understanding of the Mangeki Sharingan. Unless he had a matching level of combat power, he could only resort to sacrificing lives. The Uchiha clan must have already prepared for a desperate fight. If they acted now, they would undoubtedly suffer heavy losses. The third Hokage irritably took a puff from his pipe. What is Danzo's current condition? The spy dressed as a root member replied, when I left. It was preliminarily diagnosed that Danzo suffered severe mental trauma, and his body also had other issues. You must understand that Kakashi, in his prime condition, was laid up for a week after being hit by a Tsukuyomi. Danzo is now over 60 years old, and his body and mind are naturally his weaknesses. Moreover, the modification of his would-release arm is also unstable. It is uncertain how long it will take for him to wake up. Although the third Hokage did not know about Tsukuyomi, he realized that Danzo could not be relied upon for a while. Quickly summoned Kotetsu and Mito. At the entrance of the Uchiha clan's territory, a crowd had gathered. Many were dragged out of their sleep. However, the Uchiha clan still had their foundation. Upon hearing of the impending battle, they quickly donned their combat attire and stepped outside. In front of the clan stood Fugaku, the elder, the second elder, and the third elder. The elder's gaze was sharp as he patiently waited. The second and third elders looked very grim. Previously, they had been committed to coexisting peacefully with Konoha. Now Danzo had issued the order to exterminate the Uchiha, and members of Root had already infiltrated the outskirts of their territory. This feeling was akin to being slapped dozens of times across the face. The more they learned, the more horrified they became. They had not expected the Uchiha clan to be in such a dangerous situation. With the sound of footsteps, Itachi returned alone. He landed at the front of the group. Suddenly, shouts of anger erupted. Uchiha, Itachi, you dare betray the clan. Uchiha Itachi, you traitor. Itachi looked somewhat dazed and exhausted. With blood around his eyes, he seemed not to hear the surrounding voices. He simply glanced at Fugaku and then stood beside the elder. Fugaku's face showed a hint of a bitter smile. He could not absolve himself of the blame for things turning out this way. The elder's authoritative gaze turned to the clansmen. They all fell silent. As the most hardline hawk among the elders, she had earned his position through many battles. Although his hair was white, his body was robust, and clad in battle attire, he exuded a murderous aura, commanding great presence. The elder did not speak, and others also remained quiet, not daring to utter a word. The wait was not long before Chiya descended with Izumi. All eyes turned to him. Chiya pushed Izumi into Itachi's arms, saying, "You weren't threatened by Konoha. Sasuke saved you, and I rescued Izumi too." Itachi was momentarily taken aback, and Izumi had already leaped into his embrace like a fledgling swallow. Overwhelmed by emotions of grievance, fear, and gratitude, Izumi was in tears. Itachi what? Itachi's body stiffened for a moment as he looked at Chiya. Chiya merely gave him a look that said, "You handle it." At this moment, Itachi said nothing. He simply held Izumi tightly. Chiya noticed Itachi's bond value continuing to rise and felt a sense of certainty. It seemed to be working. He glanced at Fugaku, who was essentially just occupying space, and stepped to the front of the group to speak. "Tonight, we Uchiha are not staging a coup. We are merely retaliating against the invasion by Danzo and the Root members. Do you understand?" The Uchiha, now in battle mode, though their IQ had not increased, still possessed basic ninja qualities. They understood, even if they did not grasp the reason behind it. They knew that listening at this moment was all that mattered. Chapter 16, 3 Kaleidoscopes. The purpose of our battle this time is to hunt down the Root members, not to attack Konoha. I, Itachi, and the clan leader will take the lead, using our Susanoo to sweep away all the Root members. Except for the elder. Everyone else below looked shocked, and even murmured among themselves. Everyone understood Qian Yao's words. Their clan leader, the clan leader's son, and the fourth elder were all masters of the Mangeki Sharingan. Fujitake was somewhat surprised that Qian Yao was a Mangeki. Itachi was also surprised that Qian Yao knew that his father was also a Mangeki Sharingan user. However, Qian Yao did not provide much explanation, but made a tactical gesture and took the lead to leave. Itachi loosened his grip on Izumi and whispered to her, "Stay towards the back of the team. Izumi knew Itachi had important matters to attend to and could only remind him, "Be careful, Itachi." Itachi nodded slightly and then caught up with Qian Yao. The elder coldly stared at Fujitake, who clenched his teeth and followed Qian Yao. The elder made a gesture with his hand, leading over 100 people to follow closely behind. In the Hokage's office, Tsunade and Midogate-in quickly arrived at the office. Time was pressing, and the Umbu had already informed them of what had happened on the way. Hizashi, how did Itachi turn against the Uchiha? Tsunade, who had previously been one of the upper echelons brainwashing Itachi, asked. She had thought that even if Itachi couldn't kill most of the Uchiha, he could at least kill some high-ranking members to cause chaos within the Uchiha clan. With Danzo's massive root organization, exterminating the Uchiha clan should have been easy. She didn't expect things to turn out this way. The third Hokage had a serious expression. This is not the time to discuss that. We don't know what the Uchiha clan wants to do right now. Tsunade snorted. Needless to say, Itachi has returned to the clan and even attacked Danzo. It's obviously a coup. The third Hokage glanced at Midogate-in, who hesitated. The Uchiha probably wouldn't dare to attack. The third Hokage tapped his pipe. I've already dispatched a large number of people to monitor the movements of the Uchiha clan. You should also organize your respective teams. I will notify the other ninja clans. Midogate-in and Tsunade had no choice but to leave and organize their teams. The third Hokage instructed the Umbu. Send a message to Jiraiya immediately and have him come back right away. Yes. The Umbu disappeared immediately. The third Hokage took a puff from his pipe, secretly pondering. I wonder if we can hold out until today. Outside the Uchiha clan's territory, boom. What is this? Retreat quickly. 3 Susanoo in orange, black, and purple-black charged to the front. Only a few people from Root had seen Shursue's Susanoo. The others had never seen such a bulldozer. Blades couldn't cut through, and ninjutsu couldn't penetrate. Even the bone armor form of Susanoo would be smashed to bits by a punch. The bloody mess was unrecognizable. Such an impressive thing. There are 3 of them. The already disorganized Root was utterly collapsing, retreating wildly towards Konoha. Qian Yao and the others had actually killed over a dozen people with Susanoo. However, the scene was too shocking. The Uchiha clan members behind were all shouting, charging towards the Root with great momentum. Although there were about 70 or 80 Root members, they had no resistance against the more than 100 Uchiha coming at them. They were leaving a trail of corpses behind as they fled. Fujitake had already activated his Mangeki Sharingan, but he had hardly used it in front of others over the years. This was his first exhilarating battle, and seeing his clan members so spirited made Fujitake's long silent heart stir. We have 3 Mangeki Sharingan, could it be? Qian Yao's gaze was calm. He wasn't as hot-headed as Fujitake. This one-sided scene was already part of his plan, using Susanoo as the vanguard to crush the enemy's morale and boost his side spirits, taking down some aimless Root members. It would be embarrassing not to be able to say they were Uchiha. Moreover, he had no intention of directly turning against Konoha. Although Itachi was also following his orders to pursue the Root members with Susanoo, Itachi still didn't want to go to war with Konoha at his core. While one side chased and the other fled, the Root, after leaving behind over 40 corpses, finally saw the personnel organized by the third Hokage. Qian Yao raised both hands, signaling to stop the pursuit. Fujitake and Itachi also stopped beside him. The clan members behind gradually came to a halt, most of them displaying faces filled with bloodlust. For over 100 Uchiha combatants, 70 or 80 Root members were simply not enough for them to kill. They still wanted to fight and kill more. The battle intent on everyone's faces was too obvious, causing a stir on the Konoha side as well. The elder stepped forward and made a stopping gesture. The clan members calmed down somewhat, with many taking the time to recover their strength. However, all the activated clan members kept their Sharingan on, their red eyes fixed on Konoha. Qian Yao-senpai? Itachi asked Qian Yao. Qian Yao turned his head and saw the hesitation and worry in Itachi's eyes. He patted Itachi's shoulder. Don't worry. I haven't lied to you. Itachi felt slightly relieved. Qian Yao glanced at Fujitake, who seemed restless. Elder, come here for a moment. Upon hearing Qian Yao's call, the elder strode forward. Qian Yao lowered his voice and said to Itachi and the elder, you need to say this later. The elder needs to cooperate like this. He laid out his plan to everyone, and the elder's eyes flickered with contemplation after hearing it. Fujitake frowned and asked, Qian Yao, doesn't this give Konoha more time to prepare? Qian Yao shook his head slightly. I'm quite clear-headed, but I'll tell you the follow-up plan later. Fujitake wanted to say something, but upon seeing the elder's stern gaze, he immediately fell silent. The command for tonight was Qian Yao's. Whatever Qian Yao arranged, he had to follow. Sasuke's life was in the elder's hands. The elder immediately agreed. I'll follow your lead, Qian Yao. The Uchiha clan's territory had long been moved to the outskirts of Konoha. They were now a street's distance away from Konoha. Although it was unclear why the Uchiha had stopped, the Third Hokage was happy to buy some more time. At the very least, they needed to wait for the elites from the other ninja clans to arrive. The combat strength of the Uchiha clan was terrifying. If they didn't pull more people into the mix, his direct descendants would suffer heavy losses. Especially since the recently returned root members brought new information, Mangeki Sharingan. The Uchiha had 3. Itachi, Fujitake, and Qian Yao all had them. Chapter 17. Seeking Justice in Konoha Village. As a large number of footsteps echoed, members from various major ninja clans, including the Uchiha, Nara, Akimichi, and Yamanaka clans, arrived. Hizashi, Kakazu, Shikaku, and others stood behind the Third Hokage. Everyone's expressions were grim. They were all too aware of the Uchiha's combat power. After tonight, who knows how many would remain here forever. They all looked towards the Third Hokage, waiting for his orders. The Third Hokage was trying to gather as many people as possible to eliminate the Uchiha clan in one fell swoop. Meanwhile, Chiaki was reviewing the plan with Itachi and the Elder while waiting for the Konoha side to complete their assembly. When most of the major ninja clans had gathered, Chiaki exchanged glances with the Elder. The Elder nodded and led Chiaki, Fugaku, and Itachi to the center of the street. With a strong voice, he shouted towards Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen, step forward. The Third Hokage and the Elder were contemporaries, having fought on the battlefield together. However, directly calling out the Third Hokage's name showed that the approach was hostile. There was a slight commotion among the Konoha crowd as the Third Hokage stepped forward with Tsunade, Mito, Hizashi, and Shikaku. Uchiha Suho, is your Uchiha clan openly attacking Danzo and pursuing members of Root to rebel against the village? The Third Hokage asked in a deep voice, directly accusing them of treason. However, the Elder did not fall into the trap of self-justification. Instead, he shouted angrily, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo ordered the extermination of our Uchiha clan, attempting to control the Nine Tails and seize power. Are you aware of this? At this moment, Itachi coldly stared at Sarutobi Hiruzen and the 2 Elder advisors, observing their reactions. The Third Hokage had to play the peacemaker in front of Itachi, and he couldn't admit to giving the orders in front of the other clan leaders. However, if he claimed ignorance, he would fall right into Chiaki's trap. Tsunade, who often worked with the Third Hokage, knew that he would struggle to answer this question and immediately pressed. Nonsense. It was Uchiha Itachi who reported that someone among you harbored thoughts of rebellion, which prompted Danzo to come investigate. The Elder remained silent and gave Itachi a signal. Itachi stepped forward and addressed the Konoha side. Our Uchiha clan has no intentions of coup. It was purely Danzo who wanted me to say this. His goal is to obtain our Sharingan and control the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki to become Hokage himself. Hizashi and the others exchanged glances, uncertainty clouding their expressions. The situation was developing in a direction they had not anticipated, but they remained silent, waiting for the next move. The expressions of the Third Hokage, Mito, and Tsunade were grim. They all knew that Itachi was completely lying, as the Uchiha did indeed have intentions of a coup. But Danzo was the Third Hokage's right-hand man, and at this time, they had to protect him. Mito coldly said, Do you think you can smear the Hokage's advisor based solely on your word? Itachi, however, calmly replied, Aren't you all curious why I attacked Danzo? Aside from the Third Hokage and a few others, the other ninja clan representatives looked on with curiosity. Without waiting for others to ask, Itachi answered directly, because Danzo took Shursue's Mangeki Sharingan 2 years ago and implanted it in his own eyes. He has been bandaging his eyes for years to cover up the Mangeki Sharingan he stole. Itachi's voice was loud enough for everyone from Konoha's various ninja clans to hear clearly. Everyone was in an uproar. The leadership of a village actually plotted to seize a bloodline limit from within the village. This was a matter of life and death. Tsunade quickly adapted and calmly spoke. Itachi, Danzo's eyes have already been removed. What evidence do you have that what you took was Shursue's eyes? Itachi closed his mouth, seemingly aware that Konoha would use such arguments. The elder Uchiha Suho stepped forward and firmly stated, Sarutobi Hiruzen, what Itachi just said is a statement of fact. Whether you believe it or not, our Uchiha clan has no time to play word games with you. If Konoha's higher-ups want our Uchiha clan Sharingan, then we are prepared to fight to the death. Behind them, Fugaku, Itachi, and Chiaki simultaneously activated their Susanoo. A massive chakra storm swept across the area, causing everyone's hearts to race. Many could not help but draw their weapons. However, the leaders of the various ninja clans exchanged glances, their eyes devoid of any fighting spirit. After all, the Uchiha's display did not seem fake. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face turned ashen. What was being said directly divided the Hokage faction from the other ninja clans. Moreover, they were unable to handle 3 Mangeki Sharingan users. The third Hokage said in a deep voice, "Uchiha Suho, I need time to investigate this matter." The elder's face revealed a look of disdain, seemingly aware that the third Hokage would back down. Itachi then added, "There's also physical evidence on Danzo. Not only is his right eye Sharingan, but there's also a Sharingan from our Uchiha clan on his bandaged arm. Danzo's would release arm must be suppressed by a Sharingan. Unless his arm is completely removed, those Sharingan cannot be taken off." However, this matter alone had little to do with others. The representatives from the other ninja clans were all ears. The third Hokage's heart skipped a beat, unsure of what Itachi wanted to say next. But at this moment, he could not stop him. What does this mean? The elder signaled Itachi again, and Itachi continued. Danzo intends to destroy our Uchiha clan, so he found a helper. This person is not from our Uchiha clan, but he possesses a Mangeki Sharingan. He is skilled in space-time ninjutsu and can freely enter and exit the village's barrier. The QB incident back then was instigated by Danzo and this person. Everyone's expressions were shocked, and the various ninja clans could not sit still. The previous matters had little to do with them, but the QB incident resulted in countless casualties among the ninja clans, even leading to the death of the fourth Hokage. The QB incident could be said to be the key turning point for Konoha's decline. This matter involved the entire Konoha. Shikaku, as the strategist of Konoha, also asked in a deep voice, "Itachi, do you have any evidence?" Itachi replied expressionlessly, "Danzo's ambition for the Hokage position is known to everyone present. The fourth Hokage was young and strong. Without the QB incident, Danzo would never have had a chance to become Hokage, even until he aged. During the QB incident, our Uchiha clan was ordered to escort civilians to evacuate. However, afterward, Danzo ordered people to spread the word that our Uchiha clan had done nothing, using this to suppress us." Chapter 18. The dominant Uchiha, after he attacked Shursui and obtained Shursui's Mangeki Sharingan. He repeatedly requested the third Hokage to hand over the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki for him to guard. With the Mangeki, he could already control the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Danzo ordered the extermination of our Uchiha clan because the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, controlled by the Sharingan, could only be freed by another Mangeki Sharingan. After hearing these words, Jik frowned in thought. These were all indirect evidence without direct proof. Although Qian Yao knew that Obito was behind the Nine-Tails disturbance, since Danzo could frame the Uchiha could also turn around and frame him. Danzo, as the one doing dirty work for the third Hokage, was undoubtedly dirty, and he couldn't clean himself up. It was certain that the blame would fall on Danzo. Qian Yao was just stirring the waters to lay the groundwork for future events. After Itachi finished speaking, Qian Yao stepped forward. "Recently, our Uchiha clan's members who went out on missions had not returned. If it weren't for my breakthrough, I wouldn't have come back either." He directly opened a storage scroll and took out 3 heads and dismembered bodies. The way they were dressed, the third Hokage would recognize them. Qian Yao had already paraded the heads around the village during the day. Everyone knew what was going on. The elder's eyes narrowed as he glared at the third Hokage. "Hiruzen Sarutobi, did you order Danzo's men to ambush our Uchiha clan?" The third Hokage's brow twitched. Although it was he who had suggested that Danzo do such dirty work, he certainly couldn't admit it at this moment. So he replied firmly, "Absolutely not. This matter has nothing to do with me." Uchiha, she smirked. "So what's the problem with us taking back our Sharingan? What's the problem with hunting down the root members who came to invade us?" "Hiruzen Sarutobi, are you going to favor Danzo?" Hiruzen Sarutobi's brow twitched violently. The persona he had cultivated over the years was now becoming a reason to hinder him. "Uchiha, after all, Danzo was the Hokage's aide. Even if there were problems, you shouldn't make decisions on your own. Any issues should have been communicated to me in advance." Uchiha, she gave the third Hokage a contemptuous look. "I don't believe you." The third Hokage was caught off guard, and the leaders of the other clans around them wore strange expressions, unsure of what to think. Although Danzo was disliked by other clans, no one was clear on exactly what he had done. While the Uchiha were criticizing Danzo, everyone knew that Danzo and the third Hokage were in cahoots. In other words, the Uchiha were essentially pointing at Danzo and cursing the third Hokage. Moreover, the display of 3 Meijiki Sharingan was clearly the beginning of a strong resistance. The elder, not satisfied, continued to provoke. You leaders of Konoha are all useless. Apart from exploiting us ninjas, what else are you good for? If the root wants a genius from a clan, they just take it. The Yamanaka and Inuzuka clans turn pale. Yunin casually sends someone to their death. And Konoha not only doesn't protect its villagers, but also demands the clan leaders pay with their lives. The Hisashi clan also look grim. If you covet our bloodline limit, we have to offer it up willingly or else face extermination. All ninjas should think about it. Is Konoha worth following like this? The third Hokage, Tsunade, and Mito Gate's flames all turned pale with anger. No wonder the Uchiha wanted to rally the ninja clans. It turned out the aim was to divide Konoha and the ninja clans. Enough. Uchihashi, the third Hokage, angrily huffed. I will investigate what Danzo has done thoroughly, and I will give you a satisfactory explanation. However, today, your people must return to your clan's territory. Uchiha, she let out a deep laugh, his tone filled with sarcasm. I don't think you'll uncover anything. After all, once you investigate, Danzo will definitely be innocent. He won't have a Sharingan on that arm. Or, in a few days, Danzo will die for various reasons, and you can claim there's no evidence, right? I can even help you write the script. You just have to read it. Uchiha once again put pressure on the third Hokage, not to mention that Danzo was not in any life-threatening danger. Even if he were, Konoha couldn't allow Danzo to die. Uchiha changed his tone. However, for the sake of the other ninja clans, I'll give you time to investigate. During this time, you better not pull any tricks on us. Saying this, she waved his hand, and from the Uchiha crowd, YK and others brought 3 people to the front. It was none other than Kakashi, who had his Sharingan removed, along with 2 other Umbu. Our Uchiha clan's young clan leader, Sasuke, won't require Konoha's protection. You can go protect the heirs of the other clans. The other clans exchanged glances, realizing that Konoha was also monitoring the sons of other clan leaders. Uchiha, she kicked Kakashi at his feet. Our Uchiha's eyes. We will reclaim them all. We know exactly how many Danzo has stolen. Our Uchiha clan is always ready to take back the Sharingan from Danzo. We are also ready to go to war with you, until the last drop of blood is shed. She slammed his hand on his long knife, his words resolute. The third Hokage's face was extremely ugly. He was being dominated by the Uchiha clan and dared not resist at all. He could only watch as Uchiha, she led Qian Yao and others back into the Uchiha crowd. The elder led all the clansmen to slowly withdraw. In this situation, the personnel of the Umbu were limited. Not to mention that Konoha and the Uchiha were at odds. Other ninja clans wouldn't help. After heavy losses, other ninja villages would find it impossible to fend off an invasion of Konoha. Konoha simply couldn't afford the cost of a conflict with the Uchiha clan. Many of the issues raised by the Uchiha had always existed in Konoha. However, under mutual compromises among all the ninja clans, they had endured. Now, the Uchiha clan had detonated all of these issues. But most critically, the Uchiha had united as one, revealing their sharpest fangs. 3 pairs of Meijiki Sharingan. The Uchiha was also warning the other ninja clans that if they wanted to be used as pawns, they should consider whether they could bear the cost, and whether Konoha was worth their loyalty. After the Uchiha clan left, the third Hokage waved his hand. Thank you all for your hard work. I will start investigating Danzo's matters. Everyone, please disperse. The expressions of the various ninja clans were varied, and they all said a few polite words before dispersing. The Umbu personnel also dragged Kakashi and the others back. After a brief examination, they reported to the third Hokage, Lord Hokage, they are not injured. Only Kakashi's Sharingan was taken. The third Hokage calmly waved his hand, signaling that he understood. The Uchiha had somehow managed to turn Itachi back. Moreover, they had also obtained Shursue's Meijiki Sharingan. The other ninja clans had effectively been threatened in a double-edged manner. As things shifted, the Hokage's faction was now in a precarious position. Aside from bringing Jiraiya back, the third Hokage was also considering whether to use his trump cards. Chapter 19, Mental Deficiency in the Kamui Space. After escaping here, Obito finally breathed a sigh of relief. He nearly lost his life. The Kamui Space was his eternal refuge. As long as he returned here, his heart could settle down. He removed his mask, and the spare Meijiki Sharingan had already turned gray and completely useless. Obito sat on the stone platform with an inexplicable expression, pondering. Why would the Uchiha clan know about his Kamui weakness? Was this trap set specifically by Itachi, Uchiha? Whose Amaterasu was it? That person wasn't Itachi. When Obito was engulfed by Amaterasu, he didn't have time to discern who the attacker was. He He only caught a glimpse of Qiao's appearance. Amaterasu, this kaleidoscope ocular technique, had appeared multiple times in the Uchiha clan's history. Obito wasn't completely ignorant of this technique. However, with Itachi likely being a user of the Mangeki, another Mangeki user had emerged. Crucially, the opponent knew he would materialize during his attack. This directly cut off any idea Obito had of treating the Uchiha as his backyard. The Uchiha didn't have a treasury, and wandering around now would be a loss. After all, if he faced Amaterasu again, he would die. He just didn't know if the Uchiha clan would clash with Konoha tonight. These uncertainties left Obito feeling very passive. Besides this, there was one crucial issue. The Three-Tails Jinchuriki, Yagura, had broken free from his control. This meant that the Land of Water could no longer supply the Akatsuki with money and resources. Previously, Obito had managed to collaborate adequately with Nagato and Konan because of these resources. But now that these resources were gone, changes were likely to occur in the future. Moreover, he wasn't sure what Yagura would do next. However, since the Mist Village was relatively far away, he decided to first check the situation in Konoha. After making up his mind, Obito quickly moved within the Kamui space. In any case, he had to go back and replace his Sharingan first. However, there weren't many Sharingans left. Uchiha clan grounds. After the retreating elder, Qian Yao, Fugaku, and others settled the clan members, they called a meeting with all the leadership. This included Itachi, Megumi, Kihon, Yusukure, and Rin. The second elder, third elder, and their supporters, Seiji, Tamahisa, Fugaku supporters, Waifuku, and Ryoji, among others. These were the current high-ranking members of the Uchiha clan. Aside from the three elders, most were young people. The Uchiha obtained power through strength, resulting in a very high casualty rate. The elder positions were essentially earned through combat. However, the second and third elders had sustained severe injuries and had already withdrawn from combat. The casualties among the Uchiha during the Ninja World Wars had also led the two elders to advocate for peaceful coexistence with Konoha. Although they achieved a complete victory in this battle against the Rude organization, there were virtually no casualties within the clan. This also made the two elders aware that Konoha's desire to eliminate the Uchiha clan was still alive. Elder Uchiha SKO criticized Konoha harshly and upon returning, took the opportunity to reprimand the two elders while Fugaku was arranging for the other clan members to return. Now, the second and third elders dared not utter a word. Qian Yao, you speak, the elder said, passing the floor to Qian Yao. Although Qian Yao had the face of a 17-year-old, in the ninja world, strength spoke louder than age. Although we Uchiha have survived this calamity, it is just the beginning. He didn't make any opening remarks and began speaking directly. Although I have divided Konoha's upper management from other ninja clans, preventing the other clans from becoming Konoha's henchmen, the strength of the Third Hokage is not as simple as just the Umbu of Konoha. This was also why I didn't take this opportunity to initiate a coup. Everyone's expressions changed slightly, and Fugaku asked, Qian Yao, do you mean the Third Hokage has hidden strength? Qian Yao nodded. Everyone knows that the Fourth Hokage and his wife died in battle, and the Third Hokage took their inheritance. Noticing that everyone seemed to take it lightly, Qian Yao added, most of you don't know how substantial the Fourth Hokage's wife's inheritance is. Kushina inherited all of Uzumaki Mido's wealth. Conservatively estimated, it spans several streets. This wealth is enough for Sarutobi to train thousands of ninjas. Qian Yao cautiously stated this figure, but in fact a decade after the original timeline. During the Fourth Ninja World War, there were a full 3,000 Sarutobi troops. Although it was 10 years earlier now, the numbers were likely still considerable. The people present gasped. The Uchiha clan had over 1,000 members, including ordinary people. The combat-capable members had suffered heavy losses due to years of warfare. After the Third War, there were only over 400 left, and less than 100 had awakened their Sharingan. If what Qian Yao said was true, Konoha wouldn't be easy to conquer. However, everyone was curious about where Qian Yao's information came from. But Qian Yao didn't explain. Instead, he turned to Fugaku and said, the clan leader's wife has some connections with Kushina. Perhaps she knows some specifics. Fugaku paused. He hadn't thought of that. I understand. I will confirm this with Mikoto. Qian Yao continued. The reason we Uchiha have never gained an advantage in political struggles is that most people have misconceptions about the Third Hokage. He pointed at Itachi. Itachi, you have served in the Umbu for quite some time. Tell me, will the Third Hokage know of any movements in Konoha? Itachi replied calmly. Every day, the clan members' whereabouts and actions are known to the Umbu. As long as they leave the clan grounds, the Umbu can investigate anything happening in Konoha clearly. Qi Yao pressed his hands down. What I'm emphasizing is not how severely our clan members are monitored, but that the Umbu's surveillance covers all of Konoha. In this context, anything Danzo does is tacitly approved by the Third Hokage. In fact, for many matters that the Third Hokage cannot handle directly, he lets Danzo take care of them. Danzo is the one who does the dirty work. What Qi Yao said was known to the high-ranking members of other ninja clans. However, they were Uchiha, and just their surname seemed to indicate a lack of intelligence, so Qi Yao's explanation was quite necessary. After he finished speaking, several clan members showed expressions of sudden realization. Qi Yao sighed. The Uchiha strength was not lacking. Their intelligence was somewhat deficient. Chapter 20. Be pragmatic. Everyone is already aware that our clansmen who recently went out on missions have been killed, right? Everyone nodded solemnly. Recently, there have been 4 teams leaving Konoha. Except for Qi Yao, the other 11 members have all died, and most of their bodies were not even recovered. Qi Yao's teammates were blown to bits by explosive tag traps, and their bodies couldn't be pieced together. In the end, they were only hastily buried in the land of grass. Konoha has been targeting our Uchiha clan, not only encroaching on our security team's territory, but also assigning us particularly difficult missions. The mission system has always been controlled by the higher-ups in Konoha, and after this major loss, they certainly won't repent. It is highly likely they will set traps for us in the future. For now, we should refrain from taking on village missions. Everyone had no objections to this and nodded in agreement. Chief, if we send no combat personnel out on missions, how long can the clan sustain everyone? After a moment of thought, Fugaka replied, although our Uchiha clan's assets have shrunk quite a bit compared to the Warring States period, the accumulated wealth can sustain everyone for a few years without issue. After all, we are a 1,000-year-old family. It is impossible for us to have no money at all. Qi Yao smiled and said, it doesn't need to be that long. It's just a transition period. The elders suddenly spoke up. The clansmen at home are all restless. You might let them rest for 2 days, but if it goes on too long, there might be chaos. Qi Yao remained calm. That's simple. They are all used to doing missions, so they'll be doing them wherever they go. The black market has plenty of tasks, and we Uchiha originally came from a mercenary background. Now we are just going back to our roots. The number of people from the clan going out cannot be too many, so they need to compete for the spots themselves. Those who lose will stay home on leave, while those who win can go on missions. The elder laughed. This idea is not bad. The Uchiha cannot be scattered now, so those who go out must be elites. This method of competing for spots based on strength aligns well with Uchiha clan values. For the security team's work, we can just guard our own territory. It will be no different from before. Konoha will definitely come to test us. Now, we Uchiha have 3 Manjiki Sharingan, so we can be more assertive. If we find any root members, kill them on sight. If there are Konoha members protecting you, fire a signal flare. I will be wandering around Konoha tomorrow and can come to assist at any time. Non-combat personnel do not need to change much. They can live normally. The non-combat personnel Qi Yao referred to our Uchiha by surname, but are civilians without ninja abilities. These civilians generally run small businesses to make a living. For example, Uchiha Hua and Uchiha Jiang are selling baked goods. The largest group of Uchiha, by surname, consists of these civilians. When the Uchiha want to produce talented descendants, they will also prioritize selecting partners from among these civilians. However, ordinary families typically do not target these civilians unless they have none left. Fugaka nodded slightly, seeming to agree with Qi Yao's words. After all, according to his view, just having the Uchiha surname does not count as being part of the clan. One also needs to have ninja talent to be considered clan members. Everyone else, except for the elder, the clan leader, and Itachi, can leave now. The second elder and third elder exchanged glances, looking at Fugaku, as if to say, aren't we 2 elders allowed to listen? The elder Sihu slapped the back of the second elder's head. What are you looking at? Just go stabilize the clansmen. The second elder, Yinha, who was once the captain of the elder Sihu, dared not retort after being slapped. Yes, elder. The third elder, Hongshu, quickly became obedient as well and left with a somewhat aggrieved second elder. Itachi then said something to Yusuke, who looked at Itachi with a strange expression but eventually agreed. Once everyone had left, Qi Yao cleared his throat and spoke. Itachi, your wish for peace is not wrong. I also do not wish for large-scale wars. However, you need to consider what kind of person the Third Hokage is. Have you thought about how the Senju clan was exterminated? Hearing Qi Yao's pointed remarks, everyone present was suddenly alarmed. Itachi was directly stunned. Isn't the Senju clan integrated into Konoha under a different name? Qi Yao patted Itachi's shoulder. You are too naive. As long as our Uchiha clan exists, Why would they need to integrate into Konoha? How many Senju clan members became test subjects for Sarutobi Hiruzen would release? And how many survived? Didn't he know how dangerous such experiments are? Did he continue after the first death? What do you think the fate of the Senju clan, whose young and middle-aged members have all perished, is like? The lone survivor of the Senju clan, Ju, went to the battlefield at 12 years old. Why didn't Asuma go? How did the rumors of White Fang being driven to death spread throughout Konoha? Why did the Third Hokage endorse Minato as the fourth Hokage instead of Orochimaru or Tsunade? Why does everyone in Konoha know that Naruto is the Nine Tails? Yet no one tells them that his true identity is the son of a hero? Not to mention Kushina's assets. Can't the fourth Hokage's legacy even guarantee Naruto's 3 meals a day? Naruto causes trouble everywhere, but has never been truly punished. Can you guess why? Chiao's series of questions deepened Itachi's gaze. Our Uchiha geniuses only need a little praise to feel invincible. However, there are many things right under your noses that you cannot see clearly. When Chiao said this, he was completely detached from the Uchiha clan, and his stance was somewhat peculiar. However, no one noticed this detail. We have too many clansmen who are arrogant and blindly believe in what they deem correct. No matter how many loopholes there are, they will not question it. The stronger they are, the more stubborn they become. Clan leader, I want to ask you a question. After tonight's events and Chiao's insights, Fugaka no longer dared to underestimate Chiao and said solemnly, Chiao, you speak. Chiao's mouth curled into an enigmatic smile. Could the method recorded on the stone tablet to save the Uchiha clan be fake? Fugaku answered without thinking, absolutely impossible. Chiao spread his hands in a gesture of helplessness. Previously, you also believed that Itachi was definitely on the family side. Fugaku fell silent, suddenly unsure of what to say. The elder spoke up beside them. Chiao, do you mean we should learn a question ourselves? Chiao shook his finger. No, I want our clansmen to be more pragmatic. You see, rather than believing in these ethereal things, we should think about how to deal with Konoha. Chapter 21. Multiple plans. What I just arranged for the other clansmen was merely a delaying tactic. If we want to coexist with Konoha and ultimately carry out a non-violent coup, we can only rely on this. Chiao pointed to his own eyes and opened his Mangeki Sharingan. Fugaku's face showed some seriousness. Chiao, I must remind you that the Mangeki Sharingan will gradually lose its light with use. I know. Chiao interrupted, cutting off Fugaku's words. Fugaku looked surprised. Did you discover this so early? I know far more than you think, Chiao said mysteriously. Although Fugaku, the elder, and Itachi were curious, as ninjas, they understood that if someone didn't speak, it meant they didn't want to reveal anything. Seeing that Chiao was aware of this, Fugaku didn't say more and continued to listen to Chiao's plan. Chiao raised a finger. Konoha currently has an unsolvable problem. That is, they cannot control the Nine Tails. Although Naruto hasn't gone berserk in recent years, once he does, there's no one in Konoha who can control him. The elder's eyes flashed with insight. He certainly understood what Chiao meant. If the Nine Tails were to go berserk, only their Mangeki Sharingan could control it. Chiao didn't keep them in suspense and directly stated, Konoha relies on the efficacy of the four-symbol seal. Under normal circumstances, the Nine Tails won't go berserk. But Konoha no longer has anyone skilled in sealing techniques. There are many manipulable areas within this scenario. Therefore, we Uchiha must maintain a strong posture and wait for Konoha to come to us for help. Fugaku and the elder's eyes sparkled with excitement, clearly intrigued. So the first step is, Itachi, you will defect from Konoha tomorrow. Itachi's surprise flashed, but quickly disappeared. He didn't ask further. Yes, Chiao-senpai. Seeing that Fugaku and the elder were waiting for an explanation, Chiao continued. Itachi's defection is not a betrayal of the clan. There are some grievances towards Itachi within the clan now, and staying in the village is a waste. We need to feign a position that makes Konoha realize we must have Danzo dead. How much is Danzo's head worth on the black market, Fugaku? Chiao asked. Fugaku was somewhat amused by Chiao's jumpy thought process, but still answered, 100 million. Chiao said to Itachi, after you defect from Konoha, the first thing you do is go to the black market to put a bounty on Danzo's head for 500 million. The payment will be in the form of an escrow. There are several payment methods on the black market. One is escrow, meaning the money has already been handed over to the black market. Once you complete the task, the black market will give you the money, but they charge a high commission. There's also the method where you get paid from the issuer after the task is completed, making the black market essentially a bulletin board. They won't be responsible for transaction details, whether it succeeds, or if the issuer doesn't pay. Seeing the three of them looking surprised at him, Fugaku reminded, Qian Yao. We don't have that much liquid capital in our clan. Knowing Fugaku hadn't dealt with this before, Qian Yao explained. Who said we need to spend money? The fee to take the task is 100,000 per person, providing relevant information about Danzo. Only those who take the task can receive the 500 million after completion. We have a time limit of 1.5 years. Every month, the task fee will decrease by 100,000, down to a minimum of 100,000 per person. If it were you, would you want to check out the 500 million bounty? Fugaku and the elder were somewhat astonished. There's such a method? Everyone would want to gamble small for big returns, and 500 million is the combined bounty of the 5 great ninja villages. Moreover, tying registration and information together forces people to buy in. Information has a time limit. The longer it drags on, the less effective it becomes. Therefore, the registration fee decreases over time. But with the bounty hunters on the black market seeing the threshold fee dropping, wouldn't they take risks? As the threshold lowers, more people will join in. Qiao's eyes flashed with a cold light. What we need to express is that Danzo must die. However, the Third Hokage will definitely protect Danzo. Danzo himself is not important, but his identity is. He is specifically tasked with doing dirty work for the Third Hokage. If the Third Hokage abandons him, he won't find anyone to do his dirty work. Moreover, his actions of crossing the river and demolishing the bridge will directly tear apart his hypocritical mask. Besides, the elder just put him on the spot in front of the entire ninja world. He wouldn't dare kill Danzo. On the other hand, the Third Hokage and Danzo have checks and balances on each other. If Danzo dies, the Third Hokage will be the only one in power. Tsunade and Mito Minya wouldn't stand a chance against the Third Hokage. The two advisors will also protect Danzo and won't let him die. Danzo has done dirty work for the Third Hokage over the years, so he must have defenses against the Third Hokage. He must have some dirt that could directly bring down the Third Hokage. The Third Hokage wouldn't dare let Danzo die. Fugaku and the elder followed Chiao's line of thought. So, a retaliatory bounty on Danzo that costs nothing. But Konoha has to spend a lot of manpower and resources to protect him? Exactly, Qian added. A large number of people investigating Danzo will continuously tie up Konoha's resources. If the Third Hokage doesn't use his hidden power, other ninja villages might test the waters with attacks, possibly leading to a full-scale ninja war. If the Third Hokage does use his hidden power, we can manipulate the situation and his ambitions will be exposed. Other ninja clans won't allow him to continue as Hokage. During this period, Konoha won't have the energy to deal with us Uchiha. This bounty will also make the other 4 ninja villages see the tense relationship between Konoha and the Uchiha. Other ninja villages would love for Konoha and us to fight. Right now, Konoha is begging us not to attack. Fugaku and the elder were deeply impressed. Chiao's plan was a chain reaction, no matter how Konoha chose. The Uchiha wouldn't suffer losses. With Danzo in this situation, the Third Hokage still couldn't let him die and would have to expend effort to protect him. If the Third Hokage received intelligence and tried to kill Danzo for the bounty, it would be unwise. Danzo has been in the Hokage's advisory position for so many years, and his subordinates are intricately connected. His brainwashing of the root is top-notch. Even the Umbu have been warned beforehand. Danzo will definitely be on guard. If Konoha expends significant effort to kill him, the root will surely revolt. There's even a chance they might expose the Third Hokage's dirt. This remains an opportunity for us Uchiha. If external pressure is too great and Konoha doesn't have absolute advantages, they won't attack. How these brains come to be? How could the Uchiha produce such brilliant minds? Itachi's expression was somewhat wavering. After all, he still had a peaceful heart and didn't want the ninja world to suffer. Qian turned to Itachi and instructed, Itachi, stay for a moment. I want to talk to you privately. Itachi collected himself and calmed down. As of now, Qian-senpai had already demonstrated his intelligence. There should be other methods as well. Chapter 22. Confession. Qian Yao turned to Fu Yu and the elder, saying that's about it. The plan has to be carried out step by step. If we say too much, you won't remember it all. As for the patriarch's mistake this time, Qian Yao exchanged a glance with the elder. Fu Yu, feeling a bit anxious, looked at the elder. The outcome of this matter could be serious or trivial, depending entirely on the elder's decision. It would even be normal to remove him from the position of patriarch. He wasn't attached to the title. It was just that with Itachi about to betray the village, being in the position of patriarch gave him more power to better look after Sasuke and Mikoto. The elder, see who, shot Fu Yu an annoyed glance. You can remain the patriarch for now, but you will be fined half a year's salary to Qian Yao. Fu Yu breathed a sigh of relief and smiled apologetically. That is only fair. Qian Yao smiled as well. as he was in need of money. The elder looked at Qian Yao with satisfaction. With such strength and intelligence, the Uchiha clan has a promising future. Although Qian Yao was a bit young, age had never been an issue. Qian Yao, you should familiarize yourself with the clan's affairs in the future. When the elder said this, everyone present understood what he meant. However, Fuyu had no objections, and Itachi felt the same way. If Senior Qian Yao became the patriarch, he would surely lead the Uchiha clan further. Qian Yao did not show any joy on his face and reacted very calmly. Let's talk about it when I have time. There is still a long way to go, and our Uchiha path is also long. After sending the elder and Fuyu off, Qian Yao checked his golden finger. On Fuyu's side, the Bond Star was just shy of reaching 3 stars. As for Itachi, he was only 1/5 away from reaching 4 stars. On one hand, Qian Yao was curious about what the 4th star contained. On the other hand, he regarded Itachi as a very important part of his plan. Itachi, I know you long for peace in the ninja world, but do you know that this kind of peace will soon be broken? Itachi bowed to Qian Yao. Senior Qian Yao, I believe you must have a way. Qian Yao looked at Itachi for a long time, sighed, and did not directly answer his question, instead asking, do you know the origin of our ninjas? Itachi was momentarily stunned, not understanding why Qian Yao would ask this. However, Qian Yao did not expect Itachi to answer, but directly continued, in the universe, there's a race called the Otsutsuki. Next, Qian Yao spoke in the third person about the Otsutsuki clan's tree planting plan and how the ancestor of ninjas, Kagaya Otsutsuki, was sealed. He explained how Kurizetsu planned to resurrect Kagaya Otsutsuki and how Madara controlled Obito, leading to the Nine Tails turmoil, explaining everything clearly to Itachi. Qian Yao provided a lot of detail and spent quite some time on it. Itachi's expression became somewhat dazed, especially when he learned that the person claiming to be Uchiha Madara was the instigator of a Nine Tails turmoil. His expression grew complex, as he had not expected so many events to be intertwined. Can we stop Kagaya from being revived? Itachi's thinking was still somewhat simplistic, but Qian Yao's mindset was certainly different. Stopping this Otsutsuki's revival is merely a temporary solution, not a fundamental one. Otherwise, even if Obito and Madara die, there will still be others to continue reviving Kagaya. Moreover, there is not just one Otsutsuki, even if Kagaya does not revive. There are still hidden Otsutsuki in the ninja world. We can only be strong enough to fight the Otsutsuki to not fear any conspiracies. Compared to the life of the planet, how many do you think have died in the wars of the ninja villages? Itachi's expression changed, as if he were engaged in an intense brainstorming session. Qian Yao was in no hurry, patiently waiting for Itachi to digest this information. After a long while, Itachi sighed. I understand, Senior Qian Yao. Qian Yao noticed that Itachi's bond level had finally filled up, indicating he had likely understood what level of bond was needed to unlock those stars. He patted Itachi on the shoulder to offer comfort. The situation for the Uchiha is still not good. Sending you out also has another purpose, to use Konoha's secrets to threaten Konoha so they dare not act against us. After all, Itachi was previously a genuine Umbu captain and holds many secrets. However, Qian Yao was telling Itachi more than he knew. Qian Yao changed the subject. But if Konoha is determined to encircle and suppress our Uchiha clan, then you should expose all the information about Konoha and all the secrets I told you, even if it means mutual destruction. Itachi looked somewhat astonished. Could such a bad situation arise? Qian Yao nonchalantly shook his head. Any plan can encounter unforeseen circumstances. You must always consider the worst outcome. Remember, man proposes, but heaven disposes. Itachi pondered this unfamiliar phrase and nodded silently. I just told you about Obito's abilities. If you have the opportunity, take action directly. Even if you can't kill him, at least instill fear in him, so he won't dare to approach our Uchiha clan again. I understand, Senior Qian Yao. Qian Yao looked outside. The sky was already showing a faint light, almost dawn. He stood up and stretched. I just talked to you about the big picture. Now let me tell you about the steel and the Rinnegan. Then Qian Yao explained the relationship between the Rinnegan and the Sharingan to Itachi, also discussing the 2 ways to prevent the Sharingan from going blind, as well as the identity of his beloved Idudu and the fact that he would awaken the Manjikyu Sharingan in the future. Itachi listened very attentively, as this was the foundation of the Uchiha clan's existence. You awaken the Manjikyu Sharingan too early. Your body may not be able to bear the burden. Therefore, you must be cautious in using the Manjikyu Sharingan. The Manjikyu Sharingan is a very useful tool, but tools only have value when used. Now, Shursue's 2 eyes are in your hands, and we can also use these 2 to find 2 allies. You can place the eyes with the ninja crows. and I can call upon them at any time. Itachi was now completely convinced by Qian Yao and naturally agreed without hesitation. Do you know where Shirsui's body is after he jumped off the cliff? Itachi was somewhat stunned because when Shirsui jumped, there were only him and Shirsui present. How does Senior Qian Yao know? But Itachi quickly realized that Senior Qian Yao seemed to know everything. Even knowing about Shirsui's jump wasn't a big deal. Chapter 23. The internal conflict personality, the corpse of Shirsui, is what I collected. Qian Yao reminded. If you want to resurrect Shirsui in the future, you need to keep his body well. Itachi's gaze held some longing. I know, Qian Yao senpai. As for who among you and Sasuke will become the eternal Mangeki Sharingan in the future, I have more faith in you. Qian Yao spoke frankly about this to Itachi. However, Itachi's face showed a bit of shame and emotion. On one hand, he wanted Sasuke to become the eternal Mangeki. On the other hand, he had just betrayed his family. Yet Qian Yao senpai trusted him so much. Seeing Itachi's expression, Qian Yao understood what he was thinking. He patted Itachi's shoulder. Don't worry, this is a matter of timing, not a sacrifice of either of you. Since I know so much, I will naturally find a way for both of your eyes to evolve. However, Sasuke is still young, and your body is too weak, so don't think about that now. In the future, you need to become a role model for Sasuke, to shield him from all disasters and hold up a piece of sky. As an older brother, you always want to share the burden for your younger brother. If one of the brothers must go blind, Itachi would definitely choose himself. But with Qian Yao's different wording, Itachi was able to accept it. Feeling Qian Yao's expectations for him, Itachi was also moved. Qian Yao senpai, I'm sorry Qian Yao waved his hand. No need to say that. You still have your family. You still have a support to rely on. Peace is what everyone longs for. Neither Shirsui nor you are wrong. Just your vision is too narrow. You are still young, and there are infinite possibilities ahead, so don't get tangled up in these matters now. After all, there isn't much loss for the clan, right? Itachi is an internal conflict personality, and Qian Yao didn't want to add to his psychological burden with this yet-to-be-formed mistake. Even someone like Itachi, after hearing Qian Yao's words, had a flicker in his eyes. I understand, Qian Yao senpai. Qian Yao looked at the sunlight streaming in from outside, casting a long shadow of his body. He looked at this shadow and said to Itachi, you take this. As he spoke, Qian Yao's Mangeki Sharingan spun, and the shadow on the ground actually stood up. Then it slowly transformed into Qian Yao's appearance. Meanwhile, Qian Yao's original shadow faintly dimmed. Itachi looked at this shadow in surprise, realizing that it had the exact same aura as Qian Yao. Qian Yao waved his hand, and the shadow walked to Itachi's side. Then it slowly merged into Itachi's shadow. My shadow and shadow clone are no different, but it can move quickly within shadows. It can also remain concealed in your shadow. Moreover, my consciousness can transfer over, allowing me to contact you in emergencies. We are both using the ninjutsu crow communication beast. Let's use the crow to relay messages at fixed times every night. Qian Yao's plans were almost complete, and he yawned. All right, that's about it. You go choose the team members who will accompany you this time, and say goodbye to your beloved Sasuke and beloved Izumi. Senpai, I Izumi. Qian Yao waved his hand. I think she is very suitable. Don't be shy. When she was attacked, she kept shouting Itachi, save me. Can you guess why? At this point, Qian Yao had a half smile. Itachi's face showed some embarrassment. He and Izumi were not actually lovers yet, but they were just a step away. However, after last night's events, their relationship had made a significant leap, and Qian Yao wasn't really meddling. People in this world are generally quite mature. Itachi and Izumi had been childhood friends for so many years, but had never made it clear. Qian Yao didn't mind giving them a push. Let me ask you, do you like Izumi? Itachi rarely blushes, but Qian Yao saw it. It was probably the first time Itachi was forced to answer this question, and he was unusually hesitant. Qian Yao found it amusing and laughed. All right, if you don't answer, I'll take it as a yes. I like her. Itachi steadied himself and finally expressed his true feelings. After that night, the most he thought about, aside from his family, was Izumi. He couldn't imagine how painful it would be to live if he killed Izumi. Seeing the fear and lingering dread on Itachi's face, Qian Yao realized that Itachi had many things he just didn't express. All right, it's fine now. Didn't we already say that everyone is fine? You shouldn't overthink it. Qian Yao also comforted him a bit. Itachi's life shouldn't only revolve around his younger brother. He should also have his own love. He and Izumi being childhood friends make them a very suitable pair. Qian Yao changed the subject. This time you go out. You won't be able to come back for a while. Have you thought about saying something to her? Itachi's expression changed, as if he had made a certain decision. 5 streets. Fugaku was stunned when he heard this answer. Kushina has that much property. Fugaku confirmed again. Makoto nodded. Yes. Lord Mito really doted on Kushina back then. Before he passed away, he left all his inheritance to her. Kushina didn't know how to manage, so she bought all the land and shops on Asahi, Hanro, Obimi, Soisuke, and Yokoto 5 streets. Just the land deeds and property deeds are in 3 boxes. I've seen them. There was a hint of astonishment in Fugaku's eyes. Qian Yao was right. There really is that much. Asahi, Hanro, Obimi, Soisuke, and Yokoto 5 streets were nothing 10 years ago. But Konoha has been expanding and developing all along. Now these 5 streets have become the central area of Konoha, and the land and housing prices have increased dozens of times. The money in Konoha is not entirely Sarutobi Hiruzen's money, but the inheritance of the 4th Hokage couple all went into Sarutobi Hiruzen's pocket. After all, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails lived a life worse than that of a pig or dog since childhood. With no food to eat and only one piece of clothing, he was essentially an orphan. The inheritance was certainly taken by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Speaking of which, Sarutobi Hiruzen secretly took in so much money. If used for family development, then how many people would the Sarutobi clan have? Waves of shock surged in Fugaku's eyes. Qian Yao was not speaking aimlessly. Sarutobi Hiruzen's ambitions must be more than just being Hokage. In the past, Fugaku thought that the Uchiha and Hyuga clans were standard clans. But in fact, the Sarutobi clan is the true clan. In terms of numbers, the combined Uchiha and Hyuga clans would have to take a back seat. At this rate of development for Sarutobi Hiruzen, having 3,000 Sarutobi troops in 10 years is very possible. Chapter 24 Ambition. The longest night for the Uchiha had passed. Most of the Uchiha combatants had not slept during this night. From Itachi being ambushed, then brainwashed by Qian Yao, to retrieving Shirsue's eyes and heavily injuring Danzo. Qian Yao ambushed Obito, then led the clan to confront Konoha. The elder accused Danzo, forcefully countered Konoha, and after returning from a meeting, laid out the strategic guidelines for the future. After distributing these tasks, it was almost dawn. Qian Yao even took the time to chat with Itachi for a bit. Now, as he walked home, there was a hint of fatigue on his face. Upon opening the door, he saw his sister, Ruri, sitting in a wheelchair in the yard waiting for him. Behind Ruri stood someone else, Qian Yao's childhood friend, Uchiha Tsugumi. Brother. Ruri smiled brightly when she saw Qian Yao return. Welcome back, my esteemed elder. Sir. Tsugumi greeted Qian Yao in a peculiar tone. Ruri stifled a laugh beside her, clearly in on the joke. Qian Yao chuckled. Although he had once been a team leader, he was still far from being an elder. In peacetime, the Uchiha clan generally did not promote new elders, yet Qian Yao had unexpectedly acquired this position. Qian Yao had given Tsugumi and Ruri a big surprise without making a fuss. Tsugumi's parents had died when she was very young, and she had mostly been eating at Qian Yao's house since. A combatant herself, she had good talent and had awakened her Sharingan during the Nine Tails attack. However, she had hardly taken on missions in recent years, as she had to care for Ruri. Tsugumi was tall and, aside from her somewhat childish face, did not look like she was the same age as Qian Yao. Tsugumi was cheerful and generous, but very gentle and attentive to Ruri. The three of them interacted like family. Qian Yao was the family's sole pillar. Aside from the considerable expenses of living, he was also saving money to later help Ruri with physical reconstruction. Although this felt distant to him, he didn't want to miss the opportunity due to insufficient funds. Tsugumi sacrificed herself to care for Ruri, so Qian Yao had to consider Tsugumi as well. Thus, he worked hard to take on missions. However, Qian Yao was different now. He knew much more and had a broader perspective. He had plans regarding Ruri's physical issues. Facing Tsugumi's teasing, Qian Yao smiled back. I accidentally made a breakthrough and was promoted to elder. From now on, the stipend will increase quite a bit, and our lives will improve significantly. Tsugumi waved her hand. Who wants to listen to your nonsense? Hurry up and wash up. You stink. Qian Yao shook his head and, amidst Ruri's suppressed laughter, went to wash up. Soaking in the water, Qian Yao exhaled. Taking a bath was indeed comfortable, and he felt much more relaxed. He was somewhat excited about what the 4-star would bring. After talking with Itachi for so long, their bond had reached 4 stars. Qian Yao clicked on Itachi's 4-star on the template. Ding! Uchiha Itachi's level 4 bond has been unlocked. Congratulations, host, you have gained Uchiha Itachi's ocular power. Suddenly, a vast amount of ocular power surged into Qian Yao's eyes, bringing a refreshing sensation. With so much ocular power pouring in, Qian Yao's ocular power limit surged upwards. Hiss! Huh! Qian Yao lightly exhaled. He calculated that this was probably all of Itachi's ocular power. Now, not only was Qian Yao's ocular power not depleted, but it was also twice that of Itachi's. The improvement was astonishing. It was worth all the effort he put into rescuing Itachi. The 4 stars represented all the ocular power. If there was no ocular power, was it chakra? However, it seemed that aside from these well-known characters from the original timeline, others couldn't reach this many stars. Was it a matter of strength or character? After surviving the massacre night, Qian Yao began to think carefully about what steps he needed to take, aside from preserving the Uchiha clan and ensuring Ruri's happiness. Although this world had Sasuke and Naruto as safety nets, overcoming one disaster after another was not a problem. But he had come. A gleam of ambition flashed in Qian Yao's eyes. A great man should not die without having feasted on 5 cauldrons of food, nor should he die without having been boiled in 5 cauldrons. As a transmigrator, if he didn't make a profit, he would be a loss. With such a strong family as a backing, it was only reasonable for the Uchiha to dominate the world. Qian Yao slowly exhaled. He had come to understand the bond template quite well this night. As the saying goes, bonds should be cultivated from a young age. There are many geniuses in this world. He couldn't let any of them slip away. Moreover, his Mangeki Sharingan's left, I created clones that were not just shadow clones capable of using the shadow technique. It needed to include the abilities of his right eye to be complete. The ability of his right eye was command. It could fill clones with anything without restriction. Chakra, ocular power, flesh, soul. This was a very straightforward skill, with a low lower limit and a high upper limit. It depended on how he used it. The current situation of the Uchiha was somewhat dangerous. However, the plan to entice geniuses also needed to proceed simultaneously. After finishing washing up, Qian Yao walked to the living room while drying his hair. Breakfast was already laid out on the table. Why did you take so long in the shower? The food is cold, Tsugumi said somewhat unhappily. Qian Yao shrugged. Sorry, I was a bit tired and dozed off. Tsugumi snorted then. You should eat quickly and take a nap. Qian Yao sat down at the table. Where's Ruri? Tsugumi shook her head slightly. She's feeding the fish in the yard. As Qian Yao ate, he said, Tsugumi, Ruri has stabilized now. I've been promoted to elder, and the household expenses are sufficient. I can hire someone to take care of Ruri, and you can also become a ninja. Tsugumi showed a hint of reluctance before saying casually, Oh, I can't compare to a genius like you. Tasks are dangerous and hard work, so I'd rather not. Qian Yao recalled many past memories and said softly, I've troubled you these years. You've worked hard, Tsugumi. Qian Yao's tone was sincere, but Tsugumi was not swayed. She waved her hand. Why say that? We're family, and I'm very happy to take care of Ruri. Qian Yao laughed. In that case, you decide for yourself. If you want to become a ninja, I'll find someone to teach you. It's just right since the clan members can't take on missions recently. At that moment, while the two were talking, a gaze passed through the window, looking at them. Ruri, who was feeding the fish in the yard, slowly scattered the fish food into the small pond. She wore a faint smile. My brother is back. Everything will be all right. Chapter 25. Hyuga Conference, Konoha Village. The major ninja clans were essentially in a state of insomnia. The previously submissive Uchiha clan displayed sharp fangs today. Although this was unexpected for most, it was also within reason. After all, Danzo's men had come knocking, and the Uchiha could not possibly remain passive. Moreover, the change in spokesperson from the previous representative to the hawkish elder Uchiha Shurho indicated a slight shift in the internal power dynamics of the Uchiha clan. Now, the extremely powerful Uchiha Shurho was in power. The confrontation between the Uchiha and Konoha was merely the beginning, not the end. Various prominent clans were holding meetings to discuss the potential changes that might occur in Konoha Village. The Hyuga clan was no exception. In the conference room, the head of the main family, Hayashi, along with the clan's elders, first elder, second elder, and third elder, were all wearing serious expressions. In the corner sat a man in his 40s, whose demeanor was calm, as if everything had nothing to do with him. However, no one dared to speak against him. For this man was the elder of the branch family, fourth elder Hyuga Qian. A few years ago, when Hinata was kidnapped, the main family was pressured by Konoha, ultimately costing the life of Hisashi. Although Hayashi escaped the disaster, the emotions of the branch family were completely ignited. The branch family worked diligently for the main family. Yet their head, Hisashi, died for such a ridiculous reason. The branch family erupted in rebellion. Under the strong suppression of the main family, they reacted even more fiercely. The branch family collectively adopted a non-violent resistance stance, their disdain for the main family evident on their faces. At this point, the main family was panicking and hurriedly instructed Hayashi to keep Hisashi's son, Niji, close for guidance. They proposed a member from the branch family as an elder. attempting to ease the branch family's emotions, but the effect was minimal. He had to acknowledge a fact. Hisashi's death accelerated the decline of the already waning Hyuga clan. During this incident, Uchiha Shurho openly mocked the Hyuga clan. Although the Hyuga felt insulted, the Uchiha spoke the truth. They had been deceived by Konoha before, and they were well aware of Konoha's true nature. Performing ordinary tasks was fine, but risking their lives against the Uchiha? That was impossible. Aside from the branch family elder Hyuga Keishin, who was slacking off, Hayashi and the other three elders wore complex expressions. The first elder spoke first. The Uchiha's counterattack is very strong. However, the third Hokage is unlikely to abandon Danzo. We need to consider our position. The second elder, who had a somewhat fierce appearance and was one of the few main family members who had been on the battlefield, gruffly said, "In this world, strength reigns supreme." The Uchiha now possess 3 Mangekyou Sharingan and will undoubtedly go to war with Konoha. Everyone knows how Sarutobi Hiruzen treats us. We might as well change the Hokage. The third elder countered. Although the Uchiha's Mangekyou Sharingan is powerful, the third Hokage also has Jiraiya and Tsunade as his disciples. Moreover, in terms of total ninja numbers, the Uchiha clan may not dare to go to war. The second elder snorted, "Kins, what do you know? Given the Uchiha's current momentum in hunting down root members, 3 Mangekyou Sharingan are enough to destroy a significant portion of Konoha's living forces. As long as we..." Cough cough. The first elder interrupted the second elder's speech with a cough. "Giant Pain, it's not time for that yet." The second elder, Hyuga Giant Pain, was quite dissatisfied but still stopped speaking, only leaving behind a remark. "I support the Uchiha clan, anyway." The first elder looked at Hyuga Keishin, who had been silent in the corner. "Keishin, what are your thoughts?" Keishin, with a calm expression, replied, "We, the branch family, support any decision made by the main family." The first elder, not willing to give up, continued, "Keishin, which side do you lean towards?" Keishin responded, "The leader's decision is the direction we, the branch family, will follow." The first elder fell silent for a moment and did not pursue the matter further. Keishin was like an automated response machine, repeatedly giving the same few lines, with no change in substance. Hayashi first glanced at the first elder, then at Keishin, feeling a mix of emotions. It was the first elder who had initially advocated for retreat, forcing Hisashi to commit suicide. Later, he had aggressively suppressed the branch family. Now, the branch family did not argue, did not refute, did not suggest, and submitted without resistance, completely indifferent to the family's rise or fall. Without the branch family's efforts to maintain it, the Hyuga clan was now in decline. The first elder finally realized this too late. Let's observe and see what the Uchiha will do next. Hayashi also wanted to observe before making a decision. In terms of his personal choice, he would not help Konoha. Whether to side with the Uchiha would depend on the situation. They then discussed some details about how to gather information and subsequently ended the meeting. After everyone else left, Hayashi sighed. Although the Hyuga's Byakugan was renowned alongside the Uchihas, the Mangekyou Sharingan and the legendary power of Susanoo were incomparable. In comparison, their Byakugan seemed insignificant. The courtyard of the branch family was adjacent to that of the main family, but a corridor in between seemed like a boundary line separating the two worlds. The main family and the branch family rarely interacted. Due to the branch family's neglectful actions, the main family members became aware of the reality. Without the branch family, they were nothing. Although they remained proud and arrogant, they also worried about the lack of branch family members to rely on in the future. Now, they did not dare to be too harsh on the branch family. After the meeting, the branch elder, fourth elder, returned to the courtyard belonging to the branch family, and his typically expressionless face showed a slight change. The branch family was predominantly made up of orphans and single mothers. By the time of the Third Great Ninja War, the main family had retreated entirely into their compound, leaving everything to the branch family. Consequently, only the branch family suffered casualties. Adult members of the branch family typically married off early to ensure that, in the event of battlefield deaths, there would still be descendants left. These individuals had always been under Hisashi's protection, never lacking in money or resources. Hisashi maintained a very high reputation among the branch family. Therefore, after Hisashi's death, the branch family erupted in rebellion. However, that rebellion ultimately ended with 15 members of the branch family being executed. Although the main family successfully suppressed the branch family, they also shattered the last glimmer of hope for the branch family. The branch family entered a state of nonviolent resistance. At this time, the main family forcibly dragged out the most harmless Keishin, attempting to win over the branch family. Unfortunately, they failed. Moreover, They were unaware that Kei-Shin, who appeared to be the most harmless, had the deepest thoughts. He happened to be the most extreme member of the branch family, and his desire was for all main family members to perish. Chapter 26. The Strong of Uchiha. After all the combat personnel of the Uchiha returned, Izumi was among those arranged to rest, while Itachi, the key figure this time, was taken away for a meeting. She had planned to wait for Itachi, but Uchiha YK came specifically to tell her that Itachi had other matters to attend to, and she should return to rest first. Izumi had no choice but to go back home, and after reassuring Hazuki, she went to sleep. Although she was tired after a busy night, once she fell asleep, she began to have nightmares. First, she dreamed of being killed by the man with the tiger mask, then of being killed by Itachi. Izumi. Izumi suddenly sat up in bed, and her mother Hazuki looked at her with concern. What's wrong, dear? You're covered in cold sweat. Huff, huff. Izumi gasped for breath and glanced apologetically at her mother. Sorry to worry you, Mom. I just had a nightmare. What time is it now? Hazuki replied. It's already 10 o'clock. Itachi has been waiting for you for a while. Itachi is here. Izumi threw off the covers and jumped up. Mom, why didn't you tell me? Hazuki smiled without saying a word. Itachi had known Izumi for many years, but this was his first visit to their home. It had been a long time since she last saw Itachi, and he had changed a lot. When Izumi hurriedly changed her clothes and rushed to the living room, Itachi was sitting properly on a stool. Itachi. Izumi ran up to Itachi, panting, but suddenly felt at a loss for words. Are you okay? Hazuki, not being a combat personnel, was unaware of what had happened last night. Izumi was worried about Itachi being punished, as defection was a serious matter. Itachi looked deeply at the girl whose heart and eyes were filled with him, and slowly said, Izumi, I need to leave for a while. And this time it might be for a long time. This was the first time Itachi had informed Izumi of his whereabouts, an action that indicated a closer relationship. Izumi stared blankly at Itachi, her expression complex, filled with a mix of surprise and concern. Once Itachi made up his mind about something, he would not waver. He opened the bag beside him, which contained several skewers of dango. Next time, it might be a long time. Seeing that Itachi had brought her dango, Izumi was overjoyed. She understood Itachi's intentions through this gesture. Izumi was extremely happy, and her eyes even turned slightly red. I'll wait for you. No matter how long it takes, I'll wait for you. Itachi gently looked at Izumi and handed her a skewer of dango. Izumi took it and took a bite. It was very sweet. Hinata branch family. Hikaru passed by the training ground, and, as expected, he heard the sound of wind blowing inside. The 8-year-old Niji was seriously striking a wooden post. Due to the chaos last night, the Konoha school was on break. Hizashi had to handle various matters and did not supervise Niji, which was why Niji was here. At this moment, he hated the main family more than ever. However, he had seen his father show a bad expression when he merely revealed his displeasure, and he had been punished like a caged bird. Therefore, in front of the main family, Niji always maintained a blank expression and endured everything. Of course, Hikaru had interacted with him a lot and had taught Niji a great deal, especially about controlling his emotions until he was certain of his abilities. Niji, don't push yourself too hard. Seeing the ring of sweat around Niji's feet, Hikaru knew that Niji had been training for quite a while. Niji struck the acupoints on the wooden post 3 times in succession and then slowly withdrew his hand. Elder Hikaru, what exactly happened in Konoha? As a child in the upper ninja school, he did not know what had happened last night. However, from the personnel changes, he knew that something significant must have occurred in Konoha. After all, Elder Hikaru usually wouldn't go near the main family. At this moment, Hikaru finally showed an expression of schadenfreude instead of the usual impassivity. Konoha has been weakening the Uchiha clan. Danzo is directly trying to eradicate the Uchiha. However, the plan had a flaw and was countered by the Uchiha clan. They killed over 70 of Danzo's men. Last night, Konoha and the Uchiha clan nearly clashed. Hikaru's words surprised Niji. How dare the Uchiha? Niji still did not have a clear understanding of Konoha as a massive entity. At his age, he only knew that Konoha was insurmountable, and even their family had to concede. Hikaru clasped his hands and looked in the direction of the Uchiha, his eyes revealing envy. The Uchiha have 3 powerful warriors who can turn the tide of battle, so they naturally dare to resist. Konoha only has an aging and frail third Hokage. Niji was a bit dazed. Powerful warriors. Hikaru sighed. Yes, possessing the Mangeki Sharingan. Mangeki Sharingan? Niji pondered this unfamiliar term. He had never seen it, never heard of it, and had no idea what it represented. Hikaru snapped back to reality. You'll find out in the future. Niji nodded slightly. Then, Who are these three powerful warriors? Hikaru chuckled. Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Itachi, and Uchiha Qian Yao. He didn't mind explaining more to Niji. After all, Niji was precocious, and knowing more information wouldn't hurt. Niji recognized the first two. One was the clan leader of Uchiha, and the other was Sasuke's older brother. Right now, Sasuke was still a little kid who constantly talked about his brother. Even though Niji was a year older than Sasuke, he had heard Sasuke bragging about his brother during breaks. As for Qian Yao, he didn't know him. Seeing Niji processing his words, Hikaru showed an expression of expectation. Grow into a strong warrior soon. Only then can you control your own fate. Uchiha clan territory. By afternoon, Sasuke, feeling hungry, woke up. Qian Yao, worried that Sasuke would run around after waking up, had exerted a bit of effort, causing Sasuke to sleep for an entire day. When Sasuke woke up, he found his body aching all over, as if he had been beaten while stuffed in a sack. He touched his body. Ouch, it hurts. He noticed some bruises and scrapes. Did I get beaten after I lost consciousness? How did I lose consciousness? Right? Senior Qian Yao used Jinjutsu on me. Sasuke quickly put on his clothes and shoes and ran outside, but Fugaku and Mikoto were not there. He was confused as he stepped outside, and the gazes of some clan members looking at Sasuke felt strange. This made Sasuke a bit anxious. As he turned a corner, he happened to see Itachi preparing to go out with several clan members. Brother. Little Sasuke immediately felt relieved and ran over. Itachi gestured to those behind him. You guys go ahead. We will meet at the black market. The dozen or so clan members said nothing, nodded, and passed by Sasuke, heading towards the outskirts of Konoha. Brother, are you going out for a mission? Seeing Itachi's outfit, Sasuke instinctively tightened his grip on Itachi's hand. Yes. Itachi gazed steadily at Sasuke, as if wanting to engrave this beloved younger brother into his memory. Brother, you promised to train with me. Sasuke was still thinking about what Itachi had promised him before. Itachi smiled and then tapped Sasuke's forehead. Forgive me, Sasuke. Next time. It hurts. Sasuke rubbed his forehead and looked at Itachi's retreating figure, dissatisfied. Ni-san. How long is next time? Itachi paused for a moment. Grow up well. Wait for me to come back, Sasuke. Sasuke was taken aback, sensing that something had happened. Ni-san. This time, Itachi did not look back, and his figure vanished in a flash. Chapter 27. The betrayal of the Uchiha clan outside the Uchiha clan's territory. There are several tall towers established by Konoha to monitor the Uchiha. Itachi did not head towards the village, but instead walked towards these three towers. Atop the towers were the direct umbu of the Third Hokage, and upon seeing Itachi approaching, they began to feel uneasy. Isn't that Itachi? What is he planning to do? A cold glint flashed in Itachi's eyes, and before he reached the towers, he had already formed hand seals. Fire style, Phoenix fire technique. As several massive fireballs flew out, a few bottles smashed onto the wooden towers. Boom! With the aid of the flammable oil, a huge flame erupted. The 9 umbu atop the 3 towers jumped down like dumplings falling into water. Itachi waved his hand, and a barrage of shurikens shot towards these airborne targets. Itachi, what are you doing? Damn. Although Itachi's attack was sudden, the umbu were somewhat prepared. All 9 umbu drew their weapons to block, but only 2 were hit fatally and died on the spot. The 4 who had just spoken and glared at Itachi immediately lost consciousness. As ninjas, falling from dozens of meters up usually wouldn't be fatal, but in a state of unconsciousness. Bang, 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 bang. With 4 muffled thuds, the 4 of them crashed to the ground, becoming a mess. The remaining 3 were terrified. Itachi, do you want to betray the village? These umbu were merely surveillance personnel and were not very strong. Itachi leaped into the air, swiftly killing 2 with his kunai. He then impaled the last umbu into the ground. BFF. This umbu spat out a mouthful of blood onto his mask. Itachi, with a cold expression, stepped on his chest and pulled out a kunai from his pouch. Go back and tell Sarutobi Hiruzen that he doesn't need to think of a foolproof plan anymore. I, Uchiha Itachi, have betrayed the village. Saying this, he slashed the kunai across the forehead protector. Itachi, you. The umbu's eyes were filled with shock. Itachi actually betrayed the village so directly. It was only 2 days ago that he was still the umbu captain. He held many secrets of Konoha in his hands, including patrol routes, rotation times, and barrier frequencies, etc. This was the first open betrayal of Konoha after Orochimaru. Itachi then pulled out the weapon embedded in the umbu and wiped the blood off before leaving the scene. The remaining umbu, heavily injured, could only lie on the ground and watch as the 3 towers burned and collapsed. Soon, several Umbu jumped down. Number 7, what happened? Number 7 gasped. Uchiha Itachi attacked us and openly betrayed the village. What? Konoha Hospital. Kakashi, who had his eyes gouged out, had already woken up. No, my eyes. Where are my eyes? Kakashi was filled with terror. This was the last gift Obito had given him, and now it was gone. Everyone he loved in this world was dead, and now even this last remnant was lost. Kakashi was on the brink of collapse. Medical ninjas and the Umbu waiting nearby quickly restrained him. Once Kakashi calmed down, they began to explain what had happened the day before. Kakashi did not expect so much to have occurred while he was unconscious. In other words, the Uchiha and Konoha were now in a state of rupture, and it was very likely that they would fight with Konoha soon, even if Obito had given him the Sharingan. The Uchiha clan still had the right to take the eyes back, because this eye originally belonged to the Uchiha, then to Obito, and finally to Kakashi. Danzo's roots had clashed with the Uchiha clan like this. Kakashi thought it would be impossible to retrieve Obito's eyes. Because of this, he felt even more distressed. Hokage's office. Itachi killed 8 people and then betrayed the village. The third Hokage could hardly believe it. The Umbu replied, yes. Itachi said you don't need to think of a foolproof plan anymore. He has betrayed the village. Hearing the Umbu's words, the third Hokage's expression darkened. Itachi had indeed awakened from his previous brainwashing. It was normal for the third Hokage's political brainwashing to be broken, but Itachi had directly awakened after just one night. His last statement clearly mocked him, causing him to lose everything. The third Hokage paused. What about the other Uchiha? The Umbu replied. The civilian Uchiha are still going about their business as usual. Some combat personnel have left the village, but their numbers and whereabouts are unconfirmed. Because Itachi took only the elites, they mostly concealed themselves, and the Umbu didn't T-check thoroughly. At this moment, a knock sounded at the door, and another Umbu entered. Hokage-sama, Kakashi has woken up. He wants to see you. The third Hokage, while smoking, thought for a moment and slightly nodded. Tell him to rest for now. I will visit him later. Yes. Everyone leave? Yes. After the Umbu left the office, the third Hokage spoke to the empty room. Bring the people back. A voice responded. Lord Clan Leader, it's hard to hide with too many people. The third Hokage slowly exhaled a puff of smoke. Jiraiya will arrive tomorrow night. We can't engage in battle for now, so let the clansmen come back in batches. Will 500 be enough? A figure faintly appeared beside the bookshelf in the office. After all, having too many people is not good for hiding, unless necessary. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not want other ninja clans of Konoha to know he had this strength. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to continue concealing his power, he also clearly understood that the Uchiha and the village could clash at any moment. With the other ninja clans standing by, 500 Sarutobi clansmen would not be able to suppress the situation. Bring them all back. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked somewhat troubled. After hiding such a strong force for so many years, it was about to be exposed, which put him in a very passive position. The figure also knew that Konoha's situation was urgent, and this was unavoidable. Clan leader, should we call Sama back? The third Hokage slowly took a puff of smoke, obscuring his face in the smoke, making his expression unreadable. After his elder brother died, Asuma had become somewhat unruly. His thoughts were too naive. Let him temper himself in the daimyo's mansion. He can't help here. Don't worry about the mission in the Land of Lightning. Stay in Konoha for now. I understand. I will make arrangements. Konoha Hospital. How are you recovering, Kakashi? The third Hokage stood with his hands behind his back, seemingly unaffected by the conflict with the Uchiha from yesterday, appearing calm and composed. Hokage-sama, I'm fine now, but my Sharingan. The third Hokage waved his hand, signaling Kakashi not to speak. The key to this matter lies with Danzo, but Danzo was severely injured by Itachi's Jinjutsu, and it was uncertain if he could wake up. Just now, the Umbu reported that Itachi has openly defected from the village. You need to be mentally prepared regarding the Sharingan. Kakashi's expression became somewhat dazed. This meant that Obito's I was very likely not coming back. The third Hokage was fully aware of how much Kakashi valued that eye. He then changed the subject. The Uchiha hold quite a grudge against me, but that Sharingan was indeed a gift from Obito to you. If there's an opportunity to meet with the Uchiha in the future, you can observe the Uchiha's attitude. Chapter 28. The boiling black market in the ninja world. Every country has its black market, though their sizes vary. Among them, the bounty exchange is a place specifically for settling bounties, where ninjas prefer not to venture into larger black markets. They often take on missions in such places. Larger black markets resemble major trading hubs. Aside from the black market itself being able to publish and accept missions, individuals can also privately post them. However, whether they can receive their rewards is another matter. The black market persists due to the hostility between various ninja villages. Within the Fire Country's black market, one can freely post assassination missions targeting personnel from other villages. Even though the 5 great nations of the ninja world have ostensibly formed alliances, such treaties can sometimes be as worthless as scrap paper. You can also post missions to assassinate individuals from the Leaf Village, but you must consider whether you might be discovered by spies from the Leaf. The black market has its own intelligence channels, and many ninja villages engage and trade with it. Therefore, in the largest black market of the Fire Country, there are members of the Leaf's Umbu station long-term. Today, a person with an uncovered face entered this black market, Uchiha Itachi, with a line drawn across his forehead protector. When he walked in, the entire venue fell silent. Although the Leaf Village has its share of rogue ninjas, it is rare for someone to boldly enter wearing their forehead protector. The black market has its own informants in places like the Leaf Village. When the Uchiha faced off against the Leaf, relevant intelligence had already been relayed back. The black market operatives knew that even though Itachi was young, he possessed the Mangeki Sharingan. Just a day after being the captain of the Leaf's Umbu, he had defected and appeared in the black market. The black market staff did not dare to be negligent and quickly sent out a receptionist. This receptionist had a simple, chubby face with small eyes squeezed by fat and wore a friendly expression. "Hello, I'm Kitayuan. How may I assist you?" Itachi surveyed the receptionist, who wore the black market's emblem and had a face full of humility and flattery. The surrounding people were quiet. Those in the know recognized that this was Uchiha Itachi, while those who weren't informed were curious as to why the black market personnel had come out of the room to greet this individual. "I have a bounty of 500 million to post," Itachi stated. The crowd immediately gasped in shock. 500 million. For context, even the most expensive rakeage bounty is just a little over 100 million. Bounties of this level are generally just for show. Even if you could defeat a Kaga-level strongman, they still have subordinates and clansmen to consider. You might as well go after Asuma, who has a bounty of 35 million. Let's discuss this in our inner chamber. Kitayuan's eyes glinted with excitement, and his face broke into a broader smile. Itachi slightly nodded and followed Kitayuan into the inner room. Soon after, the largest display screen in the hall showed a bounty announcement. It was placed to the top position. Bounty for the head of Shimura Danzo from the Leaf Village, 500 million. Bounty issuer, anonymous. Bounty deadline, 18 months. The issuer provides relevant intelligence, with a retrieval fee of 1 million, decreasing by 100,000 each month, down to a minimum of 100,000 per person. No limit on the number of completions, guaranteed payment. The black market erupted, 1 million, and they provide intelligence. A task with such a high return rate hadn't been seen in years. Everyone knew that intelligence was most valuable in the early stages, and it was normal for its worth to decrease over time. Moreover, this was guaranteed payment, meaning the issuer had already paid the money, which now sat in the black market. As long as you had the ability to complete the task, you could immediately receive payment. Countless desperate individuals rushed towards the window to learn more. The personnel stationed from the Leaf Village were dumbfounded, publicly posting a bounty for a high-ranking Leaf official. 500 million. Although no name was left, Itachi had stated a bounty of 500 million upon entering. This indicated that he was acting on behalf of his clan. In the black market, there weren't too many complex rules. Those who accepted missions paid their fees and received a bag containing the intelligence. Upon opening the bag, they found freshly printed intelligence, selectively placed by Itachi. Of course, everyone was careful to protect this information. Those bounty hunters who could casually fork out 1 million were skilled and knew the importance of intelligence in the early phase. They all worked to avoid letting others see. Upon examining the intelligence, people exclaimed, "Wow, the defense layout of the Leaf, patrol routes, lists of Umbu personnel, statistics of route members, detailed data on Danzo's right-hand men, the strength of his wood-release arm." Those who accepted the mission shouted that it was worth it, although the defense layout and patrol routes would change. Just the information about Danzo's wood-release arm was worth 1 million. Furthermore, the intelligence indicated that Danzo was attempting to exterminate the Uchiha to acquire their Sharingan. Everyone understood why Itachi was publicly offering a bounty for a high-ranking official in the village. This was thrilling. So, does that mean the Leaf and Uchiha are about to go to war? This is getting serious. All the individuals in the black market were desperate, and some were quite intelligent. They keenly sensed that if the Leaf and Uchiha clashed, the Leaf Village would suffer immense damage and could even trigger a war in the ninja world. Leaf personnel were also mingling in the crowd, having paid the fee. After reviewing the intelligence, he was stunned. As an intelligence officer, he understood just how significant the information Itachi had revealed was. He had to report this back to the village immediately. Just as he resolved to do so, he found himself surrounded by people. His identity could not be hidden from everyone. The people closing in on him recognized him as the intelligence officer stationed from the Leaf Village. Oh no, are they planning to silence me? Kitayuan approached with a smile. Sir, our black market does not allow fighting. But once you leave the black market, that's a different story. If you need, we have resting rooms available, free for you to stay for a few days. The intelligence officer raised his eyes to see the fierce-looking rogue ninjas around him and swallowed hard. The intelligence was most valuable right now. If he didn't T-relay it back, the Leaf would suffer considerable losses. However, he had no choice. I'm a bit tired myself. I could use a few days of rest. Itachi quietly slipped out of the crowd, observing that among the 100 people present, at least half had purchased the intelligence. He couldn't help but admire his senior, Chiyo, even more in his heart. He hadn't T-paid a single coin, but had the black market deduct from the registrant's fees. The excess would be split among them, and if the amount was insufficient, the Uchiha would cover the difference, provided that Danzo could be dealt with swiftly. Chapter 29. The determination of Ki Shikura, the black market, has a special means of transmitting messages. In less than half a day, all 4 major ninja villages, except for Konoha, were aware of the 500 million bounty that had appeared in the black market. These great nations certainly did not lack this million. They rushed to buy intelligence, and upon seeing it, were shocked by the sheer volume of information it contained. The Uchiha clan and Konoha were set to confront each other directly. Moreover, it seemed that Konoha had pushed the Uchiha clan too hard. Now, the Uchiha were adopting a scorched earth attitude towards Konoha. Sunagakure, Iwagakure, and Kumagakure all dispatched their own intelligence teams heading towards Konoha. Kirigakure was too far away and in a state of chaos, so their information was slightly delayed. By the time Izukage Ki Shikura received the news, it was already the next day. After waking up, he announced a closure policy for the Land of Water, completely sealing off Kirigakure. He first truthfully informed about his situation being under Genjutsu, and stated that he would abdicate and hand over power if anyone could achieve good political results. Following that, facing the dwindling talent in Kirigakure, Ki Shikura expressed his amnesty and called back the rogue ninjas who had defected from the village. However, the situation in Kirigakure had already deteriorated to an unmanageable state, and his credibility had dropped to the lowest point. No one believed him. Kirigakure was also facing a huge fiscal deficit. Ki Shikura was under immense mental pressure, reaching his limit. At this moment, news from a black market arrived. 500 million. Ki Shikura was stunned after listening to Aoi's report. After carefully reviewing the intelligence released by Uchiha Itachi, Ki Shikura realized that the situation in Konoha had reached such a level. Mizukage should we? Aoi, being a high-ranking member of Kirigakure, was very aware of the village's fiscal deficit. Obito had been draining Ki Shikura from Kirigakure, causing the entire Land of Water to suffer. Their finances had been in the negative, and if it weren't for occasional support from the daimyo's office, the situation in Kirigakure would be even worse. If they could obtain 500 million, their fiscal pressure would be greatly alleviated. After all, assassination was Kirigakure's specialty. Ki Shikura pondered for a long time before saying, I will go personally. Acho was also shocked. Mizukage, how can that be? What if something happens to you? Ki Shikura slowly exhaled. I was already supposed to die after being controlled. I shouldn't be alive anymore. If I can contribute a bit more to Kirigakure, then I don't mind dying. Aoi had previously noticed that after Ki Shikura broke free from control, the immense guilt had led him to a strong self-destructive tendency. Aoi had a certain psychological expectation of the Mizukage's thoughts. However, he still advised, Mizukage, you are the Jinchuriki. What if something goes wrong? Ki Shikura seemed to have anticipated Aoi's response. He sighed, Kirigakure is already in a very difficult situation. We can only take risks. I'm not going to undertake this mission. I'm going to attack Konoha. Aoi's eyes brightened after a moment of thought. Mizukage, are you trying to instigate war? The Mizukage replied, exactly. If Konoha is strong, I will support the Uchiha. If the Uchiha is strong, I will support Konoha. As long as they fight, it will deplete their living forces. If there's a final clash, Konoha's strength will be severely damaged. By then, more people from the Land of Fire will be watching. We in Kirigakure can take the opportunity to recuperate. It must be said that Ki Shikura's strategy was indeed a risky move, but it was effective. Once Konoha and the Uchiha clashed, regardless of the outcome, Konoha's strength would be significantly weakened. And the Land of Fire was a tempting target that no one would want to miss. In the past, even Shirzue had been dragged into such conflicts. Kirigakure was isolated overseas, and as long as they sealed off all shipping routes, it would be difficult for external conflicts to affect them. He pointed to his own heart. This time I am prepared. If I am captured, you must blow me up. The three tails of Kirigakure had a characteristic. It would resurrect in a specific location after death. Previously, even when Rin was sealed within the three tails and was pierced through the heart by Kakashi's Raikiri, the three tails resurrected by Chianai Lake. In previous instances, the three tails had always resurrected at Chianai Lake. Kirigakure was not afraid of the Jinch Riki dying. They only feared being captured. Gerfor Hikura, who had been controlled once, already had a talisman placed in his chest, a remote detonation talisman capable of turning his heart into pulp in an instant. Its function was simple and brutal. However, the simpler something is, the higher the margin for error. If Kishikura died instantly, the three tails would not fall into the hands of other ninja villages. Yukigakure was still in the village, allowing Haru to teach him properly and not to conduct his separation research for now. They could discuss it again when the technology matured in a few years. If anything happens to me, let Terumi may succeed me as the fifth Mizukage. While writing his will on the official letter in his hand, the Mizukage instructed Aoi. Seeing that the Mizukage had arranged everything, Aoi felt he could not say anything further. Although his Byakugan was very useful, Aoi could not accompany the Mizukage. There was a huge gap in strength between him and Kishikura. While the Byakugan was convenient, in a big battle, he would be the ideal breakthrough point. If Kishikura was careful, he should have no problem escaping. Moreover, he needed the Byakugan to identify whether Kishikura had been controlled by Jinjutsu again, so he could not leave the village. Mizukage, who are you planning to bring with you? Aoi asked. Kishikura shouldered his weapon and said, the people in the village are not suitable to take with me, but there is someone who has tried to assassinate me. I can go ask him. In the village of Amigakure, the current members of the Akatsuki organization included Hoshigaki Kisame, Sasori, Zetsu, Kakuzu, Pain, Konin, and Kakuzu's fodder teammates. At this stage, the Akatsuki had just eliminated Hanzo of the Salamander and were accumulating money and manpower for future major events. However, Obito, who had been draining Kirigakure, brought bad news. Kishikura had broken free from control. The Mizukage, who had been providing them with a large amount of money, was no longer available. After a trip to Konoha, Obito, who called himself Uchiha Madara, returned empty-handed. This further increased Pain and Konin's suspicions about Obito's identity. They had been waiting for the follow-up between Konoha and the Uchiha, so they were particularly attentive to intelligence from that side. They did not expect Itachi to take the initiative, eliminating several Umbu before defecting. Although Itachi had betrayed the village, it was estimated that he had not betrayed his clan, as he did not leave the village alone but with other clansmen. Once Uchiha Itachi released the mission, the Akatsuki organization was also thrown into chaos. Chapter 30. The movements of Akatsuki in a dim cave. Several phantoms stood atop a stone pillar, gathering for a meeting using the holographic body technique of the Rinnegan. The first among them, Nagato, slowly opened his Rinnegan. The immense power of his eyes pressed down, silencing the discussions among the others. Nagato slowly spoke. This time, regarding the conflict between Konoha and the Uchiha, what are your thoughts? The leader, this is 500 million. I must go. The money-loving Kakuzu could hardly resist the temptation of the 500 million. Nagato let out a nasal sound. Kakuzu's reaction was expected, but he wanted to hear more than just that. Haiden and Kisame remained silent, each with their own thoughts. Haiden was concerned because the Mist Ninja had already approached him, indicating that the previous turmoil in the mist was due to control over the Uchiha. Now that the Uchiha had regained their strength, they wanted to rebuild the mist and the water country, and the mist had pardoned his defection, hoping he would return. He was still hesitating. In contrast to Haiden's love for the water country, Kisame was struggling with severe psychological issues after years of assassinating comrades. He doubted his own existence, unsure of where to go or how to find peace. He had been lured into this organization by Obito, who disguised himself as Uchiha Madara. Currently, Kisame trusted Obito more than Nagato. However, Obito had not yet appeared in front of them, and his collaboration with Nagato was still in its honeymoon phase. Kisame was unaware of the intricacies involved, so he remained loyal to the organization. He didn't care for money. He was only searching for his true self, so he never engaged in schemes. He simply awaited tasks to execute. He noticed that Haydn seemed a bit off recently and wanted to investigate further. There are many who want that 500 million. Your competitors are probably already in Konoha, said the information officer of the organization, who was actually the combined entity of Black Zetsu and White Zetsu, though only Obito knew his true identity. Kakuzu snorted. If the Hokage's assistant in Konoha could be easily assassinated, he wouldn't be worth 500 million, compared to the 500 million for assassinating Danzo. The conflict between Konoha and the Uchiha was far more important. Perhaps this was the prelude to the Fourth Shinobi World War. Hiding in the Crimson Stream, Sasori spoke in a hoarse voice. Clearly, the former trader who had destroyed several small countries had seen enough of such weakened states being attacked and quickly recognized the issue at hand. Kakuzu let out a muffled laugh. Isn't that even better? If Konoha is attacked, the resulting chaos in the shinobi world would be more suitable for our actions. Haydn's eyes flashed with emotion upon hearing this, but quickly concealed it. Conan spoke up. It's still uncertain whether Konoha and the Uchiha can actually fight, but we should send someone there first. I'm good at assassination, Haydn said. I'll go take a look too. Kisame seemed interested. How could I miss out on something like this? Kakuzu was the most eager. I want to collect a few Uchiha puppets. Sasori also expressed his willingness. Seeing everyone eager to go, Nagato paused for a moment. In that case, let Conan lead the team. You will act according to the situation. Everyone agreed and disconnected one by one, leaving only Conan and Nagato. It was only when he was alone with Conan that Nagato's emotions surfaced a bit more. Conan, see if you can take Danzo's life this time. Years ago, Danzo and Hanzo had conspired to capture Conan, leading Yahiko to ultimately commit suicide in Nagato's arms. This became a lifelong pain for both Nagato and Conan. No matter how much Nagato's thoughts had changed now, his hatred for Danzo had not lessened in the slightest. In the past, Danzo had hidden away in his root base, and even the ordinary citizens of Konoha knew little about him. Outsiders found it even harder to track his movements. Danzo rarely left Konoha, making it impossible for Nagato and Conan to seek revenge. But now things were different. The Uchiha were confronting Konoha due to Danzo's oppression. The day after the conflict began, Itachi directly defected from Konoha, offering a bounty for Danzo's life in the black market. It was clear he knew Konoha would protect Danzo. With such developments, any spark could easily ignite a conflict between Konoha and the Uchiha. This chaos presented the greatest opportunities. Conan understood Nagato's intent. I know, if there's a chance, I won't let Danzo go. Nagato pondered for a moment. We can reach out to the Uchiha clan. Conan asked in confusion. What do you mean? Nagato calmly explained. Uchiha Obito should have clashed with the Uchiha, which is why he lacks the power to continue controlling the Uchiha. He has always pretended to be mysterious. I suspect that the deaths of Jiraiya and the Sage of the Six Paths are related to him. If he truly is Uchiha Obito, the Uchiha will definitely recognize him. Alternatively, collaborating with the Uchiha to kill Danzo is also a viable option. If the Uchiha and Konoha engage in battle, perhaps we can seize the most critical item first, allowing our plan to commence early. Of course, Conan knew what the most critical item was. The Nine Tails, the strongest among the nine-tailed beasts, and one with a high difficulty of acquisition. If chaos broke out in Konoha, seizing the opportunity would be worth considering. Conan calmly replied, If there's a chance, I will. Nagato instructed, You all go ahead. I have recently improved my control over the Rinnegan and am practicing a new technique. Conan sensed Nagato's intention to come personally and expressed her concerns. There are too many people around Konoha right now. It's too dangerous for you to come. Your body can't withstand a long battle. Nagato fell silent for a moment. His original body, Nagato, had been turned into a husk by the outer path golem spikes. He could only say he had slightly recovered, but he truly could not handle a prolonged fight. If there was no opportunity to capture the Nine Tails, he should avoid exposing too much information about the organization. Hearing Nagato's words, Conan let out a slight sigh of relief. Others didn't matter to her. She only cared about Nagato. I'll see if the right person appears and can be recruited. The Akatsuki organization was currently lacking in both funds and personnel. And now, all the bounty hunters with some strength in the shinobi world were flocking to Konoha. This was naturally a good opportunity for recruitment. Chapter 31. Anxious while the entire ninja world was focused on Konoha and the Uchiha, the bounty ninjas from the black market taught Konoha a lesson on the importance of speed in warfare. Itachi left Konoha during the day, and the bounty was posted in the afternoon. That night, Konoha was attacked. About 10 people, using the intelligence provided by Itachi, directly bypass Konoha's outer patrol teams, infiltrating the route base through the Umbu patrol routes. If it weren't for the recently redeployed barrier at the route base, the question of whether Danzo was still alive would be in doubt. The route and Konoha's Umbu had some disconnect, and when these infiltrators were discovered by route personnel, they managed to escape despite being heavily besieged. In the Hokage's office, the already anxious Third Hokage found it even harder to sleep after seeing the report in his hands. Uchiha Itachi had placed a bounty of 500 million on Danzo's head and leaked the patrol routes. After the village was attacked, the delayed news from the black market finally reached him. The political acumen of the Third Hokage was remarkable. Upon seeing this bounty, he was stunned. The long-standing conflict between the Uchiha and the village was well known. As long as the details were unknown, there would be no external reactions. Now the Uchiha had openly declared that Konoha and the Uchiha were about to clash. The bounty on Danzo was a bait to create trouble for Konoha and to attract bounty ninjas to probe Konoha's situation. What truly worried the Third Hokage was that the other 4 great ninja villages would definitely take the opportunity to check Konoha's condition. Now, even if the Uchiha were to retaliate openly, the Third Hokage wouldn't dare to strike back. If Konoha and the Uchiha fought, Konoha would be in danger. The Third Hokage was now considering that the people from the other ninja villages were probably already on their way. When did the Uchiha have such clever individuals? Did the enemy think of all this while attacking Danzo? Call the medical staff from route over. Yes, the Umbu left to carry out the order. Due to the previous discord caused by Uchiha Shursui, route personnel did not allow Konoha's medical staff to treat Danzo, opting instead for their own. After all, route could only rely on Danzo. If something unexpected happened to him, their situation would be dire. Danzo was an extremely suspicious person. His subordinates were hardly honest people. Before long, a medical ninja wearing a white hat arrived. The Third Hokage assessed him. This person should be named Fujigoro. He was a key figure in the route medical team and had also participated in Danzo's modifications. How is Danzo? How long until he wakes up? The Third Hokage asked directly without pleasantries. After the attack en route, Fujigoro had also received the news about Danzo's bounty. He was in a state of confusion, as Danzo was in a coma, and there was no one in charge at route. To report to the Hokage, Lord Danzo's spirit has suffered a severe blow, and his physical condition is not very good either. It will take about a week for him to wake up. The Third Hokage was aware that Danzo's arm had been modified not too long ago, and now it had been 2 years since the modification. Fujigoro spoke truthfully. The Third Hokage took a puff of his pipe. Is there any way to make him wake up in 3 days? Fujigoro, not fully aware of Konoha's current situation, felt the gravity of the matter under the Third Hokage's intense gaze. Lord Hokage, it's not that I don't want to find a way. It's just that Lord Danzo's spirit has been subjected to a special Genjutsu attack. Being able to wake up in 7 days is already a very ideal situation. The Third Hokage, being a master of ninjutsu, was well aware of the severity of Danzo's injuries. He was merely laying the groundwork for his next words. The Third Hokage tapped the table with his pipe. You saw the bounty from the black market, right? The Uchiha are already set on taking Danzo down with them. This matter must be resolved by getting Danzo to wake up. The Third Hokage's words were half-truths, but the purpose was to apply pressure on Fujigoro. Fujigoro had just survived the attack and understood that the Third Hokage was not speaking lightly. However, he still showed a troubled expression. Lord Hokage, I am aware that the situation is very urgent, but Lord Danzo truly cannot wake up right now. The Third Hokage narrowed his eyes. Aren't the medical conditions at route not very good? Transfer Danzo to Konoha Hospital. He might recover faster there. Fujigoro displayed an awkward expression. Lord Hokage, this. I cannot make that decision. After all, I am just a medical personnel. Fujigoro was not completely powerless. He simply did not want to bear that responsibility. If anything happened to Danzo at Konoha Hospital, the other route members would certainly not let him off the hook. The Third Hokage seemed to anticipate that Fujigoro would say this. He then proactively said, Then I will send some Umbu personnel to assist you in securing him. Upon hearing this, Fujigoro hesitated and stammered. The Third Hokage's expression darkened. It's settled. I will send 4 teams over shortly, and I will increase the number if necessary. Yes, Lord Hokage. I will take my leave now. The Third Hokage waved him off. Fujigoro, with a bitter expression, exited the office. This was the Third Hokage's insistence on inserting people into the situation, which he could not prevent. Yes, that is how it is. Fujigoro maintained a helpless look, already thinking of countermeasures in his mind. After Fujiguro left, the third Hokage returned to his desk, continuing to review the intelligence constantly coming in from Umbu. After Konoha was attacked, the Konoha informants protected by the black market could also leave the black market. Since Konoha had already been attacked, there was no need for secrecy. After the informants returned, they reported more detailed intelligence. The third Hokage felt a headache seeing so many people in the black market taking on this task. The news from the black market spread so quickly that others from different countries would probably come to join the chaos. Come in. Yes, Lord Hokage. An Umbu pushed the door open and entered. Bring Hinata Hisashi here. Yes. After the Umbu left, the third Hokage irritably started smoking. As he walked to the window, his expression suddenly changed. Sure enough, the next moment, a figure with white hair slipped in through the window. The third Hokage sighed in relief while scolding. You actually know to come back? The figure was wearing wooden sandals, had a burly build, and wore a forehead protector with a kanji for oil inscribed on it. It was none other than the third Hokage's disciple, Jiraiya, known as the Sage of Toads. Chapter 32. Jiraiya returns to the Hokage office. Oh dear, old man, why are you so angry? I rushed back day and night after receiving your message. Jiraiya said with a carefree laugh. The third Hokage knew Jiraiya's personality, but couldn't help but feel angry. Look at you. What have you been doing? I asked you to investigate Orochimaru's whereabouts, and it's been so long with no news. What have you been spending your time on? Jiraiya awkwardly scratched his nose. Orochimaru has bases all over the place. It's not easy to track him down. Humph. Then what have you been doing for the past 2 years? The third scolded. Jiraiya knew that if he didn't present some solid information, the old man wouldn't let him off the hook. So he straightened up and said, Actually, I found out that Orochimaru fled to the land of rice. But I hadn't pinpointed his exact location when you called me back. The third Hokage looked at Jiraiya with some suspicion, but given the current issues facing Konoha, he didn't dwell on that matter. He sighed. You know the situation in the village, right? Jiraiya's expression turned serious. I already learned about it on the way. The third Hokage moved to his desk, picked up the report regarding the root base attack, and handed it to Jiraiya. After Itachi defected, all patrol routes were leaked, and the root base had been attacked. However, since the root base had many personnel and they were quite suspicious, Danzo's people were safe. The third Hokage explained the recent events, which Jiraiya had been unaware of while traveling. After quickly reading through the report, Jiraiya's face also became serious. In that case, why not just hand Danzo over to the Uchiha? After all, it's all Danzo's fault. Jiraiya had never liked Danzo and would be happy if that old coot died. The third Hokage took a drag from his cigarette. Don't I wish? The root has many personnel and is on high alert now. I can't mobilize too many Umbu. Tsunade and Mito are stopping me. Jiraiya replied unhappily. Why do you care about them? You are the Hokage. The third Hokage was somewhat speechless. Jiraiya's political sense was truly low. Not to mention the issues with the other two advisor elders. Danzo was a tool for the third Hokage to do dirty work. Wouldn't he worry about the rabbit dying and the hound being cooked? Danzo held a lot of dirt on the third Hokage, and if it got out, the third would immediately be ousted. Otherwise, a cunning person like the third Hokage would have considered selling out Danzo long ago. He waved his hand and did not answer that question. Instead, he asked the key question, can you fight against the Mangeki Sharingan? Jiraiya had never faced the Mangeki Sharingan in battle and had no reference point. He spread his hands. Even if I could beat one, there's no way I could take on 3. In reality, Jiraiya wasn't completely lacking in political insight. He just didn't want the village to go to war with the Uchiha. As everyone knows, Konoha's ultimate weapon is the Nine Tails. However, the Mangeki Sharingan is particularly effective against Jinchuriki. Konoha even had to hide the Nine Tails. Otherwise, the Uchiha could easily control it and destroy Konoha without breaking a sweat. Even if the third Hokage could use the Reaper Death Seal, he wouldn't sacrifice himself now. Moreover, there was more than one Mangeki Sharingan. The Hyuga clan, which had previously been on par with the Uchiha, had been let down by Konoha. Did they expect them to serve Konoha again? It would be good enough if they didn't help the Uchiha. In fact, the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans were also fence-sitters. Changing Hokage would not be a loss for them. The other major clans had been exploited by Danzo, and it would be best if they could remain neutral. That's why the third Hokage was so anxious to recall the Sarutobi clan. If Konoha went to war with the Uchiha, the existence of Konoha would be in question. Thus, hiding the Sarutobi clan would become meaningless. The third Hokage took a puff of his cigarette and slowly exhaled. I've recalled some people from the border. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow. Are there many? The third Hokage frowned. Well, It should be enough to deter the Uchiha. As long as the Uchiha doesn't dare to act. Spies from other villages and bounty ninjas are not a threat. For now, you stay in Konoha. I'll look for an opportunity to talk to the Uchiha, and you can join me then. Jiraiya was also inclined towards this approach. He didn't want the village to go to war. All right, I'll be in the village for now. At that moment, there was a knock at the door. It was the Yambu's knock. Komein, Hokage-sama. Lord Izashi is already in the reception room waiting for you. The next day, the ninja school was in regular session. In various villages, there were spies from enemy nations, but these ordinary spies could only see things that everyone already knew. If the ninja school remained closed, it would make Konoha look particularly guilty. Last night, they had repelled those bounty ninjas, and with Jiraiya's return, along with the Third Hokage making some deals with the Hyuga clan, Konoha had returned to normal. Well, seemingly normal. Beneath the surface, currents were still swirling. Uchiha clan, Chiya, are we really sending them to school? Fugaku asked in confusion. They won't learn much at school, and it's dangerous. Chiya laughed. Leader, why are you so scared? Konoha today is even more afraid to attack us. If we keep these kids in a clan, it'll just make us look timid. Besides, if our people don't go to Konoha, we won't know their movements. I also need an excuse to go to Konoha. Don't worry. As long as I'm there, Sasuke will be fine. Fugaku glanced at Sasuke, who was quietly standing not far away. All right, be careful on the way. Chiya made a reassuring gesture. I'm off then, leader. Remember about Izumi. Fugaku nodded. Don't worry, I know. Chiya flashed to a group of little kids and led them away. Fugaku watched Chiya's departing figure in silence for a long time. Chiya had deliberately come to talk to him. Essentially, he was saying that Itachi was indeed a genius, but Fugaku truly didn't understand him. Previously, two stubborn individuals almost brought the entire clan to ruin, and now their relationship was very tense. If he wanted to restore his relationship with Itachi, he could start with his social connections. There was a ready-made opportunity, Izumi. Itachi had been interacting with Izumi for 6 or 7 years, and Fugaku hadn't even known about her existence. After Chiya's reminder, he realized he needed to learn more. Someone like Itachi certainly wouldn't be fickle. Although Izumi was still young, she was already a future daughter-in-law. Fugaku could certainly have Mikoto reach out to her and see if there were any difficulties or if she needed help. If there were no difficulties, they should create some to help. At least when Itachi returned, he would know that his father had done something for him. Chapter 33. Protecting Sasuke, Qian Yao led Sasuke and the other little ones out of the clan ground slowly. He wanted to see how Konoha would respond while having other thoughts in mind. Although there was some risk in going to Konoha, Qian Yao was confident in himself. There were many Uchiha, and naturally, there were more students attending the ninja school than just Sasuke. Some were older than Sasuke, and some were younger. However, the little ones who usually walked with Sasuke now kept a few paces away from him. They had ninja qualifications, and their families likely had combat personnel. All the combat personnel knew that Itachi had defected from the clan, but he had been coerced back. Although Itachi did not cause any losses to the clan, most Uchiha were not known for their good tempers. If it weren't for Itachi being a wielder of the Mangeki Sharingan, there might have been a fight right then and there. After returning, there would naturally be no good word spoken. The current situation was that Sasuke was isolated. Moreover, Sasuke had heard quite a bit of gossip, thinking about Itachi's departure yesterday. His parents' concealment left him feeling very troubled. After all, he was just a 7-year-old child. Sadness and confusion were evident on his face. Qian Yao naturally noticed Sasuke's expression, but he had no time to care about him at the moment. As he gradually approached the school, Umbu had already spotted him, and someone left the group, clearly to report. As he entered the school, the number of eyes on him increased. Because the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was inside the school, no one dared to be negligent. After entering the school, Sasuke and the other little ones made their way to their respective classrooms. Qian Yao, with his hands behind his back, leisurely followed behind Sasuke. The sound of wooden clogs on the wooden floor echoed in the corridor of the ninja school. Qian Yao's heart stirred as he saw Jiraiya appear. Sure enough, Jiraiya had returned. The Third Hokage still had some strong cards, among which the most useful was Jiraiya. Jiraiya was undoubtedly a passionate protector of Konoha. Qian Yao remembered a scene from the original timeline, where Jiraiya feared that Tsunade would ruin Orochimaru's hands and even wanted to kill Tsunade. This represented that for Jiraiya, no one was more important than Konoha. He would not allow anyone to lay a hand on Konoha. Moreover, Jiraiya's current combat power could be considered part of the T1 tier, making it reasonable for him to restrain their Mangeki. Qian Yao followed Sasuke, while Jiraiya followed Qian Yao. Seeing that Qian Yao did not enter the classroom and had no intention of approaching Naruto, Jiraiya felt somewhat relieved. After sending Sasuke into the classroom, Qian Yao leaned against the corridor outside. Jiraiya then walked over. "You're Uchiha Qian Yao?" Qian Yao lifted his eyelids, but did not respond to Jiraiya. He displayed an air of indifference, fully embodying the pride of the Uchiha. He had the right to be proud. At just 17, he was already a wielder of the Mangeki Sharingan, enough to look down on 99% of the ninja world. Jiraiya's expression turned slightly displeased. It was indeed difficult to deal with the Uchiha. "What is your purpose here?" Qian Yao looked at Jiraiya as if he were an idiot. "Aren't you from Konoha monitoring Sasuke?" "Of course. I'm here to protect Sasuke. Am I here for sightseeing?" Jiraiya was momentarily stumped. The reasons of the Uchiha were indeed straightforward. Who told Konoha to have a bad track record? However, the Uchiha clan could clearly choose not to attend classes, yet they had all come. If Qian Yao had no other motives, Jiraiya certainly did not believe that. But these words were hard to voice, and Jiraiya found himself at a loss for words in response to Qian Yao. Fortunately, at that moment, Kakashi, who had also received the news, appeared, alleviating Jiraiya's awkwardness. "Uchiha Qian Yao." Qian Yao glanced sideways at Kakashi. "Oh, isn't this Konoha's #1 technician, Kakashi?" At this time, Kakashi had already mastered the use of the Sharingan and could copy and replicate others' ninjutsu. He was considered a rising star in Konoha. However, given that his Sharingan had been taken, Qian Yao's words carried a hint of mockery. Qian Yao was 3 years younger than Kakashi. Although they were not familiar, he certainly recognized him. Qian Yao's original self was a member of the Uchiha Hokage faction. When Obito gave his Sharingan to Kakashi, Qian Yao's original self had opposed it. Later, due to his low status, it had no effect. However, times had changed, and now their identities and strengths had reversed. "My Sharingan was taken by you." Kakashi stared at Qian Yao, his eyes filled with suppressed anger. "Heh." Qian Yao chuckled lightly. "You need to understand, your surname is Hitaki, not Uchiha. The entire ninja world knows that the Sharingan belongs to our Uchiha clan. Don't think that just because Obito gave you that it belongs to you." Obito had no right to dispose of his Sharingan. What Qian Yao said was reasonable, and no one could refute it. That I was too important to Kakashi, and he had to retrieve it at all costs. Kakashi calmed himself, and then said in a low voice, "Qian Yao, do you know how important that Sharingan is to me?" Qian Yao spread his arms in a gesture of helplessness. "Originally, according to the relationship between the White Fang and our Uchiha clan, it wouldn't matter if Obito's I was used by you. But you Konoha want to exterminate our Uchiha clan. So how could I let you Konoha's people use a Sharingan? Isn't that aiding the enemy?" Kakashi's face turned pale. He was just an Anbu captain and did not have the status or authority to speak against Danzo. Even though Kakashi disliked Danzo, in a public setting with Jiraiya present and Anbu nearby, he couldn't voice his objections. Jiraiya, seeing Kakashi's predicament, chimed in. "Qian Yao, this incident was caused by Danzo acting unilaterally. We Konoha didn't want this to happen. Jiraiya's identity and character made him unafraid of Danzo, so he could speak freely." Qian Yao scoffed. "How ridiculous. Do you think you can just shift all the blame to Danzo acting unilaterally? You need to understand, including my 2 teammates. There are also 9 other clan members who died in the ambush by Root. We were nearly exterminated. Do you think a couple of sentences will let us off the hook?" Jiraiya stared at Qian Yao. "What do you Uchiha want to do?" Qian Yao snorted coldly. "We want Danzo dead. Until Danzo is dead, we will discuss anything else." Chapter 34. Verbal dual chakra surged within Jiraiya, showing signs of making a move. He had only heard of the fame of the Mangeki Sharingan and had never had the chance to see it. Qian Yao directly interrupted Jiraiya's speech. "Don't think about testing the Mangeki Sharingan. If you dare to make a move, our Uchiha clan will immediately come in." Jiraiya's face changed drastically. "Are you planning to rebel against Konoha?" Qian Yao waved his hand, seemingly too lazy to argue with Jiraiya. "Don't label me. If you dare to act, we Uchiha will dare to retaliate. You can try to see if my Mangeki Sharingan can't even send a distress signal." Jiraiya was directly restrained. He indeed wanted to test the combat power of the Mangeki Sharingan to probe the Uchiha's bottom line. Unexpectedly, Qian Yao wouldn't take the bait and appeared completely willing to go down with the ship. Although Jiraiya felt that Qian Yao was bluffing, he didn't dare to gamble. If the Uchiha really came to fight, the casualties would not be just 1 or 2. Jiraiya felt stifled, but had no choice but to grit his teeth and give up the thought of making a move. With the pressure on him lessening, Qian Yao knew that Jiraiya was indeed afraid. He had already anticipated that Jiraiya wouldn't dare to act, and at this moment he smiled disdainfully. "Did you think I would be so foolish as to let you know the true power of the Mangekyo Sharingan? Jiraiya snorted angrily. Itachi Uchiha has already defected. You only have 2 Mangekyo Sharingan left. Qian Yao chuckled lightly. This Jiraiya was indeed astute, trying to probe for more intelligence. However, Qian Yao didn't mind giving Jiraiya some information. So what if Itachi defected? He didn't defect from a clan. Jiraiya stared at Qian Yao. You Uchiha accept such a defector. Are you also preparing to rebel? Qian Yao was immune to Jiraiya's low-level rhetoric. Think whatever you want. Itachi Uchiha was persecuted into defection by your Hokage's assistant. And this is something everyone in the ninja world knows now. As for whether our Uchiha clan will defect, it depends on how you Konoha deal with Danzo. What does it mean for you Uchiha to openly put a bounty on Konoha's high-ranking officials? Jiraiya also knew how the bounty on Danzo would bring turmoil to Konoha and was truly furious about it. Qian Yao said curiously, don't say you have no evidence proving that our Uchiha clan issued the bounty. Even if you have evidence. So what if it proves we were behind it? He wants to annihilate our clan, and I should keep him around for the new year? Instead of wasting time here with me, you might as well take him out and exchange his head for 500 million in the black market. Jiraiya couldn't deny that he really wanted to kill Danzo to exchange for 500 million. Although he didn't lack money, once Danzo was dead, the relationship between the Uchiha and Konoha would surely ease. But Jiraiya could only think about it. The third Hokage wouldn't allow it, and he had no way to do anything. At this moment, Jiraiya couldn't be aggressive either and could only stubbornly say, the village's Hokage's assistant is not someone you can just deal with as you please. Moreover, Danzo hasn't woken up yet, and there's no way to investigate. In terms of verbal skills, Jiraiya couldn't compare to Qian Yao. Besides, Qian Yao was the driving force behind all this. He had already anticipated Konoha's reactions and rhetoric. Danzo in this state was also a life that Qian Yao had let Itachi keep, just to have him take the blame. The scapegoat naturally needed to do his job. Qian Yao said indifferently, then we'll wait for Danzo to wake up. Anyway, our Uchiha can take a break for a while. Jiraiya had no way to deal with him. If the Uchiha had not put a bounty on Danzo, it would have been fine. But once they did, things became complicated. At that moment, the school bell rang, and Qian Yao ignored Jiraiya and followed Sasuke away. Among the crowd was Naruto, and Jiraiya did not dare to let his guard down, following closely behind Qian Yao. Kakashi had not gotten a good result, and could only go report to the third Hokage first. The break was relatively long, and with the next class being an outdoor class, the students all went to the playground. It was normal for a few unfamiliar adults to appear in the school for these ninja school students, as many ninja families would come to see their children. Aside from Qian Yao, who was obviously wearing Uchiha clan clothing, Jiraiya's outfit was somewhat strange. Jiraiya had not been in Konoha for a long time and was not very clear about Naruto's situation. Seeing Naruto's silly grin, he thought Naruto was living quite well. Sasuke, why do you look so down today? How about we have a race? There were always girls around Sasuke, which made Naruto very envious. He envied that Sasuke didn't have to do anything to be liked, while he had to do a lot to get others' attention. Everyone inexplicably hated him, calling him a monster. But he had done nothing and didn't understand why. He didn't want to be ignored by everyone. Even if he was disliked, it was better than being alone. Although Naruto always said Sasuke was arrogant. In fact, Sasuke was one of the few who didn't reject him. However, today Sasuke didn't seem to be in the mood. He glanced at Qian Yao not far away. Next time, Naruto was stunned for a moment. Sasuke usually never refused his challenges. What was going on today? 7-year-old Naruto wasn't too smart, but he had his own way. Oh, Sasuke, did you admit defeat? You know I'm serious today, so you gave up? Sasuke was only 7 years old, and with Naruto's provocation, he couldn't help but engage. Humph, just you? You've never won against me. Sasuke temporarily pushed his brother's matters aside and began to bicker with Naruto. Naruto had managed to avoid mental issues thanks to his thick skin. That was in the past. I'm serious today, and you're definitely going to lose. Just say if you dare or not. What is there to be afraid of? The other girls in the class gathered nearby and whispered, Look, dumb Naruto wants to challenge Sasuke again. Really overestimating himself. He loses every time and still has the nerve. Who cares? We just want to see Sasuke. Today Sasuke looks so cool. Sasuke is so handsome. A group of girls softly expressed various sounds nearby. Qian Yao leaned against a tree, hearing everything clearly. After all, he was the most handsome face in the ninja world. And even at a young age, Sasuke was very popular. Although the girls' voices were not loud, Qian Yao heard them clearly. He was not interested in Naruto and Sasuke's competition. But as he scanned the area, he saw many familiar faces. Among the group of girls, one had pink hair, another had yellow hair, and there was one with white eyes secretly watching Naruto. In a nearby corner, there was someone with a dog, wearing sunglasses, looking lazy and impatient, munching on chips. The other three, who seemed to be in a different grade, were not seen. Chapter 35. Naruto and Sasuke. The sounds of cheering surrounded Naruto. There was no doubt that Sasuke easily won the match. As usual, Naruto stubbornly muttered about not performing well and not taking it seriously. Many people were disdainful of Naruto's attitude and thought he was overestimating himself. But Qian understood very well that this was Naruto's way of survival. Only by being shameless and annoying could he attract attention. In fact, he was a very lonely child who feared solitude. After all, outside of school, it was a miracle that people didn't throw stones at him. The one who created all this was none other than the heartless Third Hokage, whose purpose was to control Naruto. If the Third Hokage had any conscience, Naruto's childhood wouldn't have been so miserable. Not only did he take away all the inheritance of the Fourth Hokage and his wife, but he also forbade others from getting close to Naruto. Otherwise, given the popularity of the Fourth Hokage, Naruto wouldn't have had to suffer through hunger. The Third Hokage only took care of Naruto's aftermath while continuously allowing him to cause trouble. Naruto sought attention, while the Third Hokage wanted everyone to hate Naruto, so he could be the only light in Naruto's life. Chiao's thoughts drifted, and he reflected on Kakashi's tragic past. The death of his father during his childhood caused him immense psychological trauma. After finally healing a bit with the help of friends, he witnessed the tragic death of his close friend, faked death, and was forced to kill Rin. His entire mental world collapsed, and he developed severe PTSD, spending his days in despair, just guarding Obito's eyes. He visited the memorial stone more often than he went to restaurants. Every day, he numbly completed various tasks for the Third Hokage, not thinking at all, living like a walking corpse. He never considered whether his father's death was suspicious or whether his teacher's only child was living well. In Qiao's view, while the Sharingan briefly increased Kakashi's power, it also limited his potential. White Fang, without the Sharingan, could make the Sand Village cry out for help with just a short blade. He directly caused the emergence of a boss like Scorpion in the Sand Village. As Qiao pondered, time slowly passed. He also noticed that the curriculum at the Ninja Academy was quite limited. Now that it was peacetime, the 7-year-olds just entering school were learning simple character recognition, cultural knowledge, physical training, and the repeated indoctrination of the will of fire. It must be said that schools are a great place for heirs of various clans to build relationships. These children were still young and had no significant power increases. More importantly, they formed small groups, which would facilitate Konoha's control in the future. The things learned may be useful for commoners, but for the wealthy clans, they were hardly of any value. The Anbu, protecting Naruto, and Jiraiya closely monitored Qiao, fearing he might have ideas about the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. If Qiao were to use the Mangeki Sharingan to control the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki at that moment, Konoha would immediately fall into chaos. Jiraiya was also on high alert. He couldn't grasp Qiao's behavior patterns, so he could only keep a close watch. But Qiao was merely standing near Sasuke, not even glancing at Naruto. As the day of school experience came to an end, Qiao, along with Sasuke and others, reached the school gate. By this time, many parents were already there to pick up their children. Qiao keenly noticed that Naruto, who was usually so lively, had a gloomy expression on his face. He deliberately took Sasuke's hand, causing Sasuke to look at him curiously since their relationship wasn't particularly close. Qiao whispered in Sasuke's ear, "If you call Naruto over and say a few words to him, I'll tell you about Itachi." Sasuke trembled, wanting to say something, but Qiao quickly added, "Be natural. There are people watching." Sasuke's mind raced. As the heir of the Uchiha clan, he had to be more shrewd than the other kids. He nodded silently and pretended to be close to Qiao, grabbing his arm. Qiao then acted like a good older brother, lifting little Sasuke onto his back, allowing him to ride on his shoulders. Sasuke let out a somewhat forced cheer, but it didn't attract much attention. After all, many fathers were doing similar things at the school gate. However, one person noticed this very keenly, and that was Naruto. He looked enviously at those children with parents, able to be spoiled in their family's arms. Meanwhile, others saw Naruto as if he were a plague, leaving with their children while showing disgust. Under the influence of their parents, many children from the ninja school also looked at Naruto with disdain. Naruto! The downcast Naruto suddenly heard someone calling him. His spirits lifted as he saw it was Sasuke, and he hurried over. Jiraiya, who was nearby Naruto, felt a pang of anxiety and then focused intently on Qiao. "You said you were unhappy about losing today, right? Didn't you say you're better?" At height jumping? Tomorrow, I want you to lose convincingly. Sasuke, riding on Chiao's shoulders, looked very proud. Oomph, arrogant Sasuke, who's afraid of whom? Tomorrow, I'll show you my strength. Naruto was actually indifferent to the content. He was just happy to have someone to talk to. Now that Sasuke rarely challenged him, Naruto felt overjoyed. Sasuke laughed from Chiao's shoulders. Tomorrow, I'll make sure you know the power of the Uchiha. Chiao didn't look at Naruto, but slowly walked past him with Sasuke. As evening approached, the sunset cast long shadows. When Chiao's shadow overlapped with Naruto's, a flicker of darkness stirred within the shadow, but no one noticed. See you tomorrow. After Sasuke walked away, Naruto waved his hand repeatedly. Sasuke, riding on Chiao's shoulders, also waved his hand, indicating he heard him. Chiao had already walked quite far with Sasuke. Chiao-senpai, let me down, Sasuke said softly. Why the hurry? Someone's watching us, Chiao replied while walking. Sasuke bowed his head and quietly asked Chiao-senpai, what about my brother? Chiao noticed that their observer had moved far away and then slowly explained, your brother was forced to betray the village. What? Sasuke shuddered, unable to believe it. Chiao-senpai, what exactly happened? Isn't my brother the captain of the Anbu? What happened? Chiao hinted, who do you think loves you the most in this world? Chapter 36. Opening eyes, Sasuke's mind was in a state of confusion. Upon hearing Chiao's question, images of Fugaku and Mikoto flashed through his mind, finally settling on Itachi. It's Nissen. Chiao's pace began to slow down, and instead of continuing with that question, he changed the subject. Do you know the relationship between the Uchiha clan and Konoha? Sasuke, now only 7 years old, had no clear understanding of these matters. He answered, our Uchiha clan is one of the founders of Konoha. So, is our Uchiha clan strong? Sasuke's eyes sparkled with pride. Of course, our Uchiha clan is the strongest in the ninja world. Chiao detected Sasuke's pride and sense of belonging to his family, letting out a light laugh. Do you know who the strongest member of the Uchiha clan is? Upon hearing this question, Sasuke felt a bit troubled. There were too many strong individuals in the clan, and he didn't have a clear concept of it. He didn't even know that Itachi possessed the Mangeki Sharingan. Is it father? Sasuke hesitantly asked. Since Fugaku usually kept a low profile, Sasuke had never seen his father in action. He felt his father was strong, simply because he was the clan leader, which was an inherent belief. Chiao shook his head, not keeping him in suspense, and said directly, it's Itachi. He is the strongest in the entire Uchiha clan and also the legendary wielder of the Mangeki Sharingan. Even the clan leader is not a match for Itachi. It's Nissen. Nissen is that strong? Sasuke's voice was filled with shock and pride. For Sasuke, who idolized his older brother, nothing could evoke his emotions more than praising Itachi. Chiao reached out and picked up Sasuke, continuing to ask Sasuke, if your brother wanted to become Hokage, do you think he could? Chiao changed his question to something more understandable for Sasuke. Sasuke answered without hesitation. Since my brother is the strongest of the Uchiha clan, he can definitely become Hokage. Which clan does the current Hokage belong to? Sasuke had an inkling. It's the Sarutobi clan. Chiao focused on Sasuke's eyes and slowly guided him. If the Sarutobi clan doesn't want to relinquish the position of Hokage and can't defeat your brother, what will they do? Sasuke's eyes widened as he began to brainstorm. Chiao reminded him, you still remember who loves you the most in this world, right? Sasuke realized. His face flushed. I became a hostage. He suddenly understood why Chiao had come to pick him up from school that day. Chiao's tone turned cold. The people of Konoha have kidnapped you and want your brother to kill the entire Uchiha clan. This includes your parents, your sister Izumi, me, and Ruri, the lives of everyone in the clan. Sasuke was hit with a tremendous psychological shock. His blood surged visibly, and his eyes were filled with bloodshot veins. Chiao saw that the time was right and delivered the final blow. Itachi is prepared to follow Konoha's orders to kill the entire clan to exchange for your chance to live. Even if he has to bear the sin of killing his father and mother and slaughtering the entire clan, he will still save you, his beloved younger brother. Nisan. Sasuke let out a miserable scream upon learning of Itachi's sacrifices for him. As emotions surged, his eyes turned blood red, and a single tomo appeared. Sasuke has opened his eyes. Huff, huff. Sasuke gasped for breath, his body extremely fatigued. Darkness gradually enveloped his vision, and he fell straight forward. Chiao swiftly caught him and threw him over his shoulder. This little brat is truly gifted, with Sasuke being so attached to Itachi. It's a piece of cake to stimulate him to open his eyes. Carrying Sasuke towards the clan grounds, he shifted his consciousness into Naruto's shadow. Just as his shadow overlapped with Naruto's, his clone had already sneaked over. Although Jiraiya can also use the shadow clone technique. This type of shadow stealth technique is quite rare, so he naturally didn't notice. Qi Yao's main body had taken Sasuke away for 20 minutes. Meanwhile, Naruto was still at the entrance. He sat on a swing, enviously watching the parents of other children come to pick them up one by one. Naruto didn't want to go home, but during this time, there were too many parents on the road. It was very likely that he would be scolded or bullied, and there was even a possibility of being beaten or having stones thrown at him. So, he could only sit on the swing and wait for everyone else to leave. After the streets were less crowded, he could return to that home with no warmth. Jiraiya was a bit puzzled and asked a nearby Umbu, "What is Naruto doing here?" The nearby Umbu had clearly been monitoring Naruto for a while and knew his routine. The Umbu replied, "Naruto usually waits for Lord Hokage here. Recently, the Third Hokage has been busy with matters concerning the Uchiha clan and hasn't come to see Naruto. Naruto must be missing Lord Hokage. You don't need to worry. Lord Jiraiya, Naruto will go back by himself soon." Jiraiya understood. It seemed the old man cared about Naruto after all. He considered it for a moment and decided not to approach Naruto for now. After all, Naruto was still young, and he couldn't expose his identity. It would be better to wait for the old man to arrange things later. Seeing that Qi Yao had already left and that there was no problem with Naruto, Jiraiya instructed, "Continue your work." "Yes, Lord Jiraiya." Jiraiya's figure flickered, and he headed towards the Hokage's office. Qi Yao estimated that Naruto would stay there for a while longer and shifted his consciousness back. When his main body transferred consciousness, it became like a shadow clone and wouldn't go dull. So, Qi Yao's main body had already brought Sasuke back to the clan grounds and arrived at Fugaka's place. When Qi Yao carried Sasuke inside, Fugaka was initially startled, thinking that Sasuke was injured. However, when he saw Qi Yao's calm expression, he relaxed. "What happened to Sasuke?" Qi Yao spoke. "It's nothing. Sasuke has opened his eyes." "Open his eyes? He opened his eyes?" Fugaka was momentarily stunned and suddenly realized. Sasuke is only 7 years old, and he opened his eyes at such a young age? Fugaka exhaled, suppressing the joy that was about to burst forth. He restored his poker face. I can't let him get too proud," Fugaka said sternly. But Qi Yao frowned, staring at him, causing Fugaka's expression to freeze. "What's wrong?" Qi Yao. Since Qi Yao awakened the Mangeki, he had changed significantly. Not only did he save the Uchiha clan, but he also exhibited remarkable political acumen and wisdom. Therefore, Qi Yao's serious expression couldn't be ignored by Fugaka. Qi Yao snorted coldly. "You still don't understand? Your perpetually stern demeanor and strict father image are the main culprits that nearly led to the Uchiha's destruction. If you had praised Itachi a bit more, saying you are my pride, do you think Itachi would have betrayed the clan?" Chapter 37. Naruto's daily life. Fugaka's expression changed dramatically, his cold demeanor cracking instantly. Fugaka was at a loss for words. There was no internet in this world, and the educational knowledge that was simple in Qian Yao's original world was completely unknown to Fugaka. He merely applied his role as clan leader to family education, resulting in a significant rift with Itachi. Clearly, Fugaka had not yet learned his lesson. He still wanted to continue playing the role of the stern father. He recognized Qian Yao's wisdom, and the words Qian Yao spoke prompted Fugaka to reflect deeply. He pondered whether his educational approach had been too harsh. Why couldn't he praise Sasuke, who had awakened his Sharingan at the age of 7? "Sasuke had told me on the way that he had always hoped for your praise and recognition. But in your eyes, you only compare him to Itachi. He still remembers the time you praised him for learning the fireball technique. He has repeatedly mentioned it to me. Now, at just 7 years old, he has awakened his eyes, and you are preparing to act aloof? Are you planning to raise another Sasuke who will distance himself from the family? What the Uchiha clan has always lacked is not power, but love." Fugaka looked at little Sasuke in his arms with a complex expression. Just as he was about to say something to Qian Yao scoffed coldly and turned to leave. In Qian Yao's view, Fugaka was the epitome of a strict father. When the child was younger, he might still enjoy his company, but as the child grew, Fugaka hardly ever laughed. This approach directly led to a rift with the equally proud Itachi. Itachi awakened his eyes due to the death of his comrades. But Fugaka only cared that Itachi had awakened his eyes. This was difficult for Itachi to accept. Following that, with a father's pressure and the Third Hokage's flattery, Itachi naturally inclined towards that side. No need to elaborate. Now Fugaka still hadn't learned his lesson, and after Qian Yao had scolded him, he turned to leave. If it weren't for Qian Yao wanting to create some bond with Fugaka to gain some benefits, he wouldn't bother teaching him parenting skills. The Uchiha clan has always valued power above all, but without love, power cannot be strong. Fugaku's bond value had already filled the third star. It seemed he had listened. Qian Yao didn't want to waste more words with him. After all, there was still plenty of time in the future. Ding! Uchiha Fugaku's level 3 bond has been unlocked. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Dojitsu, Illusion Realm. Qian Yao directly clicked to receive this dojitsu. As he walked home, he examined this dojitsu. Fugaku's dojitsu was somewhat similar to Tsukuyami, but essentially pulled people into a completely real world. However, this world would have various branches appearing later. If one did not modify it, it could be considered a type of precognitive dojitsu. It was likely that Fugaku had this dojitsu and foresaw that kidnapping Naruto to instigate a coup was unreliable, thus hoping for Itachi's bloodless revolution. However, he did not use this ability to foresee his own clan's destruction, indicating that the precognitive ability of this dojitsu was limited. Otherwise, Fugaku and Mikoto would not have been so easily led to their doom. Qian Yao couldn't help but curl his lips. He always believed that human imagination was limitless, and such a dojitsu could at best serve as a reference. He would not rely entirely on this dojitsu to plan for future events. However, using this dojitsu to deceive others would indeed be quite effective. With some modifications, wouldn't he become a master of prophecy? Qian Yao was in a good mood, having obtained a useful dojitsu. As he walked home, he shifted his consciousness back to the shadow clone of Naruto. At this point, the area outside the school was empty, and the aroma of food wafted from many homes. Naruto, with a dejected expression, got off the lonely swing. He walked home with his head down, and whenever he heard the voices of children and parents from the street, a look of longing would appear in his eyes. Occasionally, when villagers with open windows or standing at their doors saw Naruto, they would cast him looks of disdain and hatred. At this moment, Naruto could only quicken his pace. Most people were having dinner, so they wouldn't throw stones at him. This was the conclusion he had drawn from experience. This experience was quite useful. Although he received many disdainful glances on the way, at least he wasn't beaten up. Qian Yao lurked in Naruto's shadow, following him all the way home. Although Naruto couldn't see him, Qian Yao sensed that there were 2 teams of Umbu following Naruto from the nearby trees. Normally there was 1 team, but recently, due to the Uchiha situation, a 2nd team had been added. Naruto took out his key and unlocked the door. "I'm back," he called out habitually. But as always, no one answered him. Naruto's home was particularly messy, with all sorts of things strewn everywhere. Qian Yao's clone, just like a shadow clone, had a sense of smell. The house emitted a peculiar odor. Naruto seemed oblivious, as if he had grown accustomed to it. Qian Yao also noticed books, and even adult-themed books lying on the floor. They were truly the kind of adult books that were strictly forbidden. Qian Yao had previously wondered where Naruto learned his seduction techniques. It turned out he learned it from these books. However, Naruto was still in the child phase and was merely curious about these things, not lecherous. Seeing the books casually discarded on the floor, it was likely he hadn't read them much. The third Hokage couldn't possibly be unaware of this. It was clear they were preparing to raise Naruto to be useless. Gurgle. Naruto's stomach growled, and he opened the fridge to find a box of expensive bento. However, when he opened the bento box, he sighed again. Habitually, he took the bento to wash it, only to find a lot of sand inside. Naruto skillfully rinsed it until most of the sand was removed, then placed it in the microwave to heat it up. The food heated up quickly, but the rinsed bento could hardly taste good. Yet there weren't many options for Naruto to fill his stomach. So he had to eat it, even if it was unappetizing. Watching Naruto eat such garbage, Qian Yao suddenly felt a pang of sympathy for the child. Perhaps having a younger sister made him unable to bear seeing a child suffer like this. He wondered if Minato would regret his decision upon learning about the hardships Naruto had endured over the years. Would Kushina beat Minato up if she knew her son lived worse than a dog? Minato's cleverness had blinded him to the third Hokage's character, leading Naruto to have an incredibly tragic childhood. Qian Yao, lurking in Naruto's shadow, was indeed contemplating Naruto as parents. However, seeing Naruto in such a state, he thought it might be worthwhile to talk to Naruto as parents, at least letting them know what kind of life Naruto had been living all these years. Perhaps there could be other gains from it. After making up his mind, Qian Yao silently waited. The Umbu monitoring Naruto were just outside the window. Qian Yao had previously thought of controlling Naruto, and the dojitsu carried by this clone had enough power for the illusion realm. However, Minato and Kushina's chakra wouldn't last long. Even Minato's soul was still in the belly of the death god. Qian Yao could only think about whether he could make some moves with Kushina. Chapter 38. conspiracy. While waiting for night to fall, Qian Yao shifted his consciousness back to his original body. After sorting through his memories, he found that not much had happened at home. However, when he sent Sasuke to school, Fugaka sent someone to deliver half a year's salary. Although it was less than Qian Yao had imagined, it was still 6 million, enough to relieve the financial pressure on their family. Now, after a good meal, Qian Yao stood in Ji Yu's courtyard, watching her practice swordsmanship. The way Ji Yu was sweating profusely clearly indicated that she was not just warming up, but was seriously training. It seemed that Ji Yu still wanted to become a ninja. Now that he had confirmed that the family finances were sufficient and that they could hire someone to take care of Liuli. And since Qian Yao wouldn't be going on missions anytime soon, Ji Yu had picked up the swordsmanship she had neglected over the years. She was now slowly recovering her skills. After all, while taking care of Liuli, she could also refine her chakra. In fact, her chakra had not diminished too much. However, in terms of taijutsu, ninjutsu, and genjutsu, there had been almost no change. With Liuli now disabled, Ji Yu couldn't practice at Qian Yao's place. So, she practiced in her own home just a wall away. Have you told Liuli? Qian Yao asked. He was referring to the matter of Ji Yu needing to leave Liuli and hire someone to care for her. Ji Yu showed a troubled expression. I haven't told Liuli yet. I don't know how to say it. Ji Yu's expression was very conflicted, as if this was some unforgivable sin. Seeing the sweat continuously dripping from Ji Yu, Qian Yao took a towel and helped her wipe her sweat. This kind of intimate action was a habit of Qian Yao, or more accurately, a habit of his original self. Although Qian Yao was no longer himself, he didn't reject this behavior. After all, having a childhood friend at home who later developed into a wife seemed quite nice. However, Qian Yao found it a bit strange that Ji Yu appeared embarrassed and evasive. So, he handed the towel to Ji Yu, letting her wipe it herself. It seemed that his original self had misunderstood. Ji Yu didn't like him, but he didn't press the issue or care too much. Feelings were just a form of adjustment. Having them was fine, but not having them was also okay. Just as Qian Yao was wiping Ji Yu's sweat, Liuli's face appeared at the edge of the corridor. She was pushing her wheelchair, slowly coming over. Hearing the sound of the wheelchair rolling, Qian Yao hurried over to push Liuli. Aren't you feeding Shaoan anymore? Qian Yao asked Liuli. Shaoan was a koi fish in the courtyard pond that Liuli often fed, so she had given a name. Liuli shook her head. Shaoan has been eating less and less lately. I don't know if the fish food doesn't suit its taste anymore. Qian Yao pondered for a moment. Is it possible that it's eating too much? Its size no longer resembles that of a koi. Liuli stuck out her little tongue. Oh, if it eats a bit more, it'll be cuter when it's chubby. Qian Yao replied helplessly. All right. If you think that torpedo shape is cute. Liuli looked puzzled. What is a torpedo? Nothing, Qian Yao laughed, realizing he had forgotten that this world didn't have such a thing. Qian Yao spent time at home chatting and telling stories to Liuli. Occasionally, he switched his consciousness to Naruto to check on him, and it seemed Naruto was also idly lying in bed, staring at the ceiling with a troubled expression, occasionally shedding tears. Qian Yao's thoughts were with Naruto, and he had mentioned to Liuli that Ji Yu was going to become a ninja. By nightfall, both Ji Yu and Liuli had gone to sleep. Qian Yao felt it was about time, so he projected his consciousness again onto the shadow clone of Naruto. He noticed that there was still Umbu stationed outside. However, there was no chakra fluctuation from Naruto, indicating that the Third Hokage's crystal ball was not in use. The Umbu outside also couldn't see into the room, unaware of Naruto's condition. It was getting late, and Naruto had already fallen asleep. Qian Yao's clone reached out from the shadow and placed a hand on Naruto's head. Buzz! His consciousness instantly entered Naruto's inner world. Qian Yao observed the entire corridor, which was dark and damp, with water pooling on the floor and numerous branching paths on either side. This environment was a projection of Naruto's inner self, and it was evident that he had indeed suffered a lot of abuse. Without any hesitation, Qian Yao stepped forward. The massive and oppressive chakra was ahead. In the distance, a gigantic prison door suddenly opened a pair of enormous eyes. The path in front of Qian Yao changed rapidly, and he soon found himself before the prison door. Boom! A massive claw slammed against the door, producing a muffled sound. Uchiha! The Nine-Tails voice was filled with anger and hatred, and Qian Yao appeared in traditional clan attire, with a large fan symbolizing his identity on his clothing. Qian Yao coldly glanced at the Nine-Tails, and his three-tomo Sharingan transformed into a Mangeki Sharingan. The immense power of his eyes shot out, causing the Nine-Tails to feel a wave of tremendous fear. Mangeki Sharingan? Who are you? What do you want? The Nine-Tails cautiously backed away from the prison door. as the Meijiki Sharingan was its nemesis. The last time it was forcibly dragged out of the Jinchuriki, it was done by an Uchiha's Meijiki Sharingan. Qian Yao said nonchalantly, "Ninetales, I'm not here to look for you this time. You'd better behave." Saying this, he searched around and indeed found no chakra from Minato and Kushina. It seemed the two had been sealed all this time. While Qian Yao was searching, the Ninetales was carefully observing him. The two Uchiha that left the deepest impression on the Ninetales were undoubtedly Madara and Obito. These two had the typical Uchiha traits of being mentally unstable and obsessive, harboring great malice towards the Ninetales. However, the Uchiha before him did not exhibit those traits. Upon entering here, he was in a very rational state. Even as the Ninetales, it didn't feel any malice from the other party. Interesting, this is the first time I've seen such an Uchiha. The Ninetales slowly crouched down, watching what this Uchiha intended to do. Then, to the Ninetales' astonishment, Qian Yao suddenly flew up and tore open the sealing talisman inscribed with the character for sealing. The Ninetales widened its eyes in excitement, raising its head, filled with disbelief and exhilaration, just as it was about to roar with excitement. Boom! The immense power of the eyes struck down on the Ninetales' head like a giant hammer. The Ninetales' body instantly stiffened, unable to move. Chapter 39. The Angry Kushina. You cannot let your nine-tailed chakra explode, or else the Umbu will discover you. While Qi Yao restrained the Ninetales, two groups of chakra appeared in the air. The chakra transformed and ultimately became the most handsome of the ninja world, Minato Namikaze and Kushina, who loved Naruto the most. At this moment, the Ninetales awakened from its confusion. It was unaware that Minato and Kushina had left behind chakra. Minato and Kushina appeared here simultaneously, their faces filled with vigilance as they stared at Uchiha Qian Yao. Uchiha, are you trying to incite war? Has Naruto been captured by you? Qian Yao noticed that the Ninetales' struggling power had increased, clearly realizing the presence of Minato and Kushina. He did not answer their questions, but instead put the half-unsealed seal back in place. Qian Yao turned his head, and his Meijiki Sharingan began to spin. In an instant, Minato and Kushina were pulled into an illusion. I'm sorry, but your two groups of chakra probably won't last long, so I have to communicate with you this way. I connected to Naruto's memories using my ocular technique. You can see what kind of life Naruto has been living. Qian Yao's voice echoed from the sky as Minato and Kushina exchanged glances, astonished by what they saw in each other's eyes. However, their attention was soon drawn to Naruto. From a third-person perspective, they saw the kind of life Naruto lived after their deaths. After spending his infancy, Naruto was expelled from the orphanage at a very young age. Surrounded by Umbu surveillance, Naruto was in a state of being an orphan, unable to find food or a place to live. After wandering for several days, the Third Hokage suddenly descended from the sky. He found Naruto a place to stay, which made Naruto feel grateful. However, Naruto's life was still very poor. Every time he appeared on the streets, people looked at him with fear and disgust. The children, infected by their parents, began to bully Naruto. Get away, you fox demon. You monster, die. Go to hell. Beat him. Smash him. No, I'm not a monster. Don't hit me. Woo woo woo. Why do they all say I'm a monster? Why do they bully me? Desiring to have friends, Naruto found that not only did no one want to play with him, but he was also ruthlessly bullied by others. Minato's face turned pale, and Kushina's heart was breaking. She flew over, wanting to embrace Naruto, but passed right through him. Minato, how could that old fool from the Third Hokage take care of Naruto like this? If it was just not telling Naruto his identity, Minato could understand. But Naruto was bullied under the heavy protection of the Umbu. The Umbu were right there watching, never saving Naruto. Every time Naruto was beaten to a pulp, the Third Hokage would only arrive late. Woo woo woo. Grandfather Third, they all bully me. The Third Hokage seemed to gently stroke Naruto's head, quietly comforting him. Meanwhile, Kushina was on the verge of exploding with anger. Ah, you bastard Third Hokage. Kushina saw the Third Hokage not far away, watching as Naruto was bullied. Only when Naruto was beaten to the point of not being able to get up did he come over to play the good guy. Qian Yao's figure slowly appeared next to Minato and Kushina. How about it, Lord Fourth Hokage? Because of your fanciful ideas, you created your son's suffering with your own hands. Do you regret it? Minato had two considerations when sealing the Ninetales into Naruto. One was that, as Hokage, he needed to maintain the balance of tailed beasts in the village. If Konoha did not have the Ninetales, other villages might attack. The very existence of Konoha could be at risk. So he rejected Kushina's suggestion to reseal the Ninetales and perish together. The second consideration was the presence of conspirators like Uchiha Tobi outside. It was very likely that a major disaster would occur in the ninja world in the future. Sealing the Nine Tails into Naruto as a Jinchuriki could allow him to protect himself and even become a savior. The second consideration was based on Jiraiya's words, which Minato speculated and estimated. However, Minato clearly did not understand the darkness of politics and had an unclear understanding of the Third Hokage's character. He selflessly sacrificed his family for the sake of Konoha, but now, seeing his son living a life worse than a dog, he regretted it. He regretted it deeply. Was Naruto living such a life when he was young? Minato and Kushina watched as Naruto was bullied, unable to say a word. He had not even eaten a full meal. Those merchants simply refused to sell anything to Naruto. He either ate rice balls filled with sand or drank expired milk. Aside from Ichiraku ramen, Naruto had nothing to eat. Chiao pointed at the current scene. Not just in the past, but now as well. It's so simple to obtain a well-behaved dog this way. This is the living expense for these 2 months. Make sure to spend it wisely. In Illusion, it was the scene of the Third Hokage handing money to Naruto. But there was only one bill, 1,000 ryo. Yet Naruto was still grateful to the Third Hokage. Thank you, Grandfather Third. If it weren't for you, I would have starved to death long ago. And there, the Third Hokage played the role of a loving elder. Hearing Naruto's words full of gratitude, Kushina was on the verge of collapse, her beloved son being bullied and manipulated. What about my assets? That bastard Third Hokage can't even let Naruto eat his fill? Kushina's gentle and serene expression was replaced by fury. Kiao shrugged, helplessly saying, "What do your assets have to do with Naruto? Isn't he an orphan?" His words struck Kushina like a heavy hammer. Bang! In a fit of rage, Kushina punched Minato away. "Minato, look at the good decision you've made." At that moment, the scene showed Naruto sitting alone on a swing, swinging back and forth, his face filled with loneliness and desolation. Why don't I have a mom and dad? Why do they all scold me and hit me? Minato, filled with guilt, got up. "I'm sorry, Kushina. I didn't know the Third Hokage was such a person." From their conversations before their deaths, it was evident that Minato and Kushina had some psychological preparation for Naruto's suffering. However, the Third Hokage not only failed to help Naruto through the difficulties, but also exploited the villagers' hatred for the Nine Tails to control Naruto, which was something Minato and Kushina did not expect. Chi Yao waved his hand. Minato is just a commoner. What political insight does he have? The Third Hokage repeatedly wiped out the Senju clan and then killed Tsukumo Hatake. If it weren't for his eldest son dying suddenly, how would Minato ever have a chance to become Hokage? Saying this, Chi Yao turned to Minato. "You don't really think your qualifications are better than Orochimaru's, do you? The reason you were allowed to inherit the title of Fourth Hokage is simply because you have no background and are easy to control. This world doesn't even have 9 years of compulsory education. Even the Ninja Academy has only appeared in recent decades. Most of what is taught there is brainwashing, and naturally, they don't teach political struggle knowledge. After graduating from the ninja school, they directly became ninjas. When Watergate died, he was only 24 years old, which can be considered quite young, and naturally, he had no relevant experience. His knowledge in these areas was almost zero. If the Nine Tails incident had not occurred, Watergate would have also become a puppet in the hands of the Third Hokage. Watergate suppressed all his emotions. Speak your purpose, Uchiha. Chapter 40. Continuing to stay by Naruto's side first. Let us show Minato and Kushina the life Naruto has lived. This is also to lay the groundwork for dealing with the Third Hokage later. After all, having a common enemy makes it easy to become allies. Qian Yao elegantly bowed and introduced himself. "I am Uchiha Qian Yao, currently the 4th elder of the Uchiha clan. 2 days ago, under the Third Hokage's orders, Danzo used Sasuke's life to threaten Itachi to annihilate our Uchiha clan. Fortunately, Qian Yao obtained Fugaku's Sharingan. Otherwise, Minato and Kushina's chakra would have disappeared in no time. In this illusionary world, Qian Yao only needs to expend his ocular power to convey more information to the 4th Hokage couple. Kushina had seen little Sasuke when he was still in swaddling clothes before giving birth, and she still remembers him. Not only was her son treated like a dog, but her best friend's son was also reduced to a tool of Konoha. This made Kushina hate the Third Hokage even more. As a qualified politician, the Third Hokage only needs to speak a few words to annihilate the entire Senju clan. By spreading some rumors, he made a powerful competitor for Hokage, Kakashi, commit suicide. By indulging Danzo's ambitions, he allowed Danzo to issue a slaughter order against our Uchiha clan. He only needs to control the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and use the vast wealth left by Kushina to elevate the Sarutobi clan to the top. My Sharingan can show you what may happen in the future. Qian Yao pointed to the background behind him. The illusion could also shape possible future events. Under Qian Yao's control, Naruto in the picture became a qualified dog in front of the Third Hokage. When the Third Hokage commanded him to go east, Naruto would not go west. Furthermore, he was very grateful to this schemer. Kushina, who had just punched Minato, looked very grim, and Minato felt immense pressure beside her. For someone with Kushina's temperament, it was unusual to see her so dark. This was the first time Minato witnessed such a demeanor. You should have seen it. My Sharingan can glimpse countless possibilities of the future. I won't mention the dangers that will appear in the ninja world later. Before that, we have a common enemy to deal with, the Third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Minato was puzzled, but we are already dead. Although I'm very grateful to you, Qian Yao, for letting us know what kind of life Naruto has lived, our chakra won't last long. Minato found Qian Yao's actions quite strange. If they needed to forcibly control the Nine Tails, they wouldn't be able to withstand it at all. Even if they could seal Naruto once, could they seal him countless times? Therefore, Qian Yao's visit to chat with them and express goodwill was essentially useless. After all, their legacy was in the hands of the Third Hokage, and they couldn't care less about Naruto. What if I could bring you back to life? Revive? Minato and Kushina were shocked. Currently, there is no known way in the ninja world to bring the dead back to life. This is why the Third Hokage could bully Naruto with such impunity. Although Naruto was still alive, the Third Hokage's actions were almost tantamount to cutting off his lifeline. Qian Yao noticed that Minato's bond with him was at level 1. The first star, which indicated that Minato didn't fully believe him at this moment. However, Kushina was different. She felt grateful to Qian Yao, and her bond level had reached level 2, 2 stars. Qian Yao slightly nodded. Let us start our preliminary cooperation. I will first show some sincerity to you. His purpose in communicating with Minato and Kushina was naturally to acquire their secret techniques. Even after their revival, he hoped they would work for him. After the bond level with Kushina reached level 2, if Qian Yao's expectations were correct, the second star should contain 10% of Kushina's chakra. In this spiritual world, Qian Yao took out this star and crushed it in front of the fourth Hokage couple. Suddenly, an unexpected event occurred. This star indeed contained Kushina's chakra, but this 10% was an enormous amount. Even Qian Yao was somewhat surprised. With Kushina present, under Qian Yao's command, this chakra was absorbed into her body like a fledgling bird returning to its nest. Why do you have my chakra? It was reasonable for Kushina to be surprised. After all, this chakra was her own, and it represented about 10% of her total chakra. Now, the Kushina here was not exactly a soul, but rather chakra carrying the memories of her physical self, akin to a shadow clone. Once the chakra was exhausted, it would disappear. Now, with Qian Yao's supplement, this chakra was enough for Kushina to survive for 2 weeks. If he controlled the timing of each appearance, even if it extended to several months, Kushina would not disappear. The Uzumaki clan's chakra was indeed substantial. Qian Yao also realized that he had somewhat underestimated the chakra capacity of the Uzumaki clan. However, it was no problem. After all, acquiring chakra was easy for him. If it was gone, it was gone. This is my secret. Qian Yao had no intention of explaining to the fourth Hokage couple. Instead, he continued, as one of the founders of Konoha, our Uchiha clan not only has no power now, but has also been forced into a desperate situation by the third Hokage. We have already discovered that Sarutobi Hiruzen, over the years, has used Kushina's legacy to develop thousands of Sarutobi clan ninjas. Although our situation is temporarily stagnant, when the third Hokage brings out the Sarutobi clan's ninjas, we will once again fall into a disadvantage. So I need allies. Thousands? Minato was astonished. After all, a ninja clan with hundreds of ninjas was a major clan, while 300 or 400 constituted a prominent family. Currently, the Uchiha and Hyuga clans were around this number. Qian Yao thought that if they waited another 10 years, there would be 3,000 Sarutobi soldiers. He stated firmly, we have already discovered over 1,000, though the exact number is unclear. Anyway, Kushina can exist for a while longer. I believe she will see. Kushina, you don't want Naruto to continue being brainwashed and exploited by Sarutobi Hiruzen, do you? You can exist for a few months now, and I can let you continue to stay by Naruto's side. Don't you want Naruto to have a mother? Qian Yao's words struck directly at Kushina's heart. As a mother, she was pained by missing out on Naruto's childhood. Now that there was a way for her to accompany Naruto as a mother, she found it completely impossible to refuse. No problem. Whether you Uchiha want to overthrow the Third Hokage or seize power in Konoha, I agree. Chapter 41 discussion. As soon as Kushina spoke, Minato also showed a bitter smile, because he had no room to refute. When he saw Naruto's memories, filled with countless instances of being bullied and crying, Minato had long seen through the Third Hokage. No matter if the Uchiha clan was seizing power or had other intentions, it was always better than letting Naruto be an orphan and suffer humiliation. Qian Yao, what are you planning to do about Naruto? Minato prepared to ask with concern. Qian Yao grinned. Minato, are you silly? He has his mother to take care of him. There's no need to worry about this at all. Minato was speechless. Do you really have a way to keep Kushina by Naruto's side? Qian Yao shrugged. There is no benefit in lying to you. At this moment, Kushina directly gave Minato a light tap on the head. With such an opportunity, why are you still asking? She then gave Minato a knowing look. Minato rubbed his head and understood Kushina's gaze. Kushina was also worried about offending Qian Yao. After all, they had very little chakra. If Qian Yao had malicious intent, they would have no way to counter it. Minato was just concerned and asked one more question. Qian Yao, I entrust Naruto and Kushina to you. Qian Yao watched as Minato's bond value progress bar filled up, reaching level 2. He knew that Minato had come to terms with it. Unfortunately, judging by the current situation, it seemed impossible to raise Minato's bond to level 3. Wife, don't let Naruto suffer anymore. I don't have time to meet him. Stop. Stop. Why are you being so sentimental? While Qian Yao checked his panel, Minato had already started saying goodbye to Kushina. Ding. Wave Wind Minato level 1 bond has been unlocked. Ding. Wave Wind Minato level 2 bond has been unlocked. Congratulations to the host for obtaining memory fragment. Saying this, Qian Yao took out the second star, crushed it. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Wave Wind Minato Chakra 10. Under Minato's astonished gaze, Qian Yao once again took out Minato's chakra and quickly replenished it into Minato's body. 10% of Minato's chakra could sustain him for 3 days. If the time was broken down, Minato wouldn't dissipate for a long time. This is all I can give you. Use it sparingly, and you might be able to see each other a few more times. Facing the grateful looks of Kushina and Minato, Qian Yao just waved his hand. As for how to allocate it, you can decide based on your situation. My ocular power won't last long. Once my ocular technique is over, you won't have much time left. Qian Yao reminded. Minato and Kushina quickly discussed. Wife, Naruto is still small. I just saw in the memories that he is entirely unmonitored. Sarutobi Hiruzen is preparing to raise Naruto into a useless person. You know my situation. I need to save my chakra for critical times. Kushina understood that Minato was referring to the fact that his soul had already been consumed by the Shinigami due to the dead demon consuming seal. She also understood Minato's plan. I see. Minato, leave it to me. I won't let Sarutobi Hiruzen continue to deceive Naruto. Naruto's life is long, and even if Minato's chakra could sustain him for dozens of hours, breaking it down wouldn't leave much. Qian Yao still wanted to become partners with Minato to reap the benefits. Although he knew how to lift the dead demon consuming seal, without Orochimaru fooling the Shinigami, no one had filled in their life for it. So he temporarily held off on mentioning this. You can decide. I can't sustain my ocular technique much longer. Qian Yao's body was just a clone with limited ocular power. After saying this, the entire illusion shattered. When they reappeared, Minato nodded at Kushina and Qian Yao, then transformed into light points, all flying into the seal. The Ninetales outside had no idea what had just happened. Qian Yao's ocular technique erupted, and Minato and Kushina directly disappeared. After the ocular technique ended, Minato and Kushina reappeared, and Minato transformed into chakra stored in the seal. However, Kushina's chakra had surged. Roar! What is going on? Kushina, how did your chakra increase? The Ninetales was a bit surprised when Minato and Kushina appeared, but after realizing both of their chakra levels were low, it didn't worry him much. After all, their time wouldn't last long. There would be opportunities later. Now that they had come out from Qian Yao's ocular technique, both of their chakra levels had surged. The Ninetales was completely stunned. Kushina placed her hands on her hips. Ninetales, you'd better behave, or I won't hesitate to make you suffer a bit. She had the confidence to say this as a former Jinchuriki of the Ninetales. The current Ninetales was already trapped in the 4-symbol seal, and Kushina's explosive Vidralak could directly bind the Ninetales like a dumpling. Kushina, it seems a bit late for you to show up now. Although I don't know why you gained so much chakra, how long can you exist? The Ninetales snorted and lay back down, no longer speaking. Kushina, oblivious. Didn't he notice the problem with the Nine Tails words? However, Qian Yao caught that the Nine Tails seemed to be somewhat protective of Naruto. He remembered in the original timeline, the Nine Tails had referred to Naruto as a fox spirit during his graduation from the Ninja Academy. Later, during the Wave Country mission, he borrowed the power of the Nine Tails. Then during the Chunin exams, when he was learning summoning techniques from Jiraiya, Jiraiya had pushed Naruto off a cliff, putting his life in danger, which was the first time he met the Nine Tails. But now, the Nine Tails tone seemed to be defending Naruto, which Qian Yao hadn't expected. Perhaps after living together for a long time, the Nine Tails had seen little Naruto being bullied every day and felt angry as well. After a moment's thought, Qian Yao decided not to dwell on it, as it was merely a guess. Kushina, you know what kind of person Naruto has become under the Third Hokage. You need to think of a way to approach him. Kushina's expression was clearly dazed, evidently not having considered this point. Seeing Kushina lost in thought, Qian Yao asked, "You're not planning to just go tell him, I am your mom, are you?" Kushina nervously said, "Ah, I'm not that stupid." Qian Yao slapped his forehead. Of course. How could he forget that Kushina was straightforward? Naruto's optimistic, cheerful, and tenacious qualities were inherited from Kushina. But the simplicity of thought was also the same. If Kushina directly contacted Naruto, the Third Hokage would discover it immediately. Qian Yao had no choice but to sit cross-legged. Forget it, let us communicate a bit. Otherwise, Naruto will just go tell the Third Hokage tomorrow. Then Qian Yao gave Kushina a few suggestions, making her feel as if Qian Yao had already raised children before, being so familiar with it. Chapter 42. The Discovery of Byakugan Hokage Office. While Qian Yao was plotting with the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, Jiraiya was reporting about Uchiha Qian Yao going to school. Uchiha Qian Yao had no contact with Naruto. I suspect he is here to test our attitude. Jiraiya directly sat down on the office desk. After Naruto went home, Jiraiya first called the Umbu to report. Then he went to take a hot spring bath and drink some flower wine before reporting to the Third Hokage. The Third Hokage frowned when he saw Jiraiya reeking of alcohol with lipstick marks on his face. "What time is it, and you're still out having fun?" Jiraiya nonchalantly replied, "Old man, do you really think I went out to play? I want to scout around the Uchiha clan area." Inside the Uchiha clan, aside from combat personnel practicing, everyone else was doing their own thing. You make it sound like they're startled birds. If the Uchiha see us, they might think we are afraid of them. Jiraiya, who is good at gathering intelligence, found it really hard to detect ordinary Uchiha clan members. However, Jiraiya also didn't dare to probe too much. If discovered, it could easily lead to conflict. The Third Hokage took a puff of his pipe and set it down on the desk. "It's better to be careful. Our people are not all here. We can't afford any mistakes." He handed some documents to Jiraiya. "Take a look. These are some materials from the black market." After Jiraiya took them, his relaxed demeanor turned serious. The documents contained information about Konoha's personnel stationed in the black markets of each great nation, as well as reports from spies sent to each village. It didn't mention which famous bounty ninjas were interested in Danzo's head. Additionally, there were people from the other 4 great ninja villages who had also sent personnel to the Land of Fire. They weren't just looking to have Danzo killed. They were preparing to test Konoha, and they might even make contact with the Uchiha. After all, the Uchiha are a very important combat force for Konoha, and now they are openly breaking away from Konoha. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Among them, the most aggressive is the Land of Lightning. Although Konoha spies in Kumogakure couldn't uncover detailed information, the people of Kumogakure were very excited. The most militaristic and aggressive village during this time period. The reasons for their excitement are self-evident. Similarly, Iwagakure was also mobilizing personnel, but the spies couldn't determine who was coming. There was no information gathered from Kirigakure and Sunagakure either. However, just this alone was enough to give Konoha a headache. "This is getting troublesome," Jiraiya said with a serious expression. "If we show weakness, they will pounce and tear Konoha to shreds." In the original timeline, the reason other villages didn't attack Konoha while the Uchiha were being exterminated was primarily because there was no one to take the lead. No one knew how the Uchiha clan was wiped out. The official report was just that Itachi did it alone. So, to tell you that a 13-year-old elite wiped out a clan with over 1,000 members in just a few hours overnight. Do you believe it? No one would believe it. After all, Konoha still had the Nine Tails, and it ended up unresolved. But the situation is different now. The entire ninja world knows that the Mangeki Sharingan can control tailed beasts. Whether Konoha's Nine Tails can be used is still debatable. Other people in Konoha might also be restrained by the Uchiha. Therefore, Konoha cannot show any weakness and must also in the first battle. It would be best to have a certain deterrent effect on the outside. Old man, we also need to prevent outside spies from coming in, Jiraiya reminded. The third Hokage took a puff of his pipe. I've already discussed with Hinata to have their entire clan rotate using Byakugan to monitor all of Konoha. Jiraiya spoke with an inexplicable tone. Monitoring all of Konoha might provoke resentment from other clans. The third Hokage exhaled slowly. This is unavoidable. Konoha has reached its most dangerous time. This is the first time in decades that Konoha has allowed the Hyuga clan to monitor the entire village. It's simple. When a Hyuga clan uses Byakugan, everyone is as if they are not wearing clothes. Although they can adjust the distance freely, you're not from the Hyuga clan. So how do you know whether they are looking at your chakra network, or it's something else beneath your skin? In a world limited by Tsukuyami, the inverted Niji is a voyeur who specializes in using Byakugan to peep at girls. Moreover, which ninja clan doesn't T have some secrets? And which ninja doesn't T have some privacy? Once the Byakugan is activated, everything is exposed. Therefore, unless it's for combat needs, the Hyuga clan generally wouldn't casually activate Byakugan to look around in Konoha. Previously, there were no such issues because Konoha had not been subjected to large-scale infiltration and invasion. If I had Byakugan, it would be much more convenient, Jiraiya said seriously. But everyone knows Jiraiya's lecherous character, so it goes without saying what he wants to use Byakugan for. The third Hokage looked at Jiraiya the same way. Shaking his head, he was still so unreliable. Although previously, bounty ninjas had relied on Itachi's intelligence to infiltrate. Now that the barrier frequency and patrol routes have been changed, it was no longer so easy for ordinary bounty ninjas to enter. However, too many people were eyeing Konoha this time. The third Hokage also couldn't afford to be negligent and issued orders to Hinata. As the head of the main family, Hinata naturally wouldn't personally handle these matters. After discussing with the elder, he summoned the elder of the branch family, Hyuga Qian. He assigned a task to Qian, asking him to lead the branch family members in the work. This kind of task was inherently laborious. Using Byakugan required chakra. Prolonged use would strain the eyes significantly. Moreover, it was also a task that would offend people, which the main family would never do. Thus, Hyuga branch family elder Hyuga Qian, along with a large number of Hyuga branch family members, began to monitor Konoha. This time the range was extensive, not only covering the new districts, but also preventing hidden individuals in the old districts. They needed to check everything. However, Konoha had never conducted such a large-scale inspection before. And once they began, problems were uncovered. Qian, come look at this. Although Qian was the fourth elder, the branch family still habitually called him Sir. After all, the fourth elder was conferred by the main family. Calling him Sir was because Qian deserved that title. When Qian organized the teams to start monitoring, soon, a Hyuga clan member from the old district approached him with a very strange expression, as if he had seen something unbelievable. This branch family member handed Qian an especially old explosive tag. Elder Qian, the design of these explosive tags. Qian picked up the explosive tag and took a look. It was a design from 25 years ago. We have already found out that there are particularly many of these in the old district, and other important locations have already sent clan members to investigate. Chapter 43. New Buds Hinata Clan Territory, Branch Family Courtyard. My Lord Mitsunari, we have found a large number of explosive tags in the old district. This is the distribution map of the explosive tags. In a very short time, Hinata Suda had already drawn out the distribution map of the explosive tags. Mitsunari marked a few areas on it with a pen and found that most of the covered area was in the old district. But it also included a part of the new district, and even the Hokage Rock had some. Mitsunari held the first explosive tag and examined it carefully. A thoughtful look in his eyes. He then asked, how many of these explosive tags can still be activated? Suda's eyes flashed. These explosive tags are of very good quality. It's estimated that about 90 of them can be activated. What is the estimated blast radius? Suda pointed to several blocks on the map. These blocks will completely disappear, and Hokage Rock will also be blown up. Mitsunari fell in a deep thought. It would be somewhat difficult to destroy Konoha with these explosive tags. However, this was a critical moment of confrontation between the Uchiha and Konoha. Could there be an opportunity to take advantage of this? If he chose to act, his life would definitely be forfeit afterward. But was there still hope for the branch family? After a long contemplation, Mitsunari recalled Hinata Nichi's teachings. A ninja must see the future situation clearly to survive. In the years of the third Hokage's reign, the Senju clan had perished, and both the Uchiha and their Hinata clan had gradually declined. Even the attack by the Cloud Village resulted in the death of the clan leader. In the end, under the pressure of the elder, They could only let Lord Nichi take the blame. A light of determination flickered in Mitsunari's eyes. Suda, how many people know about this matter? Do any Umbu know? Suda's heart skipped a beat. My Lord Mitsunari, these explosive tags have been disguised. Some are even hidden in the wooden beams of the buildings, visible only to the Byakugan. Currently, only 18 people know about it. They're all our people. Suda emphasized that their people meant all from the branch family. Mitsunari instructed, remember, you have completed the investigation and reported it to me. You know nothing else. And you must instruct others accordingly. Suda's expression changed slightly, and he remained silent. Mitsunari shot him a fierce glare. Did you hear that? Suda lowered his voice. My Lord Mitsunari, this won't cause any damage to Konoha. Mitsunari's face was serious. I am your superior. Once you report, it has nothing to do with you anymore. Saying this, Mitsunari prepared to leave with the map in hand. Suddenly, a hand grabbed his arm, and Suda's voice held a hint of pleading. My Lord Mitsunari, our new Bud plan has not yet been implemented. You cannot act impulsively. Mitsunari turned to look at Suda, whose eyes were filled with reluctance, anxiety, and fear. My Lord Mitsunari, Lord Nichi is already gone. There is no one left in the branch family. You. Seeing the look in Suda's eyes, Mitsunari softened his tone. The new Bud plan has been in the works for too long. At least 10 more years are needed. Now that the situation in Konoha is so tense, whether it's the Uchiha rising or Konoha being destroyed, both are our opportunities. My health isn't great. I may not live another 10 years. Suda advised. My Lord Mitsunari, the Hokage faction and the Uchiha are still at a stalemate. We cannot act too hastily. This is what you taught us. Mitsunari ruffled Suda's hair. You've grown up too. These explosive tags weren't discovered for over 20 years. If it weren't for someone attacking Konoha this time, they might still remain hidden for another 10 years. Although he didn't know how so many explosive tags were arranged. Now that we have discovered them, they can certainly be used to our advantage. I will make adequate preparations. If I have no confidence, I won't act. Mitsunari's words eased Suda's worries. Do you know who the most important person on the Uchiha side is in this conflict? Mitsunari asked Suda. Without hesitation, Suda replied, Uchiha Siyu. Mitsunari shook his head. No, it's Uchiha Qian Yao. Suda was somewhat surprised, but calmed down to listen as Mitsunari continued. Sihu is strong, but he differs somewhat from his previous style. If Fugaku and Itachi had this kind of determination, things wouldn't have developed this way. Qian Yao comes back for missions with a clear purpose. All of the Third Hokage's responses are within Qian Yao's expectations. Mitsunari recalled the previous standoff. Both Fugaku and Sihu were watching Qian Yao's expressions, indicating that Qian Yao was not simple. Uchiha Qian Yao would not lack future actions, but whether he would step into the spotlight was still uncertain. Keep an eye on this person. Do not provoke him. Set aside the issue of the explosive tags for now. You should continue to monitor all of Konoha normally. The Third Hokage may have other forces we are unaware of. You may leave now. Suda bowed to Mitsunari and then withdrew. Mitsunari's gaze returned to the explosive tag distribution points on the table, murmuring, Suda, you are the new buds. Sunagakure, Kazekage's office. Kazekage-sama, Gaara has lost control again. Raza showed an impatient expression upon hearing Maki's report. Has he been subdued? Sunagakure now had a complete control method, and Raza did not need to be present. Maki replied, Gaara's rampage is not serious. The sealing team is nearby and has already subdued him. Raza said gloomily, he truly is a failure. 2 years ago, Raza ordered Yashimaru to push Gaara into a corner and falsely told him that Karura hated him. Raza decided that if Gaara wouldn't rampage under such circumstances, he would delay dealing with Gaara. However, Gaara discovered that Yashimaru, who had loved him for years, did not love him back, and thus he rampaged as well. In the past 2 years, Gaara has frequently rampaged, and the number of deaths caused by him has already reached double digits. Raza's patience was gradually wearing thin. Maki sighed inwardly upon hearing Raza's words. Back when Yashimaru was still around 2 years ago, Gaara's rampages were infrequent. Raza's insistence on forcing Gaara, after Yashimaru's death, led to a noticeable increase in Gaara's rampage frequency and significantly greater destruction than before. But now that things had come to this, Maki had no good solutions. He pushed another document toward Raza. Kazekage-sama, we need to procure another batch of supplies. The environment in the Wind Country is harsh, and many supplies need to be procured to keep Sunagakure running normally. However, Sunagakure is very poor, especially with the frequent loss of control of the tailed beasts. The funding from the Wind Daimyo has decreased even more. Raza sighed and took off his robe from the wall. I understand. Have Yura, who is going to Konoha, send any intelligence back immediately. Yes, I understand, Kazekage-sama. Maki saw Raza step on the sand mat and fly out, knowing that Raza was going to search for gold to subsidize Tsunagekyu's finances. With this alone, Raza's position in Tsunagekyou was unshakable. Chapter 44, The Debt of Gratitude, Grass Ninja Village. Time is running out. Wu-Wei, what are you hesitating about? The situation in Konoha is about to explode. This is our opportunity. Several people wearing zodiac masks are scolding Wu-Wei. They had previously spread the news that someone could open the Paradise Box, claiming it was the village's hero. Many people took the bait. Some wanted to bring honor to the village, while others pursued their ideals. Everyone wanted to open the Paradise Box. Little did they know, the elders wearing zodiac masks did not understand the Paradise Box, when the chakra was insufficient. Those who attempted to open the box would be devoured by it. Previously, Wu-Wei was also brainwashed by these elders, wanting his son Wu-Gong to open the box. However, after Wu-Gong and Long Shi saved a member of the Uchiha clan, his information barrier was broken. Although he didn't know how the other party learned that Wu-Gong was going to open the Paradise Box. It was precisely because they knew this information that they told Wu-Wei some particularly critical details. The Paradise Box is a devilish box that requires tailed beast-level chakra to open. The person who opens the Paradise Box will have their soul and body sucked into it, enduring eternal torment. If you want Wu-Gong to live forever in hell, then let him go. Qian Yao said this in front of Wu-Wei, Wu-Gong, and Long Shi. Moreover, after Long Shi heard this news, he was also frightened and absolutely opposed to Wu-Gong opening the box. In fact, Wu-Gong was already unsure about opening the Paradise Box. After Qian Yao's warning, he dismissed the idea. Now, Wu-Wei was once again questioned by the elders, feeling even more uncertain. Perhaps let others try. I think Wu-Gong is still lacking. You don't cherish such a precious opportunity. An elder wearing a ram mask snorted coldly. But Wu-Wei was unwilling. He couldn't force Wu-Wei. After all, there aren't many Jonin in Grass Ninja Village, and Wu-Wei has great potential. Since you are unwilling to let Wu-Gong come, then step down. Wu-Wei said nothing more, bowed, and stepped back. He walked out of the secret room and found Wu-Gong and Long Shi waiting for him outside. Father. Wu-Gong hesitated to look at Wu-Wei's face. After all, they had put in a lot of effort to secure this opportunity. Previously, Wu-Wei was somewhat conflicted, but after giving it up, he felt a sense of relief. Even if Wu-Wei wanted to revitalize Grass Ninja Village, he wouldn't dare risk his son's life. Let's go, Wu-Gong, Long Shi. Let us get something to eat. Wu-Wei patted Wu-Gong's shoulder. Wu-Gong and Long Shi both felt relieved. Wu-Wei didn't risk Wu-Gong's life, which made them very happy. The three of them arrived at a ramen shop on the street. Wu-Wei ordered 3 bowls of ramen, and while eating, he listened to Wu-Gong and Long Shi share some amusing stories. About 20 minutes later, they were almost finished eating when a grass ninja rushed over. Lord Wu-Wei. Wu-Wei put down his chopsticks. Did you succeed? The person slowly shook his head, and Wu-Wei's expression became serious. Did Chongxi go? Is he still alive? Chongxi went, but Chongxi was eaten, and there wasn't even a corpse left. They said it was due to insufficient chakra. Wu-Gong and Long Shi's faces turned pale instantly. And Wu-Wei waved his hand. I understand. You can leave now. The grass ninja bowed and left. Father, what Qian Yao said is true. Wu-Gong and Long Shi both looked fearful. The person who opens the Paradise Box will have their soul and body sucked into it, enduring eternal torment. Wu-Wei's face showed little emotion, but thinking of Qian Yao's words, there was still a layer of fine sweat near his temples. Let's go. Wu-Wei's voice was a bit dry as he led the 2 frightened individuals home. As they walked, Wu-Wei slowly spoke. Qian Yao, save our lives. How are the mother and daughter he asked us to look after? Wu-Gong immediately replied. That mother is already on the brink of death, with no healing ability left. I secretly switched her out. Everyone else thinks she is dead. Her daughter, Xianglin, is taking care of her. After Longqi Jonin died, no one knew that Xianglin had healing abilities like her mother, so no one paid attention. Now they're very safe. Wu-Gong and Long Shi were still very concerned about Qian Yao's request. At that time, Qian Yao was seriously injured and worried about running out of time. They also found Xianglin and her mother. In order to recover quickly and return to the clan, Qian Yao bit Xianglin. Then, using the secret of the Paradise Box, he exchanged for the safety of Xianglin and her mother, saying he would send someone to pick them up later. Previously, Wu-Wei was somewhat skeptical, but now it seems that Qian Yao's words were not false. As expected of a prominent family in the ninja world, even secrets that Grass Ninja Village didn't know were clear to them. You should send some supplies over. Qian Yao doesn't know when he will send someone to pick them up. Yes, we understand. Wu-Wei and Long Shi exchanged glances, both filled with gratitude and fear. Uchiha clanland. Qian Yao, whose consciousness returned to his body, was preparing to sleep. Suddenly, a ringing sound echoed in his mind. This sound was the notification of a bond upgrade from someone he had a connection with. Curious, Qian Yao clicked to check. He found that the third star for Wu Wei, Wugong, and Longxi had all lit up. Their bond had reached level 3, a life-and-death friendship. Could it be that the sacrifice time for the Paradise Box has passed? After all, Wugong and Longxi saved his life. It would be unreasonable to watch Wugong be devoured by the Paradise Box. Qian Yao clicked on Wugong's third star. Ding! Wugong's level 3 bond has been unlocked. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Fire Style, Ghost Lantern Technique. Qian Yao stroked his chin. Although this fire technique was a secret art, the Uchiha clan was inherently skilled in fire techniques, so it was better than nothing. Next, he unlocked the third star for Wu Wei and Longxi. Ding! Wu Wei's level 3 bond has been unlocked. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Fire Style, Heavenly Prison Sealing Technique. This technique is Wu Wei's signature skill and is very powerful among fire sealing techniques. It perfectly fills the gap of Qian Yao not knowing sealing techniques. Qian Yao happily accepted the technique. Instantly, various principles and usage methods of this sealing technique appeared in his mind. Next up was Longxi. Qian Yao rubbed his hands with excitement and anticipation. Open. Ding! Longxi's level 3 bond has been unlocked. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Dragon Life Rebirth Technique, unverified. Qian Yao opened his eyes in excitement. Indeed, it was this secret technique. However, what does unverified mean? Qian Yao moved his consciousness over. The host does not possess the relevant bloodline. Using the secret technique will incur double consumption. Qian Yao's cheeks twitched a couple of times. This Dragon Life Rebirth was originally something that saved one life at the cost of another. How could he have 2 lives to save someone? Oh, it seems I really can. Qian Yao's eye technique, Command of Life, can fill the shadow clone with vitality. It seems that once Itachi brings the people back, he will need to plan for that. Chapter 45. Shearing the sheep to become a god. The next day, upon learning that Sasuke was still in a deep sleep, Qian Yao arrived at the Uchiha training ground. Not everyone was aware of Qian Yao's strategy. In fact, many Uchiha clan members still believed a conflict could break out. Consequently, the training ground was quite crowded. There were relatively fewer people practicing ninjutsu, as chakra is linked to physical stamina, and everyone was conserving their energy. Most were engaged in swordsmanship sparring and throwing ninja tools. When Qian Yao arrived, he heard the sounds of weapons clashing and shouts. As soon as they saw Qian Yao, everyone greeted him. Elder 4, Elder 4, Elder 4. The eyes of the Uchiha clan members were filled with admiration. After all, the Mangeki Sharingan was a dream for all Uchiha. Most of the Uchiha present were older than Qian Yao, but he had surpassed them as a newcomer. The memory of Qian Yao, Fugaku, and Itachi hunting down root members with Susanoo was still fresh in everyone's minds. Everyone was very curious about the Mangeki Sharingan. Qian Yao came over, clearly to reap benefits from the many Uchiha elites present. He needed to build good relationships and strengthen bonds. Zheng Xiao, come and try me. Qian Yao first sought out a familiar friend. Zheng Xiao was the same age as Qian Yao, and they had been on a few missions together before. However, Zheng Xiao's talent wasn't as good as Qian Yao's. He had only awakened one Tomo. Elder for you. Zheng Xiao started to speak, but was interrupted by Qian Yao. All right, you little brat. After a few days, you've started with the formalities. How did you call me before? Zheng Xiao smiled shyly. Brother Qian Yao. Qian Yao glanced at Zheng Xiao's bond level in the bond star. It started with 1 star since they were quite familiar. He directly clicked on the first star. Ding! Uchiha Zheng Xiao's first level bond has been unlocked. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Memory Fragment. Zheng Xiao's training and combat memory fragments appeared in Qian Yao's mind, making him more familiar with Zheng Xiao's fighting habits. He drew his weapon and signaled Zheng Xiao with his eyes. The Uchiha clan didn't have many formalities, seeing that Qian Yao wasn't putting on airs. Zheng Xiao also drew his sword and charged at Qian Yao. Qian Yao didn't underestimate him and directly activated his Mangeki Sharingan. The clan members all knew he had the Mangeki Sharingan, so there was no need to hide it. Ding! The blades clashed, creating sparks. This was a teaching session for Qian Yao, so he wouldn't defeat Zheng Xiao right away. He angled his blade, hooking it with his foot, causing Zheng Xiao to lose his balance. An opening appeared at Zheng Xiao's left waist, and Qian Yao lightly tapped it with his empty hand. Zheng Xiao paused and countered with his blade. Just by observing Zheng Xiao's wrist movement, Qian Yao could tell what Zheng Xiao intended to do. He easily sidestepped while delivering a sweeping kick. The two began to spar at a rapid pace. Everyone was still very curious about Qian Yao's strength and gathered around. Although Qian Yao didn't use any abilities related to the Mangeki Sharingan, his mere observational skills were at a crushing level. Qian Yao could easily see which joints and muscles of his opponent were moving, allowing him to intercept their attacks with ease. With a one-star bond already in place, Qian Yao was aware of Zheng Zhao's habits beforehand, making Zheng Zhao feel like he had fallen into a large net. Every intention behind his attacks was anticipated by Qian Yao. In just a few minutes, Qian Yao had tapped Zheng Zhao 10 times. In a final moment, as Qian Yao sidestepped, he thrust his blade through his armpit, aiming directly at Zheng Zhao's neck. Zheng Zhao halted. He wasn't discouraged. On the contrary, his face was filled with admiration. "Brother Qian Yao, how did you become so strong?" Qian Yao chuckled. "You have to get stronger so that all of you can get stronger too." He then patted Zheng Zhao on the waist. "Your waist strength is too weak. The power from your legs isn't being transferred properly. Whether you're turning or swinging, your speed will slow down. You should." Qian Yao easily pointed out Zheng Zhao's shortcomings and how he needed to improve. Zheng Zhao nodded repeatedly. The Mangeki Sharingan was indeed different. He could see clearly how much force Zheng Zhao was using in his muscles. If he trained according to Qian Yao's advice, his physical skills would at least improve by 30%. Seeing that the second star was already full, Qian Yao decided to let Zheng Zhao rest. "Next, who wants to come?" I. Qian Yao randomly picked someone to start guiding the clan members while also reaping their benefits. Qian Yao welcomed everyone for sparring. He then pointed out each person's training flaws and how to enhance their combat power. Although most Uchiha members had a hot temper, they were all straightforward. Each person he had guided had their bond with him raised to 2 stars. By the end of the morning, Qian Yao had mingled with the Uchiha clan members at the training ground. When it was time for lunch, Qian Yao planned to eat and check on Sasuke. As he walked along the way, he reviewed his results. In the Bond Star, he had successfully reaped benefits from 14 individuals. After clicking on each one and absorbing the chakra, the amount in the second star was 10% of the person's current chakra. For the soul bodies, like Kushina and the Fourth Hokage, it was also 10% of their original bodies. This raised a question: would the chakra that others gained with age be wasted? As Qian Yao observed the innocent Bond Star again, he found the answer. During this time, it was evident that innocence chakra had been increasing, and the second star was recoalescing. This meant that the fruit could be harvested a second time. Qian Yao confidently absorbed all the existing second stars. Apart from those Uchiha members with 3 Tomo, who had 10% of their ocular power, everyone else had 10% of their chakra. Streams of chakra gradually appeared in Qian Yao's body, making him feel full of energy. When the chakra first entered Qian Yao's body, there were slight differences. However, after circulating through his body, it completely transformed into Qian Yao's own. The ocular power from the 3 Tomo also quickly assimilated into Qian Yao's ocular power. Only the Mangeki ocular power provided by Itachi had not been assimilated and remained in a coexisting state with Qian Yao's ocular power. After a rough calculation, Qian Yao's chakra was already several times that of before. Although he was only 17 years old, he had completely surpassed the prime Uchiha Fugaku. Fugaku hadn't fought in recent years, making it difficult to estimate his chakra amount. The increase in ocular power was relatively small, but for Qian Yao, this was just the beginning. As long as he protected the Uchiha clan, he would have a continuous supply of chakra from clan members. The growth of the Uchiha was his path to strength. He would inevitably become the god of the Uchiha, and even the god of this world. Chapter 46. The Heart of Strengthening Uchiha Clan Grounds. Uchiha Chihao's home. In the past, Chihao rarely had time to eat at home. He was either on a mission or on his way to one. Now that he had this opportunity, it was quite rare, and Liuli was very happy. Liuli's physical disability brought not only physical harm, but also psychological damage. Even the lives of Chihao and Ji Yu had changed completely over the years. Fortunately, under Ji Yu's careful care, Liuli gradually started to improve. The previously gloomy face was now becoming brighter. To take care of Liuli, the table was not very large. The dishes were placed closer to Liuli so that she could reach them easily. "Brother, you haven't eaten at home for a long time." Liuli picked up a small sausage and placed it in Chihao's bowl, tilting her head and staring at him. Chihao smiled as he put the sausage in his mouth. "I will have a lot of time at home in the future. Hee, it's a promise." Liuli's clear laughter rang out, her eyes curving into cute crescents. Although Chihao had no particular demands when it came to food, Ji Yu's cooking was truly delicious. Moreover, it was nutritionally balanced and clearly took a lot of effort to prepare. "Thank you for your hard work, Ji Yu." Ji Yu snorted, "Just eat. I haven't seen you so polite before." Then she looked at Lioli and said, I made all this for Lioli, and you're just a freeloader. Chihao chuckled and said no more. The family quickly finished their meal, and Chihao went out to find Sasuke. Lioli was a bit drowsy after eating too much, slowly moving in her wheelchair. Says Jiyu, I'm a little sleepy. Lioli had a habit of taking naps. Jiyu came over and picked Lioli up. Then I'll take you to sleep for a bit. Lioli drowsily fell asleep. Uchiha clan grounds, Fugaku's home. After Sasuke woke up, he stared blankly for a long time until Fugaku came to find him. Only then did Sasuke realize that he had opened his eyes. However, he didn't feel the surprise he had imagined because Itachi was gone. Father, did brother betray the village for my sake? Sasuke's expression was somewhat gloomy. The usually strict Fugaku rarely comforted Sasuke. He patted Sasuke's shoulder. Your talent is as good as your brother's. Don't waste it. Itachi has only temporarily left home. If you want him to come back sooner, you need to grow up quickly. Sasuke looked at this somewhat unfamiliar father in surprise. Then his eyes lit up, and he nodded vigorously. Father, don't worry. I won't let you down. Seeing the emotion in Sasuke's eyes, Fugaku smiled. Chihao was right. There was no need to play the strict father. With Itachi not around, you can ask Chihao or me more about training. Sasuke nodded excitedly. His father was being so agreeable for the first time. Sasuke couldn't help but say a few more words. Father. Chihao Senpai said that Nizan already has the Mangeki Sharingan and is the strongest in our clan. Even you're no match for him. Is that true? Fugaku chuckled. Did Chihao tell you that? Sasuke didn't understand his father's smile. Isn't brother a Mangeki Sharingan? Fugaku replied, your brother indeed has the Mangeki Sharingan. I haven't fought him, so I can't say who would win. But he is not the strongest in the clan. Seeing Sasuke's look of surprise, Fugaku continued, because Chihao also has the Mangeki Sharingan. It was he who defeated Itachi that night and stopped him. Chihao Senpai too? Sasuke didn't expect Chihao Senpai to be so low-key. Fugaku had a high opinion of Chihao's intellect and said to Sasuke, learn more from Chihao. He is the smartest person in the Uchiha clan. Are you awake? By the time Chihao arrived, Sasuke was already waiting for him. Chihao Senpai. Sasuke bowed to Chihao, his demeanor much more respectful. He seemed to have grown up overnight, and the innocence in his eyes had faded significantly. This was also the cost of becoming stronger. Seeing Sasuke's serious expression, Chihao reached out and tapped him on the head. What are you so serious about? A ritual? Ouch, that hurts. Little Sasuke rubbed his forehead, his expression returning to normal. Chihao Senpai, you lied to me. I've already asked father, and you also have the Mangeki Sharingan and have defeated brother. So you're the strongest in the Uchiha. Chihao laughed out loud. Ninja battles depend on many objective conditions. At that time, I had you as a hostage. How could your brother possibly win against me? Huh. I was also a hostage in Chihao Senpai's hands? Sasuke's face fell. Being a hostage in Konoha was one thing, but being taken away by Chihao as a hostage was another. Seeing Sasuke's hurt expression, Chihao had no intention of comforting him. In this world, strength is what matters. If you don't want to be your brother's weakness, you need to get stronger. Thinking about becoming his brother's weakness, Sasuke silently made up his mind to work hard to become stronger in the future. Let's go. It's time for school. Chihao waved at Sasuke. As Sasuke followed Chihao, he asked curiously, Chihao Senpai, since Konoha wants to eliminate us, why should I still go to school? There's nothing to learn there anyway. Chihao walked ahead. Sometimes, when two forces clash, it's not just about fighting. Bringing you to school yesterday and today was just a show. This political clash is something you are still too young to understand. You just need to follow my instructions. After today, you won't be coming to school for a while. You wouldn't want to break your promise to Naruto, would you? Sasuke remembered that he had just competed with Naruto in high jumps yesterday and nodded. Chihao Senpai, do you know about Naruto? Oh, you're curious? Chihao stopped walking as they were about to enter Konoha's territory. They couldn't discuss Naruto's matters there. Seeing Chihao stop, Sasuke also stopped. I want to know. Chihao chuckled lightly. Then can you hold back from bragging about your newly opened eyes and keep it a secret? This afternoon, I'll tell you. Sasuke indeed hadn't planned to keep it a secret. After all, for the Uchiha clan, this was an honor. For Sasuke, this kind of secretive behavior didn't match his personality at all. After thinking for a moment, Sasuke silently nodded. Okay, chapter 47. How could he not come when we agreed? At Konoha school, Naruto lay dejectedly on his desk. He had dreamt all night about the times he was bullied, so he naturally hadn't slept well. Moreover, he felt heavy, completely different from usual. He was originally looking forward to competing in high jump with Sasuke today, but Sasuke didn't come to class. Naruto felt even more dispirited. Listening to Irika explaining some geography knowledge from below, Naruto felt drowsy. Suddenly, the sound of the door being pulled open echoed. Sasuke! Ah, it's Sasuke! Along with the shouts of a few girls in the class, Naruto woke up. It turned out Sasuke had come in. Irika-sensei, I'm here for class, Sasuke said. Irika glanced at the figure in the hallway and didn't say much. Go take a seat. Sasuke walked over and sat down next to Naruto. Naruto impatiently asked, Where have you been, Sasuke? I thought you weren't coming. Sasuke looked at Naruto and smiled. I promised you yesterday. How could I not come? Naruto was taken aback, his heart pounding twice. For the first time, someone cared about him. For the first time, someone was so concerned about him. Naruto was quite an emotional person. Just this one sentence made his eyes turn red. He quickly turned his head away. After class, I'll show you how awesome I am. Sasuke unconsciously responded twice. He didn't realize he had touched Naruto's feelings. After saying that, he turned his gaze to the corridor outside. He could vaguely see Chi Yao's figure and the person guarding him. Chi Yao, why are you here again? When Chi Yao brought Sasuke near the school, the Umbu immediately reported it to Jiraiya. Jiraiya had no choice but to come himself. He originally planned to collect some materials, but now he was forced to come and watch over Chi Yao, which naturally made his expression not look good. Chi Yao yawned boredly. Jiraiya, what are you talking about? It's reasonable for our young clan leader to come to school, and I am here as a bodyguard. Instead of keeping an eye on me, you should take care of Danzo sooner. Jiraiya snorted coldly. Danzo is the Hokage's advisor. You can't just judge him with a single word. Chi Yao looked at Jiraiya with a half-smile. I actually think it would benefit you if Danzo died sooner. After all, he is the main culprit responsible for Yahiko's death. During this confrontation between Konoha and the Uchiha, there would likely be many people coming to stir trouble. The Akatsuki organization might join in, and if Konan shows up, it would be interesting. Jiraiya naturally didn't know this aspect and didn't take it seriously. However, the next couple of days were crucial. People outside were moving quickly and were likely approaching Konoha. By tomorrow, even ninjas from the Land of Lightning would arrive. Jiraiya suspected that Chi Yao wanted to forcibly control Naruto right now, and sending Sasuke here was just an excuse. He had to keep a close eye on Chi Yao. As long as the Third Hokage's people arrived tonight, the situation would stabilize. Chi Yao knew Jiraiya was nervous, but he was doing it on purpose. After all, if the Uchiha didn't act suspiciously, that would be truly abnormal. Although he didn't know when the Third Hokage's people would appear for a while. Konoha would be a big stage. If you want a reward, just come. After all, this bounty was issued by Itachi Uchiha. Although it was anonymous, those who understood understood. Although a name the Uchiha still had a security team, there were hardly any teams left, and they were all watching over their own business streets. It had genuinely become a public security team. The invasion of Konoha had nothing to do with the Uchiha. They had to defend themselves. Chi Yao stood in the hallway as he did yesterday. During the outdoor class, he stood not far from Sasuke. Not to mention that Sasuke had already opened his eyes. Even if he hadn't, Naruto was still no match for Sasuke. Their high jump competition naturally ended in Sasuke's victory. Today I didn't perform well. Next time I will beat you, Naruto stubbornly declared as always, but this time Sasuke didn't retort. Instead, he suddenly said, I won't be coming to school next week. Naruto was taken aback. Sasuke, do you have something going on? Sasuke shook his head. We probably won't see each other for a long time. Naruto's expression stiffened a bit. After all, Sasuke had never discriminated against him and was willing to play with him. However, Naruto quickly adjusted his expression. It's okay. We could just meet later. Thinking of his responsibilities and the fact that he had already opened his eyes, Sasuke coolly turned his head. I am no longer the same as you. Seeing Sasuke like this, Naruto mumbled. Conceited Sasuke. The time at the ninja school ended amidst the noise of a group of little kids. Jiraiya had been watching Chi Yao all afternoon. His eyes were sore, but Chi Yao did nothing, making Jiraiya's efforts for the day in vain. At the school gate, Chi Yao picked up Sasuke and put him on his back, letting Sasuke ride him away. Sasuke, though claiming to be from the prestigious Uchiha clan, was still just a 7-year-old child. Fugaku had never accompanied him like this, and Itachi had only carried him before. Although Chi Yao did this to make yesterday's actions less abrupt, it made Sasuke's heart leap with joy. Naruto, I'm leaving, Sasuke said excitedly. Today, he hadn't shown off that he had opened his eyes. This way, he could exchange secrets with senior Chi Yao again. Of course, having Chi Yao let him ride on his back also filled a void in Sasuke's childhood. Hearing Sasuke say goodbye, Naruto waved his arms vigorously. Goodbye, Sasuke. He only put down his arms after seeing Sasuke walk far away. Naruto's smile faded, and he walked to the corner by the swing with a somewhat lonely expression. Watching the children with parents being picked up one by one, he realized he would have to wait a while longer to go back. Not far away, Jiraiya saw that Qian Yao didn't succeed today and let out a sigh of relief. He saw Naruto waiting by the swing again and paid no mind. From Jiraiya's perspective, there was nothing wrong with Naruto. He saw Umbu protecting Naruto and felt reassured enough to leave. Jiraiya had already heard the conversation between Sasuke and Naruto and knew that Sasuke wouldn't be coming tomorrow. This might indicate that the Uchiha would take some action. He hurriedly went to find the third Hokage to discuss it. Chapter 48. Naruto's counterattack at the entrance of the ninja school. Naruto, as usual, waited until everyone had left before slowly walking home with his head down. The streets were filled with the sounds of families laughing and enjoying their meals together, a warm scene of parents cooking and eating with their children. This stood in stark contrast to Naruto, who was walking home alone with an empty stomach. Gore! Naruto's stomach protested. There was a small shop selling rice balls nearby. He sniffed the air and unconsciously walked over. He rummaged through his pockets, but only found a 50 yuan coin. Old man, third Hokage, when are you coming? Get lost. You monster. Don't block my business. As Naruto approached, two villagers who were selecting rice balls saw him and immediately walked away. The shopkeeper was furious and quickly waved a broom at Naruto. Naruto stepped back a couple of paces to avoid being hit. I'm here to buy something, Naruto said, gripping the coin tightly and raising his voice. The shopkeeper, with a face full of disgust, waved the broom again. I won't serve you. You monster. Get away. I'm not. The third Hokage said, I'm not a monster. Naruto argued. In the eyes of these ordinary villagers, the third Hokage was just a kind old man. Therefore, they were not particularly afraid of him. If it weren't for the third Hokage's kind heart, he would have killed you long ago. This villager clearly had no idea what a Jinchuriki was. He only remembered that Naruto was the cause of that disaster years ago. However, he suddenly stopped talking as he noticed the Umbu in the distance. The Umbu signaled him with a couple of gestures. Although he barely understood, he still took a box of rice balls from the counter and tossed it at Naruto's feet, saying, Get lost, don't stay here. Naruto picked up the already squished box, placed the 50 yuan coin on the counter, and ran off without looking back. I paid for it. He had seen that a rice ball cost 50 yuan. The shopkeeper disdainfully tossed the coin to the ground as if it were dirty. After wasting some time, some villagers had finished their meals and were now out for a walk. Naruto had to clutch his rice ball box tightly and hurry home. The more people there were, the more panic he felt, as many kids would bully him even more when adults were around. What he feared came true, as a few kids who had just finished their meals spotted Naruto. You monster! How disgusting! I ran into you again. Get lost! One of them picked up a stone and threw it at him, and the others quickly followed suit, also picking up stones and throwing them. Naruto's clumsy attempts to dodge made the kids laugh heartily. Their mocking laughter filled Naruto with anger and desperation. But thinking of what the third Hokage said about not causing trouble, he could only bury his head and run. 2 stones hit his back, causing him pain, and he fell to the ground. The rice ball box fell from his hands and rolled away. Ha ha ha! Look at this guy. He still has rice balls to eat. A malicious voice came, and Naruto saw a foot stomp down on his rice ball, squashing it. You stole it, didn't you? You monster! Anger surged through Naruto, and he pushed the chubby kid in front of him to the ground. I bought this. I'm not a monster. Ouch. You dare to fight back? Get him. The 4 kids rushed at Naruto, surrounding him with punches and kicks. The nearby Umbu looked on with indifferent expressions, thinking it was just kids fighting. Why don't you fight back? A voice echoed in Naruto's ear. Protecting himself, he replied, The third Hokage will be angry. Why listen to him? Only the third Hokage is good to me. He gives me money to buy food. If you fight back, the third Hokage will come right away. Really? Really? Naruto suddenly threw off the chubby kid sitting on him. Naruto punched the chubby kid twice. The chubby kid cried out in pain. You dare to fight back? Everyone get him. The 5 kids immediately got into a tussle. Clearly, Naruto was outnumbered and was soon overpowered. He had a big bump on his head, and his face was scratched from being rubbed against the ground. The voice appeared again in his ear. Pick up the stone on the ground and throw it. But Naruto's head was spinning, and he couldn't move. Yet, his body moved on its own. Naruto grabbed the dirt from the ground and threw it back. My eyes. The leader of the kids was immediately hit in the face with dirt. Help! What are you doing? The chubby kid huffed angrily, but didn't notice that his companions had gone quiet. Bang! A dull sound echoed. The chubby kid let out a heart-wrenching scream. Naruto had picked up the stone that had just hit him and smashed it down on the chubby kid's head. Blood immediately flowed from the chubby kid's head. The other kids who had bullied Naruto were scared. Monster! The monster is going to eat people. Run! These kids, who had only seen Naruto getting beaten up before, were terrified to see their friend covered in blood today. While the chubby kid desperately crawled away, screaming for help, Naruto remained silent, picking up the stone again and smashing it down onto the chubby kid's head. The chubby kid's body stiffened, then went limp, unable to move. His voice grew weak. Help! The nearby Umbu saw Naruto fighting back and found him amusing. After all, under the Third Hokage's guidance, Naruto had rarely fought back in the past 2 years. But soon, they could no longer laugh. After knocking the chubby kid down, Naruto didn't let up. Instead, he climbed on top of him and raised the stone to smash down again. Bang! The chubby kid fell unconscious. But Naruto raised the stone once more and smashed it down hard. Bang! The chubby kid's body jerked and blood spread across the ground. With a blank expression, Naruto lifted the stone again and smashed down hard once more. At this moment, several figures appeared and directly restrained Naruto's hand. An urgent voice shouted, "Stop! Are you trying to kill him?" Naruto looked up, staring at the suddenly appearing Umbu with a deep-seated hatred in his eyes, sending a chill down their spines. The next moment, Naruto closed his eyes and passed out. The Umbu squad leader shook his head, treating the recent events as a hallucination. Now, he felt a headache coming on. Why did a problem arise today, during his watch when no other shift had issues? Naruto had fought back before, but had never seriously injured anyone. What on earth was happening today? "Captain, that chubby kid is seriously injured. He is barely breathing. Hurry and get him medical help. We can't let anyone die. Shiba, go notify the Third Hokage. I'll take Naruto home first." Chapter 49. Vortex Naruto's Consciousness Space. Who are you? Why can you control my body? Opposite Naruto stood a figure shrouded in shadow, making it hard to see clearly. It was this person who had controlled his body before, initiating the counterattack. Although Kushina in the shadows longed to reunite with her son, she had to endure at this moment to eliminate the influence of the Third Hokage as soon as possible. "Call me Uzumaki," she said with a sigh in her heart, forcing herself to act with Naruto. A modified voice came through, and Naruto suddenly became excited. "Uzumaki, just like me?" The child's attention shifted quickly, and he forgot about being controlled. "I am your kin," Kushina added. "Kin?" Naruto's eyes gradually lit up. That's great. I have family now. I'm not alone." Naruto happily ran around in the consciousness space. Seeing her son like this made Kushina's heart ache and tremble. "Sarutobi Hiruzen, you bastard." Once Naruto finally calmed down, he continued to ask, "Uzumaki, why are you here? Why can you control my body? How do you know someone is nearby?" Naruto excitedly asked 3 questions in a row. Perhaps he didn't care about the answers. What mattered to him was having someone to accompany him. "I can't tell you the reason I'm here for now, including why I can control your body. You can't tell anyone, especially the Third Hokage." "Huh? Why not?" Naruto had a lot of trust in the Third Hokage now. Kushina snorted coldly. "Because the Third Hokage is not a good person." "No way. Grandpa Third is the best of me," Naruto retorted loudly. Qian Yao had already done enough psychological preparation for Kushina, and hearing Naruto say this, she suppressed her anger. "Those people are the ones the Third Hokage has always kept around you to monitor you. They would rather see you get beaten than show up. Do you still think the Third Hokage is a good person, or do you think they just happen to pass by?" Naruto instinctively made excuses for the other side. "Impossible. Grandpa Third wouldn't do that. They must have just been passing through." Kushina didn't argue with Naruto, but said, "If you want to know who your mom and dad are, you can't let the Third Hokage know I exist." "Mom and dad? Hey, Uzumaki. The entire world suddenly collapsed, and a hazy light appeared before Naruto. He groggily woke up. Naruto found himself lying at home, with the Third Hokage standing by his bed. "Grandpa Third, you're here." Naruto's first reaction upon seeing the Third Hokage was joy, because the Third Hokage would regularly give him money. Seeing the Third Hokage meant he wouldn't go hungry during this time. The Third Hokage looked at Naruto's happy expression, satisfied that all the years of brainwashing Naruto were not in vain. He feigned seriousness. "Didn't I tell you not to fight? You almost killed that person this time." Naruto anxiously replied, "No, it wasn't me. It was..." He suddenly remembered what Uzumaki had said. "If you want to know who your mom and dad are, you can't let the Third Hokage know I exist." It was them throwing stones at me. The rice balls I bought were also trampled on. That was the last of my money." Naruto stammered, hiding Kushina's existence. This hesitation after making a mistake did not raise the Third Hokage's suspicion, because the Third Hokage had already checked while Naruto was unconscious. Naruto's seal was intact, and there was no indication of the Jinchuriki going berserk. To the Third Hokage, it just seemed that Naruto's counterattack was a bit too strong. "But you can't use such heavy hands. You almost killed someone." Naruto felt a bit wronged. but he was surrounded by 4 people beating him, and no one came to save him. The emotions of child were all over his face, and seeing Naruto's aggrieved look, the third Hokage changed his tone. You should be kinder. Even though they hit you, they have also received their due punishment now. You need to learn to forgive. Don't fight anymore, okay? Naruto pouted, feeling a bit unhappy. Kushina's voice suddenly echoed in Naruto's mind. Kindness built on the suffering of others is the most hypocritical kindness. At this moment, the third Hokage took out a 1,000 yen bill. I've been busy lately and can't come over often. Save it for later, okay? Naruto was stunned, seeing Naruto in a daze. The third Hokage thought he was moved. He then satisfactorily stuffed the money into Naruto's hand. All right, I bought you food. Eat it first. I'll leave now and come to see you next time. Saying this, the third Hokage directly left Naruto's house. The Sarutobi clan was arriving tonight. There were too many people, and arrangements had to be made. Uzumaki, are you still there? After the third Hokage left, Naruto whispered sneakily. You can think it. No need to speak. Oh. Naruto responded twice before suddenly covering his mouth. Luckily, the third Hokage had just left, and the Anbu were still guarding outside the room. Otherwise, Naruto would have been discovered. Naruto looked around as if he were a thief. Don't worry, the Anbu are outside your room. Hearing Uzumaki's words, Naruto finally felt at ease. He also started asking in his mind, did Grandpa Third really send the Anbu to monitor me outside my house? Kushina did not answer Naruto's question, but instead asked, when you are bullied and insulted, do you feel pain? Naruto sat up, hugging his knees, seemingly lost in painful memories. Yeah. Then the third Hokage tells you to be kind and to forgive. Isn't that hypocritical? Naruto fell a bit down. He didn't want to forgive those people. He just followed what the third Hokage said and didn't want to fuss about it. Otherwise, he would have fought back long ago. Naruto was only 7 years old now and had not yet reached the age of causing trouble everywhere. At this time, he could barely fill his stomach, let alone go around drawing on walls. Do you know why the Anbu are watching you but never help you? Kushina was slowly guiding Naruto. Naruto shook his head in confusion. If the third Hokage was a good person, then the Anbu had never helped him even once. That's because as long as the third Hokage eventually comes to comfort you, you will be grateful to him. Why is that? Naruto completely didn't understand why the third Hokage would do this. Chapter 50. As long as it's a person, it relates to your identity and your parents' identity. Speaking of this, Naruto's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Vortex, am I not an orphan? Or my mom and dad? Kushina was furious. That bastard third Hokage even had to tell Naruto he was an orphan. If the third Hokage was a decent person, he could have given Naruto to someone trustworthy for adoption. This is a secret. Do you think I would just tell you? Huh? Naruto scratched his head, realizing it seemed that way, but he really wanted to know who his parents were. So, what do I have to do for you to tell me this secret? Kushina had already seen Naruto's home completely. It was so dirty, messy, and smelly. I won't tell such an important secret to a kid with such a messy home. Naruto quickly jumped off the bed, ready to clean the room. Kushina helplessly said, eat first, then clean up. Oh, okay. Naruto blankly replied and went to heat up the bento that the third Hokage had brought in the microwave. During those few minutes, Naruto also began to pick up the trash on the floor. Following Chiyao's advice, Kushina planned to correct some of Naruto's bad habits first. After all, even if Naruto knew that his parents were the fourth Hokage and his wife, it wouldn't help him. It might even put him in danger. While Naruto was still young, it was better to get him away from the third Hokage's influence and correct his personality. Kushina had a fiery personality. She didn't just whimper when bullied, but fought back, directly beating the enemy into a pulp, taking revenge on the spot. She didn't want Naruto to grow up to be a useless person who only knew how to forgive. Her time was limited, and she couldn't always stay with Naruto. I'm going to rest. Tomorrow morning, I want to see a clean room. After Kushina left that sentence in her mind, she completely fell silent. Vortex. Vortex. After Naruto called out twice in his mind and found no memories, ding. The microwave beeped, attracting Naruto's attention. Although his injuries weren't severe, he had expended a lot of energy and was now starving. Naruto opened the bento and began to eat. While eating, he wondered who this Vortex person was and why he could talk in his head. Was what he said true? Was the third Hokage really a bad person? Although Naruto still had no idea what the Vortex looked like, he instinctively felt close to this person who called himself Vortex. While pondering, Naruto quickly finished his bento. Although he still had a box of milk and cookies, he planned to save them for breakfast tomorrow since the third Hokage had only brought this little bit of food. After finishing his meal, he remembered that there was a refrigerator at home. After putting them inside, Naruto began to slowly clean his room. In the past, Naruto didn't pay attention to hygiene and left things scattered everywhere. He was too young and cleaned slowly, making a lot of noise in the house. The Umbu outside quietly observed and found that Naruto was cleaning, so they didn't pay any further attention. The Umbu that had previously been glared at by Naruto, who was under Kushina's control, did not report his killing intent. After all, Naruto showed no signs of leaking Nine-Tails chakra, reporting that would only bring trouble upon themselves. However, the Third Hokage had given the Umbu strict orders to arrest anyone who bullied Naruto, whether they were villagers or children. They were all frightened and decided not to bother this monster anymore. People who had never cleaned their rooms, lacked planning, and often repeated actions. Naruto was like that. He first swept the floor, then went to pick up trash, and ended up dirtying the floor again. After several back and forths, Naruto had gained some experience. He was afraid that Vortex would be unsatisfied, so after tidying up the room, he wiped it down inside and out. He worked hard until late at night before finally collapsing onto the bed and falling into a deep sleep. Uchiha Qian Yao stood up from Naruto's shadow. Kushina had conserved chakra and had already fallen asleep. However, Uchiha Qian Yao observed the clean and tidy room and nodded slightly. It seemed that Kushina had gained Naruto's trust. It was finally a good start. While Naruto was busy cleaning his room, a large group of people arrived from outside Konoha village. This group was all wearing Konoha headbands, but the Hyuga patrol team doing perimeter surveillance did not recognize any of them. They were all unfamiliar faces. If it weren't for the Third Hokage and Jiraiya being present and saying these were their people, the Hyuga clan would have already sounded the alarm. Hyuga Qian, receiving the news, arrived on the scene and was stunned to see so many Konoha ninjas. Lord Hokage, who are these? As the entire Konoha's inspection officer, Hyuga Qian naturally needed to clarify this to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. The Third Hokage, wearing his Hokage hat, lit his pipe but did not smoke it. These are the people I brought back from the border. Lord Hokage, where should we arrange them? Qian, having been on the battlefield, estimated that although the ninjas below were not very strong, they were very orderly. The key was their number. Qian estimated at least 1,000 people. For a large village like Konoha, that wasn't too many. But if these ninjas belonged to the Third Hokage's private force, the Third Hokage had already thought it through. Let's settle them in the ruins after the old district was demolished. Konoha might undergo great changes in the coming days. So you all work hard. Hyuga Qian trembled slightly. Rest assured, Lord Hokage, we will do our best to oversee Konoha. After the Third Hokage and Jiraiya brought everyone into Konoha, they also dispatched 4 teams of Umbu to coordinate with Hyuga Qian. Qian had Hyuga to arrange these people and subtly signaled to him while he managed supplies. After a busy night, it was already past midnight. After reporting to the clan leader Hyuga Hayashi, he returned to his residence to wait. About an hour later, a voice came from outside. Lord Qian, I'm back. Come in. After Qian instructed, Esta opened the door and walked in. Sir, the number of these ninjas is about 1,000. And half of them are nin. The others don't seem like ordinary genin. They have very good discipline. They have been trained in teams. The leader is called Rin-no-suk, and they all only use their first names, without surnames. Esta's report indicated that the team training referred not to small teams of 3, but to large teams of more than 10 people. The use of first names only, without surnames, suggested 2 possibilities. Either they were very familiar with each other, or they were from the same clan. Chapter 51. Uchiha cannot fall. Qian furrowed his brows and asked again, what about their physical condition? Songtai pondered for a moment and replied, they're all quite healthy. Qian now had reason to believe that this group of people were all private soldiers of the Third Hokage. There were 2 reasons. First, there were indeed some Konoha ninjas along the border. However, during peacetime, the number of people at the border watchtowers was pitifully small, at most 100 or 200, certainly not thousands. Moreover, the conditions at the outposts were not very good. They were usually places where those who had made mistakes were sent. Such remote places lacked basic amenities like water, electricity, and gas, and food had to be sourced by the individuals themselves. It was unlikely that everyone would be in such good health and have undergone group training. A terrifying thought crossed Qian's mind. Could all these people belong to the Sarutobi clan? He shook his head. Supporting thousands of Sarutobi clan members would require an immense amount of resources. Qian, should we report all this intelligence to the main house? Songtai suggested. The High-Ga branch harbored the same hatred for the main house and the Third Hokage. After the last incident where the High-Ga clan was betrayed by the Third Hokage, they had already lost trust in the Konoha faction. Qian nodded in agreement. As he had thought the same. I can handle this matter. You continue to gather intelligence on this group and report back anytime. Understood. Songtai quickly left. Keishin organized his thoughts and headed straight to the main house. Hizashi and the elder Zhongzhao happened to be present. They were somewhat curious about Keishin's return, as he had already reported once before not long ago. Keishin, what happened? Keishin maintained his poker face, as usual, and this moment was no exception. He first bowed to Hizashi and elder Zhongzhao before speaking. Clan leader, elder, the total number of people recalled by the Third Hokage is around 1,000. Over half of them have chakra levels exceeding that of a CH Nin, and the rest are not far behind. They're all physically fit, and they refer to each other only by name, not by surname. After finishing, Keishin reverted to his robotic state, only reporting without speculation or suggestions. Hizashi and elder Zhongzhao were already discussing this matter, and now, with Keishin's additional intelligence, both of their expressions darkened. The supplementary information indicated a strong possibility that these were the Third Hokage's private soldiers. The Uchiha clan had already been betrayed once, and not long ago. The Uchiha had nearly faced extermination. It was time for them to consider their own situation. With the Third Hokage's power so formidable, if the Uchiha fell, wouldn't the Uchiha clan be swallowed whole by the Third Hokage? After all, the Uchiha clan had a nearly 100 rate of awakening the Byakugan, which provided immense functional advantages. For any mission, the most popular members would definitely be from the Uchiha clan. If such a powerful clan like the Uchiha had nearly fallen, the Uchiha clan would be even less able to resist the Third Hokage. Keishin, what are your thoughts? Hizashi asked Keishin as usual. Keishin, with his poker face, replied, the branch family supports any decision made by the main house. Elder Zhongzhao sighed. Keishin, you've been an elder for several years now. You can contribute ideas for the clan. Keishin continued. The wise clan leader will lead us out of all difficulties. Although his words were passionate, he recited them in a mechanical tone, almost like an automated response. You. Elder Zhongzhao choked back his words, feeling immensely uncomfortable. Hizashi slightly shook his head. Keishin, you can leave now. Keishin respectfully bowed to both of them before withdrawing. Elder Zhongzhao lamented, Hizashi, this won't do. We can't continue like this. Hizashi felt a certain guilt over his brother's death. The current state of the branch family was a silent rebellion against the main house. Yet this passive resistance left the main house with no way to respond. Even though there had been no punishment for the branch family in the past 2 years and their treatment had improved, it still couldn't raise their enthusiasm. If the situation did not pose a risk of the Uchiha clan's annihilation, the branch members might not even bother reporting. Hizashi, feeling somewhat fatigued, said, let's discuss the branch family later. The key issue now is that the strength of the Third Hokage is somewhat beyond imagination. Elder Zhongzhao replied solemnly, Uchiha cannot fall. Hizashi nodded in agreement. The key is, what should we do? Elder Zhongzhao, with a scrutinizing look, said, we need to talk to the Uchiha. The Uchiha are biding their time, waiting for external forces. They may even have contacted other ninja villages. Hizashi did not refute Elder Zhongzhao's words. Although the Uchiha had 3 Mangeki Sharingan and over 400 combat personnel, Konoha had even more. With dozens of ninjas in each clan, the total number easily reached thousands. A significant portion of ninjas did not belong to any clan. In this dangerous world of ninjas, those lower-ranked ninjas lived well under the large tree that was Konoha. Their sense of belonging to Konoha was naturally strong. The Third Hokage still held prestige among this group of people. If the Uchiha were to rebel, and the Third Hokage ordered this group to hold their ground, they would comply. If the current Uchiha had someone who could complete the complete body Susanoo, one person could immediately overturn the Konoha regime. However, the combat power displayed by the Uchiha's Mangeki Sharingan had not yet reached a cross-class level, and they might even be ground down. Moreover, the Third Hokage also had a Reaper Death Seal that could drag others down with him. Although not everyone knew about this forbidden technique of the Third Hokage, as a master of ninjutsu, he certainly had some skills. The number of Umbu members was unclear, and the root was a large organization hidden in the shadows. Even though dozens of combat personnel had been lost previously, no one knew how many hidden personnel were left. The Uchiha were not as secure as imagined. They might have contacted other ninja villages to seek cooperation to take down Konoha, in exchange for a bit of land or some benefits from the Land of Fire. These were common political maneuvers. However, the success of such operations depended on how many allies they could gather. On one side were the allies from outside villages wanting a piece of the pie. On the other side were those within Konoha dissatisfied with the Third Hokage's rule. However, such operations would be extremely dangerous. One misstep could lead to the destruction of all of Konoha. I'll personally go to the Uchiha and probe Fyake's intentions, Hisashi said in a low voice. For now, although the High GA were on Konoha's side, they did not have to worry about safety. The Uchiha might even try to win over the High Ga. Elder Zhongzhao slightly nodded. Now that Konoha's monitoring is all on our side, we shouldn't delay. You go. Chapter 52 Long Night in the Turbulent Times of Konoha. Speed is of the essence. Hisashi could not wait until the next day to set out. At just over 30 years old, he was still in his prime. Although he hadn't fought in a long time, he maintained his training habits. After quickly changing his clothes, he took advantage of the night to leave. With his Byakugan, it was easy for Hisashi to avoid the patrolling Umbu. However, he could not avoid the Hyuga clansmen who also possessed Byakugan. Given the tense situation, there were many monitoring personnel near the Uchiha clan's territory. Hisashi could not go to the Uchiha clan without alerting the clan members. Clan leader, what brings you here? Sangtai happened to be on duty that night and had just returned after reporting to Keishin. He was somewhat surprised to see the clan leader appear voluntarily. Hisashi merely nodded at the clansman and said, "You haven't seen anyone today, understand?" Sangtai lowered his head in acknowledgement. "This area is under my surveillance. Rest assured, clan leader." After giving his instructions, Hisashi flashed away and directly infiltrated the Uchiha territory. Sangtai looked at the disappearing Hisashi, his eyes flashing with contemplation. In the Uchiha territory, at Chiyao's home, Chiyao, lying in bed, had just checked on Naruto. As he transitioned back to consciousness and prepared to sleep, he sensed someone land in the yard. Soon after, he heard a knock on the door. Who is it? Chiyao was not too anxious, as the knocking technique outside should belong to a clansman. Chiyao, it's me. The clan leader wants you to come over. The voice from outside was YK. You go ahead, I'll be there shortly. YK replied and then disappeared. Chiyao quickly changed his clothes, and as he opened the door, another door in the deep corridor also opened. Jiyu, dressed in her nightgown, leaned out. Chiyao, what's wrong? Chiyao shook his head slightly. It's nothing. The clan leader needs me for something. You should take care of Lioli and go to sleep. Jiyu, who usually had to buy groceries and cook, was aware of the tense atmosphere in the clan. She looked somewhat worried. Jiyu had little experience in such matters, and Chiyao's recent changes made her feel a bit unfamiliar. Chiyao, will we win? Upon hearing Jiyu's words, Chiyao realized she thought the Uchiha were about to go to war with Konoha. He comforted her, don't worry, I still have Lioli with me. If there's any danger, I'll let you know first. Chiyao was still the caring older brother to Lioli. Jiyu felt slightly relieved, but thought of her own worries, feeling a bit complicated. Then you should go and come back early. Chiyao acknowledged her and vanished in an instant. Jiyu sighed in frustration. She then returned to her room, where Lioli was fast asleep. Her gaze turned to her combat uniform, which she hadn't worn for missions in years. In Fugaku's room, the lights were on. The leaders of the Uchiha and Hyuga clans were waiting for someone. Hisashi looked slightly puzzled. Who was Fugaku waiting for? However, since he was already here, he remained calm. Moments later, the door opened, and Chiyao walked in. Upon seeing Hisashi, he had already guessed the purpose of Hisashi's visit. However, he did not expect it to happen so quickly. According to his assumptions, the Hyuga would only come after the outside forces had tested the waters. Is Elder Shi not coming? Chiyao asked Fugaku casually. Fugaku shook his head. The elder said he was feeling fatigued. He has entrusted this matter to you. Chiyao chuckled softly at this excuse. However, it was fine. He and T planned to remain in the shadows forever. This is the leader of the Hyuga clan, and this is our Uchiha's fourth elder, Uchiha Qian Yao. Hisashi and Qian Yao naturally recognized each other, even if they hadn't known each other before. After the events of the past few days, they were now familiar. Fugaku was clearly making a formal introduction to have the two discuss matters. The three of them sat at a square table, with Qian Yao and Hisashi facing each other, while Fugaku sat to the side. Qian Yao directly addressed Hisashi, Lord Hisashi. What brings you here at this late hour? Hisashi glanced at Fugaku, who was leisurely sipping tea. He then looked at Qian Yao, his eyes revealing a sense of realization. He and T expected that the one engaging in political maneuvering with the Third Hokage would be this young man, not even 20 years old. The Uchiha had produced such a clever person. But since Hisashi had come here at night, he cut to the chase and asked, I wonder what your Uchiha's intention is this time? This confrontation, the Uchiha standoff with Konoha, and the bounty on Danzo were merely means, not ends. Hisashi would only choose to cooperate with the Uchiha after learning their true needs. Qian Yao poured himself a cup of water, his thoughts already formulating a draft. Sarutobi Hiruzen had held the power of Hokage for too long, absolute and enduring power. Hisashi squinted slightly, seemingly deep in thought. Qian Yao paused for a moment before continuing. The power held by the Third Hokage is not just what is apparent. If we shinobi do not unite, Konoha will eventually become the domain of Sarutobi Hiruzen alone. Although Qian Yao did not directly answer Hisashi's question, his words aligned with Hisashi's thoughts. After some contemplation, Hisashi took out a piece of paper, placed it on the table, and pushed it towards Qian Yao. Qian Yao opened the paper, his brows slightly raised. There were unexpectedly many names. Qian Yao had anticipated that the Third Hokage would directly mobilize over 1,000 people back. He even speculated that these were all members of the Sarutobi clan. After all, personnel transitions also required time. The current Sarutobi clan could not possibly have 3,000 people. Since Lord Hisashi is so sincere, we will also share some key information with you. Qian Yao closed the paper and straightened up. As for the streets of Asahi, Kanro, Taiken, Seoki, and Yokoto, all properties there belong to Kushina. Upon hearing Kushina's name, Hisashi pondered for a moment before realizing. She was the previous host of the Nine Tails, and she was already dead. This meant that these assets... Hisashi frowned and asked, 5 streets? All of them? Qian Yao confirmed all of them. Everything on those 5 streets belongs to Kushina. The clan leader's wife had some connections with Kushina, so the information is reliable. Hisashi leaned back slightly. In his view, it was normal for the Third Hokage to use power for personal gain, but he was somewhat shocked by the scale of wealth accumulation being so vast. Qian Yao pointed at the paper on the table. Thus, the people returning are not just those of the Third Hokage. They were all members of the Sarutobi clan. Chapter 53 Obedience. We do not want to engage in conflict with the Sarutobi clan. But Lord Hiruzen knows that there is no place for our Uchiha clan among the honored elders. Hiruzen looked at Qian Yao and Fugaku. Is that all? Qian Yao nodded slightly. The development of the family cannot avoid your support. After all, our Konoha is so weak, we need to unite a bit. Otherwise, we might inexplicably face extermination. Seeing Hiruzen deep in thought, Qian Yao added, of course, our Uchiha clan is not suited for wandering around. Some matters will have to trouble Lord Hiruzen. Lord Hiruzen might as well wait for a couple of days. It will be more convenient to handle these matters then. Hiruzen picked up his teacup, took a sip, and stood up. The Uchiha truly has promising successors. Fugaku and Qian Yao also stood up. Qian Yao's face was calm. Lord Hiruzen, you flatter us. Hiruzen greeted Fugaku. Now one tea stay longer. Fugaku waved his hand, and YK revealed himself. See Lord Hiruzen off for me. Hiruzen nodded and quickly left with YK. Qian Yao, and he did not mention Danzo's matter, aside from the fact that Danzo did not know when he would wake up. The Third Hokage would definitely protect Danzo. Once the strength of his Sarutobi clan was exposed, many Konoha ninjas would become neutral. At that time, the Third Hokage would need Danzo more. Fugaku sighed. You were right, Qian Yao. The Sarutobi clan really has so many people. Qian Yao was not surprised by this fact. After all, he was reverse engineering with the answers in mind. We just need to wait now. It's just that I wonder who will open the curtain this time. The next day, Naruto groggily opened his eyes. He didn't have class today, and his alarm clock didn't ring. Naruto glanced at the clock. It was already past 9. It seemed that he had cleaned up too late yesterday. Cleaning? Naruto suddenly became awake, shouting in his mind. Vortex! Vortex! Are you there? However, there was no response in his mind after several calls. Naruto scratched his head, but he didn't know of any other way to contact Vortex. After several unsuccessful attempts, Naruto had to take milk and cookies out of the fridge, preparing to start eating. The milk was taken straight out of the fridge without being warmed. The voice in his mind made Naruto both surprised and delighted. Ah, Vortex, you're here, Kushina said helplessly. Pour the milk out and heat it up. Okay. Naruto obediently did as the voice instructed. While doing so, he asked his mind, Vortex, you promised me yesterday that after cleaning, you would tell me who my parents are. Although Kushina wanted to tell Naruto that she was his mother, seeing the instant change in Naruto, she held back. The existence of your parents is a secret. If you go around talking about it, you could be in danger. Naruto hurriedly said, I won't tell anyone else. Just tell me. Then I'll tell you part of it first. The rest depends on your performance. Although Naruto was a bit dissatisfied, he was more excited. Okay, Vortex, hurry and tell me. Kushina seemed to have thought it through long ago. You don't take your father's surname. You take your mother's surname. Your maternal family is the Uzumaki clan. Kushina's voice was disguised, and Naruto could not tell it was a female voice. However, after learning part of his origins, Naruto still showed great excitement. so I take my mom's surname. What about my dad? Kushina, however, did not respond. I need to see if you can keep the secret before I can tell you. Vortex, just tell me first. I can definitely keep the secret. No. Naruto anxiously scratched his ears and cheeks, feeling as if 100 claws were scratching at his heart. But Kushina refused to budge. Just telling you this little bit. And you're so obvious. Do you think you can keep a secret? As long as you listen, I will definitely tell you. After hearing this, Naruto could only reluctantly suppress his thirst for knowledge and began to eat breakfast. However, Naruto divided the small bag of cookies into 2 portions, eating only one himself and pouring out only half of the milk. Is this enough for you? Naruto honestly replied, I'm not hungry, so this is fine. I can save some for next time. Seeing that Naruto had developed this habit, Kushina was also furious. She coldly snorted, eat all those cookies. Also eat that bento box. Naruto exclaimed, but that's lunch for noon. I know very well how much the Uzumaki clan can eat. You need to eat all of that now. But, Naruto stammered. Kushina coldly said, are you not going to listen to me? Naruto shivered. I will. He felt that if he didn't obey, something terrible would happen. Even to find out about my parents, I have to be obedient. Seemingly convincing himself, Naruto picked up the cookies and started munching away, then drank the milk down in big gulps. After finishing the milk and cookies, Naruto went to heat the bento box. As a member of the Uzumaki clan, he would never have the issue of overeating. However, Naruto indeed felt full for the first time in a long while. He lay on the bed with a satisfied expression. It had been a long time since he felt this way, making him think that this seemed quite nice. After a few minutes, Kushina's voice rang in Naruto's mind again. What kind of books do you have in your bookshelf? Last night, when Naruto started cleaning up, Kushina had fallen asleep, so she wasn't quite sure. Naruto walked over and began to take out books one by one for Kushina to see. Kushina found some storybooks acceptable, but when she saw titles like The Origins of Konoha and The Will of Fire, she felt very annoyed. There were even books with swimsuit models and even some inappropriate content. Kushina felt like she could eat someone out of anger and asked emotionlessly, Naruto, where did you get these books? Naruto felt a chill run down his back for some reason. These were all brought by Grandpa Third. Once he brought a huge pile of books. Do you like reading these books? Kushina asked. Naruto scratched his head, a bit embarrassed. I don't recognize many of the words inside. Then he pointed to the swimsuit and inappropriate books. I also don't understand why these sisters aren't wearing clothes. Kushina felt a little relieved. These books are not suitable for you. Throw them all away. Okay. Naruto had no concept of cherishing or not cherishing these books. After all, he usually couldn't even fill his stomach, so he naturally wouldn't like reading. When Vortex instructed him to throw the books away, Naruto directly stuffed the swimsuit and inappropriate books into the trash can. Chapter 54. Not wanting to go hungry, Kushina continued to instruct Naruto to tidy up some scattered items at home. You don't have school today. What do you usually do? Kushina asked. Naruto, sitting unhappily on a stool, replied, I don't have friends. I usually just go fishing or play by myself. Although Naruto knew Shikamaru and the others, he couldn't meet them all the time. More often than not, Naruto was still an easy target for bullying. You've lost to Sasuke so many times and still haven't thought about training. You even lost in the high jump before. Don't you want to win next time? Kushina started to guide Naruto by bringing up Sasuke, as he cared a lot about him. Just a couple of her words ignited Naruto's fighting spirit. You're right, Kushina. I should train and win next time. Saying this, Naruto tidied up and went out, followed closely by the Umbu stationed outside his home. This kid usually doesn't go out much when he skips school. What is he planning to do today? The Umbu observed as Naruto arrived at a creek, running back and forth, jumping around. No one could predict the whimsical ideas of a child his age. But seeing that Naruto wasn't causing trouble, the Umbu breathed a sigh of relief, especially since he had almost seriously hurt someone the day before. Although the nearby people had been severely warned, it was best if Naruto stayed away from them. Kushina didn't impose strict demands on Naruto. She just wanted him to run and jump to develop a habit. Naruto was busy entertaining himself, but showed no impatience because there was a voice in his head talking to him. He kept asking questions, like what his mom looked like and what his dad looked like, and why they had never come see him. He even wondered if his parents were still alive. He asked many questions, but Kushina hardly answered him. Listening to these questions was painful for her and made her question the correctness of Minato sealing the Nine Tails within Naruto. If Naruto hadn't been made the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, he would have suffered much less. Kushina felt guilty. After some time of Naruto messing around, it was noon. Gore. Accompanied by the sound of Naruto's stomach growling, his energy sharply decreased. Which store did you use to buy lunchboxes from? Kushina suddenly asked Naruto. He stammered a bit. I won't eat lunchboxes anymore. The money from the Third Hokage can buy a lot of Ichiraka ramen. Kushina understood why Naruto hesitated. It was the store that sold him lunchboxes. Although they sometimes sold him lunchboxes at a discount, they were mixed with sand or other garbage. Naturally, Naruto didn't want to buy lunchboxes. Kushina had a deep impression of Naruto eating lunchboxes with sand in them, and knew she had to help him overcome this difficulty. If I tell you go, you should go. Do you want to be hungry forever? I don't want to be hungry anymore. Whenever Naruto thought about the days of being full one moment and hungry the next, he felt miserable. Therefore, he decided to listen to Kushina and headed toward the lunchbox store. Naruto was very cautious along the way, worried that someone might bully him again. Although everyone still avoided him like the plague, nobody shouted at him, and even the bad kids avoided him. Naruto was a bit puzzled, but thought it was good that no one was bullying him. He arrived safely at the lunchbox store, but the store owner had a grim expression upon seeing Naruto. Naruto shrank his neck, but the owner didn't chase him away. He walked to the lunchbox shelf to see which one was the cheapest. Kushina instructed, just take the one next to you. Naruto looked at the price, 1,000 yen. That was relatively expensive for a lunchbox. But I only have 1,000 yen. If I buy this, I'll be hungry. Trust me, you want to go hungry after this. Really? Naruto was a bit skeptical. Kushina snorted, if you listen to me, I can tell you what your mom looks like. Naruto's eyes lit up at this, and he immediately picked up the lunchbox priced at 1,000 yen. Even if he had to go hungry later, knowing what his mom looked like was the most important thing. Boss, I'll pay. Naruto placed the lunchbox on the counter and slapped the 1,000 yen bill given by the Third Hokage on the table. The owner looked at Naruto, surprised, since he knew Naruto was very poor. He picked up the bill and examined it, tempted to say it was fake. But remembering that the Umbu had just warned him yesterday, he accepted the money. The owner looked at Naruto with a malicious glare, saying 1,000 yen is just right. Meanwhile, his hands skillfully grabbed some sand from the potted plants beside the counter and secretly stuffed it into the lunchbox. Naruto felt relieved when the owner accepted the money. However, a sense of foreboding immediately followed because he noticed sand in the lunchbox bag. Kushina sneered, take the lunchbox out and open it. Naruto was still very angry and immediately took the lunchbox out. Boss, you put sand in the lunchbox again. The owner's expression changed slightly, but he looked around and saw that the people nearby were keeping their distance from Naruto. So he angrily retorted, what nonsense are you talking about? That must be you who put it in. You're lying. Naruto was both angry and anxious. It was true. Did not want to pay. The owner started to argue irrationally. I already paid. Kushina said in Naruto's mind, don't say anything, just do as I say. You can punish him and ensure you won't go hungry in the future. Naruto was already anxious, but now he had a sense of purpose. What should I do, Kushina? Smash the lunchbox on the ground. Naruto hesitated for a moment, but immediately complied. Bang! Naruto smashed the lunchbox on the ground. The owner was taken aback. What are you doing? Kushina continued to instruct, smash all the lunchboxes on the shelf next to you. Huh? What huh? If you want to know what your mom looks like, just do as I say. Don't try to trick me. After getting a firm response, Naruto ran to the nearby shelf, grabbed a lunchbox, and smashed it on the ground. You little brat, what are you doing? The owner was furious and jumped out from behind the counter to grab Naruto. Naruto panicked and instinctively crouched down, extending his foot, which tripped the owner, causing him to fall and crash into the shelf, knocking many lunchboxes and snacks to the ground. Chapter 55, is the Grand Slam expensive? Kushina was not polite at all when she heard the boss scolding Naruto, calling him a little brat. Naruto obediently picked up everything and smashed it to the ground. Kushina controlled Naruto's body, dodging the boss at the crucial moment. Even a little trip or bending down could send the boss tumbling over. Within a few minutes, the shelves in the store had fallen, and the boss's curses had not stopped. At this point, the Umbu watching over Naruto nearby couldn't stand it anymore. If Naruto continued to make a scene, the shop would be destroyed, and the crowd was getting larger. They thought the boss was too foolish to catch such a small child. Stop! Naruto, what are you doing? The Umbu's tone was very cold, even a bit intimidating. After all, they all wore masks and could kill without blinking, so a little killing intent was normal. But Naruto was completely unafraid. At first, when he started smashing the store, he was worried about getting into trouble. However, during the continuous destruction, Naruto felt an inner sense of relief. This boss had often put sand in his bento boxes and bullied him. Now he finally vented some of his anger. This boss put sand in the bento I bought. Naruto confidently reported to the Umbu. However, the Umbu did not speak up for Naruto, but instead looked at the boss. The boss immediately shouted his grievances. It's unfair. This person came to steal a bento and wanted to leave, so that's not true. I pay for it, Naruto quickly retorted. But at this moment, Kushina's voice spoke in his mind. Don't explain, just tell the Umbu that you want to report it to the Third Hokage. I want to tell Grandpa, Third Hokage. You took Grandpa Third Hokage's money and gave me a bento with sand in it. Naruto was not foolish and knew how to follow up on the conversation. The shop owner's expression changed, and the Umbu's face also looked grim. Under the tacit approval of the Third Hokage, the villagers could bully Naruto. But the prerequisite was that no one could be killed, which was why the Umbu intervened yesterday. Today, they were letting Naruto bring this issue to light. There were villagers nearby when Naruto spoke. The Umbu needed to maintain the Third Hokage's hypocritical facade, and they also did not want everything to be handled by the Third Hokage. That would make them appear incompetent and subject them to reprimands. Did you take Naruto's money? In front of so many villagers, the Umbu could only handle the matter fairly. Under the cold voice of the Umbu, the shop owner could only grimace and say, I took it. Since your bento is inedible, refund the money immediately. The Umbu just wanted to resolve the matter quickly. Otherwise, if it was reported to the Third Hokage, things would become troublesome. Not just this time. I've bought bentos here over 100 times, and they've all had sand in them. You need to refund me for all of them, Naruto shouted, and needless to say, this was also taught by Kushina. The boss was about to say something, but felt a chill all over. The masked Umbu exuded a large amount of killing intent. The boss hurriedly grabbed the money in his hand and stuffed it into Naruto's hands. I've refunded you. I've refunded you. There's no need to tell the Third Hokage about such a small matter. Is that all for so many times? Naruto yelled, but he couldn't hold it all, so he hurriedly used his clothes to scoop up the pile of cash. The boss had no choice but to stuff a large handful into Naruto's pocket from the cash box. Okay, then I won't tell Grandpa, Third Hokage. With the money in his pocket, Naruto quickly ran out. The Umbu glared at the boss before following him out. The boss, seeing the messy shop, felt weak in the knees and sat down on the ground. If he slowed down even a bit, he would truly be killed. Naruto ran far away, panting heavily before stopping. Kushina, how did you know they were afraid of me telling Grandpa, Third Hokage? Kushina snorted coldly. It's not that they're afraid of you telling the Third Hokage. They're afraid of you telling the Third Hokage in front of so many people. Also, you are not allowed to call him Grandpa Third Hokage in front of me anymore. Naruto was somewhat confused. Kushina did not continue to explain, but just said, Has the Umbu appeared again? Yeah. Naruto responded belatedly. So, you've always been under the surveillance of the Umbu, and your bullying has been tacitly approved. To be precise, this has all been allowed by the Third Hokage. Naruto felt a bit sad. He finally realized that the Third Hokage might not be as good as he imagined. But the Third Hokage still gives me money, Naruto said, looking at the money in his clothes. If it weren't for the Third Hokage giving him money and a place to live over the years, he would have starved to death long ago. If it were up to Kushina's nature, she would have long since beaten the Third Hokage to death. But she was just a split body, merely chakra. Her lifespan was in a countdown as a remnant soul, to help Naruto learn well and escape the Third Hokage's manipulation. Kushina could only patiently teach him. What if that money was left for you by your parents? Upon hearing this, Naruto was stunned. Did Mom and Dad leave me money? Kushina sighed. The money your parents left for you is enough to ensure you won't go hungry. The small amount of money the Third Hokage gives you is to make you feel grateful. Little Naruto didn't understand the intricacies, but he already felt that the person who truly cared for him was not the Third Hokage. Why does the Third Hokage do this? At this moment, Kushina did not continue with Naruto. This is related to your identity. If you behave, I will slowly tell you later. Speaking of this, Naruto also became motivated. Kushina, you promised to tell me what my mom looks like. Kushina coaxed Naruto. All right, you keep the money safe, eat your lunch first, and then I'll tell you. Naruto's attention was quickly diverted. The shop owner had just stuffed a large amount of money into Naruto's hands, and he had never received so much money before. He took the money out of his pocket and began counting slowly. There was a significant amount of cash, totaling over 300,000. This was an undeniable fortune for Naruto. Naruto cheered, great. I can go eat the Grand Slam. The Grand Slam he mentioned was the most luxurious ramen set at Ichiraku Ramen. It would be topped with various pork chops, chicken legs, fried eggs, chashu, and everything that could be added. Naruto had eaten at Ichiraku Ramen many times, but had never been willing to indulge in this. Is the Grand Slam expensive? Naruto scratched his head. It should be 200, but I never dared to eat it before. Kushina fell silent and did not speak further. Naruto was unaware of Kushina's emotions and was just excitedly running towards his favorite Ichiraka ramen shop. Chapter 56, Bringing People in the Land of Grass, Grass Ninja Village. For the first time, I am Uchiha Itachi. Although not everyone in the ninja world knows about Itachi's Mangeki Sharingan, those who pay attention to Konoha are well aware of it. Wu Wei also did not dare to be negligent. You've traveled a long way. We've prepared everything that Qian Yao instructed. Itachi's face showed no expression, like an iceberg, and he did not engage in pleasantries with Wu Wei. We are pressed for time. We need to leave now. Standing beside Wu Wei were Wu Gu and Long Shi, who could not help but speak up. Did Senior Qian Yao not come? We haven't had the chance to thank him yet. Itachi recognized Wu Gu and Long Shi, whom Qian Yao had mentioned, and slightly nodded. Senior Qian Yao has many matters to attend to and cannot come. I will convey your thanks. Wu Gu and Long Shi were not very clear about the situation in Konoha. However, Wu Wei was very clear. In that case, please follow me. Wu Wei led Itachi and his group through the streets of Grass Ninja Village. Under Itachi's observation, Grass Ninja Village and Konoha were entirely different worlds. Konoha had amenities like water and electricity, while in Grass Ninja Village, only a few places had electricity. The rest of the areas were still living in quite primitive conditions. Moreover, the villagers generally looked pale and weak, while only the ninjas appeared strong and robust. Itachi followed Wu Wei to a secluded courtyard, where a guard was stationed outside. As an elite Jainin, Wu Wei was already the most prominent figure beneath the elders in Grass Ninja Village, holding considerable power. Furthermore, because his fire release, Heavenly Prison was very suitable for imprisoning prisoners. Grass Ninja Village had prepared for him to succeed the position of the Lord of the Ghost Lantern City. However, the situation in Konoha was tense, and various ninja villages were observing the developments. Wu Wei had not gone to Ghost Lantern City for the time being. Upon seeing Wu Wei arrive, the guard stepped aside. Wu Wei led a large group of people into the room. Xiang Lin and her mother were talking, and they were startled when so many people entered. Lord Wu Wei, what brings you here? Xiang Lin's mother was relatively calm. If it weren't for Wu Wei's orders, she would have already perished, so she was not overly panicked. Currently, Xiang Lin was very young, only 7 years old, and she dared only to hide behind her mother, peeking out to look at Itachi and the others. Wu Wei introduced Xiang Lin's mother. This is Uchiha Itachi, sent by Uchiha Qian Yao to take you away. You can leave Grass Ninja Village now. Xiang Lin's mother had nearly been drained of her life force, but being a member of the Uzumaki clan with healing abilities. After more than a week of Wu Wei's generous supply of medicinal herbs, she had recovered quite a bit. Seeing her condition was decent, Itachi immediately said, "Pack your things and come with us. From now on, you will be part of the Uchiha clan." Xiang Lin's mother cast a questioning glance at Wu Wei. Wu Wei nodded, and she obediently began to gather her belongings, following behind Itachi and the others. We have nothing to prepare. We can leave now. Itachi took out a letter and handed it to Wu Wei. This is something Senior Qian Yao wanted to discuss with you. I want to stay longer. After saying this, Itachi quickly left with Xiang Lin and her mother. Itachi was not good at social interactions. He was merely fulfilling Qian Yao's instructions. Especially to outsiders, Itachi seemed very impolite. However, Wu Wei did not care about that and opened Qian Yao's letter to read. Itachi did not take it out beforehand, clearly checking if he had taken care of Xiang Lin and her mother. The letter was long and contained explosive content. It detailed how Grass Ninja Village was destroyed back in the day and what the Box of Bliss truly was. Once the monsters inside were released, the devastation it would cause would be immense. Because of their previous cooperation, Wu Wei trusted Qian Yao immensely. For this reason, he felt a great sense of apprehension. Grass Ninja Village was divided into the faction of grass and the faction of flowers, which could be understood as hawks and doves. The faction of grass was always committed to opening the Box of Bliss to revive Grass Ninja Village, while the faction of flowers believed that Grass Ninja Village should not control the Box of Bliss and opposed opening it. The technique to open the Box of Bliss was extremely complex, akin to performing brain surgery. Currently, only Wu Wei, with his exceptional talent, and Chongzi had learned it. He had previously belonged to the faction of grass, which was why he studied this technique. Now Qian Yao told him that even if the Box of Bliss could be opened, what it would yield was not hope, but destruction. Wu Wei felt somewhat confused. However, the good news was that at least he had received this information in advance. Even if Wu Wei could not convince those fanatical elders of Grass Ninja Village, he could at least prepare in advance and shift the risk elsewhere. As for the box, whoever wanted to open it could do so. He would not open it. Hadn't he seen that Chongzi had already been devoured? Qian Yao's letter did not say much else. However, Wu Wei had accepted Qian Yao's kindness. But the Uchiha clan was vast, so he could only find another opportunity to repay it in the future. Itachi and the clan members took Xianglin and her mother out of the Grass Ninja Village. At this moment, Itachi instructed the clan members, "Sure-run. We will part ways here. You all should return to the clan as soon as possible." Sure-run did not say much, and after receiving the order, he took Xianglin and her mother, along with a few others, and left. Itachi then found a safe cave, lit a torch, and spoke to his shadow. Senior Qian Yao, Xianglin, and her mother are on their way back. A figure emerged from his shadow, which was Qian Yao's clone. "I'll inform the main body. Wait a moment." After a moment, the clone's eyes changed, and it was now Qian Yao's true consciousness. "I know what you just said." As expected, Sarutobi Hiruzen has recalled 1,000 clansmen who arrived in Konoha last night. 1,000? Itachi's face showed surprise. This recalled clansmen were, of course, referring to ninjas. Although Qian Yao had analyzed the number previously, Itachi was still very shocked when it actually appeared. Even though he was not politically sensitive, he understood how terrifying the concept was for a ninja clan to have over 1,000 combat personnel. Qian Yao reassured him, "Don't worry. Yesterday, the Hyuga clan has allied with us. Other ninja clans in the village won't let the Third Hokage turn against us. From now on, we just need to wait for the Third Hokage to expose his power." Itachi had great trust in Qian Yao. Since Qian Yao said so, he immediately felt relieved. "So, Senior Qian Yao, should I head to the Land of Earth next?" Qian Yao nodded. "That's right. Remember, you need to make a grand entrance on the Four-Country Road." "Yes, I understand," Itachi replied, and after addressing the important matter, he added, "Wu Gu and Long, she asked me to convey their thanks." Qian Yao nodded slightly, indicating he understood. "If you encounter that person in the Land of Earth, call for me. If not, it's fine. You don't need to worry about the clan." Additionally, Qian Yao paused. "Sasuke knows why you left the village, and has already awakened his eyes." Itachi's expression became somewhat complex. "I leave Sasuke in your care, Senior Qian Yao." Qian Yao waved his hand. "Don't worry, whether it's Sasuke or Izumi, I will take good care of them." "Thank you, Qian Yao Senpai." Chapter 57. Orochimaru, Uchiha Clanland. The bustling training ground. After Sasuke stopped going to school, Chi Yao also began his activities of reaping benefits in the clanland. In the Uchiha clan, those with higher strength tend to be more arrogant. It is rare to find someone like Chi Yao, who has the known Mangeki Sharingan, can look people in the eye, and is willing to guide his clansmen. Previously, there was sure sway, but he never revealed his Mangeki, and most people were unaware. It must be said that although most Uchiha members have fiery and impulsive tempers, they are straightforward in nature. Seeing someone as strong as Chi Yao, who enjoys guiding his clansmen, increases everyone's goodwill towards him. As a result, those who spar with Chi Yao usually start with at least a 1-star bond. A 1-star bond can already provide combat experience. Combined with Chi Yao's Mangeki level observation skills, he can quickly identify his opponent's weaknesses and areas that need improvement within just a few exchanges. Chi Yao patiently guides everyone until they reach a 2-star bond, leading to a rapid increase in his reputation. Fugaku and Shurho have both visited the training ground, but they came and left quietly. It is not easy to have such a strong person willing to interact with the clansmen. Even Fugaku and Shurho rarely guide others. They also highly approve of Chi Yao's approach. Chi Yao is completely unlike his peers. He possesses not only great strength, but also exceptional intelligence and a calm disposition. If it weren't for the current timing, Fugaku would want to step aside for Chi Yao. Chi Yao shifted his consciousness back and opened his eyes. The people Itachi took out are not engaged in bounty hunting or anything like that, except for the few who returned with Tsukuyumi and her mother. The others went to the Land of Wind. To be precise, they swaggered past the underground of Konoha's watchtower. Itachi was entering the Land of Earth via the Four Countries Road. The Four Countries Road is the border between the Land of Fire, the Land of Grass, the Land of Waterfall, and the Land of Earth. These places all have Konoha's watchtowers. The purpose is to set up a false strategy to make the Third Hokage believe that the Uchiha might be colluding with other ninja villages. In reality, the Uchiha clansmen have other purposes and are not in contact with people from other ninja villages. Chi Yao is just doing this as an aside, as it doesn't take much effort. According to his estimation, the Third Hokage's people have arrived, and other factions should also arrive one after another in the next couple of days. The Uchiha were originally located on the outskirts of Konoha village. Logically, the patrol range of the patrol teams outside Konoha should include the Uchiha clanland. However, they have all circumvented the patrol routes. The reason is simple. For outsiders wanting to enter Konoha village, the easiest way is through the Uchiha side. However, most bounty hunters are not foolish, and no one really borrows the path through the Uchiha. After all, any Uchiha who has awakened their eyes is not to be trifled with. Moreover, this bounty task was issued by the Uchiha. Even if there are no patrols in the forest outside the Uchiha clan land, no one dares to invade Konoha from this direction. However, there are always exceptions, and there are always those with great skill and daring. Outside the Uchiha clan land, there are two figures standing on a tree, a man and a woman. The man has long black hair, golden vertical pupils, purple eyeshadow extending to his nostrils, pale skin, and wears blue-green, comma-shaped earrings. The woman has bluish-gray hair, a red inner lining with a green long coat, and a confident expression on her face. It is none other than Orochimaru and Honglian. At this time, Orochimaru had just established the Sound Ninja Village and was being recruited by the Akatsuki organization. However, the conflict between Konoha and the Uchiha has drawn the attention of the entire ninja world. Orochimaru has yet to make contact with Pain. What interests him now is the Mangeki Sharingan. Orochimaru had shown interest in the Uchiha Sharingan after witnessing Itachi's self-destructive training methods long ago. His spies in the village informed him that the Uchiha had displayed 3 Mangeki Sharingan at once, severely injuring Danzo while confronting the Third Hokage head-on, leading to a direct break with Konoha. Since his defection, Orochimaru has also grown wiser in political matters. He may not know everything, but the fact that Danzo could have his eyes gouged out indicates that killing him is quite simple. The Uchiha clearly spared Danzo's life, intending to use it as an excuse to attack Konoha. Therefore, in the confrontation with the Third Hokage, they hold the absolute advantage, forcing the Third Hokage to retreat. As for the Uchiha's bounty on Danzo in the black market, the main point is to signal to the outside world that the Uchiha has severed ties with Konoha and wants to take down Konoha, inviting others to join. After all, Konoha only has 1 Nine-Tails. However, with the Mangeki Sharingan in play, whether Konoha dares to use it is also a question. The Uchiha have effectively turned the tables on Konoha. Now, the Third Hokage is undoubtedly having a very hard time. Lord Orochimaru, shall we investigate the Uchiha? Honglian asked eagerly. Orochimaru, having just established the Sound Ninja Village, does not have many skilled people around him. To be precise, most have not yet grown. Originally, Orochimaru planned to visit the Land of Water to see if there were any good prospects. However, with the excitement in Konoha, he changed his mind to come here. Among them, Honglian has decent strength, so Orochimaru brought her along. Honglian, who excels in crystal release, is a candidate for Orochimaru's reincarnation vessel and is loyal to him, naturally wanting to take the lead. Although Orochimaru is confident in himself, he is not reckless. Let's investigate first. There will be others more anxious than us. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. Honglian took out a crystal ball from her belongings. Crystal ball technique. Various images began to appear on the crystal ball. Her technique is similar to the one used by the Third Hokage to monitor Naruto. However, Honglian did not lock onto any Uchiha clansman. Instead, it was in a form of aerial surveillance, starting to investigate the situation of the Uchiha. This technique is very rare, so its concealment is also very high. In the original timeline, Honglian used this technique to monitor a peak Kakashi, who did not notice it. Lord Orochimaru, although the defenses in the Uchiha clan land have increased, the atmosphere is not tense, Honglian reported while slowly surveying the Uchiha clan land. Orochimaru leaned against a tree, not concerned about what Honglian was seeing. He wanted to see if anyone would discover them by having Honglian use the crystal ball. Honglian's perspective quickly moved to the training ground where the most people were gathered. When her gaze fell on Chiao's face, he suddenly lifted his head. The massive Sharingan was instantly reflected in the crystal ball. The crystal ball cracked with a ka sound. Lord Orochimaru, I've been discovered, Honglian reported in surprise. Orochimaru chuckled lightly. Let's leave first and check the situation in the village. With that, he took Honglian and departed from the outskirts of the Uchiha. By the time Chiao arrived here, following the chakra response, Orochimaru had already left. He sensed the probing and came out to take a look, but the feeling of being targeted came from above. This world has many strange techniques, and Chiao could not possibly recognize them all. However, those who dare to linger at this position are likely not good people. Interesting. It seems Konoha is about to become lively. Chapter 58. The Ichiraku Ramen Shop in a Dream. Uncle Ichiraku, I'm here. Naruto excitedly lifted the curtain. Tucci smiled warmly. Naruto, you're here. What do you want to eat today? Naruto chuckled. Uncle Ichiraku, I want to eat the CH Neen special today. Tucci paused for a moment. then nodded with a smile. All right, I'll make it for you. Although Naruto was poor, he had never eaten for free, and Itachi wouldn't ask too many questions. Sakura-ne, long time no see. Naruto waved at Sakura, who was busy. Sakura also smiled back. Naruto, it's been a while. Soon. A steaming bowl of nin special was placed in front of Naruto. The bowl was larger than his head, filled with various toppings that instantly whetted his appetite. Here you go, Naruto. I've added an extra piece of pork cutlet since the regular one is a bit small. Naruto clasped his hands together with his chopsticks. Thank you. Uncle Ichiraku. I'm starting. Slurp, slurp. Naruto made loud slurping sounds as he began to devour the ramen. Seeing Naruto eat with such enjoyment, Itachi couldn't help but smile. This was recognition for him as a chef. In just 10 minutes, the huge bowl of nin special was emptied by Naruto. Burp. Naruto let out a satisfied belch, clasping his hands again. It was delicious. Thank you for the meal. Uncle Ichiraku's ramen is the best. Itachi laughed heartily. Just come by more often. Naruto nodded repeatedly, then took out 200 yen to pay Sakura. Sakura-ne, goodbye Uncle Ichiraku. Sakura watched Naruto walk away and turned to Itachi, asking, Dad, Naruto seems different. Itachi nodded slightly. Yeah, it's a good thing. Naruto walked home with a cheerful stride. He was excited to finally see what his mother looked like. In the bustling Hidden Leaf village, there were not only many villagers, but also many outsiders. The Ichiraku ramen shop had a good location, surrounded by busy streets. Normally, there wouldn't be any issues, but recently, the number of spies entering the village had increased exponentially. After the incident at the convenience store earlier that day, the reported to the Third Hokage. However, their report could easily be edited to make things sound better, considering the couldn't face some tricky situations. Jiraiya also joined in monitoring Naruto. Bang! Naruto wasn't watching where he was going and bumped into someone. Ouch! Naruto fell on his backside. Today, people around him didn't scold him, which puzzled Naruto as he looked around without paying attention to where he was going. Most villagers usually avoided Naruto, so he never expected to bump into anyone. Hey kid, do you not watch where you're going? Naruto looked up at two older sisters in kimonos, feeling a bit flustered. The voice of the Uzumaki clan echoed in his mind. You should apologize when you bump into someone. Do you understand? Naruto quickly got up and said, I'm sorry, sisters. I wasn't watching where I was going. The girl in the red kimono was about to say something when Orochimaru shot her a look. Oomph. We'll let it slide this time, but be more careful next time. Naruto scratched his head and smiled foolishly. He used to be ignored, but now that someone was teaching him, he felt happy instead of impatient. Jiraiya, squatting on a tree nearby, was pleased to see that Naruto was polite. Although the people on both sides of the street were ignoring Naruto, he was, after all, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, so it was understandable. However, he felt a familiar sensation from one of the two beautiful women who just passed by, especially the one who didn't speak. Jiraiya shook his head, thinking that if he weren't watching over Naruto, he would have approached her. After Naruto walked away, Orochimaru spoke up. Jiraiya was just nearby. You were a bit reckless. Orochimaru's voice was ethereal and feminine, as she had just switched to a female body. Hearing this, Honlin realized she had almost exposed herself. I'm sorry, my lord. Orochimaru gently waved her fan in front of her mouth. Letting Jiraiya personally watch over Naruto means the old man is anxious. Honlin had never appeared in the sights of Konoha. Since Orochimaru had changed her body, no one could recognize her. So, they strolled through Konoha in kimonos, like two tourists. They casually passed by several Konoha ninjas. Even Jiraiya, who had just been next to Naruto, didn't recognize Orochimaru since there was no conversation. They weren't the earliest to arrive. More and more people were gathering around Konoha now. There would soon be others coming to test the waters in Konoha. Let's head back. The show is about to begin. Under Jiraiya's watch, Naruto first went to the stationery store to buy watercolor pens and notebooks. Then he went to a sushi shop to buy some sushi, as well as milk and cookies before heading home. After the Umbu's warning yesterday and the incident at noon today, these shops didn't dare refuse to sell to Naruto. After all, the situation was special now, and the Umbu didn't want any issues arising from Naruto's side. Jiraiya was unaware of the earlier events. He just monitored Naruto until he returned home, then handed off the responsibility to the Umbu. On his way here, he had already spotted some disguised individuals. These suspicious people were being tracked by the Umbu. By nightfall, they would be able to take them down in one fell swoop. At Naruto's home, your mother is 65 meters tall. Oh, is she that tall? A bit taller, probably around this height. Naruto took the watercolor pens, moved a stool to the doorframe, and began to sketch, finally finding out where 65 meters roughly was. After determining the height, Naruto didn't continue drawing on the doorframe. Instead, he picked up the watercolor pen and started to draw his mother based on the Uzumaki's description. Your mother has long red hair. Naruto leaned over the table, seriously listening to the Uzumaki's description of what his mother looked like. He then worked hard to draw it out. Although Naruto was very earnest, it was clear that he had no artistic talent. The final drawing was very abstract, a child's artwork, barely recognizable as a woman with red hair. However, Naruto was extremely happy, holding up his drawing and imagining what his mother would look like based on the height marked on the doorframe. Kushina saw the longing and admiration in Naruto's eyes and almost shed tears. She wanted so much to tell Naruto that she was his mother right now. But it wasn't the right time. For Naruto's safety, Kushina had to steel herself and say, "The third Hokage will definitely ask you." Do you know what to say then? While looking at his drawing, Naruto nodded. "I know, I'll just say I dreamed about her." Chapter 59 sacrifices Hinata clan land, branch family courtyard. Previously, Hisashi had gone to the Uchiha clan's territory in the middle of the night, and today he had already sent letters to several ninja clans. Hinata Kukin looked at the anxious Suda and sighed. "Why did you only tell me at this time?" Suda shook his head. "Lord Kukin, we are not sure what Hisashi is planning. However, I have learned the contents of the letter today. This is a copy." Suda took out a copied paper, and Kukin picked it up to read. The content revealed how much of Kushina's inheritance there was, how much of that inheritance Sarutobi Hisashi had, how many forces were cultivated, and how many people had returned this time. The rest were some official remarks, meaning one thing. The ambition of the Sarutobi clan is not small. If the Uchiha clan is gone, then other ninja clans will soon follow. The remaining part was the main point. Hisashi stated that the Uchiha clan had worked diligently for Konoha for many years and intended to unite everyone to recommend Fugaku and Tsukihiro as honorary elders. Kukin put away the paper in his hand, his eyes revealing a contemplative expression. It seems that after the last incident, the main family no longer trusts Sarutobi Hisashi. Now, the first step is to let the Uchiha enter Konoha's power structure. However, at present, this should be somewhat difficult. After so many years, Konoha has finally reduced the Uchiha police force to just a handful, unless Konoha has reached a point where it has to concede. Kukin glanced at Suda. "I understand. More and more people are gathering outside, so be on guard." Then he gently patted Suda's shoulder. "Don't let the main family catch us off guard, or we will take the blame." Suda replied seriously, "Lord Kukin, rest assured, we have records of every process." Kukin smiled and nodded, his expression very gentle. "The branch family needs people like you, which makes me feel at ease. You go patrol now. Be careful." Suda slightly bowed. "Lord Kukin, rest early." Kukin watched Suda's departing figure, feeling somewhat reluctant, murmuring, "From now on, the branch family will rely on you." Then his gaze slowly firmed. He returned to the study and began to get busy. About 2 hours later, after completing his disguise, Kukin stealthily exited the branch family. Utilizing the advantage of his Byakugan and his familiarity with the branch family's defenses, he successfully bypassed everyone. Then he slipped into the Uchiha courtyard from a gap outside the village. This kind of place seemed to have low walls, easily jumped over. But it was precisely in such places that the most traps were set. Kukin used his Byakugan to see clearly that they were all warning traps. So he confidently jumped in. As expected, Kukin immediately triggered a trap. It was an extremely special thread, which blended into the night after being painted, making it undetectable to ordinary people. After stepping on it, Kukin stood still. The Uchiha people quickly appeared and surrounded Kukin. He directly tore off his mask. "I am Hinata Kukin." Kayahiko was somewhat stunned. "Isn't this Elder Hinata?" Kukin nodded and then signaled with his eyes. Kayahiko waved his hand, and the other Uchiha clan members dispersed. "Lord Kukin, please follow me." Hinata Kukin was the only elder of the Hinata branch family, and it could be said that the branch family basically listened to him. His coming alone definitely meant something important. After Kayahiko led Kukin to a room, Fugaku soon arrived. "Head Fugaku." Fugaku nodded slightly. "Elder Kukin." Kukin was slightly older than Fugaku, so Fugaku was still quite polite. Moreover, Kukin sneaking over alone clearly indicated something important. "I wonder why Elder Kukin has come at this time?" Kukin took out the explosion tag distribution map he had seen earlier. Head Fugaku should know that Konoha is currently under the surveillance of our Hinata clan. We have discovered a large number of explosion tags in these locations. Although we don't know who placed them and they're quite old, their quality is very good, with over 90 chance of detonation. Fugaku was somewhat surprised as he picked up the explosion tag distribution map. Seeing the dense red dots on it, he was stunned. "Elder Kukin, is this all true?" Kukin also knew that anyone seeing this for the first time would express disbelief. After all, the distribution of these explosion tags was too wide, and the quantity was extremely large. Kukin nodded, indicating that it was all true. After Fugaku looked at the explosion tag distribution map for more than 10 seconds, he finally accepted this shocking fact. Kukin pointed to one of the areas. Head Fugaku, here, in the old area left after the demolition, Sarutobi Hizashi's people are stationed nearby. Fugaku's expression changed. Did Hizashi send you here? Kukin waved his hand. No. Head Fugaku, please remember, this matter has nothing to do with the main family. It is solely my doing. Saying this, he gave Fugaku a meaningful look. Fugaku instantly understood. No wonder Kukin and Hizashi wanted to separate. It turned out that the main family did not want to take responsibility. This was quite normal after all. Whether these explosion tags could deal a heavy blow to Sarutobi's forces was still unknown. But once used, the Hinata clan, which was under the village's surveillance, would definitely not escape the blame for inspection. Thus, the branch family would be just right to take the fall. Fugaku's expression was somewhat complicated. So, does this mean that Hinata Kukin would become a sacrifice after Hinata Hizashi? However, Kukin did not have any special expression, as if he did not know he would die, or perhaps he had long since disregarded life and death. Kukin certainly understood what Fugaku's gaze meant, but he pretended not to see. The clan leader was already contacting other ninja clans. Now, if the Uchiha clan wanted to gain power, they had to make Sarutobi Hizashi concede. Kukin pointed to the explosion tag distribution map. I hope these can deal a heavy blow to Sarutobi's forces and expose them. If a large number of Sarutobi clan members end up in the hospital, these people cannot be hidden. Fugaku nodded. Elder Kukin, rest assured. We Uchiha will make good use of this. Kukin stood up. I can't stay here too long. I have to leave now. Fugaku stood up. Then I will have Kayahiko escort the elder out. How could there be such a thing? Chia was also surprised when he received the explosion tag distribution map. Fugaku had just recounted what Hinata Kukin had come over for. Chia was very clear about the origin of these explosion tags. They were set by the mysterious Yuan Gong of Yangyan village during the Second Shinobi World War over 20 years ago. It would take at least 5 or 6 years to be discovered. He had thought about using this thing to deal with the Sarutobi clan before. However, he didn't know where these were distributed. Some were inside eaves or walls, only visible with the Byakugan. He never expected that the Hinata clan would discover them in advance. It was just the right opportunity. This could deal a heavy blow to Konoha. I see. I need to think about how to utilize this. I'll go back to sleep now. Chia stored the item on him, yawned, and walked out. Fugaku was a bit confused. Shouldn't this be a time for discussion? Besides, with the fight about to break out outside, how could Qian Yao possibly be sleeping? Forget it. Let's invite Elder C who over first. Elder C who should also be unable to sleep. Chapter 60. Danzo awakens root secret ward. After being in a coma for a whole week, Danzo finally slowly opened his eyes with the costly rescue efforts of his subordinates. Ugh! Danzo let out a muffled groan. The pain in his eyes was nothing compared to the pain in his mind. He had been tortured in the Tsukuyami world for a full 72 hours. His spirit had also suffered a heavy blow, and he still felt lingering pain throughout his body. Lord Danzo, you're awake. The members of Root were overjoyed. They felt as if they had lost their backbone when Danzo was unconscious. Because Danzo had a bounty on his head, these members were too afraid to move around and had all huddled together. Damn Uchiha Itachi. Danzo never expected that after spending his days attacking others, he would be pecked in the eye by a goose. Itachi actually turned against him and even dug out his Sharingan. That was Shursue's Mangeki Sharingan. Damn it. Cough cough. Under the emotional turmoil, Danzo felt a sharp pain in his head. Lord Danzo. Nearby medical ninjas immediately rushed over to inject medicine and give Danzo some medication to help him suppress the pain. At this moment, Yamashiro Kazuki, Oil Woman Toragain, and Fujigoro all arrived here. Danzo had slowly calmed down due to the effects of the medication. With his intelligence, he certainly knew that many things must have happened while he was unconscious. Tell me what happened after Itachi attacked me. Danzo forced himself to sit up and ordered his subordinates. The group exchanged glances, and it was Yamashiro Kazuki who spoke up. After Uchiha Itachi attacked you, the Uchiha clan counterattacked with their people. Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Fugaku, and Uchiha Qian all displayed their Mangeki Sharingan. As Yamashiro Kazuki narrated, Danzo's expression darkened completely. The Uchiha actually had more Mangeki Sharingan. Besides Itachi, there were 2 others. If Fugaku having a Mangeki Sharingan was something Danzo could accept, the fact that Uchiha Qian also had one was something he could not accept. No wonder the ambushers were all dead. It turned out they'd become Mangeki users. When he heard that Itachi had betrayed Konoha and placed a bounty of 500 million on his head, Danzo was furious. He rebelled. The Uchiha actually dared to place a bounty on me. What about Hiruzen? Is he just going to watch? Yamashiro Kazuki paused and exchanged a glance with Fujigoro before continuing. The Third Hokage wants a thorough investigation on this matter after you wake up, Lord Danzo. After you were put on the Uchiha's bounty list, someone is already infiltrated. The Third Hokage has used this as a reason to send Umbu to station in our route. Now that the news of Danzo's awakening had likely reached the Third Hokage, Danzo's anger gradually subsided, and his gaze turned cold and venomous. Fujigoro was under immense psychological pressure, sweating profusely from his forehead. Yamashiro Kazuki knew that if he didn't help speak up now, Fujigoro would be dragged out and buried. So he quickly said, Lord Danzo, please calm your anger. If we don't let the Umbu in, the Third Hokage will take you to Konoha Hospital for treatment. Fujigoro was left with no choice. Danzo naturally knew that everything about him was not suitable for public view. The Third Hokage's tacit approval and directly entering Konoha Hospital were two different matters. Seeing Danzo's expression slightly clear up, Yamashiro Kazuki quickly added, Lord Danzo, ever since the Uchiha placed a bounty on you, spies from various factions have been heading towards Konoha. Our undercover agents have reported that the Third Hokage has recalled a large number of personnel from outside. Also, Jiraiya has returned to the village. Lord Danzo should make preparations early. After a brief moment of thought, Danzo realized the deeper implications of the Uchiha placing a bounty on him. He couldn't help but shudder. How could such a strategy come from the Uchiha? Whether it was Fugaku or she, neither had such cleverness. When did such a smart person emerge from the Uchiha? However, now he needed to see what Hiruzen's intentions were. Although he held quite a bit of dirt on Hiruzen, it wasn't enough. Fujigoro, yes, please give your orders, Lord. Fujigoro shivered, quietly waiting for Danzo's sentence. At this moment, Danzo had no mind to punish his subordinates. Activate the Ki Tenno plan and complete it in the shortest time possible. Fujigoro's expression turned serious. The danger of this plan was many times greater than previous ones. My lord, completing it in a short time requires a large amount of Hashirama cells for experimentation, and our stock is already insufficient. Danzo knew that this experiment consumed many Hashirama cells. Moreover, if the time was shortened, the materials consumed would increase exponentially. This was also the reason why the plan had not been tested since it was proposed. Contact Orochimaru. He has some. Danzo looked at his arm. This thing was made by Orochimaru. Although Orochimaru had become a rogue ninja, hiding from others, he still had quite a few valuable things. Tell the Umbu that I will meet Sarutobi Hiruzen tomorrow, outside Konoha village. In a cave after scouting around the outskirts of Konoha, Zetsu arrived at a place where shadows flickered in the firelight. It was the temporary gathering point of the Akatsuki organization. Konin, Kakuzu, and Sasori were all present. Konoha was tense, with a significant number of people patrolling the outer forests. All the factions had basically gathered, but no one had moved yet. Zetsu, possessing the Shiko technique, was excellent for scouting information and quickly clarified the situation. However, the Konoha patrols deliberately avoided the Uchiha. There were basically no patrols outside the Uchiha clan's territory. Kakuzu let out a muffled laugh. Konoha's plans are quite clear, but the others aren't fools either. Sasori, who was in the hidden puppet, said slowly, everyone knows that leading the charge is a death sentence. So, of course, no one wants to go. Konin, on the other hand, had her own plans. The situation on Konoha's side won't last long. Whether Konoha strikes first or other factions take action, it will be a good opportunity for us to step in. The Uchiha stance is unclear. There are many uncertainties in this operation. Our organization cannot be exposed to the ninja world. Hearing Konin's words, Kakuzu pulled off his black cloud robe. That's good. This outfit is a bit hindering for my combat. Konin didn't mind. After all, Kakuzu's clothes were the first to wear out. And as long as the Earth Grudge fear drilled out, they would just get torn. When do we act? Sasori did not undress in front of others. After all, the hidden puppet he was currently using was better kept from being seen. Zetsu continued to gather intelligence. I'll go check the situation at the Uchiha. We will act together once Hoshigaki Kisame and Bijou Jinchuriki return. With that, Konin turned into paper and vanished from the spot. Zetsu also sunk into the ground. Chapter 61, meeting looking at the two figures disappearing. Scorpion's expression remained unchanged as he slowly prepared poison in his hands, readying for the upcoming battle. Recently, Pai Pa Shirzong had been acting a bit strange. Ganshirgue Jiao should have been sent to keep an eye on him. Everyone in the organization had their own agendas, but the purest among them was actually Jiao Du Jiao. Du was also quite clever, after living for so many years. He understood the facade and reality within the organization. However, the rogue ninja organization was basically filled with ruthless killers. It was rare to find a stable organization like Akatsuki. As long as pain was around, the organization wouldn't fall apart. Zetsu stealthily emerged from behind a tree. What are you planning to do this time? Obito sat on a tree branch, looking at the still-lit Konoha village in the distance. The Uchiha's counterattack completely caught me off guard, disrupting my plans. But it's not easy to get to the Uchiha side. I can only go somewhere else. Zetsu didn't ask further. After all, Obito had space-time ninjutsu, and as long as he didn't encounter an Uchiha who could counter him, he was relatively safe. Did you send on Shirgue Jiao? Zetsu asked. Obito shook his head. After he joined the organization, I haven't contacted him for a while. He must have discovered something on his own. Konoha is quite lively. Obito chuckled lightly and then dived into the Kamui space. Zetsu muttered to himself. Did we tell him the Kakashis I was gouged out? He spoke again, his tone somewhat frivolous. No, he didn't ask either. Zetsu let out a mocking laugh, thinking he would just tell Obito next time. Pai-Pa Shirzong moved continuously under the cover of night, occasionally stopping to check the Mist Village's markers. Although this operation was a joint action by the Akatsuki organization, the constraints on members were not very strong. Pai-Pa Shirzong casually found an excuse to gather intel and came out. However, he was unsure if the organization suspected him. But this time, he couldn't care less because the fourth Mizukage had personally arrived. After arriving at the location, Pai-Pa Shirzong formed a hand seal. A thick fog immediately filled the air, turning the surroundings white and hazy. In the forest at midnight, it was normal for low-lying puddles to produce such fog. However, Pai-Pa Shirzong used this technique to indicate his arrival. In the thick fog, two figures, one tall and one short, slowly walked out. You actually came, Shirzong. Kaoru Shizuma had not changed much since the past. With green hair and purple eyes, a scar resembling a stitched mark under his left eye, he carried a flower-patterned staff-like weapon on his back. Pai-Pa Shirzong looked at Kaoru Shizuma with a complex expression. He deeply loved his homeland. Yet, Kaoru Shizuma had pushed the water country into the abyss, and now it was in a state of utter weakness. But no one expected that this was not Kaoru Shizuma's intention. He was being controlled. After a moment of silence, Pai-Pa Shirzong finally spoke. Long time no see, fourth. As the first generation of the 7 ninja swordsmen, they had all been subdued by Kaoru Shizuma. Naturally, the two had some connection. Kaoru Shizuma was not overly polite, simply stating, the water country is extremely weak right now. It is the time to utilize people. If you are willing to return, I will pardon all your crimes. Pai-Pa Shirzong snorted coldly. Fourth, isn't it too late to say this now? The mist has already fallen. Kaoru Shizuma shook his head slightly. This opportunity is very good, as long as we expand the scale of the battle here. The mist will still have time to develop. Pai-Pa Shirzong's eyes showed surprise. Fourth, do you want a ninja world war? Kaoru Shizuma said nothing, but tacitly agreed. As someone who had defected from the Mist Village, he was well aware of how weak it was. Right now, the mist was closed off from the world, making it difficult for spies from other ninja villages to infiltrate. Otherwise, neither Konoha nor Kumogikure would be something the mist could withstand. Kaoru Shizuma's method was simple and direct. As long as he reignited the Ninja World War, no one would care about the mist. After all, the most fertile land was in the Fire Country. Both Sunagakure and Kumogikure had long coveted this land. Iwagakure was no pushover either. Owanoki had survived the first, second, and third Great Ninja Wars as a long-standing Tsuchikage. Given the chance, he would also take a bite out of the Fire Country. Only the mist, isolated in the sea, could remain uninvolved. Fourth, you didn't just bring this junior with you, did you? Pai-Pa Shirzong looked at the figure next to Kaoru Shizuma, Zabuza Momochi. He recognized this person. To be precise, most people from the mist knew him. When Zabuza was little, the graduation condition for the ninja school in the Blood Mist was to have students kill each other. Learning together, discussing dreams, and helping each other, partners would pick up weapons and fight until one side died. This inhumane and cruel system had lasted for an unknown period and was likely to continue indefinitely. At that time, Zabuza stepped forward. At just 9 years old, he killed all the more than 100 candidates who graduated in the same year. He forced the Mist Village to change its graduation rules in a more extreme way. Zabuza was clearly a person with ideals and action. Furthermore, when Kaoru Shizuma was under control, Zabuza even attempted to assassinate this Mizukage, hoping to save the mist again. However, Zabuza failed. Although he was exceptionally talented and skilled in assassination techniques, he was still far from the Three Tails Jinchuriki. Zabuza could only flee from a mist. Fortunately, Obito was killed by Chiyo once, allowing Kaoru Shizuma to break free from the illusion control. The situation between the Uchiha and Konoha also made Kaoru Shizuma determined to block Zabuza. After learning the truth, Zabuza still wanted to follow the Mizukage and make another effort. Even though it was very dangerous, Zabuza still came along. For someone who also loved their homeland, Paipa Shirzong was actually quite polite to Zabuza. However, for Zabuza, known as the demon, he was somewhat unruly. Paipa Shirzong, you talk too much. If you're willing to come back, I can call you senior. If you are unwilling to come back, leave the executioner's blade behind. That is not your property. Zabuza had always lacked a suitable weapon, and his eyes had already circled around the executioner's blade on Paipa Shirzong's back a few times. Kaoru Shizuma glanced at Zabuza. I have my own plans. Having Zabuza is enough. After being controlled for so many years, Kaoru Shizuma's eyes no longer had the vigor he once had when he became a Jinchuriki. In his dead-looking gaze, there was a faint sense of dying energy, as if he wanted to do something for the Mist Village before his death. Paipa Shirzong neither agreed nor refused. Let me think about it. Kaoru Shizuma was not aware of the organization that Paipa Shirzong had joined. He didn't even know that the people who defeated him, such as Conan and Pain, were from the organization Paipa Shirzong had joined. Konoha will be quite chaotic this time. Don't die. Kaoru Shizuma left this remark, taking Zabuza with him as they vanished into the mist. Chapter 62 Different Choices at Naruto's Home. Chi-Yao rose from Naruto's shadow, looking at the scattered drawing papers and the countless drawings Naruto had made. Chi-Yao immediately recognized that this was a drawing of Kushina. Was Kushina instructing Naruto to draw her? Chi-Yao shook his head. Then he placed a hand on Naruto's head. In the next moment, Chi-Yao appeared in Naruto's inner world. Kushina was clearly waiting for Chi-Yao. How have you been spending time with Naruto these past 2 days? Chi-Yao casually asked. Kushina's expression was somewhat pained. Naruto shouldn't have become the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Chi-Yao naturally knew what Naruto had gone through in the past, and now he could only comfort her. There are pros and cons, I suppose. There will indeed be more dangers in the future, but having the Nine Tails around can also provide some safety. The Nine Tails, who was inside the door nearby, watched as Chi-Yao and Kushina discussed him without restraint. He couldn't help but explode in anger and slammed a claw onto the seal. The massive iron door emitted a dull rumble. Do you think I don't exist? Chi-Yao turned to look at the Nine Tails, and the Nine Tails' arrogance was momentarily stifled, his form slightly retreating. After all, the Mangeki Sharingan was specifically effective against him and had just immobilized him 2 days ago. However, Chi-Yao did not use his ocular power to suppress the Nine Tails this time. Instead, he said with a slight smile, Kurama, I advise you to behave and cooperate with Naruto. Otherwise, I might have to feed you to the Outer Path Golem. The Nine Tails trembled, a look of immense fear appearing in his eyes. How do you know my name and the Outer Path Golem? It should be known that since Mito Uzumaki to Kushina Uzumaki, the Nine Tails have been suppressed by powerful sealing techniques, not to mention any sort of telepathic connection. The names of the tail beasts were very secretive, but compared to the existence of the Outer Path Golem, the name of the Nine Tails was nothing. Chi-Yao smiled slightly. This proud fox would actually have a very good relationship with Naruto later, a mutual redemption. However, right now, Naruto was completely unaware of his existence, and Chi-Yao didn't mind laying a foundation. If you want to know, I can take you and Kushina to have a look. Saying this, Chi-Yao turned to Kushina. After all, this is also related to Naruto. Kushina was a bit curious. Could it be that Chi-Yao was going to reveal everything? Kurama remained silent, his dignity not allowing him to yield, but when it came to life and death, how could he not care? Chi-Yao paid no mind to Kurama's attitude. After all, the silent fox was tacitly agreeing. His Mangeki Sharingan spun, and the illusion directly transported Kushina and Kurama to the battlefield of the Fourth Great Ninja War. After meeting with the Mizukage, Kiba Zuch did not walk far before stopping his tracks. Have you been waiting for me long? A figure walked out from behind a nearby tree. It's been a while. After all, you didn't clean up the mist signals. With grayish-blue skin, a shark-like face, and carrying a sword, it was Kisame Hashigaki. Who did you meet? Kisame did not approach too closely. He did not want to disrupt the tacit understanding with Zuch. He only knew that Zuch had met someone from the mist, but did not know who it was. Zuch remained silent. Kisame turned around. Forget it. Just don't betray the organization. Mizukage. Zuch's voice came from behind, making Kisame stop in his tracks. I met the fourth Mizukage. Kisame made a sound of confusion. Because the last time Kisame saw the Mizukage, he was still under the control of Uchiha Madara. If the Mizukage want to contact someone, it should be him. Why contact Zuch instead? Zuch thought Kisame was wondering why he met the Mizukage. After all, he had fled due to the blood mist tyranny. So he explained, the mist became like that before because the fourth was controlled by someone using Jinjutsu. Now the land of water is in chaos. The mist is weak. And the fourth wants to call us back. He just contacted me first. After saying this, Kiba Zuch looked at Kisame, waiting to see what he thought. Kisame now was more in agreement with the world depicted by Uchiha Madara in the infinite Tsukuyomi. As for Zuch, he only smirked. The mist was already in the blood mist long before the fourth Mizukage came to power. I'll pretend I didn't see this. If you want to leave, it's best to wait until this mission is over. After saying this, Kisame left first. Kiba Zuch snorted and headed toward their gathering point. Although the land of water was small, it used to be a place of great talent, with various bloodline limit families that were stronger than the other. To become the Mizukage, one would have to step over countless corpses. The mist naturally had internal strife, and it was normal for factions to kill each other. This is also why Kirigane Yakura's purging of bloodline families didn't raise any suspicions. It wasn't until all the bloodline family members were dead that the people of the mist realized something was wrong. If Kiba Zuch and Zabuza were both intent on saving the mist, Kisame was clearly completely disappointed in it. Kiba Zuch had no good way to handle this. Wanting to return to the mist was just his own matter. He couldn't force Kisame. Outside the Uchiha clan, Konan, who made no effort to conceal herself, was quickly discovered by the Uchiha clansman. Who dares to intrude on the Uchiha? Makoto, leading the patrolling clansman, revealed himself. In recent nights, more and more people have been gathering outside of Konoha, but no one dared to approach the Uchiha. Now, with someone boldly walking into the Uchiha, it made Makoto and the others very alert. I am Konan of the Akatsuki organization. I have a collaboration to discuss with you. Itachi should know of our organization. Obito had been lingering near the Uchiha clan, trying to lure a few Uchiha into the organization as henchmen. This was something the Akatsuki organization was aware of. After all, the Uchiha generally weren't very clever and could easily be tricked. However, Obito hadn't anticipated that Itachi would find him to help eradicate his clan. But because of Chiyao's interference, the situation had changed. Konan was now preparing to probe into Madara's background through the Uchiha. Makoto and the others were unaware of the Akatsuki's matters. But with Konan bringing up Itachi, they immediately sent someone to notify Fugaku. As a guest, please come in. Makoto had some discernment. While to notify Fugaku, he also welcomed Konan inside. Although it was late, Fugaku was not resting. The situation in Konoha was tense, and Fugaku was under considerable pressure. The same was true for the elder Shi. The situation on Konoha's side was like a powder keg, ready to explode at any moment. The two were also drinking tea and chatting, waiting to see if someone would make a move on Konoha tonight. Only Chi Yao could still sleep soundly, Fugaku sighed. Fugaku had invited Chi Yao, but Chi Yao declined, citing fatigue as a reason to rest. She didn't mind. He had been instructing the clansmen all day, so it was normal to feel a bit tired. At that moment, someone outside the door reported, clan leader, elder, a person claiming to be from the Akatsuki organization has come to seek cooperation with us. She said that Itachi should know about their organization. Sasuke and Fugaku exchanged glances and both smiled. It seems that Uchiha can't slack off. Chapter 63. Konan's visit Qian Yao showed Gyulama and Kushina some scenes from the Fourth Great Ninja War in the original timeline. It was only then that Kushina realized Naruto had grown to such an extent. How much hardship must he have endured? As a mother, her first reaction was not to think about her son's success, but rather how much he had suffered on the road to success. My other half is actually with the Fourth Hokage. The current scene depicted the two Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails leading the allied forces to fight the boss together. Seeing their serious expressions, Qian Yao fast-forwarded to the moment when the Nine Tails was extracted by Obito. The entire scene came to a sudden stop. Both Gyulama and Kushina widened their eyes. What happens next, Qian Yao? Qian Yao shrugged. Well, what else could happen? Gyulama gets taken away to become fertilizer, and Naruto dies after losing the Jinchuriki. I refuse to believe Naruto would just die like that. Qian Yao, you're lying to me. Kushina was completely unaware of the concept of relay with the tailed beasts, firmly believing in the rule that a Jinchuriki would die if the tailed beast was extracted. Thus, when she spoke, she felt somewhat guilty and lacked confidence. Gyulama was still prideful. Even if he knew of this method, he kept silent. However, He also wasn't sure if he would tell Naruto's companions about this method, if the future really developed this way. Qian Yao spread his hands. This is just a possibility for the future. If Minato and you were still alive, Naruto wouldn't have to bear these burdens, right? Kushina recalled what Qian Yao had said before about being able to resurrect them. She had gone from disbelief to half-belief. Now, the credibility of Qian Yao's words had risen once again. After all, in the illusion, the fourth Hokage was active on the battlefield. Although Kushina didn't know about Edo Tensei, she could roughly tell it was a technique for resurrecting the dead. Minato's soul had clearly escaped from the Shinigami. But how did he escape? Kushina wondered. Can Minato and I really be resurrected? She murmured. Such a thing had never happened before. Otherwise, the third Hokage wouldn't have been so reckless. Qian Yao did not answer this question, but told Kushina. This time, our Uchiha and the third Hokage's game might carry certain dangers. If Naruto is in danger, Kushina, you can release the seal and cause a ruckus. This would also benefit Naruto's understanding. After all, you and Minato are here, and so am I. It won't cause any major troubles. After hearing Qian Yao's words, Kushina fell into thought. At that moment, Qian Yao received a call from his main body, and he frowned. Let's stop here for today. You can think about it. With that, Qian Yao exited Naruto's consciousness space, leaving Kushina and Gyulama staring at each other. Kushina hadn't spoken a word, while the Ninetales turned its head away, clearly refusing to communicate. As for accepting that he and the Jinchuriki should be in sync, Gyulama did not accept it and felt it was impossible. Well, probably impossible. Kushina had received too much information at once and needed to digest it. Uchiha clan grounds. After the consciousness transfer, Qian Yao lifted the blanket and walked outside. The situation in Konoha had been very tense these past 2 nights, and Qian Yao had been sleeping in his clothes, worried about any sudden occurrences. He checked the bond star and saw that his bond with Kushina had reached 3 stars. He clicked the 3rd star. Ding! The bond with Uzumaki Kushina has been unlocked at level 3. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Diamond Lock, unavailable. It seems the Diamond Lock can be used, but without Bloodline, it's twice the effort for half the result. Putting that aside for now, Qian Yao opened the door and found Uchiha waiting for him outside. At the end of the corridor, Zhiyu peeked out. Qian Yao, are you going out again? Qian Yao nodded slightly. Take good care of Liuli and handle some matters. Zhiyu had a somewhat complex expression. Be careful. Qian Yao paid no mind and left with Uchiha. Conan was already seated in the conference room. However, she did not wait long before someone entered from outside. It was none other than Uchiha Qian Yao. The Uchiha clan had 3 Manjikyu Sharingan, and relevant intelligence must have been investigated first. Of course, Conan recognized Qian Yao. Seeing that it was him who received her, a look of realization flashed in her eyes. The changes in the Uchiha clan? Is it really Uchiha Qian Yao? Nice to meet you for the first time. I'm from the Akatsuki organization. Conan, right? I know you. Please have a seat. Qian Yao interrupted and waved his hand, inviting her to sit down. Conan looked somewhat puzzled. She and Nagato had just taken down Hanzo not long ago. How could the Uchiha know about her? Or was there a special investigation into the Akatsuki organization? Does Elder Qian Yao know me? Conan asked in confusion. Qian Yao chuckled lightly. Interesting, Conan actually knows he is an elder of the Uchiha. Is she indicating that her intelligence is good? Qian Yao dropped a heavy bomb. Has Nagato not come this time? Conan suddenly stood up, her face filled with shock and a concealed fear. You. Conan suddenly didn't know how to ask. Qian Yao pressed his hand down. I know all about the intelligence of your Akatsuki organization. If you want to cooperate, we can all be honest. After all, as a paper clone, I can't do anything to you. Upon hearing this, Conan's pupils narrowed again, feeling as if she had no secrets left. If she weren't a paper clone, she would have been sweating. Elder Qian Yao, it seems you know a lot. Conan no longer had the confidence she had when she first arrived and even felt that she shouldn't have come here. Qian Yao interlaced his fingers on the table, looking at Conan with a scrutinizing gaze. What does your Akatsuki organization want to discuss with us? A tremendous sense of pressure emanated from Qian Yao, as if he were in control of everything. In fact, that was indeed the case. After all, he knew everything. The Akatsuki organization held no secrets in his eyes. Conan, on the other hand, misinterpreted this as thinking that perhaps the previous collaboration between Itachi and Obito had made Qian Yao have a negative impression of the Akatsuki. Elder Qian Yao, please don't misunderstand that so-called Uchiha Obito is not one of us. Qian Yao leaned back slightly. It seemed that both Conan and Nagato felt there was something wrong with Obito's identity. I know he is not one of you. And I also know he is not Uchiha Bito. I've already said, I know all about the intelligence of your Akatsuki organization. You know his identity? Conan's eyes widened. Qian Yao's expression remained unchanged. Let me give you a piece of information for free. Back when you were kidnapped, JZ and the others were killed by that Uchiha Bito and Zetsu. What? Conan suddenly stood up. How do you know? The Qian Yao before her seemed shrouded in a mist, completely leading Conan by the nose. Qian Yao smiled silently at Conan, causing her to slowly sit back down. She took a deep breath, realizing that she was about to be slaughtered. What can I do for Elder Qian Yao? Qian Yao's gaze turned cold. I want your Akatsuki organization to lead a strong attack on Konoha. Chapter 64. Adding fuel to the fire. A strong assault on Konoha. Xiaonan was stunned. Without Nagato, it was undoubtedly a pipe dream for them to forcefully attack Konoha. Elder Qian Yao, we can't do it. Although the people Xiaonan brought were all experts, taking advantage of the chaos was one thing, but forcing an attack on Konoha was simply unrealistic. Xiaonan's refusal was within Qian Yao's expectations. He wasn't in a hurry and said slowly, this time we've attracted a large number of bounty ninjas, and their numbers will only continue to grow. In this situation, with just a spark, Konoha will be thrown into chaos. I need you to add some fuel to the fire. Xiaonan looked at Qian Yao, puzzled. You Uchiha want a coup? Qian Yao waved his hand. No. We just want the Third Hokage to expose his hidden combat personnel. Xiaonan still shook her head. Even with our organization, it's still unlikely. After all, the bounty ninjas outside are good at killing, but getting them to storm Konoha would be quite difficult. Qian Yao took out a map of explosive tag placements brought by Guangxin. What if we include this? Xiaonan curiously took a look, her face filled with shock. Konoha has so many explosive tags planted by your Uchiha? Qian Yao waved his hand. These aren't planted by us Uchiha. We just found them. I know you're skilled with explosive tags, so I wonder if these can cause chaos in Konoha. I know you have a grudge against Danzo, and you won't have another chance to attack Konoha. Xiaonan looked at Qian Yao with a serious expression. Why did Qian Yao know so much? But as Qian Yao said, this was the only chance to create chaos in Konoha and even eliminate Danzo. Xiaonan looked back and forth at the explosive tag distribution points, somewhat doubtfully saying, is this real? Qian Yao didn't answer, simply looking at Xiaonan calmly. Under Qian Yao's imposing aura, Xiaonan began to seriously examine the buried locations of the explosive tags. Then she raised her head. If we want to utilize these explosive tags, I need to place my explosive tags at these key points to fully control it. As she spoke, Xiaonan pointed at the map, and Qian Yao roughly counted, finding over a dozen locations. After thinking for a moment, since Guangxin was able to obtain this, it shouldn't be a problem to place Xiaonan's explosive tags as well. All right, I can handle that. I'll accept this collaboration. Initially, she had come to discuss cooperation, and obtaining more intelligence was something she desired. Qian Yao smiled slightly good. After this matter is settled, I will tell you information regarding Uchiha Madara. Xiaonan scrutinized Qian Yao. Elder Qian Yao, are you confident in yourself or in Konoha? Qian Yao teased. The situation is always changing. Who knows? He paused. Your teacher Jiraiya is also in the village, but he might love the village more. Having gone through so much, Xiaonan was no longer that naive girl. Hearing this, her expression didn't change much, but her eyes flickered slightly. I know. She stood up, and paper-like patterns appeared on her skin, flipping upwards. Then it transformed into a series of explosive tags that fell onto Qian Yao's desk. With these explosive tags in place, I can attack at any time. Qian Yao also stood up and drew a circle on the map of explosive tag distribution. Then tomorrow night. Most of the Third Hokage's people are stationed in this area. I need you to prioritize blowing this up. Xiaonan looked deeply at Qian Yao. All right, pleasant cooperation. Then the flower on Xiaonan's head transformed into a paper crane, landing on Qian Yao's shoulder. When I come next time, I will use him to contact you. After saying this, Xiaonan transformed into scattered pieces of paper. Qian Yao collected the paper crane, feeling that this paper jutsu was quite interesting. The papers on the ground were just ordinary, but the explosive tags Xiaonan left behind were genuine. At this moment, Fugaku and Sahira walked in. Although Qian Yao and Xiaonan were talking, they were just next door and heard everything clearly. Sahira looked at Qian Yao, unable to resist asking, Qian Yao, how much do you actually know? Qian Yao smiled. Elder, do you know what the clan leader's ocular technique is? The elder looked at Qian Yao with surprise. I know, but it's not very relevant, right? Qian Yao pointed at his own eyes. My abilities are similar to the clan leader's, but I know more. Sahira nodded slightly, reluctantly accepting this explanation. Fugaku looked at Qian Yao with admiration in his eyes. However, at this moment, he was thinking about something else. Qian Yao, do you think there's a chance this time? Qian Yao certainly knew what Fugaku meant. He shook his head. The clan leader underestimates the third Hokage too much. Even if other clans don't move, just the Sarutobi clan alone has over 1,000 combat personnel beyond the Umbu. Mito's and Nara's advisors also have quite a few people. As for the last one, our greatest enemy, Danzo, has hundreds in his route. And the Shimura clan also has quite a few. Even if our Uchiha clan can fight 3 against 1, there's no chance of winning. Qian Yao was speaking the truth. Other clans in Konoha would mostly just watch from the sidelines. Even if the Uchiha managed to barely win, if all their combat units were wiped out, they would still end up as easy prey. The Susanoo can fight, but their current Susanoo isn't capable of facing 1,000 opponents yet. This is Konoha's stronghold, not to mention the Third Hokage's Shikifujin various barrier squads. And formations can all divide the Uchiha or drag them down. Unless they reach the final form later, they won't be bound by these things. War is a continuation of politics, and it is also an art. Qian Yao wouldn't risk the lives of his clansmen for something that could be achieved without losing a single soldier. After all, Qian Yao's ambition isn't just Konoha. He said softly, the best strategy is to attack the enemy's plans, then to attack their alliances, then to attack their armies, and lastly to besiege their cities. Fugaku pondered over Qian Yao's words, feeling that this short sentence was filled with wisdom. He was even more satisfied with Qian Yao and directly said, Qian Yao, what should our Uchiha clan do tomorrow night? Qian Yao tapped the explosive tags on the table. This can only serve as a spark. What we need is to make Konoha unable to discern our true intentions. During the day, apart from giving this to Guangxin, we should spread the rumor that we Uchiha are staging a coup tonight. Fugaku and Sahira had completely trusted Qian Yao's political wisdom and were seriously listening to his next instructions. Qian Yao continued, then at night, our combat personnel need to be fully prepared. We want Konoha to see every one of us Uchiha getting ready for battle. Chapter 65. Unloading the millstone to kill the donkey the next day. In Konoha village, the ordinary citizens of the Uchiha clan continued their lives as usual. However, some combat personnel lingered near various clans. This was because the Uchihas sent only elite members, and the Umbu were uncertain if they had been left behind or if they had fallen under an illusion. They had no choice but to report all the information they had gathered. Most of the Uchiha's dispatch personnel were merely creating a false front. However, on the Hyuga clan side, it was genuine. Uchiha Kaiohira, with his exceptional strength, successfully delivered Conan's explosive tags to Hyuga Mitsunari, clearly stating that an operation would commence that night, allowing Mitsunari to make preparations. After all, in the eyes of the Uchihas, Mitsunari was considered a discarded piece of the Hyuga clan. Death was certain, but it should be in exchange for something with the main family. If the main family truly intended to kill Mitsunari, he wouldn't be able to escape even as a caged bird. However, the Uchihas were unaware that they were also being utilized by Mitsunari. After receiving the explosive tags sent by the Uchihas, Mitsunari personally delivered them to the designated locations under the guise of monitoring patrols. As the only elder of the branch family, he was highly respected by the branch members, making it easy for him to operate unnoticed. After everything was set up, Mitsunari returned to his room. Shortly after, Sotai came to seek an audience. Mitsunari-sama, we have received word that the Uchihas are planning a coup tonight. Uchiha personnel have been spotted near the major clans of Konoha, but they only lingered briefly before leaving. Mitsunari waved his hand slightly. It's fine, this is just a show for Konoha from the Uchihas. Report this information normally to the main family and let them handle it. However, tonight will likely not be peaceful. Sotai, remember, regardless of what the Uchihas do tonight, we of the Hyuga branch family must not interfere. We need to protect our own forces. Yes. After Sotai left, Mitsunari took out several storage scrolls and placed them in a special pocket. He then made a trip to Sotai's residence alone. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Tsunade, and Mito gate and appeared there. As the sound of a cane echoed, Danzo, who had been unconscious for a week, walked into the office. Once the door was closed, only the 4 of them remained in the room. They were all students of the same teacher, and now, the 4 people with the highest power in Konoha were also them. Anyone with a bit of common sense would know what was about to happen. Danzo, look at the good things you've done, Tsunade said angrily. Danzo shot a cold glare. He had no intention of arguing. Tsunade could not possibly be unaware that this was Sarutobi Hiruzen's directive. It was clearly an attempt to pressure the third Hokage into a discussion. Indeed, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke up. All right, Tsunade, how do we resolve this matter? Danzo tapped his cane on the ground, producing a crisp sound. No need for this charade. Hiruzen. We all know what is going on. Sarutobi Hiruzen exchanged glances with Mito Gate Inn, who also spoke. Currently, over 300 bounty hunters have gathered outside Konoha. Spies for various countries are also present, all to probe Konoha's strengths and weaknesses. The Uchihas have been particularly active this morning, constantly reaching out to various clans, with all combat personnel preparing for action. Danzo's eyes were filled with gloom and ruthlessness when we were attacked at the route that day. Uchiha just stood by and watched. This group of evil Uchihas will only bring disaster if left unchecked. The third Hokage took a puff from his pipe. Itachi, Uchiha, turned the tables on us. We have no reason to exterminate the Uchihas. The third Hokage's reasoning held some merit. At that time, other ninja clans were in a state of fear, collectively choosing to observe. His Anbu might not be able to handle the Uchihas. After all, everyone knew that the Uchihas were formidable, often taking on 3 opponents at once at the same level. Not to mention there were 3 legendary Manjiki Sharingan users among them. With Danzo unconscious, Tsunade and Mito Gate and would not risk their own people. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen's Anbu might not be able to outmatch them. Hiruzen, you're becoming more timid. As long as we declare the Uchihas traitors. How many of them can withstand that? Danzo was a man who loved to take risks. If he were Hokage, he would probably declare the Uchiha clan's rebellion the next moment. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen was not like that. When he lacked confidence, he would not unnecessarily expend his clan's resources. He slowly took another puff of smoke. The border has sent back news that Uchiha personnel have headed toward the land of wind and the land of earth. Although we do not yet know who the Uchihas have contacted, their current stance is forcing me to make a statement. Danzo had caught onto the underlying message from the third Hokage. His face darkened. Hiruzen, what do you want? The third Hokage replied indifferently. You should not continue in the position of Hokage's aide. Your status as a council elder must be revoked as well, pending investigation. Danzo's eyes turned as dark as a poisonous snake. Are you trying to unload the millstone to kill the donkey? Hiruzen? The third Hokage slowly took a puff of smoke. The Uchihas can put on a show, or they might genuinely contact other ninja villages. Konoha needs peace, so I can only trouble you for now. I do the dirty work, and I am the one who will take the blame. Danzo's eyes blazed with anger as he spat at the third Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen, do you think this concession will satisfy the Uchihas? The Uchihas are driven by ambition and are uncontrollable. It would be better to take this opportunity to wipe them out. The third Hokage frowned and put down his pipe, tapping it on the table. All right, it's settled that you will be removed from your post. As for the Uchihas, you will not be concerned with them. Danzo huffed in anger. You will regret this. Hiruzen, enough. I am a Hokage. The third Hokage slammed the table, equally furious. Danzo coldly glanced at the 3 and directly opened the door to leave. Bang! The loud sound of the door closing shook the room. The third Hokage watched Danzo storm out, his brow furrowed. Danzo, I hope you can remain calm at this moment. The third Hokage did not concern himself with Danzo anymore. It was no longer a matter of whether Danzo agreed or disagreed. They had to stabilize the Uchiha situation. Calling Danzo here today was merely to inform him, and there was no room for rebuttal. However, the roots of Danzo were intricate and complicated, and even without the positions of Hokage as aide and council elder, those loyal to Danzo within the roots would not scatter. After all, everyone in the roots had been brainwashed into Danzo's image. A look of worry appeared on Tsunade's face. Hiruzen, what if Danzo causes us trouble at this time? The third Hokage slowly exhaled a puff of smoke. I will allocate some funds to him. The third Hokage's private treasury was quite ample, containing not only the inheritance from the fourth Hokage and his wife, but also the Senju clan's legacy. At this time, as long as he compensated Danzo with some money, Danzo would not act recklessly. Tsunade nodded, evidently in agreement with Sarutobi Hiruzen's decision. What should we do next? Hold a high-level meeting? Tsunade asked. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head and said, there are too many people eyeing the village. We need to hit them hard all at once to deter them. Chapter 66. Multiple Forces. The outskirts of Konoha, many bounty ninjas were lingering in this area, some blinded by the 500 million bounty. Others were spies from different villages, preparing to assess the situation in Konoha. While the number of people gathered increased, they remained disorganized. It was simple. Everyone valued their lives. Konoha was one of the 5 great shinobi villages. In the past, battles had only reached Kaiki Mountain, and no other village had ever invaded Konoha itself. So everyone was waiting waiting for a powerful figure to take the lead. They could then take advantage of the chaos from behind. For ninjas, waiting for a few days was not a problem. After all, as more and more people gathered, someone would eventually lead the charge. Everyone knew that those who came here had their sights set on Konoha. Even if they were scouting each other, they restrained themselves from conflict, quietly waiting for more and more people to arrive. On a tree nearby stood two individuals. One had white hair and a scar running across his face, holding a silver staff. The other had long, shiny black hair down to his waist, slender willow-like brows, black eyeliner, and purple lip gloss that hinted at maturity. These two were Hime and Fuyuin. Hime was originally a member of the 12 Guardians, believing that the Hokage was an unnecessary position and that the real power should be held by the daimyo of the Land of Fire, opposing Asuma and others. 3 years ago, he attempted a coup at the daimyo's residence, but was defeated by Asuma and faked his death to escape. Fuyuin, who was with him, was one of his recruited subordinates, skilled in earth release and illusion techniques, a powerful trap master. They happened to be active in the Land of Fire after Uchiha Itachi put up a bounty notice, which piqued Hime's interest. However, his primary target was not Danzo. After all, Danzo had a large number of root members guarding him, and he would not confront him head-on. His first target was the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Hime had been planning for 7 years to collect the Nine Tails overflowing chakra and create an artificial Nine Tails Jinchuriki. And he had succeeded. The successfully created Nine Tails Jinchuriki was his son, Kei. Kei was currently being raised in the Fire Temple of the Land of Fire, with his monk appearance allowing him to blend in. Right now, the Nine Tails chakra within Kei was very minimal, and his growth was extremely slow. At the current rate, it would take at least 5 or 6 more years to reach combat standards. However, if he could supplement more Nine Tails chakra, it would be different. Kei could grow rapidly and become a qualified artificial Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Hime was adept at sealing techniques and could easily cause the Nine Tails to go berserk if prepared. As long as the Nine Tails went berserk, Konoha would suffer heavy damage, and he could collect enough chakra. Can't Fuyuin and Fud catch up? Hime observed as more and more people gathered nearby, feeling that a conflict was about to break out. Fuyuin calculated the time. They wouldn't arrive until the day after tomorrow. Hime shook his head. We can't wait for them. We need to prepare, the earliest tonight or in the early morning. Fuyuin looked towards Konoha and said, The 8 gates are not yet closed. We cannot seal off Konoha. Hime's expression was cautious. This time, we are not the main characters. Don't even think about destroying Konoha. We only need to provoke the Nine Tails, and our goal will be achieved. You use your Earth clones to organize those who can use Earth release. There are too many guards at Konoha's main gate. It would be better for us to enter through the walls. Konoha-in, Lord Orochimaru, there are people from the outside organizing those bounty ninjas. Hong Lien reported the intelligence she had gathered to Orochimaru. At this moment, Orochimaru was extracting a scroll from the mouth of a snake. Without looking up, he opened the scroll while replying, It seems tonight will be lively. After reading the scroll, a thoughtful expression appeared in Orochimaru's eyes. This scroll was from Danzo contacting him. Danzo didn't know that Orochimaru was already in Konoha and had received news. Hashirama's cells? Orochimaru indeed possessed such things. However, Danzo had them too, just not in such large quantities. What kind of experiment requires such a large amount of Hashirama's cells? A look of contemplation flashed in Orochimaru's eyes. Considering the current situation in Konoha, Danzo was likely adding to his trump cards. However, Orochimaru was currently building the Sound Ninja Village and was short on funds. Now that Danzo had delivered an opportunity to him, he had no reason to let it go. After all, he still had Hashirama's cells, and converting them into money and resources was also viable. But it had to wait until tonight. It seemed that the old man had put some pressure on Danzo. Interesting. He needed to see it for himself. Night fell, as darkness enveloped the sky. After the patrolling guards left the north and south city walls of Konoha, they immediately began to gather. Conan stood on a tree, watching as more and more people gathered below, realizing that she didn't need to appear immediately. Fuyuin opened a huge scroll and laid it on the ground, starting to form seals in front. The Hyuga clan members on top of the city wall quickly detected the massive chakra response below. A warning flare shot into the sky. The 3 Hyuga members, instructed by Hyuga Sita, were tasked with surveillance, not combat. After signaling the alarm, they immediately went to find more people. The individuals on the city wall drew shurikens and explosive tags, shooting them at Fuyuin. The people standing beside Fuyuin formed seals. Earth release, earth flow wall. The rising earthen walls completely surrounded Fuyuan. Outside the city wall, the 1-minute sealing time ended. Fuyuan pressed both hands on the scroll. Earth release, rock transformation. Boom. Accompanied by a muffled sound, a massive quicksand pit began to form beneath Konoha's city wall, as if the ground below had been hollowed out, with rocks and soil leaking down. Those who could use earth release jumped up, their chakra increasing rapidly. Someone in the crowd shouted, and all those skilled in earth release jumped to Fuyuan's side, pressing their palms onto the scroll. As the quicksand pit on the ground grew larger, those on the Konoha city wall could clearly feel the tremors of the wall. Summoning technique. A bounty ninja directly summoned a huge black bear. Roar. The 10-meter-tall black bear stood up and slammed into the city wall, but the wall merely shook, showing no signs of collapsing. It was evident that Konoha's reinforcements were about to arrive. Inside the Konoha walls, with a loud bang, a thick cloud of smoke spread, revealing 3 enormous summoned snakes. They stood upright, taller than the city wall. Boom, boom, boom. The already unstable city wall quickly began to collapse significantly under the impact of the giant snakes. Numerous figures leaped from outside the village. Whether they sought Danzo's head or wanted to probe Konoha's situation, they all rushed through this gap. Konoha was in chaos. Chapter 67, incontrollable boom. Boom. Inside Konoha, there were flames shooting into the sky and continuous explosions. However, the sounds of shouting and killing were rare. Whether it was fire or explosions, they were all meant to create chaos, leaving Konoha unable to take care of itself. The bounty ninjas would kill indiscriminately, but they wouldn't specifically target civilians. These piles of bounty ninjas had only one target in mind. The root base of Konoha. Spies from other countries were lurking outside the main forces, preparing for any possible crises and gathering useful information. The situation here was a bit complicated. Konoha had long been prepared, and most villagers were safely hiding in their homes. Everyone knew what was happening tonight. Therefore, regardless of which ninja clan it was, during this chaos, they would first ensure the safety of their own families before considering whether to assist the Third Hokage. Everyone knew that these bounty ninjas were attracted by the Uchiha. If Konoha could perfectly solve this problem, the Uchiha would definitely not act. If Konoha's weakness was exposed, then the situation would be dire. At this moment, the defenses along the way in Konoha were sparse. After all, too many people had entered, and they were all clustered together. Sending a small number of people in would be like delivering food to the enemy. Meanwhile, the Uchiha clan was brightly lit. Half of their elite forces had already been assembled and were ready to go under the leadership of Chiya. Although Fugaku was also dressed in combat gear, he had no intention of leaving the clan grounds. This was to prevent anyone from taking advantage of the chaos to attack the Uchiha. Chiya was unsure if he could use his strength, but preparation was still necessary. Chiya, leading over 100 people, had just stepped out of the clan grounds when he was confronted by Jiraiya. 2 toads were perched on Jiraiya's shoulders, and dozens of umbu stood behind him, waiting at the entrance of the Uchiha. Chiya, Uchiha, what are you planning to do? Chiya unsheathed his weapon, and the clan members behind him followed suit. The sound of unsheathing weapons echoed. One by one, the blood-red Sharingan opened, and the atmosphere became tense. The umbu behind Jiraiya felt a wave of panic and sweat beating on their foreheads. This was terrifying. Chiya pointed his sword at Jiraiya. Jiraiya, don't think I don't know. Danzo has already awakened. The Third Hokage has no intention of dealing with Danzo, so we have no choice but to capture him ourselves. Jiraiya said solemnly, this is against the rules. Chiya snorted coldly. Are you saying that Danzo exterminating us Uchiha is in accordance with the rules? Jiraiya paused. Danzo's actions indeed did not follow the rules and could not be publicly acknowledged. He had to say, now that Danzo has been dismissed and is under investigation by the old man, he is neither an advisor to the Hokage nor a council elder anymore. Chiya seemed a bit surprised. Oh, is that so? Then he changed his tone. In that case, as the Uchiha, we have the obligation to assist in the defense of Konoha. Jiraiya's expression twitched. He had never seen an Uchiha like Chiya. The speed at which he changed his stance was astonishing, completely unlike an Uchiha, but more like a politician. Although Chiya said this, Jiraiya still did not dare to trust the Uchiha. With so many of them fully armed, what if they turn on Konoha? He said in a deep voice, Konoha's military strength is sufficient now. We do not need Uchiha support. Oh, is that so? Chiya looked at Jiraiya with a half-smile. Boom! Boom! The distant sounds of explosions made Jiraiya feel anxious. Chiya glanced at the 2 toads on Jiraiya's shoulders and chuckled lightly. Then it settled. We Uchiha will go back to sleep. What Jiraiya did not expect was that Uchiha did not argue at all, just waved his hand for his clansmen to put away their weapons. Although these clansmen were somewhat confused, Uchiha had been guiding them in the training grounds for the past few days, and he had great prestige. Everyone still listened to Uchiha's words. They all put away their weapons, closed their Sharingan, and slowly retreated. Uchiha did not greet Jiraiya and turned back toward the clan. Time was pressing, and as one of the prominent generals under the Third Hokage, Jiraiya was too anxious to concern himself with Uchiha's thoughts. After leaving some umbu behind, he hurried toward Danzo's location. On the way, Shinzaku and Shima, who were standing on Jiraiya's shoulders, looked serious. Little Jiraiya, was that just now the Mangekyo of the Uchiha? As Jiraiya rushed forward, he replied, "Yes, he's one of the 3 Mangekyo Sharingan of the Uchiha." Little Jiraiya, that person has an immense amount of chakra. He is uncontrollable. Just a glance from Uchiha had made Shinzaku feel overwhelming pressure. Jiraiya responded, "The Mangekyo Sharingan is supposed to have a lot of chakra." Shima replied, "No, little Jiraiya, his chakra is at least several times more than yours." "How much?" Jiraiya crushed the rooftop beneath his feet with a snap. The 2 sages wondered if they were mistaken. Uchiha was only 17. Shima also knew that it was hard for Jiraiya to accept, as he found it equally difficult to believe. However, they had practiced sage arts for many years and had lived for a long time. They could easily gauge a person's energy levels based on the threat they posed. There was no mistake. Uchiha brought them a massive threat, and his chakra felt like that of a demon. You'd better not conflict with him. Even with the 2 of us here, we can't guarantee a win. Jiraiya continued toward Danzo, but now that he knew he was no match for Uchiha, he felt much heavier. Konoha had no choice left now. They absolutely could not have a conflict with the Uchiha. During this time, Uchiha had been busy in his clan, guiding the clansmen while also enhancing his own abilities. He had instructed over 100 people, and the bonds of these over 100 individuals had reached 2 stars. Apart from more than 10 3-tomo Sharingan users with their own abilities, the other clansmen had given Uchiha 10 of their chakra. Uchiha accepted everyone, so the strength of these clansmen varied. However, the chakra from over 100 people had significantly boosted Uchiha's own chakra levels. It was still early days. If time went on a bit longer, Uchiha's chakra levels would become even more terrifying. Meanwhile, outside the Uchiha clan grounds, Scorpion had been watching the conflict between the Uchiha and Jiraiya closely. The bounty ninjas were blowing up Konoha's walls, while Scorpion was moving toward the Uchiha side. He had initially intended to see if any Uchiha were alone, so he could capture a couple to turn into human puppets. But now that the entire Uchiha clan was holed up in their clan grounds, Scorpion naturally did not dare to enter and capture anyone. Scorpion had already met with his Sand Village spy, Yura. The information Yura had gathered indicated that various ninja villages were getting involved in this matter, and there were several factions among the bounty ninjas outside. They from a Sand Village were only preparing to gather some intelligence and leave. Scorpion's political acumen was sharp. He sensed that tonight's events were not so simple. The involvement of multiple factions clearly posed a great danger. It seemed he needed to be careful. If things went awry, he would have to withdraw. After Scorpion set his main tone, he changed a few accessories on his scarlet flow. He glanced in the direction of Xiaonan, preparing to check the situation. With a twist of his hand, a large hole suddenly appeared in the ground. In the blink of an eye, Scorpion disappeared from the spot. Inside the root organization, the Third Hokage was having a private conversation with Danzo. Removing you from your position is just a temporary measure. The resources for your root will remain unchanged. You simply lost 2 titles. I will allocate some funds to you so you can continue your research. Upon hearing that Sarutobi Hiruzen was coming to give him money, Danzo's expression slightly eased. He knew that many people outside were here to kill him, but he was not afraid of outsiders. He feared Sarutobi Hiruzen. He stared at Sarutobi Hiruzen and warned, "You know how many things you've made me do. Don't think you can just kick me aside. If I die, your loss will be even greater." The Third Hokage waved his hand and walked towards the outside, saying, "Rest assured, we are both for Konoha. I want to do such a thing." Chapter 68, Sudden Change, Nara Family. As the brains of Konoha, the strategists, and a family with exceptional intelligence, they are responsible for a large amount of medical herbs in Konoha. Typically, they maintain a low profile, always adopting a self-preserving attitude to establish their position in Konoha. Although Konoha has fallen into chaos, Nara Shikaku and Nara Shikamaru are still at home playing chess and drinking tea. Shikaku is still young and has not yet assumed the position of clan leader. The clan leader is Nara Shikamaru, who is Shikaku's uncle. Shikamaru's hairstyle is identical to Shikaku's, but his hair is now gray, and his face is lined with wrinkles. He is of the same generation as the Third Hokage, and has always been cautious in his dealings. He has been observing the power struggle between the Third Hokage and the Uchiha clan closely. Smack! Shikamaru points on the chessboard and captures Shikaku's piece. You distracted while playing chess. Focus, Shikamaru advises calmly. Shikaku, now in his 20s, is not as composed as he will be in 10 years, and he lowers his head to apologize. You're right, uncle. Should we not make a move now? Shikamaru sips from his teacup and replies. The Third Hokage has been in power for too long. It's normal to seek personal gain for one's family, but if the intelligence from the Hyuga clan is true, the ambitions of the Sarutobi clan are considerable. The Uchiha have produced clever individuals, and they have been methodically calculating the Third Hokage's downfall. As Shikaku arranges the chess pieces, he adds, the Sarutobi clan could have over 1,000 combat personnel, likely above 90%. Shikamaru shakes his head, 100%. Upon hearing this number, Shikaku pauses for a moment before continuing to set up the chessboard. Uncle, let's play another game. Meanwhile, several other prominent clans in the village are prepared with personnel, but remain largely inactive. At most, they're on guard around their clan territories, observing the situation. After all, the Hyuga clan has aligned with the Uchiha, indicating that this matter is likely to succeed. The prior persecution of the Hyuga and Uchiha by the higher-ups in Konoha has led to a significant decline in trust towards them. Even if the bounty ninjas pose a danger, the potential destruction they could cause is limited. Konoha has the Third Hokage or the Uchiha to hold up the sky. The root members and the private soldiers of the Konoha higher-ups have not acted. They will not send their clansmen to their deaths. A chaotic battle has erupted near Danzo's root, and the Third Hokage has organized the Umbu to engage there. Though not all bounty ninjas are skilled, they're all slippery. Moreover, their jutsu are quite peculiar. However, most of them fight independently, with the strongest combatant being Conan. She possesses air superiority, flying in the sky like a zeppelin, continuously dropping explosive tags below. The loudest roars in Konoha come from Conan. When Jiraiya arrives, he is shocked to see Conan. Conan, you're still alive? Sensei? Conan slows her wing movement. Although she had prepared herself psychologically, seeing Jiraiya makes her expression somewhat complex. Why are you attacking Konoha? Jiraiya did not expect that the one leading the attack was his disciple, whom he thought had perished. A fierce look appears on Conan's face. Of course, it's to avenge Yahiko and Nagato. Jiraiya's whole body trembles. What happened? Why? Yahiko and Nagato were killed by Danzo. Danzo? Damn it. Jiraiya's face darkens. His student has been killed by that scoundrel Danzo. Sensei, I'm here to kill Danzo today. If you still remember our past relationship, please do not stop me. Jiraiya's expression wavers. He certainly does not want to involve himself with Danzo. However, as the protector of the village, he cannot allow outsiders to come and kill within Konoha. Jiraiya. The Third Hokage's deep voice reaches him. A figure slowly approaches. What are you doing? If everyone can just kill our people in Konoha, then where's our dignity? Jiraiya's expression changes, a bitter smile appearing on his face. He is not just Conan's teacher. He is one of Konoha's legendary Sannin, and he cannot be biased. Jiraiya blocks Conan's path. Conan, we will talk about Yahiko and Nagato's vengeance later. But not today. Conan seems to have anticipated Jiraiya's decision, casting him a disappointed glance. Sensei, you will regret this. Conan leaves this last sentence for Jiraiya. Third Hokage, hand over Danzo. Otherwise, I won't hold back. Behind Conan is a large number of bounty ninjas. At this moment, as the face of Konoha, Sarutobi Hizashi cannot back down. No way. Danzo is one of us in Konoha. Even if he has issues, only we in Konoha can judge him. You people, no matter what your purpose in coming to Konoha is, are invaders now. None of you will leave today. Hizashi waves his hand, and countless signal flares shoot into the sky. Next to the crumbling walls of Konoha, a large number of people quickly appear to block the breach. Here, a significant number of personnel begin to emerge, around 200 Umbu and approximately 300 Sarutobi clan members, surrounding Conan. Conan sneers, Sensei, I told you. You will regret it. She forms hand signs, and chakra flows through her. Boom, boom, boom. Countless violent explosions erupt from the back of Konoha. The entire village shakes as if experiencing an earthquake, with a continuous roar. Fiery lights and smoke rapidly shoot up into the sky. Most critically, the Hokage rock, visible to everyone, also experiences a massive explosion. In full view of the crowd, the Hokage rock of the Third Hokage is directly blown apart amidst the continuous explosions. Conan, Jiraiya is caught off guard, as the old district near the Hokage Rock also begins to explode continuously. The relentless explosive tags make Konoha feel like it has entered doomsday. Even in the night, smoke rises and billows. The third Hokage's face turns ashen. The explosion occurred in the area where his Sarutobi clan was stationed. He looks at Konan with a grim expression, chakra surging within him. He quickly forms hand signs. Fire style, fire dragon flame bullet. A massive flame erupts from the third Hokage's mouth, targeting Konan in the sky. Just as Jiraiya's expression tightens, Konan explodes into countless pieces of paper in the sky. Although those papers catch fire, Konan has successfully escaped, clearly having prepared for this. When Konan rematerializes, she is already flying higher into the sky. At this moment, Chapter 69, working for an enemy suddenly, energy gathered from a distance. A purple-black-tailed beast bomb shot out from the darkness, targeting Konan. Tail beast bomb, conceal yourself. Jiraiya shouted loudly, and the nearby Umbu, as well as the bounty hunters, were all startled, their hair standing on end as they scattered like birds and beasts. Boom! The tail beast bomb exploded directly in midair. A massive shockwave swept across, sending countless people flying. Even Konan did not expect there to be a Jinchuriki nearby. Although she quickly elevated her position, this attack was clearly premeditated. It had aimed at the moment Konan had just used her substitution technique and calculated her evasion trajectory. Konan was directly blown away and severely injured. Where did this tail beast bomb come from? Did the Nine Tails go out of control? The third Hokage and Jiraiya were both taken aback, their first reaction being that Naruto had lost control. However, they did not see the Nine Tails anywhere. If the Nine Tails had gone out of control, its form would have blocked out the sky. A Jinchuriki infiltrated the village? The third Hokage and Jiraiya exchanged glances, realizing this possibility. After the explosion of the tailed beast bomb, the entire Konoha fell into chaos. Many people were bewildered. How could there still be tailed beast bombs? Was a Jinchuriki invading Konoha? The spies from other ninja villages were even more flustered. Oh no, they had only wanted to probe Konoha's defenses. But they didn't expect that other villages had directly deployed Jinchuriki. But no one knew who had fired this tail beast bomb. After launching it, the attacker had vanished. Others took advantage of the chaos to do what they wanted. Jiraiya, you must go protect Naruto immediately. The third Hokage ordered without delay. Naruto was the foundation of Konoha, and the Nine Tails must not be harmed. Barrier teams and surveillance teams immediately find out which Jinchuriki launched the tailed beast bomb. Notify Sarutobi Hiruzen and have him deploy everyone to maintain order in Konoha. The third Hokage issued orders in quick succession and set off to find the culprit. After a short while, another tailed beast bomb flew out from the distance. This time, the target was the Hokage building. Boom! The Hokage building was directly reduced to ruins. The third Hokage turned to look at his office, now a pile of rubble. His expression darkened as he headed towards the direction from which the tailed beast bomb had been fired. Before leaving, Jiraiya searched around but found no trace of the severely injured Konan. He did not know who had rescued her. Konoha became brightly lit, and the previously dormant ninja clans became vigilant, prepared to guard against the invasion of hostile forces. After all, with the Jinchuriki here, there would definitely be follow-up troops. From the moment Konan detonated the explosive tags to the appearance of the first tailed beast bomb, everyone knew that Konoha was in for a big night. Uchiha, still watching the show from the clan grounds, was surprised and put down his telescope. What the hell? Which Jinchuriki launched the tailed beast bomb? Uchiha initially wanted Konan to detonate those explosive tags to create chaos in Konoha. The Sarutobi clan couldn't hide any longer. Now it seemed that a Jinchuriki had indeed infiltrated Konoha. Others might not know, but Uchiha was well aware. There were only 5 Jinchuriki capable of independently launching tailed beast bombs. The 2 tails, the 3 tails, the 4 tails, the 5 tails, and the 8 tails. All of them were suspects, but the extent of their suspicion varied. However, discussing this now was meaningless, as the tailed beast bombs continued to fly out. The attackers clearly had a purpose. At this time, the clan leader Fugaku and the elder, she had also arrived on the rooftop. The view was good here, and Uchiha was watching the events unfolding in Konoha. Uchiha, I just received reports that there has been a tailed beast bomb explosion in Konoha. Fugaku received the news a bit late. By now, the second and third tailed beast bombs had already exploded in the village. Uchiha looked towards the center of Konoha. I don't know which Jinchuriki infiltrated Konoha, but they're definitely not here for friendly reasons. Clan leader, you stay at home and do not leave the clan grounds. I will go out and take a look. Uchiha informed Fugaku, and then flashed outwards. As for the Yumbu outside the clan grounds, when they saw Uchiha emerge, they surrounded him. Uchiha cannot leave the clan grounds. One of the Yumbu shouted. Uchiha chuckled. Are you teaching me how to do my job? The next moment his eyes widened, and the 4 people in front of him fell to the ground without making a sound. Uchiha ignored the surrounding Yumbu and passed them on his way to Konoha. The Yumbu exchanged glances, only able to send someone to notify the Third Hokage. What relieved them was that no other Uchiha clan members had left the clan grounds. Only Uchiha had gone out. After releasing several tailed beast bombs in succession, Kirigane Yagura was continuously evading. Regardless of the Barrier Team S scans or the Byakugan S observations, as they searched for his location, he was constantly on the run without pause. As the most skilled in assassination from the Mist Village, his ability to conceal himself was exceptional. Coupled with his fast movement speed, he had not been caught while trying to escape. After he attacked Conan with the tailed beast bomb, Pipa JZ recognized it as Kirigane Yagura's attack and followed him. Since they both belonged to the Mist Village, he had guessed Yagura's route. Finally, he caught up to him on the way. Kirigane Yagura turned around to see Pipa JZ and did not attack. Instead, he moved closer. Lord Mizukage, why did you attack Conan? Pipa JZ asked, quite puzzled. Logically, the tailed beast bomb should have been aimed at the Third Hokage or Uchiha. Kirigane Yagura kept moving, his expression very grim. Do you know her? Pipa JZ's heart sank. She's a member of the Akatsuki that I joined. Kirigane Yagura's eyes shot out immense hatred. It was her along with a person with orange hair and another masked man who attacked me. Then they controlled me with the Sharingan. So it's called Akatsuki. I'll remember that. Pipa JZ felt a sense of dread. He had left the Mist Village because of the Blood Mist tyranny. Yet the organization he joined turned out to be the culprit. The orange-haired person mentioned by the 4th Mizukage must be Pain. So, I've been working for my enemy. Pipa JZ, are you coming back to the Mist Village with me, or returning to the Akatsuki? The 4th Mizukage stared intently at Pipa JZ, who had previously not even known who controlled him. The Mist Village had been turned into such a state by him, and he actually had some self-destructive tendencies. Now that he knew who his enemy was, his inclination towards self-destruction diminished, and Konoha's strength had basically been exposed. He wanted to survive in return. He did not want to die. Moreover, during this visit, he discovered that the Uchiha had changed. Even at this point, the Uchiha had still remained calm and had not appeared. Now that the situation was critical, he had lost patience. Chapter 70. The Water Shadow of Changed Mind, Kei Shikazaki had already developed a killing intent towards BYJZ. If BYJZ did not return to the Hidden Mist, then he would kill him. They were both accustomed to killing and looting. BYJZ had already sensed the change in Kei Shikazaki's attitude. He did not hesitate and immediately took out his black fire cloud robe and threw it on the ground. I'll go back with you, 4th. Kei Shikazaki's gaze softened. This isn't a place to talk. Let us leave first. 4th Water Shadow, you actually came to Konoha alone. Very good. The 3rd Hokage, leading a large number of elite shinobi, directly surrounded Kei Shikazaki and BYJZ. It turned out that the 3rd Hokage had been circling around earlier to trap Kei Shikazaki. None of you will leave today. The 3rd Hokage had been strategizing against the air for quite some time, thinking that a certain ninja village was launching a large-scale attack, so he was very cautious. Later, he discovered that it was just the Water Shadow, who was also filled with rage. The Hidden Mist and Konoha had been long-time rivals, with countless battles between them. Kei Shikazaki, seeing that he was surrounded by the 3rd Hokage, was not afraid. You think you can stop me with just you guys? Old man, can you still move? Kei Shikazaki unleashed an enormous chakra response, instantly donning the cloak of a tailed beast. Roar! Kei Shikazaki let out a roar, and a tailed beast ball flew out directly. Scatter! The 3rd Hokage waved his hand, and the elite shinobi he led all dispersed. Boom! The massive tailed beast ball crashed into the buildings behind the 3rd Hokage, causing a huge explosion. Summoning technique. The 3rd Hokage jumped while summoning his old partner, King Monkey, Enma. When Enma saw the half-tailed beast form of Kei Shikazaki, he was shocked. How did a Jinchuriki get to Konoha? The 3rd Hokage first made a tactical hand sign and replied, we'll discuss specifics later. This person is the 4th Water Shadow, a perfect Jinchuriki, and his combat ability is not to be underestimated. Among the elites who had just dispersed, several took out scrolls. The scrolls linked together, rising to form a purple sealing array. They directly sealed Kei Shikazaki inside, suppressing the chakra on him. However, before the sealing array could close completely, a shadow appeared, and a flash of a blade was seen. With a poochie sound, a ninja from the sealing team was already beheaded by Zabuza Momochi, who revealed himself. BYJ-Z also swung his decapitating sword, engaging in battle with the umbu brought by the Third Hokage. The Third Hokage pulled out shuriken and threw them, while simultaneously forming hand signs. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Several shuriken instantly filled the sky and flew towards the fourth water shadow. Although Ki Shikazuki's tailed beast cloak was suppressed, these shuriken could not harm him. He waved his oddly shaped iron rod, deflecting all the shuriken away. Inma, summoned by the Third Hokage, did not turn into the nunchaku, but instead went to assist other umbu in their fight. While Ki Shikazaki blocked the shuriken, the Third Hokage did not remain idle. He quickly formed hand signs. Fire Release, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Sarutobi Hiruzen puffed out his chest and unleashed a fierce blast. The flames danced like a raging dragon, heading towards the surrounded water shadow. The Sarutobi clan was also adept at fire release, and the power of the Fire Dragon Flame Bullet was exceptionally high. Ki Shikazaki unleashed his famous technique, creating a mirror made of water in front of him that instantly replicated the Third Hokage. This was the water mirror technique. As this copy of the Third Hokage appeared, it also unleashed a Fire Dragon Flame Bullet towards the original. In an instant, flames exploded everywhere. Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet Technique. Ki Shikazaki opened his mouth and sprayed out a torrent of water like a turbine amidst the flames. The meeting of water and fire immediately produced a large amount of steam. Water Release Hidden Mist Technique. The steam instantly transformed into a thick fog, and in this environment, BYJ-Z and Zabuza felt at home. The not-so-agile Enma could not keep up with BYJ-Z and Zabuza in this obscuring fog. The flash of a blade appeared. Sarutobi Hiruzen narrowly dodged a slash from Zabuza. As he sidestepped, he countered with a kick, directly sending Zabuza flying. The force of the kick made Zabuza's leg numb. Zabuza was also taken aback. This old man still had such physical prowess at his age. Luckily, with the fog behind him, Zabuza was able to retreat calmly. Enma changed tactics and went straight to the side of the Third Hokage. With a bang, he transformed into the adamantine staff. Old partner, we're fighting together again today. Ki Shikazaki swiftly performed the water mirror technique again. Another replica of the Third Hokage appeared, also holding an adamantine staff. The previous illusion disappeared. The water shadow similarly used the hidden mist technique to retreat into the dense fog. This illusion was clearly stronger, immediately entangling with the Third Hokage. The Third Hokage felt anxious, but had no choice but to wield his adamantine staff like a windmill, battling with his own illusion. The water mirror technique had its limitations. At least the adamantine staff wielded by the illusion would not extend a hand while fighting. The counterfeit lasted for several seconds before the Third Hokage smashed it into a splash of water. In the thick fog, the Konoha shinobi found themselves at a significant disadvantage. Occasionally, the screams of Konoha's umbu could be heard. The Third Hokage understood that the situation was dire. He swung the adamantine staff like a windmill. Rui's staff gale. A massive whirlwind erupted from his hand, revealing the severely injured Konoha umbu. While Ki Shikazaki had just retreated back into the fog. He was clearly moving alongside Zabuza and Jay-Z. Although these umbu were elite, they could not withstand the onslaught of the water shadow. In the short time, Ki Shikazaki had already killed 4 of them. The Third Hokage took a deep breath. His aging body was causing his stamina to drop rapidly. He felt heavy-hearted, unsure of how Jiraiya was faring. The other ninja clans should be arriving to assist now. He just needed to hold on a little longer. Boom! A violent burst of chakra erupted. The tailed beast chakra that had just been suppressed by the formation surged out from Ki Shikazaki again. The Third Hokage had fallen into an absolute disadvantage. At this moment, something that made the Third Hokage's heart skip a beat happened. Roar! A loud roar echoed. A pressure stronger than the already tailed beast form of Ki Shikazaki coming from a distance. Even Ki Shikazaki, now in tailed beast form, was startled. Everyone looked towards another direction in Konoha. A massive and explosive chakra shot into the sky. The enormous and malicious chakra made everyone feel as if they were submerged in thick water. The Nine Tails has gone berserk? The Third Hokage's eyes widened in disbelief. Why did it have to happen at this moment? Ha ha! Ki Shikazaki, feeling the soaring chakra, let out a hearty laugh. Third Hokage. It seems you Konoha can't control the nine tails Jinchuriki at all. Chapter 71. The rearguard Cookie Yazar shouted wildly die as he charged at the third Hokage, who picked up the adamantine staff to engage in battle. However, Cookie Yazar's physical strength and chakra far exceeded that of the third Hokage, who was now at an absolute disadvantage. The tailed beast transformation had made Cookie Yazar extremely ferocious, attacking with overwhelming killing intent. If the third Hokage were to die, the nine tails Jinchuriki would be uncontrollable, and Konoha would soon collapse. Other ninja villages would launch large-scale attacks due to Konoha's decline, and the fourth great ninja war would soon begin. At that time, no one would care about their isolated water country. The resolute Mizukage revealed many flaws, attempting to exchange injury for injury. But the third Hokage was not fooled, ignoring all the openings. Although he was at a disadvantage, he was not yet in a losing position, and the fight could drag on for a considerable time. Although reinforcements were already on the way, the third Hokage felt anxious. Ordinary ninjas could not compare to Jinchuriki. Their arrival would only serve to hold back Cookie Yazar momentarily. Did he have to expose himself? Sarutobi Hiruzen had a powerful ace beside him, but this was his last resort, and he was reluctant to use it unless absolutely necessary. After all, the nine tails Jinchuriki was the most important matter. At that moment, an unexpected voice rang out. Fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. A simple Great Fireball Jutsu came crashing down. A fireball as large as a house fell from the sky. Everyone was taken aback. So big. Boom! The enormous fireball struck the ground, creating a massive crater, and exploding flames scattered everywhere. Both Konoha and Mist ninjas scattered. The third Hokage thought, it seems your situation is a bit dire. Looking at the suddenly appearing Uchiha Qian Yao, the third Hokage asked in a deep voice, Uchiha Qian Yao, what do you want here? Qian Yao smirked, Konoha is under attack. As a member of Konoha, I'm naturally here to help the third Hokage. Uchiha Qian Yao, didn't you Uchiha break ties with Konoha? Cookie Yazar was furious at the sudden appearance of this Uchiha. Why didn't you just quietly stay in the shadows and kill the third Hokage? What's the meaning of your sudden appearance opposing me? Qian Yao smiled and said, this is an internal conflict of Konoha. It has nothing to do with you, Mist. The Mizukage was truly bold to dare to cause trouble in Konoha at this time, while the third Hokage was still in doubt. Qian Yao had already jumped in front of him, leaving his back unguarded. You go first, I'll handle this. Although the third Hokage was puzzled, he had to check on the nine tails right away. Thank you, Qian Yao, the third Hokage said politely, then took a remaining group of Umbu and headed towards the nine tails. In the distance, an aloe slowly sank into the ground. How could it be the Mizukage? Damn you, Obito, where have you gone? Zetsu thought for a moment and decided to head towards the nine tails. Previously hiding in the shadows, Qian Yao had considered killing the third Hokage. However, Umbu had already arrived for support, and he couldn't do it without being noticed. Moreover, he had keenly sensed the presence of a powerful expert near the third Hokage. This expert's aura was faint, but certainly not weak. If an Uchiha elder were to assassinate the third Hokage, that would not be the same as targeting Danzo. If the Uchiha did this, other ninja clans would not have anything to say. The Sarutobi clan members were not all dead yet. If Danzo or Tsunade called for help, the Uchiha would have to fight to the last man. The current Uchiha clan was a source for him to exploit. Not a single one could die. The third Hokage could still potentially drag someone down with him at death. According to the original timeline, he could still take 2 people down with him 5 years later. The current third Hokage was not that old yet and still had the strength to fight. Qian Yao's extensive knowledge gained over 5,000 years would not let him worry about losing in political maneuvering. He still planned to use the third Hokage for other purposes. As long as he was not dead, he could continue to play. Seeing that there was still some Umbu around, Qian Yao waved his hand. You all go support the third Hokage. I'll handle this. The Umbu exchanged glances and quickly disappeared. Once everyone had left, Qian Yao cautiously observed and said, Mizukage, I understand your thoughts very clearly. But have you considered that if you fail, Konoha will immediately retaliate against your Mist? Cookie Yazar was aware of this, which is why he had not planned to return alive from the beginning. But now he had discovered which organization was controlling him. A surge of killing intent erupted, completely washing away his previous resolve to die. Konoha was still in chaos. Although he hadn't killed the third Hokage, he had seen Shao Nan's attacks and noted the number of explosive tags detonated. Even after this incident, Konoha would not have the time to trouble the Mist. Now, he just needed to survive and return. You don't need to worry about that, You Uchiha have indeed played a good hand this time. Cookie Azar seemed to be answering Qian Yao seriously. In an instant, two shadows appeared behind Qian Yao, one on the left and one on the right, slashing at him. It turned out that Shizune and Zabuza had concealed themselves while Qian Yao was not paying attention. A ninja focused on assassination instinctively seeks out weaknesses. While Cookie Azar and Qian Yao were conversing, one blade struck towards Qian Yao's neck, while the other aimed for his body, sealing off all his escape routes. Shizune and Zabuza were confident that at such close range, even a Mangeki. Boom! A massive chakra explosion erupted. The pitch-black Susanoo instantly took form. With a sweep, Shizune's decapitation sword was directly broken in two, the blade spinning off into the distance. The residual force struck Shizune, sending him flying while spitting blood. Clang! Zabuza fared no better. His blade struck the Susanoo and was knocked to the ground. What is this? Zabuza's eyes nearly popped out. He had never seen such a thing before. Fortunately, Qian Yao had first struck Shizune. Otherwise, Zabuza would have been done for. At that moment, Cookie Azar also leaped and struck the Susanoo. A large number of corals appeared on the bone armor of the Susanoo, which were Cookie Azar's coral palm. Seizing this opportunity, Zabuza kicked off the Susanoo and retreated, dragging the severely injured Shizune with him. Cookie Azar did not look into Qian Yao's eyes, but focused on the part of his face below his nose. The painful memory of being controlled by the Mangeki Sharingan still lingered in his mind. The last time, that masked man only had one Mangeki Sharingan. But this newcomer had a pair. Who is stronger and who is weaker is uncertain. Knowing one's own family matters. Even if he could defeat the Uchiha, it would be of no benefit to him. Mangeki is something that the Uchiha still has two of. The opportunity to kill the third Hokage had slipped away from Cookie Azar's hands. He also gestured for Shizune and Zabuza to retreat first. Shirzong was heavily injured, but his mind was still very clear. He tightly gripped the remaining half of the beheading sword in his hand. He spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood and, enduring the pain, said, "Go. Don't become the burden of the 4th generation." Although Jean was somewhat unruly, he also knew that staying would be of no use to anyone. "Susanoo, I have noted it down." He didn't dare to linger, dragging Shirzong with him as he fled the scene without looking back. Chapter 72. The death of Mitsuhiro Hinata Kiyagura had been watching Qian Yao's movements, but what reassured him was that perhaps because of the glory of the Uchiha clan, or perhaps out of consideration for him, Qian Yao did not choose to pursue Jz and Zabuza, but stayed in place. Watching the coral appear on Susanoo, Qian Yao directly canceled Susanoo and walked out from the gap. They had been fighting here for a long time, and there were no living creatures around anymore. Qian Yao had not yet developed the habit of posing dramatically. He was simply waiting for the people here to clear out, because what he was about to do could not be seen in the light. You know, encountering me is your misfortune. After everyone had left, Qian Yao stopped pretending. His eyes slightly narrowed, and then his ocular power erupted. Amaterasu, Kiyagura felt a tightness in his heart as the black flames suddenly struck him. Ah! The intense pain made Kiyagura let out a shrill scream. He rolled on the ground endlessly, but he could not extinguish the black flames. Kiyagura had never experienced Amaterasu and did not know how to break it. Under the piercing screams, within just a few seconds, he was burned into unconsciousness. Qian Yao extinguished Amaterasu and walked up to the already half-cooked Kiyagura. He reached out his hand and summoned a crow with a bang. With his other hand, he pried open Kiyagura's eyelid. In the 4-cornered pinwheel in the crow's eye began to spin. Rewinding time to before the Nine-Tails rampage, Conan detonated the explosive tags that Mitsuhiro Hinata brought. And these explosive tags triggered the ones that had been set up over 20 years ago by Jinny Ai in Konoha. There are many ways to trigger explosions with explosive tags. Conan used chakra activation and destructive activation for hers. After Conan's explosive tags began to detonate, other explosive tags followed in a chain reaction. The explosion that brought down the Hokage rock was just the beginning. Jinny Ai had arranged the old district to be an explosive area. And now, all of these areas were filled with Sarutobi clan members. The third Hokage had initially thought that if the entire Uchiha clan mobilized, these clan members would be key to suppressing the Uchiha. But since the Uchiha clan did not leave their territory, the third Hokage only withdrew about 300 to block the gap and annihilate the enemy. In just a few seconds, the explosive tags detonating in front of them meant disaster for the approximately 700 people remaining here, most of whom did not even react in time. Amidst the massive roar, over 100 people were killed instantly. More than 100 were severely injured. The others were all injured. Why are there explosive tags? Ah, my leg, my leg. I can't see. My hand. The scene was filled with cries, and the pain of severed limbs was something no one could bear. Even the Sarutobi clan was the same. The ground was covered with the charred smell of flesh and bloody limbs. Instantly, half of the more than 700 people lost their combat effectiveness. At this time, amidst the smoke of the explosion, Mitsuhiro Hinata was the first to arrive at the scene. How could this happen? Hinata's face showed shock, but his eyes concealed a sense of revenge. Quickly save people. Those with minor injuries, stand up and gather the severely injured together. The medical team will arrive soon. Everyone, hold on. Quickly, listen to Elder Hinata. Save people first. With a leader in place, the Sarutobi clan members quickly moved. The scene was chaotic, and no one thought about why Hinata, as an elder of the branch family, appeared here so quickly, alone. No one thought that the Hyuga clan should be monitoring the entire village. Why had they not discovered these explosive tags? The Sarutobi clan felt they had a leader and gathered the severely injured together, waiting for a medical team that did not exist. After all, they were ninjas, and those with minor injuries could help quickly. In a short time, more than 70 people were gathered, among them more than 20 with severe injuries, missing hands and feet. The remaining 50 were less severely injured, at least without missing limbs. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Hinata hurriedly arrived. The former was just leading others to seal off the walls of Konoha. The latter had been on standby in the clan. But after the tailed beast bomb exploded in the village, the situation changed. After receiving the news, the two rushed back. They saw the ground full of severed limbs and the Hinata clan's Mitsuhiro commanding the rescue. Both Sarutobi Hiruzen and Hinata were stunned. Then, Sarutobi Hiruzen erupted with anger. Elder Hinata, why did this happen? Isn't your Hyuga clan supposed to monitor Konoha? Why didn't you discover these explosive tags? While supporting a Sarutobi clan member who had lost a leg to the explosion to the gathering place, Hinata walked towards the lightly injured and replied, "How can we not find them? My clan members reported these explosive tags to me long ago, but the main family members did not report them to the Hokage. What can I do?" Hinata's leisurely words made even the severely injured Sarutobi clan member forget to scream in pain, because the next moment, Hinata tore open his clothes, revealing them to be full of explosive tags. And these explosive tags had already started to crackle. Ha 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 ha. At this moment, Hinata stopped pretending, laughing maniacally. His face twisted. Back then, Sarutobi Hizashi wanted my lord Mitsuharu to take the blame and die. This is my revenge. Saying this, Hinata leaped into the middle of the lightly injured. Esta's eyes filled with immense fear. He didn't even have time to say a word to Hinata. Just exchanged a glance with him. Then, boom, a massive explosion created a huge cloud of dust, shaking the ground violently. The powerful explosion combined with the steel nails shooting out sent blood and limbs flying everywhere. The severely injured were drenched in blood and debris. Ah, it hurts. My leg. I can't see. Ah, the steel nails. The lightly injured camp and severely injured camp were adjacent to each other, and Hinata's self-detonation was clearly well prepared, bringing a large number of steel nails. The explosion plus the flying steel nails caused more than 20 people to die on the spot. Those with minor injuries also suffered severed limbs. Many who dodged the exploding steel nails were also severely injured. Sarutobi Hiruzen, covered in cold sweat, thanked Esta beside him. "Thank you, Esta. If it weren't for you pulling me back when I leaped, I would have been finished." Esta wasn't acting out of kindness. He understood the look in Hinata's eyes. He needed a microphone to spread his words. Esta's face was pale, but he had hidden his grief. He shook his head. "This matter is a bit troublesome. Let's save people first. I need to return and report. Excuse me for now." Hiruzen looked at the groaning clan members on the ground, feeling an unbearable pain in his heart. If they were whole, they could recover. Those with severed limbs could only withdraw from the battle sequence in the future. No wonder Mitsuhiro Hinata was so kind, directing the rescue of the injured. When he died in the end, he pulled more capable Sarutobi clan members down with him. In the end, the number of people affected by Hinata's self-detonation exceeded 50. This revenge cannot be said to be lenient. Chapter 73. The streets are full after the explosion of the Konoha wall. Hima followed behind many bounty ninjas and rushed into Konoha with Buyuan. At this time, Konoha's defenses were clearly weak. Although Hima didn't know that the Third Hokage planned to trap everyone inside Konoha and annihilate them. He was used to being timid and still instructed Buyuan to prepare for a retreat. Relying on the chakra he had collected from the Nine Tails in the past, he quickly locked onto Naruto's location. However, when he arrived, he found that he was not the only one targeting the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. For members of the Umbu on the scene had already died. Nearby were several masked monsters, all wrapped in black threads, attacking the remaining Umbu. Kakuzu had originally planned to cause trouble for the Root, but his biggest characteristic was his heart. With so many people from Root, the Third Hokage, and a large number of Umbu there, Kakuzu could only try to see if there was any information about the Nine-Tails. To his surprise, information about the Nine-Tails was everywhere on the streets. He casually grabbed a villager and found out who the demon fox was. This left Kakuzu puzzled. Shouldn't the Jinchuriki's information be protected? He approached with a try-and-see attitude and discovered that there were indeed Umbu protecting this area. Kakuzu knew that the Nine-Tails was more important than Danzo, and he could differentiate between the two. Moreover, the key point was that there were only 2 teams of Umbu outside. Under Kakuzu's surprise attack, the Umbu quickly lost 4 members. The remaining Umbu, realizing the situation, tried to fend off Kakuzu while sending out a distress signal. This was the scene that Hima arrived at. At this time, Kakuzu had an Earth Attribute heart inside him. The other 4 hearts had split into 4 Earth Grudge Fear monsters. The combination of 4 plus 1 quickly overwhelmed the Umbu. Of course, there were more than just these few protecting Naruto. While the 8 Umbu were entangled with Kakuzu, 2 other teams of Umbu had already begun to evacuate the unconscious Naruto. Kakuzu couldn't let the duck he had in hand fly away. Besides pursuing himself, the other 4 Earth Grudge Fear monsters teamed up to form Fire Wind and Lightning Water combinations, which were composed of 2 hearts. The 2 Earth Grudge Fear monsters of Fire and Wind opened their mouths, gathering massive chakra. Combined ninjutsu, Flame Wind Raging Waves. The enormous flames, enhanced by the violent wind, instantly created a gigantic sea of fire ahead. This directly blocked the Umbu's escape route. One Umbu was hit by the flames, and although he immediately used water release to douse it, the fire, having been altered by wind release, rendered the ordinary water release ineffective. One of the 8 Umbu was immediately lost. Heh, is this the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? Kakuzu's expression was quite pleased. He didn't expect that acquiring such an important Nine-Tails would require no effort at all. Conan had said that they would only act if they were confident, and now that the defenses were so weak, it was naturally a good opportunity to strike. While blocking the escape routes, he and the Lightning Water, Earth Grudge Fear rushed towards the remaining Umbu. These Umbu were also elites, but when facing Kakuzu, they were somewhat lacking. A slight difference among ninjas could be the difference between life and death. Among the remaining 7 Umbu, besides 3 who continued to break through with Naruto, the other 4 threw shurikens and kunai at Kakuzu. As Kakuzu dodged the weapons, he drew his sword and began to engage in close combat. Kakuzu was naturally aware of the disadvantages of fighting in enemy territory. His only advantage now was that these Umbu were not too familiar with his information. When the first Umbu swung at him, Kakuzu activated the Earth Release Heart ninjutsu he had left on him. Earth Release, Earth Spear. His right arm instantly hardened, blocking the strike, and then his left hand unleashed the threads of Earth Grudge Fear, directly slicing open the Umbu's throat. Wind Release, Pressure Damage. Under Kakuzu's manipulation, a wind attribute, Earth Grudge Fear, opened its mouth. The compressed wind tunnel shot out directly at the Umbu, holding Naruto from the side. Boom! Massive chakra burned like flames on Naruto. A fiery red tail appeared, directly blocking the pressure damage wind cannon. Not only the Umbu, but even Kakuzu was somewhat stunned. He hadn't even touched the Jinchuriki yet. How did the Jinchuriki suddenly go berserk? In the shadows, Hima, who was sneakily unfolding a scroll, was suddenly enlightened. The Jinchuriki had actually gone berserk. What a good opportunity. Hima bit his finger, drew a line on the scroll, and then slapped it onto the ground. A huge magic circle quietly unfolded on the ground. Kushina, who was controlling Naruto, was somewhat puzzled. Naruto's seal had actually loosened. If she had actively opened a crack in the door just now, this kind of looseness was more like holes being punched around the doorframe. It seemed that there were not just one group of people targeting Naruto. Although Kushina was mentally prepared for Naruto to be coveted, she still felt somewhat irritated. Roar! As she spoke, the good chakra leaking for Naruto became even denser. Naruto quickly grew a second tail. Both the Umbu and Kakuzu felt that things were becoming troublesome. At this moment, a roar came from a distance. You have a lot of nerve. Jiraiya had discovered the sounds of fighting from afar, and with the help of 2 sages, he had successfully entered sage mode. After all, the matter of the 9 tails could not be underestimated. Sage art. Hair needle 1000 needs. Jiraiya leaped into the air and spun, shooting out a large number of white hair needles. The target encompassed Kakuzu and the Earth Grudge Fear. The hair needles enhanced by Sage Art had immense power and speed. The fire attribute Earth Grudge Fear was instantly shot to pieces, but it was already too late. The wind attribute Earth Grudge Fear quickly connected with Kakuzu. The other two Earth Grudge Fear monsters, positioned closely, instantly drilled into Kakuzu's body. Kakuzu's body exploded with a large number of Earth Grudge Fear threads, but he activated Earth Release, Stone Spear, barely defending against the hair needle barrage. As Jiraiya landed, Kakuzu finally breathed a sigh of relief. He released the hardening of the stone spears, and countless white hair needles fell to the ground. If he had shot for a couple more seconds, the stone spears would have been broken. Roar! Kushina saw Jiraiya arriving and was filled with resentment towards him. Back then, Naruto's name was taken from Jiraiya's novel by Minato. As a result, Naruto was living a life worse than a pig or dog in Konoha. The Nine-Tails chakra was already extremely violent. Although Kushina could control it, she still wanted to give Jiraiya a good beating. The third and fourth tails appeared rapidly behind Naruto. Jiraiya was anxious. He leaped forward. Seeing Kakuzu blocking the front, he raised his hand, and a Rasengan appeared in his hand. Then, in a short period, it expanded dozens of times. Sage Art, Super Large Rasengan. Chapter 74, Nine-Tails Rampage. Kakuzu's scalp tingled. They were coming at him with such intensity right from the start. He held his hand in a seal, and the three Earth Grudge Fear of wind, thunder, and water on his body all opened their mouths. The three types of chakra mixed together. Combined ninjutsu, lightning water wind bullet. A massive water sphere appeared in midair, flickering with electric light, then shot out with wind nature added for pressure. The combination of three attributes had basically reached Kakuzu's limit. This strike hit directly against Jiraiya's supersized Rasengan. Cousin a violente explosion. A loud boom echoed, as if the sky had been struck by lightning. Under the intense chakra shockwave, even the sage Jiraiya was sent flying backward. However, the two toads on his shoulders were not merely sculptures. As Jiraiya was pushed back, they remained firmly on his shoulders. The two toads clasped their hands together simultaneously. Dual water blade. Shimizu and Shima both spat out two water blades, crossing over. They directly sliced through Kakuzu, creating two massive gashes on his body. He roared furiously, suddenly clenching his hands, and the Earth Grudge Fears of lightning and wind flew out from his body and exploded. He stomped his feet down, activating the Earth Release technique, and fled outside. Jiraiya's feet dug into the ground, creating a massive trench. He didn't have time to pursue Kakuzu. Meanwhile, Naruto was on all fours, with 5 waving tails behind him, striking out. Jiraiya's white hair whipped around as he wrapped himself tightly. Sage Art. Needle Hell. Bang. The chakra tail struck like a spinning top, sending Jiraiya flying. He spun like a white top and crashed into a nearby building. Naruto, on all fours, began to move his tails. He started gathering a small-tailed beast bomb in his mouth and shot it toward Jiraiya. Boom! With a huge sound, the house exploded, and Jiraiya jumped out covered in dirt and dust. Now in Sage mode, his tough skin prevented him from being taken out immediately, but he was in a sorry state. Why has Naruto gone berserk? What did you do? Jiraiya shouted at the Umbu. This wasn't about blaming the Umbu, but wanting to understand the situation to handle the problem. The Umbu, dodging the attacks of the Nine-Tails tails, replied, "We didn't do anything. Lord Jiraiya, after we encountered an attack, we knocked Naruto out and took him away. He wasn't injured during the process, then suddenly went berserk." Ah! Naruto's tail swung and knocked the Umbu aside. Regular ninjas were like fragile shells. One tail strike could severely injure the Umbu, causing them to spit blood. Jiraiya, sweating profusely, said, "You're useless here. Hurry and report to the Third Hokage. Tell him to bring the sealing team." Yes. The Umbu realized they were no different from ordinary people here and could only retreat in a hurry. Meanwhile, Naruto, on all fours, was glaring fiercely at Jiraiya, as if he recognized Jiraiya as the biggest threat. "Something's off, Jiraiya. This doesn't seem like a berserk state," Shimizu, who was on Jiraiya's shoulder, said with confusion. Jiraiya also noticed that Naruto seemed to have a particular hostility towards him, ignoring the other Umbu. Although he was wrapped in explosive chakra, it did not seem chaotic. Crack! The floor shattered violently, and Naruto with 5 tails flew toward Jiraiya, propelled by chakra as hot as flames. During his flight, countless red-black chakra hands surged toward Jiraiya. Jiraiya dodged while wiping the blood on his hands. Summoning technique. Bang! A purple toad appeared, holding a spear in one hand and a shield in the other. It was Gamaken. Gamaken swung his shield, blocking the incoming chakra hands. Is this the Nine Tails? While forming seals, Jiraiya said to Gamaken, Gamaken, please hold him off. I need to prepare something. Gamaken swung his weapon. Leave it to this foolish one. Unexpectedly, Naruto's tail plunged into the ground, then shot out violently beside Jiraiya, grabbing him and slamming him to the ground. Boom, boom, boom. Someone help. It's my son, Shima shouted, puffing up her cheeks as she yelled at the pursuing Naruto. Sage Art, Frog Song. Shimizu also puffed up his cheeks. Sage Art, Frog Song Duet. Visible ripples in the air continually crashed toward Naruto. Naruto was knocked back, and as he did, one claw caught Gamaken's shield, producing a screeching sound. Gamaken stumbled back several steps. Ugh! A massive wind sound erupted. A golden staff extended from a distance and struck Naruto. Naruto's tail dug into the ground, and as he lifted his claws, the staff slipped past him. The third Hokage, with a flick of his wrist, made the golden staff shrink and quickly formed seals. Earth Release, Earth Flow River. The ground beneath Naruto became soft, causing him to slide. Naruto's claws dug into the ground to stabilize himself, glaring at the arriving third Hokage, and gathered a tailed beast ball in his mouth. Whoosh! He shot it toward the third Hokage. The third Hokage's expression changed, and he formed seals with his hands. Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall. As a massive earthen wall rose, he swung the retracted golden staff, which instantly transformed into dozens of smaller ones, quickly constructing a square defense. The Vajra prison wall. The tailed beast ball shattered the earthen wall, causing a massive explosion, and countless debris flew toward the third Hokage. Fortunately, the third Hokage was inside the Vajra prison wall, which protected him from the blast's aftermath. After the explosion, the third Hokage quickly changed positions and jumped out. The five-tailed Nine-Tails had already engaged in a fierce battle with Jiraiya and the purple-toed Gamaken. The Nine-Tails completely overpowered Jiraiya and Gamaken. If Jiraiya weren't in Sage mode, he would have been defeated long ago. Naruto roared, swinging his chakra claws, and the violent chakra easily generated a massive storm, toppling everything around him. He could even drill up from ground. Once the third Hokage appeared, Naruto paid little attention to Jiraiya and Gamaken, focusing entirely on attacking the third Hokage. The third Hokage had just suffered a setback at the hands of Naruto and was now being chased around again. In a short while, he had taken some damage. Third Hokage, we're here. Just over 20 years old. Tenzo arrived at the scene with 2 teams of 8 sealing members. Tenzo, I'm counting on you. The third Hokage had already noticed that some other ninja clan members were beginning to appear around. He really didn't want everyone to see their Hokage being chased around by his own tailed beast Jinchuriki. Chapter 75. The suppression of the kaleidoscope. The 8 members of the sealing team quickly assumed their positions, holding a huge scroll. Tenz, who possessed would release, formed hand seals with his hands. He then extended his right hand, which clasped his left hand, towards Naruto, and a sealing character appeared on his palm. Sealing. Countless wooden strips extended from his arms, wrapping around Naruto. In that moment, it seemed as though a heavy weight had been placed upon Naruto, and his violent chakra suddenly slowed down. However, Tenz was sweating profusely. Seal it quickly. I can't hold on much longer. After Jiraiya formed hand seals, he slammed his hands together. Sage Art, Yellow Spring Swamp. The ground around Naruto began to soften and pulled him downwards. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the 8 members of the sealing team thrust the scroll into the ground. As the scroll unfurled, a massive double 4-symbol seal appeared on the ground, which combined to form the 8 trigram seal. The enormous sealing symbols covered Naruto. However, controlling Naruto now was Kushina Uzumaki, and the 8 trigram seal was also her specialty. Roar. Naruto let out a loud roar, and a massive surge of chakra erupted. It first tore apart all of Tenz's wooden strips, and the 8 trigram seal that covered him also faded away completely. It then surged directly back towards the sealing team. The scrolls in the sealing team's hands shattered into pieces. All of the sealing team members were sent flying, spitting blood. Tenz fared slightly better, but had blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. Hiss! A tremendous roar sounded, and an even larger chakra shockwave erupted. Tenz was also sent flying. A gigantic black-red chakra hand swept down, targeting the third Hokage. The third Hokage crossed the Vajra staff in front of his chest, but he was still struck hard, causing him to lose grip and crash into his chest. Blood sprayed from his mouth. If it weren't for Gamabunta crashing into him, the third Hokage would have been finished. Naruto seemed to have locked onto the third Hokage, with all his attacks focused on him. Jiraiya had no choice but to lead the Third Hokage in a fighting retreat. However, more and more people gathered on the outskirts, with more clan heads arriving, ready to join the battle. Thud thud. A massive heartbeat echoed. Suddenly, Naruto on the battlefield froze. A figure slowly walked out. It was Uchiha Sunya, Third Hokage. It seems your sealing technique is lacking. Everyone present saw Sunya, with his kaleidoscope Sharingan, walk up to Naruto. Under the powerful eye power, everyone felt a heaviness in their chests. Meanwhile, the tails on Naruto gradually disappeared, and he finally collapsed to the ground. Seeing that the danger had passed, Gamabunta tidied up his bent spear, saying, "I was really foolish." Then with a bang, he disappeared. Jiraiya, exhausted with Fukasaku and Shima on his shoulders, said, "Little Jiraiya, let's head back." Jiraiya nodded, tugging at his swollen lip. "Sorry for the trouble, you two sages." Bang bang. The two sages also disappeared together. The crowd witnessed the Third Hokage's faction completely unable to handle the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. When Uchiha's kaleidoscope appeared and controlled the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, everyone exchanged glances, seemingly pondering something. The Third Hokage, looking disheveled, had just been chased around by Naruto, which was quite embarrassing. After being struck in the chest, he had at least 3 broken ribs and was covered in blood. Gasping for breath, the Third Hokage could only thank Sunya. "Thank you, Sunya. What about the 4th Mizukage?" At this moment, the surrounding ninja clans erupted in chaos, realizing that it was the 4th Mizukage, Keiki Yagura, who had launched the tailed beast bomb. Sunya shook his head. He got away. Although a Mizukage intent on escaping could likely succeed, the Third Hokage felt something was off from Sunya's words. However, with so many people around, he couldn't say anything. In this political game, Konoha had suffered a significant defeat, although some rogue ninjas were still unaccounted for. That was no longer the main concern. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen rushed over, covered in blood, none of it his own, but that of the Sarutobi clan. He whispered in the Third Hokage's ear about Hinata Mitsunari's situation. Hinata Hayashi also approached, his face grim, accompanied by Hinata Suda. Sunya glanced at Hayashi and then at the Third Hokage, already guessing what had happened. A smirk appeared on his lips as he entered his spectator mode. The other ninja clans sensed something was off and began to whisper among themselves. The Third Hokage glared at Hayashi, his eyes blazing with fury. The 700 combatants of the Sarutobi clan that he had left behind now had at least 200 permanently missing, with over 100 more withdrawing from combat. "Hayashi, I instructed your Hinata clan's monitoring ninjas to inform us. Why did your main family intercept the report?" Hayashi, already informed by Suda, responded calmly, "Lord Hokage, our Hinata clan has already investigated these explosive tags. We reported to Mitsunari, but he intercepted the report without our knowledge. What Mitsunari said cannot be trusted. I deeply regret the casualties of half of the remaining 700 combatants from the Sarutobi clan." Hayashi's words were laced with barbs, revealing to everyone present just how many had fallen from the Sarutobi clan. Mitsunari had shouted before his death about the main family intercepting the information to take revenge for the Hinata clan. Naturally, the Hinata and the Third Hokage would distrust each other. Peaceful coexistence was now impossible. Coupled with the recent movements of the Uchiha, the Hinata were filled with distrust towards Konoha as higher-ups, leading to an outright explosion of tensions. After all, so many members of the Sarutobi clan had appeared tonight, and most other ninja villages were already aware. Although the Hinata clan had been caught in Mitsunari's trap, it was a public plot. Mitsunari was dead, without heirs or family. What could the main family do to him? Mitsunari's body had been blown to pieces, making it impossible to identify even a single fragment. Even if they wanted to desecrate his corpse, it was impossible. The eyes of the other ninja clans flickered, some shifting back and forth between the Third Hokage and Uchiha Sunya. It seemed that Konoha's regime was about to change. The Third Hokage, having hit a wall with the Hinata clan, understood their meaning. After all, Sarutobi Hiruzen had brought back news of what Mitsunari had shouted before his death, which the Third Hokage was aware of. The public plot devised by Mitsunari with his life could not be unraveled. The Third Hokage could only grit his teeth and take note of this incident, addressing the crowd. There's still some bounty ninjas causing trouble in Konoha, so I hope all clan leaders will be vigilant in identifying and searching for them. A meeting of Konoha's higher-ups will be held tomorrow at 9 a.m., and I invite all clan leaders to attend. I especially invite Uchiha Sunya and Uchiha Fugaku to the meeting." Sunya crossed his arms and chuckled lightly. "Don't worry, Lord Hokage. The clan leader and I will arrive on time." The third Hokage waved his hand, and the other clans began to organize their members. They started clearing out bounty ninjas and other intruders. Spies from various nations were now all trying to escape Konoha in various ways, with many using earth release techniques. Aside from the fact that Kakashi used his earth release heart to escape, Hamura, who was already prepared, was worried about a difficult retreat. Therefore, he had Foot create a trap technique using earth release to make an underground passage. By the time the third Hokage appeared, he had already set up a formation and made a quick getaway. At this moment, they had already escaped to outside of Konoha. Hamura, feeling a bit uneasy, said, "So many people have come. Konoha really is lively." Fu asked, "How was the harvest this time?" Hamura proudly shook the scroll, saying, "There was quite a bit of Nine Tails chakra scattered. We hit the jackpot." Chapter 76. Not Ki Shikura at this time. Jiraiya had already checked on Naruto several times. However, he was very confused because the four-symbol seal was intact, with no signs of damage at all. Jiraiya had no idea how the power of the Nine Tails inside Naruto had leaked out. If Naruto's four-symbol seal was like a security door, then the scroll Toad, Hinata, essentially had a key to that security door. The fourth Hokage was the manufacturer of the security door, while Kushina Uzumaki was the designer. The security door itself was perfectly fine. Kushina had only opened a crack, allowing some of the Nine Tails chakra to escape. She was even holding the doorknob, and after opening it for a while, she could just close it again. No matter how Jiraiya checked, he couldn't figure it out. Seeing the third Hokage looking over, he could only shake his head. The third Hokage was very fatigued, and his chest wound needed treatment. But now he had to muster his spirit. In any case, it was good news that Danzo's root was unharmed. Konoha's face was saved. Although the Hokage had been forced to flee. Outside of Konoha, Zabuza was fleeing with Hozuki Shizuku. After leaving Konoha's range, they immediately stopped. Shizuku's condition could not withstand a long journey and needed treatment. The two found a somewhat concealed spot to start checking their injuries. Medical ninjas were very rare in the Mist Village, and these people were all blood-soaked from the blade. Generally speaking, when injured, they would diagnose themselves, take their own medicine, and endure. Chiyo's Susanoo slap was not easy to block. Fortunately, Zabuza's decapitation blade had provided some cushioning. Shizuku had only broken 2 ribs and had some internal bleeding. If he could rest, he wouldn't be in life-threatening danger. Shizuku was worried about whether Lord Mizukage was safe. After all, the last time Ki Shikura was controlled by the Manjiki Sharingan. This time he would have to face the Manjiki again, making the Mizukage very dangerous. Zabuza's weapon was broken, and he felt somewhat heavy. After all, Susanoo was too much of a restraint for assassins like them. Just as the blade was about to touch Chiyo's neck, it was unexpectedly blocked. Tap, tap, tap. Slow footsteps approached. The two immediately turned their bodies alert. Who is it? Kisame Hashigaki emerged from the thick fog, carrying the Samahata. Shizuku, it seems you've betrayed the organization. Shizuku directly stood in front of Zabuza and coldly said, "The mist has become this way, not because of the Akatsuki organization. You killed so many comrades. Isn't it also because of the Akatsuki?" Kisame's eyes flickered. "I already knew about this. What I want is a true world without hypocrisy. So, those who betray the organization must die." Kisame drew out Samahata and stepped forward to attack Shizuku. After all, Shizuku was injured. It was best to kill him first. Under Kisame's swings, Samahata exploded, with numerous sharp spikes gleaming coldly, rushing toward Shizuku. Shizuku drew the already broken decapitation blade and clashed hard with Kisame. Injured Shizuku was certainly no match for Kisame. With just one strike, Shizuku was sent flying. He spat out blood again and threw the remaining half of the decapitation blade to Zabuza. "Go first. I'll hold him off. The decapitation blade cannot be lost." Zabuza raised his hand to catch the decapitation blade that Shizuku had thrown, knowing full well that Shizuku holding them off meant death. He did not run away. Instead, he gripped the decapitation blade. "I wanted to try out your swordsmanship, Kisame." Shizuku coughed as he lay on the ground. "Damn it, what a loss. If I had known you were so unreliable, I would have gone my own way." Zabuza's voice came out muffled from his scarf. "Hey, if we survive this, let me use the decapitation blade." Shizuku struggled to sit up. "Do as you like. Let's talk about surviving first." He knew in his heart that both of them were likely doomed this time. Shizuku did not understand why Kisame, who clearly knew the Mizukage was being manipulated, still sided with the Akatsuki. But he also realized that Kisame could not be persuaded back with just a few words. It seemed they were doomed today. As they spoke, Zabuza and Kisame had already clashed fiercely. Neither of them used ninjutsu. After all, even though they had left Konoha's range. Their chakra reactions were still too large and easy to detect. Also, Kisame felt it unnecessary. He could take down Zabuza in just a few moves. Zabuza did not have the time to gather chakra. If he had time to form hand seals, he would have already had his head cut off. Kisame was at his peak in both stamina and chakra right now. Meanwhile, Zabuza was only 21 years old and only had half of his decapitation blade left. With every swing of Samehada, Kisame unleashed immense power. Even though Zabuza knew Samehada's abilities, he could not dodge the spikes that erupted when Samehada exploded. After just 2 exchanges, Zabuza suffered a direct hit to his chest. Several slashes left his hands numb. A fierce look flashed in Zabuza's eyes. Even if he died, he would not let Kisame have it easy. In another clash, the decapitation blade in Zabuza's hand was knocked away by Samehada. Zabuza did not care about the Samehada coming at him. Instead, he had already pulled out a kunai from his body and thrust it towards Kisame. Even if he died, he could at least stab a hole in Kisame. Kisame grinned, but loosened his grip on Samehada, retreating a bit. Samehada exploded like a sea urchin, excitedly sticking out its tongue and lunging at Zabuza. Zabuza's heart sank. It seemed he was going to meet his end. Boom! Suddenly, a gigantic mushroom cloud rose from the distant Konoha city walls, and a section of the wall collapsed. A massive surge of chakra shot into the sky. That was the chakra of the Three Tails, Isabu. Samehada, which loved to consume Isabu's chakra, paused for a moment and turned its head. Zabuza stepped and immediately flipped and jumped out. Samehada fell to the ground, but quickly bounced back up, joyfully hopping while looking towards Konoha. Kisame's expression also changed. A huge chakra was rapidly approaching them. Samehada bounced towards the woods. However, a hand made of chakra suddenly reached out from the forest and slapped the side of Samehada. Samehada was knocked to the ground, but it showed no signs of unhappiness. Instead, it bounced joyfully on the ground. Kisame lifted his foot and hooked Samehada back into his hand, then coldly looked at Ki Shikura, who was emerging from the forest. This Ki Shikura looked somewhat dazed, but from the chakra response emanating from his body, it was indeed the real one. However, Kisame felt something was off about this Mizukichi. You are not Ki Shikura. Ki Shikura had no expression on his face, and instead of answering Kisame, he said, I already know why you betrayed the mist. Uchiha Chiyo has confirmed with me that Uchiha Madara is a fake. The real Uchiha Madara has long been dead. The Eye of the Moon plan is also a scam. The dry persimmon shark trembled all over because the Moon Eye plan that Uchiha Madara mentioned should not be known by anyone. Why would the members of the Uchiha clan know? Chapter 77. The 4 levels of bonds of the Jinchuriki. Then who are you? How do you know all this? Is Uchiha Qian Yao controlling you with the Mangeki? The Jinchuriki of the Three Tails, Karasuma Yagura, simply shook his head. I don't know the details. If you want to know, you can find Uchiha Qian Yao. He said he would wait for you outside the clan grounds in 3 days. As he spoke, the chakra of the Three Tails surged around him, forming a bijou cloak. You can leave now. You are not my opponent. Kisame Hashigaki felt a bit disoriented, as he was already struggling with his own mental issues. He had been lured into Obito's Eye of the Moon plan, hoping to reach that perfect world. Now, suddenly being contradicted, he felt a bit confused. But at least one thing was true. The Karasuma Yagura in front of him indeed had the chakra of the Three Tails and was in the bijou cloak state. Moreover, the Samehada in his hand seemed excited and fond of the Three Tails chakra. He was currently not in the mood to fight and was unable to do so. Kisame pondered for a moment and put the Samehada on his back. After being placed there, Samehada still seemed a bit dissatisfied, continuously whining at Karasuma Yagura. Kisame had no choice but to disappear quickly. After Karasuma Yagura turned his head, Zabuza Momochi and Haku were watching him with guarded expressions. Both of them could tell that the Mizukichi was problematic and very likely controlled by Uchiha's Mangeki. Karasuma Yagura directly threw a bag from his body. Healing medicine from Uchiha. He then leaned against a nearby tree. Zabuza picked up the bag from the ground and opened it to find that the healing medicine inside was of high quality. He exchanged a glance with Haku, disregarding everything else, and first took the medicine, wrapping bandages around each other. After all, the opponent wanted their lives. They didn't need poison or anything. Healing first was more important. While Zabuza was wrapping bandages around Haku, Haku asked in a low voice, Who are you? Karasuma Yagura raised both hands. Let's find a safe place first. In 2 days, my main body will come and explain everything to you. Zabuza and Haku exchange a glance, both noticing the strangeness in each other's eyes. What does main body mean? Even if Karasuma Yagura could create clones, it was impossible to have clones with the same amount of chakra. However, they did not resist for the time being, as the semi-bijou transformation of the other party was indeed real. After their simple bandaging, the two left the original location with Karasuma Yagura. Ding! Karasuma Yagura's first to fourth level bonds have been unlocked. Congratulations to the host for obtaining memory fragments. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 chakra. Congratulations to the host for obtaining secret technique, water mirror technique. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 chakra. Chi Yao did not realize that after using the Kodo Tsukumi on Karasuma Yagura, the bond star had directly reached 4 stars. Moreover, the so-called 100 chakra included the chakra of the tailed beast within him. However, he did not blindly absorb the chakra into his own body. He started a new layout for unifying the ninja world. He stuffed all this chakra into his clone. Then, using a transformation technique, it transformed into Karasuma Yagura number 2. However, he only had some combat memory fragments and could not impersonate him. Additionally, since Karasuma Yagura had been controlled before, the Mist Village would be very wary, making direct impersonation impossible. Therefore, Chi Yao planned to take a detour and use other methods. He manipulated this clone, preparing to check on Haku and Zabuza's situation. These two were still very useful, and losing them carelessly would be a big loss. He did not expect to encounter Kisame Hashigaki fighting with Haku and Zabuza. As for why Kisame was deceived, Chi Yao remembered it clearly. When he encountered him, he was ready to directly turn him back, as honest people were rare in the ninja world. Just as he came out, he had the impersonating Karasuma Yagura perform an action against the Konoha wall, allowing that group of bounty ninjas that seemed like headless flies to have a way to escape. This way, a large portion of the ninja world knew that the Mizukage had attacked Konoha. It went without saying how weak Konoha was. When Chi Yao's consciousness shifted back, he opened his eyes. How long until I wake up? He was in a secret room of the Uchiha clan, and on the bed beside him lay Karasuma Yagura, who was scorched to medium rare. Now, the upper half of Karasuma Yagura was wrapped in bandages, resembling a half-mummified figure. The person beside him, Izumi, replied, Elder Chi Yao, Karasuma Yagura, as a Jinchuriki, recovers very quickly. Plus, we used the best medicine. He should wake up tomorrow. Izumi, as Itachi's prospective fiancée, was one of the few in the clan who could perform medical ninjutsu. Although she only had a superficial understanding, it was sufficient for this situation. Chi Yao nodded slightly. Itachi calls me senior, so you should call me senior too. Izumi hesitated for a moment, but obediently replied, Yes, senior. You don't need to stay here anymore. I'll send someone else to guard. You should go back and rest early. Understood, senior. Izumi was quite respectful towards Chi Yao. After all, he was a powerful elder in the clan, a Mangeki user, and also a benefactor to her and Itachi. Chi Yao didn't care too much. After all, his bond with most people could only reach the 2nd level. Many people could only reach the 2nd level at most. In the future, he would need to spend more time with those exceptionally talented individuals. After seeing Zabuza follow Karasuma Yagura, Chi Yao realized that killing Obito once had caused some changes in the situation on the Mist side. He just hoped that Orochimaru wouldn't act so quickly. Just as Chi Yao was pondering whether Orochimaru had gone to the land of water to abduct children, Orochimaru himself was outside the Uchiha clan grounds. At this time, he had not yet joined the Akatsuki and had not experienced the power of the Rinnegan. He originally came to see the Mangeki. After seeing the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki being subdued in an instant, he had thoughts about Chi Yao's Mangeki. Moreover, he felt somewhat confident because the ocular power displayed by Chi Yao's Mangeki was not strong, at least within a range he could accept. He did not know that the Nine-Tails Bijou chakra cloak had been actively turned off by Kushina. Chi Yao mainly came out to put on a show, making everyone think that it was the Mangeki that instantly controlled the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. However, Orochimaru did not directly invade the Uchiha clan, as there were many Uchiha members. Moreover, Fugaku was also a master of the Mangeki Sharingan. Orochimaru planned to scout the situation first. In excruciating pain, Konan awakened amidst the jolting. After opening her eyes, she found herself in a dim place. Where's this? Konan struggled to speak. A familiar voice beside her replied, We're underground. Don't worry, we'll be digging out soon. Sasori? Yeah, what happened to me? Conan's mind was a bit muddled. Sasori's tone was somewhat cryptic. You were hit by a tailed beast bomb. At that moment, Conan's memories surged back like a tide. She remembered negotiating with Jiraiya and then fulfilling Uchiha Chiao's orders before being blasted down by a tailed beast bomb. Ugh. The Jinchuriki even infiltrated Konoha and directly used a tailed beast bomb. But why was she the one hit by the tailed beast bomb and not the third Hokage? This left Conan puzzled. Can't even guess who the other person is. Chapter 78. In a daze, Xiao Nen struggled to ask, "What is the situation in Konoha village? Where are our people?" Scorpion replied, "When I rescued you, there weren't many people from Danzo's side infiltrating. It should be a failure. Everyone else, apart from you, is missing. I don't know where they are. We came from underground, so I don't know about the situation in the village. Let's head to the rendezvous point." Creak. With the sound of machinery creaking, Xiao Nen felt her body tilt. Then, with a sound of expansion, she clearly felt the oppressive sensation disappear. Xiao Nan's eyes brightened as she was spit out by Scorpion's Hiryu. Slowly, she stood up from the ground with great difficulty. Cough, cough. She coughed twice, blood foam filling her mouth. Her internal organs must have been injured, but she was still unclear about the specifics. Scorpion shook off the dirt from his body and burrowed back into the Hiryu. Xiao Nen stood still, her expression fluctuating. Scorpion said coldly, "Your injuries are serious, and they are all internal. You need to rest for a while." As a master of anatomy, Scorpion could tell the severity of Xiao Nan's injuries just by using his chakra threads. Xiao Nan exhaled slightly, feeling a dull pain in her lungs. "Thank you, Scorpion." Scorpion snorted, "I can tell who is important to the leader, whether it's you or Danzo." Scorpion had been with the organization for a while and found it quite good. They could get any rare materials or poisons. When faced with difficult tasks, Pain would personally intervene, and Scorpion felt a strong sense of belonging to the organization. Xiao Nen exhaled, "Let's go to the rendezvous point first." As she spoke, paper began to flutter behind her, preparing to form wings. However, after a painful grunt from Xiao Nan, the wings dissipated into nothing. The Hiryu slowly moved forward, then curled its tail, taking Xiao Nan towards the rendezvous point. "I'll take you there. You shouldn't use chakra right now." Xiao Nan's expression darkened. This time, she had detonated the explosive tag. She was still unsure if she had met Uchiha Qian Yao's conditions. However, she needed to heal first. She also wondered how the others were doing. If Scorpion hadn't rescued her, given how she had been knocked unconscious by the explosion, she would have likely been captured. Xiao Nan also hadn't expected that a Jinchuriki would infiltrate Konoha at this time. Shouldn't they just be here to gather information? The two quickly arrived at the rendezvous point, where only Kakuzu was waiting for them. Kakuzu had suffered a significant loss this time. Not only did he come away empty-handed, but he also lost 3 hearts, leaving him with only 2 hearts, water and earth. Jiraiya's support was too fast, and by the time he arrived, he was already in sage mode. Kakuzu had to exhaust all his means just to escape. "What is the situation on your side? How did you get so injured? Did you see the Jinchuriki?" Kakuzu looked at Xiao Nan with a strange expression. It was the first time he had seen her injured. He had come out from underground and was aware of the bombardment by the tailed beast bomb. Considering its immense power, it was on a completely different level from the explosion of an explosive tag. But Kakuzu didn't know which Jinchuriki had used it. Xiao Nan shook her head, her face a bit pale. "My mission failed. I was hit by a tailed beast bomb before I could enter the route." The purpose of this operation was initially to probe Konoha, primarily targeting the Nine Tails and, secondarily, Danzo. However, after seeing Qian Yao, Xiao Nan changed her target, as Danzo was a clear target that couldn't just be easily taken down. The identity of the masked man became the most important matter, which not only related to past grievances, but also to their future safety and the possibility of realizing their dreams. As long as Xiao Nan fulfilled Qian Yao's requirements, she technically hadn't failed. However, the matter of the masked man was still a secret within the Akatsuki, so she stated that the mission had failed. Kakuzu's tone was very grim. "The Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails is not a secret in Konoha. It can be easily found there." Jiraiya's support was too fast, and Sage Mode is very powerful. However, Konoha has almost no control over the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Konoha will have a headache from now on. Kakuzu's tone turned somewhat gleeful towards the end, as the biggest ninja village, Konoha, was now extremely weak and couldn't even control the Nine Tails. Once this news spreads, other ninja villages will surely start probing. "It seems everyone is waiting for me." As the intelligence officer of the Akatsuki, Zetsu slowly emerged from the ground. Every time people saw Zetsu's appearance, they speculated about what his true form was. Why was he so peculiar, like a pitcher plant? Cough, cough. Where are the others? Xiao Nen coughed twice and asked Zetsu. Zetsu shook his head regretfully and threw down Hoshigaki Kisame's fire cloud robe. Kisame has betrayed and left the organization. The expressions of the few people hearing this news varied. How could this happen? After Kisame joined the Akatsuki, he was very dedicated, working hard for the organization every day. He actually betrayed the organization during this mission? It can't be helped. After all, his old boss, Kurozuki Shizen, came. Kurozuki Shizen, the Jinchuriki in Konoha, is him? A flash of realization struck Xiao Nan's mind as she finally understood why the tailed beast bomb didn't target the third Hokage, but her. Because Kurozuki Shizen was with Xiao Nan, Pain, and the masked man when they went to enslave him. In other words, Kurozuki Shizen was seeking revenge. Xiao Nan was somewhat surprised by the development of this situation. After all, Kurozuki Shizen didn't know that the masked man and Xiao Nan were actually in a mutually wary partnership. Kisame had already gone to pursue Hoshigaki Kisame, and the current situation was unclear. Xiao Nan nodded slightly. Although Kisame was recruited by the masked man, he was also loyal and useful. If the pursuit wasn't easy, it would take a while, so it was normal not to return. After saying this, Zetsu glanced at Kakuzu. Konoha had not concealed information about the Jinchuriki. It was a 7-year-old brat named Uzumaki Naruto. However, Konoha's people were unable to control the Jinchuriki, and this time the Nine Tails went berserk. The Uchiha clan did not attack Konoha. Only Uchiha Qian Yao left the clan's land. The berserk Nine Tails Jinchuriki was subdued by him. Kakuzu snorted coldly. After all, he had already been chased away before, which was quite embarrassing. Zetsu ignored Kakuzu's dissatisfaction and continued. Sarutobi Hiruzen has recalled many combat personnel patrolling outside. The number of these people is about 1,000, and they are likely all from the Sarutobi clan. At this point, both Xiao Nan and Kakuzu looked somewhat astonished. If Scorpion wasn't a puppet, he would probably be just as surprised. After all, for a ninja clan, having over 1,000 combat personnel was truly incredible. Chapter 79. Invasion. This group of fighters likely lost 200 to 300 people in the explosion. After Ju finished speaking, he looked at Conan. The meaning was clear. How could she have the ability to set up such a wide range of explosive tags in Konoha? Conan did not respond, nor did she acknowledge it. She simply said, "Everyone's condition is not good right now. Let's all rest and disperse for now. We will wait for Kisame to return." Since Conan said so, Kakuzu said in a dull voice, "Just in time, some bounty ninjas have escaped. I will go replenish my heart." This time, the Akatsuki organization suffered a rare defeat. After all, everyone had been doing their own tasks since joining the organization. This time, their missions in Konoha were different. However, Conan did not expect Heiden's betrayal. As for Kakuzu, Conan only intended for him to gather some intelligence and return. But Kakuzu got a bit greedy and encountered the full-strength sage Jiraiya, resulting in a beating that was beyond his control. "I'll go with you," said Haiden, joining the conversation. Haiden only needed a body, not a heart. His puppets were tough, and he could cooperate a bit as long as he didn't use poison. Kakuzu, who was already uneasy about having fewer hearts, felt much more relaxed upon hearing that Haiden would join him. After the two left, only Conan and Ju remained in the cave. "Where's the other person?" Conan naturally meant the masked man. "Who knows? He should be in Konoha," Ju replied vaguely, half-truthfully. Because Obito sometimes wanted to do things without involving him, Ju only knew that Obito had gone to the root of Danzo this time. Whether he was still there or not was unclear. This time, it started with Conan's explosive tags detonating, followed by the tailed beast bombs getting mixed in. Many bounty ninjas and other reconnaissance personnel took advantage of the chaos to escape. The route itself was not significantly impacted. At least, no one had invaded the interior, which was strange. Even though the route was filled with reconnaissance barriers and various measures to prevent Earth-style barriers, they were completely unable to stop the intrusion of Kamui. After all, space-time ninjutsu was rare in the ninja world, and not many people specifically defended against it. Although it wasn't as easy as strolling through a backyard, Obito did manage to bypass the defenses of the route. Especially as the outside gradually calmed down, the route also relaxed significantly and began conducting normal experiments again. Kitsune and Tofu were now standing in front of a transparent glass, watching a row of cultivation tanks below, filled with various beasts injected with Hashirama cells. However, almost all of these beasts would howl in agony, their bodies swelling and exploding after the injection. Some would grow trees on their bodies, tearing their original forms into strange shapes. Danzo needed to find the individuals most resistant to Hashirama cells to carry out the plan for the Oxhead King. The Uchiha, who had previously been submissive, began to rise in strength. Now, Danzo found himself in a very passive position, having lost power. Thus, he was trying every possible means to increase his trump cards. Tofu Senpai, this experimental method consumes too much of Hashirama cells. Kitsune said while watching the experiments below. Tofu knew that the root was currently in a very passive position. There's no other way. Lord Danzo is already trying to find a solution. We just need to do what we are supposed to do. Both of them were just ordinary people. So they didn't know that a shadow was eavesdropping on their conversation from a high wall. What experiments is Danzo conducting that require such a large volume? A thoughtful look flashed in Obito's eyes. He didn't have researchers on his side, and to be precise, even if he did, he wouldn't know. Hashirama cells were too versatile and could do many things. Of course, the cost of the experiments was also high. Obito didn't continue to linger there, but continued his search. After all, for him, the most cost-effective thing was not the experiments related to Hashirama cells, but the Sharingan. Since Shursui died 2 years ago, the security team had been continuously infiltrated. Those Uchiha combatants who had exited the security team had to take on missions instead. How could the targeted Uchiha receive good missions? Many elites experienced accidents during their missions, disappearing without a trace. Among them were certainly Danzo's dirty work. The Third Hokage wanted to weaken the Uchiha's power, and Danzo wanted the Sharingan. The two sides hit it off perfectly. As the occurrences of bodies disappearing increased, the Uchiha naturally became aware of it. Otherwise, someone as indecisive as Fugaku wouldn't have agreed to the coup. Currently, there were some 3-tomo Sharingan stockpiled within the root. The outer areas of the root were heavily guarded, but in the core area, there were surprisingly fewer people. Instead, various barriers and restrictions increased. After a thorough search, Obito finally found a door covered in restrictions. Opening it required not only the corresponding key, but also the corresponding chakra and secret seals. It was quite secure. However, this was no obstacle for Obito, who did not follow conventional paths. He simply phased through the wall beside it, entering quickly. Once inside, he saw rows of shelves. His gaze was quickly drawn to a row of nutrient tanks. He walked over to take a closer look, and his eyes lit up. There were exactly 6 jars containing 3-tomo Sharingan. Obito grabbed one and directly placed it into the Kamui space. Nothing was safer and more convenient than the Kamui space. However, when Obito took out the second one, a large amount of poisonous smoke suddenly spewed out throughout the secret room. Alarms rang outside the secret room. It turned out that retrieving these items required a specific sequence. But Obito had Kamui. In the final moments, he managed to place all the nutrient tanks into the Kamui space. Just when Obito was feeling accomplished, his left eye suddenly experienced a phantom pain. In his right eye's Kamui Sharingan was also disrupted. At that moment, the toxic gas spread, and Obito accidentally inhaled a mouthful. He shook his head violently and then dove into the Kamui space. The next moment, as the toxic gas enveloped the area, Obito disappeared from there. When the root members arrived, the items were gone, and the person was also missing. Damn it. Danzo's eyes flashed with cold, killing intent. You didn't even notice someone invaded the secret vault? The root members below were sweating profusely. Lord Danzo, we had no idea how the intruder got in. There are no signs of the door being opened, and the surrounding ninjutsu restrictions were not triggered. Danzo's single eye was filled with bloodshot anger. The Sharingan he had stored in that secret vault was gone, which undoubtedly cost him his life. His situation was already dire, and now someone had stolen his possessions. Danzo slightly closed his eyes, then waved his hand, and 2 people dragged the kneeling individual away. Lord Danzo, please spare me. The heart-wrenching voice came, but Danzo's expression remained cold. The situation had taken such a turn for the worse. It seemed he needed to rely on external forces.